Volume 5. Chapter 199 Part 1. Helmut and Aaliyah returned to Baden much earlier than planned. They headed straight to the dormitory in Baden. Instinctively avoiding the temple, they returned to what felt like the safest place for them. It had only been about 2 days, including the time Aaliyah had been unconscious, so when they returned, it was just the start of Monday and other students had just begun to leave. If they had left later, they might not have run into the high priest and his party. A slight regret lingered. Good night. After parting at the door of their rooms, exactly 12 hours later, Helmut and Aaliyah encountered each other at the same spot. Hi, somehow, Aaliyah avoided his gaze softly. She had rested and recovered her magical powers during those 12 hours. As time passed and the urgency faded, Aaliyah reflected on what had happened between her and Helmut. Somehow her head felt fuzzy. How did I usually treat Helmut? Aaliyah used to nod curtly at Helmut when greeting him, but it was an unconscious action, so she couldn't recall it. That was why Aaliyah couldn't leave her room for 12 hours. However, since there was nothing to eat in the room and she was hungry, Aaliyah eventually stepped out. Hello. On the other hand, Helmut looked at her calmly. He too had locked himself in the training ground as soon as he returned, focusing on recovering his vis. Being in an incomplete state made them both feel uneasy. After a brief silence, Helmut asked, "Are you hungry?" Yes. Yes, I'm hungry. Then let's go. Aaliyah followed Helmut without thinking. They soon found themselves sitting side by side in the student cafeteria. The missions were essentially outdoor activities. Going downtown in Baden wasn't forbidden, but the journey was long. This was the nearest place. The sight of food made her hunger surge. Looking around the quiet surroundings, Aaliyah asked, "What time is it now?" There were hardly any people in the student cafeteria. Aaliyah wasn't used to coming here, because if she occupied a seat in this crowded place, people would flock around her annoyingly. It's 2 p.m. Helmut pointed to the clock behind Aaliyah. Only the second-year students were absent due to the assignments. Students from other years were in class. This tranquility would continue until classes ended. It's been a while since it was so relaxing. She had rushed through the dungeon with all her might and fought right after waking up. Helmut had a gap in between, but Aaliyah didn't have any such gap. Things just kept happening to her without a break. Right, I got the Lampione legacy in my hands, and with Helmut. Although she had come running for the former, she couldn't tell in an instant whether the former or the latter gave her more satisfaction. Aaliyah decided not to dwell on it. A steaming curry with a few croquettes was right in front of her. Her hunger blurred her vision. Helmut ate in silence as if he had been taught not to speak while eating. But he too felt a tingling sensation of some kind. He suddenly looked up at Aaliyah. Aaliyah always looked bright, but today she seemed somewhat different somehow. Helmut noticed that subtle difference. Aaliyah, who usually neatly combed her hair down, had messy hair today, an urge to touch that disheveledness, just like a cat. That was the feeling Helmut often had when looking at Aaliyah. While Aaliyah was cold as ice to Asuka, of course, and to Cyan, when she showed a soft attitude only toward him, it felt like he had tamed a difficult cat. But he felt Aaliyah might get angry if he touched her hair while she was eating. Helmut decided to leave it for later. Wondering the absurd question, when can I touch her hair if we're dating? Since dating would allow more intimate contact, Aaliyah would probably accept it at the appropriate time. If he had known this would happen, he would have observed how Wesley or the guys from the swordsmanship department interacted with their girlfriends. This had been outside of Helmut's interests until now. Although he often observed the human world and learned from it, he was an outsider in this area. "Why do you keep looking at me?" Aaliyah grumbled for some reason. The plate in front of her was nearly empty. It was her first meal after several days of starvation. She had devoured it without realizing. Helmut tilted his head slightly. "Isn't it okay to look?" "No, but looking like that I become conscious of it." Aaliyah mumbled vaguely. This guy already had a sharp gaze. Some people felt pressured just from meeting his black eyes straight on. But because of that, his seriousness and emotions came across even more clearly. Helmut simply replied, "It's okay to be conscious of it." In other words, he would look at her as he pleased. Aaliyah shook her head in embarrassment. "Do whatever you want." Once they both finished eating, Helmut asked, "More importantly, what about our mission assignment?" "Ah, right, the training assignment." Aaliyah made an expression like she had just realized. Chapter 199 Part 2. It was uncharacteristic carelessness for her. She seemed to have thought only of obtaining the legacy of Lampione in the dungeon. She hadn't obtained Lampione's grimoire yet, but since she had achieved her goal, it felt as if everything was over. "What did you write on the document?" Aaliyah had taken on the task of drafting the document alone, or rather, she had managed the entire mission assignment. Of course, Helmut performed more than his expected role, but Aaliyah wouldn't have written reports that they explored the dungeon of the Archmage Lampione. The fact that Lampione's dungeon had been conquered would eventually come to light. Doing something else would leave no trace. Not only the temple, but the mages will also try to investigate. If someone discovered that the timing of conquering Lampione's dungeon and the killing of the High Priest coincided, they might try to find a connection between the two incidents. But they won't be able to trace it back to Aaliyah and Helmut since they didn't leave any bodies behind. Aaliyah recalled, "What did I write again? Ah yes, an ecological survey. I have all the data, but I may need to submit proof that we actually went there." The forest was about 2 days away by horse, quite far but still within reach for Aaliyah's magic. Helmut immediately suggested, "Then let's go. Already, wouldn't it be better to go and come back quickly? It's one of the rare weeks without classes. Since Aaliyah could write the report quickly, they might as well get the mission and everything else done quickly." The same thought crossed their minds. It wasn't something to be done alone. Aaliyah's cheeks flushed as she glanced around, wary of anyone watching. Okay. When they returned after a bit of casual gathering in a somewhat intimate atmosphere, it was already night. Aaliyah decided to write the report based on the data and submit it tomorrow. Right before entering their rooms, their hands briefly touched. Helmut had grabbed hers. Tomorrow. Aaliyah looked around nervously to see if anyone was nearby. She couldn't forget that she was disguised as a man here. Fortunately, since it was the last room at the end of the hallway, there was no sign of anyone. Helmut then suggested, "Shall we go out to Baden around lunchtime?" Ethan would likely be away from the mansion anyway, and it didn't seem quite right to loiter at the instructor's mansion during the mission period. "Tomorrow, sure," Aaliyah nodded. Though they were just neighboring rooms, it was time to part. The two stood facing each other for a moment, neither making the first move to leave. It was only when they heard footsteps approaching in the hallway that they finally turned their backs and entered their rooms. "Good night." They exchanged brief farewells. The next day, Helmut finished his morning training as usual and returned to his room. Suddenly, the door opened and Aaliyah appeared. She looked perfectly put together, unlike her relaxed appearance the day before. Every single strand of her hair was neatly arranged. He wouldn't be able to run his fingers through that hairstyle. Helmut felt a tinge of regret for the missed opportunity. With a determined expression, Aaliyah said, "I've thought about what we could do." After completing the mission report, Aaliyah had pondered for a while. As someone who valued planning, she had made plans while Helmut seemed to have none. If they just had lunch in Baden, then they would have nothing else to do afterwards. Aaliyah thought about what to do after that. Wasn't there anything they could do together? Aaliyah turned Helmut's vague plan of going to Baden into a concrete schedule for the remainder of the mission period. Admittedly, after writing it down, it felt a bit odd to call it a date. But that could be adjusted by incorporating Helmut's input as well. "Here, take a look at this." Helmut silently examined the schedule Aaliyah handed him. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she asked, "Do you have any other plans by chance?" Pointing to the blanks, Aaliyah confidently said they could adjust those since the schedule wasn't fully set. Helmut was momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, he didn't really have any specific plans. He had simply focused on the idea of meeting Aaliyah, having lunch, visiting a bookstore, or checking out shops. Then stopping by a cafe to read books. Aaliyah's plan was roughly along those lines. There seems to be a heavy emphasis on reading books, huh? Helmut had never opened a book unless he was at the academy. Sitting idly and reading wasn't really Helmut's cup of tea, but what choice did he have? He nodded. "Let's do it this way." "Great." Aaliyah smiled brightly. A tingling sensation surged through his heart at that radiant smile. He found it laughable how he had once blamed the seed of darkness or questioned his own heart. He now had a clear answer. Soon, the two had lunch and sat down at a cafe. The cafe had various books available. It seemed to be a place where people could read books while enjoying drinks. After purchasing numerous academic books at the bookstore, Aaliyah stacked them on the table and suggested, "There are also some light reading books here. Why don't you pick one up and read it?" She then promptly buried her nose in her newly bought books, her brows slightly furrowed in concentration. This almost felt like Aaliyah's normal daily life, just with the addition of Helmut. As Helmut glanced at the cafe's bookshelves, he felt like he was being told to start studying for exams now. It would probably help with grades. Perhaps this was her way of telling him in advance to start studying for exams. In any case, he did get to spend time with her as he intended. After randomly picking up a book titled The Mansion Murder Case and reading it, Helmut thought he might actually be able to develop a taste for reading. And so the day in Baden came to a close. Chapter 200, Part 1. Liam Weiss, the dean of Greta Academy, was unusually safety-conscious for a mage. Born into a prestigious noble family of Baden, he showed exceptional magical talent at an early age. Even with his outstanding abilities recognized at Greta Academy, he merely aspired to achieve reasonably well as a mage. Yes, just enough to elevate his family's honor. No undue risks, just smooth sailing. That was his way of life. Becoming the Academy's dean was almost predetermined. Liam Weiss walked his path in a commendable and diligent manner without overexerting himself. But then, a change came into his life as well. They say people are drawn to opposites after all. It was inevitable that he would lose his heart to someone daring and adventurous. Hike, 2 years his senior, was a dazzlingly beautiful and bold mage, and she was quite perceptive too. Realizing early on that Liam Weiss had fallen for her, she toyed with him throughout their school days. Liam Weiss ended up being strung along by her like a fool. It was only around Hike's graduation that Liam Weiss bitterly accepted that he was merely one fish in Hike's pond. That she did not see him as more than an endearing junior, a conclusion he reached after much anguish. Hike disappeared, and he thought he would never meet her again, even when he heard she had become the target of the temple, even when he failed at married life and divorced. But when Hike reappeared and approached him, "Please take care of my granddaughter, the poor child lost her parents." Liam Weiss could not refuse her request. Unlike himself, he agreed to take in Aaliyah, risking potential clashes with the temple. Of course, it was not an easy decision, but Hike helped him make up his mind. Hike had much leverage over his weaknesses, like the poignant, even embarrassing love letters Liam Weiss had written her, for instance. Hike would happily wave them in front of him, laughing merrily, a smile reminiscent of her past self. "It would be so fun if I posted these on the Academy's bulletin board, don't you think?" It was not for nostalgic memories of first love. Liam simply could not bear such humiliation, the thought of his pure feelings being trampled underfoot amid snickering students. He had to curse his infatuated past self. Naturally, he could not feel good about Aaliyah either. Despite her striking resemblance to Hike, occasionally evoking past memories, fortunately, Aaliyah's personality was completely different from Hike's. A very cold and aloof girl, or maybe she did take after her. Hike was a witch with a heart of ice, after all. Aaliyah was a diligent and sincere student, with talent exceeding even Hike's, so much so that the dean himself found it understandable to have admitted her while disguised as a boy. Yes, accepting a talented student is also good for the Academy. Although Hike had become an enemy of the temple, she was a proud archmage bearing Greta Academy's name. Regardless of what became of her later, having produced an archmage alone was a great honor for the Academy. Liam Weiss hoped Aaliyah would graduate smoothly, ending this arduous process forced upon him. But it did not go his way. Upon receiving yet another message from Hike today, he cupped his face in his hands. "Hike, so that's what happened. Well, it shouldn't be much of a problem." "Hike," Liam Weiss pinched the bridge of his nose hard. "Are you telling me to overlook the death of a high priest?" "There was no choice. Those bastards recognized my granddaughter and tried to take her away. She had no choice but to kill the high priest. The ones who had unexpectedly encountered Aaliyah tried to recognize and abduct her. The boy with her had fought alongside." That was Hike's explanation. Hike had admirably covered for the unintended extent of Aaliyah and the boy's actions. When the temple learned of the high priest's disappearance, they would undoubtedly contact Baden. Hike judged it better to inform the dean first, and upon hearing her story, the dean felt not just difficulty but shock. "Did I button it wrong from the start?" He thought he only had to admit her granddaughter and look after her at the academy, but the situation kept escalating. It snowballed instantly. For Liam Weiss, who lacked boldness and only dreamed the humble dream of being an academy dean, this was an overwhelming predicament. Liam Weiss spoke carefully. "I understand you had no choice. Then you must also understand that I have no choice." "Are you really going to rat them out to the temple? Doesn't the dean of Greta Academy have any pride as a mage? To grovel so much before the temple? There was a way to resolve this without killing him. A way for my granddaughter to be unable to graduate from the academy and have to hide in fear. What about the innocent boy who was with her? Are you saying to pin the crime the official was involved in on that blameless kid? It would be better for the two of them to suspend their studies and hide, rather than murder a high priest. It's better for you two this way. Since you're the dean of Greta Academy who admitted my granddaughter, you can't avoid responsibility. You can't claim you didn't recognize her as my granddaughter. As you said, I am the dean of Greta Academy. I can handle that myself." Liam Weiss shook his head defiantly. "If you keep resorting to murder by force, how are you any different from a black mage? I only kill those who threaten me, as you know." "Liam, you know very well how I threatened you." "That's true." When they met again, Hike had infiltrated all the way to Liam Baze's office. Liam didn't notice her approach. Hike could do anything to Liam. Control him, cast a curse to threaten his life, anything. That was the power of a great magician. But Hike did not do that. Instead, like before, she playfully waved the love letters he had sent her in the past in front of him with a smiling face demanding a choice. It felt like an even greater threat than a threat to his life. Chapter 200 Part 2. In any case, that's why Liam Weiss decided to help her. He had also heard the reasons why she had become a public enemy of the temple. "All right, I'll accept your words that you had no choice. I will turn a blind eye to this matter. However, if a similar situation occurs again, Aaliyah will not be able to attend the academy." "Well, that child has also achieved decent results. Soon, Liam, you'll also hear some news from the Mages Guild." "What news is that?" It was a suspicious look, wondering if she had caused another incident. Hike shrugged lightly. The heir to the legacy of the Archmage Lampini has appeared. What? That can't be. Yes, be proud as the dean to have such a student. A large extra-dimensional space like Lampini's dungeon affects other extra-dimensional spaces. Through those ripples, the Mages Guild was able to detect the changes that occurred in Lampini's dungeon. It just took time to detect the ripples spreading slowly, but they could estimate the point of change quite accurately. The dean already knew that Aaliyah was away on this assignment. It was better to let him know in advance before he guessed. Liam Weiss muttered in admiration. Another great mage will emerge from Greta Academy. It was destined. Just accelerated, but Hike tilted her head. Don't you feel greedy or jealous? That must be what you're feeling, even towards your own granddaughter. Hike, who was interested in Lampini's magic, chuckled. She was already planning to coax Aaliyah into reading Lampini's magic books anyway. Not the latter, but the former is correct. That's why you can't become a great mage. I'm satisfied with this position. Hike, I hope you'll contact me with good news next time. Well then, farewell, take good care of Aaliyah. You know I'm always grateful to you. Hike smiled sweetly. After ending the communication, Liam brought his hand to his brow. I suppose so indeed. All that was left was a sigh and worries. The mission assignment period, which was exhilarating at first, was slowly coming to an end. The second-year students who had left for Baden were returning to Greta Academy, no exceptions. It didn't seem like the disappearance of the High Priest had spread as a rumor yet, at least not to the students. They all had carefree faces. The forest where the High Priest was killed was about a week's travel from Baden. It was not yet time for those eyes to reach Baden. With other students' eyes on them, Helmut and Aaliyah had to stop dating. It was around the time when Helmut was reading the 7th gloomy book titled The Secret of the Wooden Doll. You know, don't make a mistake, act like nothing happened, Aaliyah cautioned Helmut. Of course, even though they were dating, they couldn't show it, otherwise Aaliyah's gender would be suspected. For some reason, the gazes directed at each other or the changing eyes and tone, they had to adjust those subtly. Actually, Helmut didn't have a big problem. He wasn't the type to show things easily. The problem was Aaliyah. Everyone knew that she treated Helmut specially, but it became more obvious. Should we pretend to have fought? Aaliyah asked seriously. Helmut didn't think it was a good idea. He didn't want Aaliyah to shun him. In fact, the other guys weren't a big deal. The two noisy ones around were the problem. Moreover, one of them was quite perceptive. Asuka and Cyan had also returned to Baden. The two blabbermouths had become as close as a pair of dung beetles. As soon as they arrived, they grabbed Helmut and excitedly babbled about the trivial incidents that had happened to them. Yeah, this tiny carp just leapt up in that valley. Could it have been the valley's guardian or something? After rambling on, Cyan tilted his head and asked, You guys came back a bit early, didn't you? You left pretty quickly. Ah, the mission ended smoothly. You were just messing around in Baden. It must be nice having Aaliyah around. We were eating the assignment, Asuka grumbled. But he had also left Cyan in charge of the report. But something is. Looking back and forth between Helmut and the nonchalantly sitting Aaliyah, Cyan made a suspicious expression. The atmosphere is strange. It's like you're close but also distant. What's this feeling? Helmut and Aaliyah were together. Normally, if these two showed up, Aaliyah would have already left, but for some reason she didn't leave and just stood there. The two were standing quite close together. The previous distance was gone without a trace. I'll be going then. The stung Aaliyah coldly left her spot. Glancing at her, Asuka blurted out, Did you guys fight? Yeah, they fought and made up. Cyan clapped as if he had just figured it out. Nodding his head, he asked, Why did you fight? Well, Helmut watched Aaliyah's departing figure silently. The secret was revealed, but another secret was born, and so the assignment came to a safe conclusion. Chapter 201 Part 1. The preliminaries, the assignments were completed, and the second semester was slowly entering its latter half. Those who had struggled during the midterms were frantic to recover, while those who had done well were just as eager to finish strong. Regardless, Greta Academy was a prestigious institution where fierce competition prevailed. Even amidst laughter and good spirits, a sharp tension concerning grades always lingered. Particularly now, with the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament approaching, the atmosphere in the swordsmanship department was notably tense. Regardless of who competed, they had to win against the other academies. It would be even better if they could compete themselves. Especially for nobles, it was a great opportunity to elevate the honor of themselves and their families. A strong performance in the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament would naturally reveal one's family and status, regardless of Greta Academy's policies. The second-year swordsmanship students, who were virtually assured participants, appeared relatively relaxed compared to other years. That morning, they gathered in small groups before class to chat. This year's sudden comprehensive swordsmanship tournament. I wonder who will compete, but we definitely have to win. You would have had a chance if Greta Academy hadn't participated. Just imagine saying that. We really need to put those other academy kids in their place. Honestly, the students from the academy next door have been particularly annoying. Haha. Right, lately, the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament was a hot topic. After the assignment period ended, these students had boastfully compared how they spent their assignment weeks and the impressive assignments they undertook. Now the conversation had shifted entirely. Two participants total will be selected from the first, second, and third years combined. Yeah, but there's no way Helmut would lose to a first year, so he's definitely going to be on the selection list. It's like you're saying it's natural for Helmut to represent our year. And why not? You know, there are a few ambitious ones. They've been hanging around the training ground a lot lately. It's true, what difference will it make trying so hard now? Everyone casually glanced towards Helmut, the undisputed top of the second year, the first in rank Helmut. It was unlikely his position would be challenged before his graduation from the academy. Everyone knew Helmut was beyond the skills of a mere instructor. Thus, his participation was almost a given, but that didn't mean there were no expectations of an upset. Some top-ranked students, including Asuka, had been frequently seen at the training grounds recently. It seemed they were aiming for that unlikely upset. Helmut was aware of this but didn't really pay it any mind. Was there a reason to? After all, I have no rivals in the second year. Helmut felt no alarm at the word if. An if had to be significant enough to matter. The gap between him and the second-ranking Asuka was enormous. If the other second-year students were crawling on the ground, he was flying in the sky. He had learned to fly freely, casting off shackles, a sensation impossible for those bound to the earth. It was as improbable as an infant defeating a knight. Even if I were to catch a cold and run a high fever, the outcome would be the same. Thus, he could afford to be relaxed about the upcoming comprehensive swordsmanship tournament. Even if he had won the martial arts tournament among the elite Palma Knights of Bassar, how could a student competition hold any concern for him? He was not arrogant to think so. Aaliyah agreed with him. If it's you, winning is a given. They're about to announce the location of the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament, but think of it as a leisurely trip. The prize money isn't insignificant either. Helmut, however, had been distracted by other matters lately. Of course, being distracted didn't mean he neglected his duties. He maintained his training schedule and was diligent during classes. It was only outside these times that a change had occurred, specifically concerning Aaliyah. The two would run into each other every morning or afternoon in the hallway, separated by a single door. As if they could naturally walk into each other's rooms if someone happened to show up, they would briefly chat. Fortunately, this didn't happen often, so they could leisurely converse. Although Asuka and Cyan could be nuisances, this was a secluded end corridor. One day, as the preliminaries drew near, Aaliyah clasped something onto Helmut's wrist. It was a bracelet with finely engraved silver patterns. It was neither thick nor heavy, but as with most ornaments, it felt somewhat cumbersome. Now he had another one to wear. What's this? A bracelet. Since you seem to wear the one I gave you before quite well, consider this a reward. Helmut stared at her intensely for a moment. Was it an illusion to feel like he was wearing two dog collars? He had never used the first bracelet she had given him to summon her. This too was a magical bracelet. He could feel a faint magical aura enveloping it. What function does this have? Aaliyah casually mentioned. Well, I've been doing some research on that. That would likely be the seed of darkness. Helmut felt as if he had become a subject of observation for Aaliyah, much like Cyan's spirit. Chapter 201, Part 2. Being a mage, Aaliyah couldn't possibly remain indifferent to the existence of a human with a seed of darkness she had never encountered before. Aaliyah had a different kind of interest in Helmut, though separate from affection. If it's interest, then so be it. Aaliyah had no intention of using him as a test subject, but she occasionally poked and prodded at him, casting unknown, harmless spells. While it was a strange feeling to be the subject of curiosity, Helmut let her be. It seemed she had achieved some results in her research. So you need to hide that, right? But if someone is particularly perceptive, they might notice under certain conditions, like those white ones. She spoke cryptically, but it was understandable. The white ones referred to the temple. The second high priest they met, Pascal, had been slower to react than the first, Dolos. Helmut suspected Pascal had not immediately noticed the dark seed within him, but sensitivity varied among the high priests. A more perceptive high priest might immediately sense the dark energy within the seed of darkness. It's because of the temple's permission that the Academy of Baden could participate in the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament. If they attend, who knows if they might observe something. That's why I thought about what we could do. Despite knowing of Pascal's disappearance, the temple had not made a fuss or pursued the matter aggressively. Aaliyah, who often met with the dean, was aware of this. Nonetheless, it was difficult to believe that they held no suspicions about the academy in Baden. The timing was too coincidental. Just visiting Baden and then encountering them on their way elsewhere. What's done is done. Aaliyah thought that Helmut must not get caught up in anything during the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament if the priests were watching. The solution wasn't simple. First and foremost, he should not manifest Vis in its usual form. The dark energy carried by Helmut's ashen Vis was unavoidable. The trace of dark energy that seeps out when using Vis. Aaliyah decided to approach the problem from a different angle. This bracelet creates a thin barrier around it to block the outburst of dark energy. Think of it as a derivative of my artifact. It won't be as effective as the magic of my artifact, which overlays illusions, but it's more natural since it's mixed with cleansing magic, making it harder to detect. A modest amount of artifact use was permitted in combat, whether in a swordsmanship contest or a martial arts tournament. It wasn't simply a matter of fighting barehanded. Participants could bring better weapons and wear better armor as long as it wasn't excessive. Thank you. Helmut grasped Aaliyah's hand eagerly. Aaliyah smiled slightly. That doesn't look like a thankful expression. Helmut's expressions were almost always unreadable. This time was no different. Is that so? After a moment's thought, Helmut reached out and pulled Aaliyah into a tight embrace. Aaliyah complied quietly. Her hair rustled softly and her body was frailer than it appeared, a natural consequence of her magic. His heart thumped pleasantly. Dark emotions like malice, despair, and murderous intent fed the seed of darkness. What about such feelings then? Helmut wondered. One thing was certain. Lately, the seed of darkness had not grown. It was quiet. He formed a hypothesis. Could the thumping of my heart and its warmth enhance my control over the seed of darkness? Whether or not the hypothesis was correct, even if nurturing the seed of darkness, Helmut did not want to push Aaliyah away. If there had been any progress in their relationship, it was that their contact had become more natural. Aaliyah, still disguised, was highly cautious of her surroundings, so timing was crucial. You inspire me. I've never before studied how to use magic for someone else, but look, I've made not one but 2 bracelets for you. Aaliyah spoke as if delighted. Sounds like affection for a test subject. That was just the way of a mage. Lifting her head while nestled in his arms, Aaliyah's eyes sparkled like stars. This weekend, there's a place I'd like us to visit. All right. Asuka had suggested something, but it hardly mattered. Helmut maintained a balance, spending half of his weekends with his friends, Asuka and Cyan. He sometimes visited the Kudrow mansion with Aaliyah, but not always. Helmut actually wanted to lose that balance. But there was still much time ahead, and Aaliyah was exceedingly careful. Dating you might get us caught off guard at any moment. One must always be vigilant about how things could turn out. Being caught in a romantic relationship might be better than being suspected of an inappropriate relationship between male students. That could place their guardians, the dean and the instructor, in difficult positions. The dean knew the truth, but Ethan Kudrow would be shocked to know Aaliyah was a girl. For that reason, Helmut was extra vigilant about their surroundings when with Aaliyah. Remember the place we went for the last assignment? Ah, yes, Lampione's dungeon. Helmut didn't say it aloud, but Aaliyah nodded. It looks like it's safe to enter now. I've been stabilizing it bit by bit each holiday. It was a complete mess, but it's been cleaned up now. You had a stake in it too, didn't you? Is there treasure? I don't know, we'll find out when we go in. Chapter 202, Part 1. The dungeon was a culmination of all that Lampione had amassed throughout his life. It held not only his magical legacy, but also his vast wealth. In fact, it was his wealth that drew other mages to seek out his dungeon. A dungeon would be a place undisturbed by anyone else. Helmut felt drawn to that idea. He and Aaliyah were too conspicuous, making it hard to avoid attention. In comparison, this place seemed safer. It seemed rumors had spread about them wandering the streets during their assignment period. The dormitory rooms were suitable places too, but the problem was Aaliyah's reputation for being prickly and exclusive in personality. No matter how close they were, it looked odd to others for Aaliyah to always have Helmut in her room and vice versa. This is difficult. Had he ever expected to agonize over finding a suitable date spot? While he couldn't stop Asuka and Cyan from complaining about his exclusive time with Aaliyah, at least the issue of location was resolved. Isn't it dangerous? Maybe, but there might be some stubborn ones there. Aaliyah shrugged lightly. They had taken control of the space, but Lampione's golems remained inside the dungeon. Whether they would readily accept a new master was uncertain. Helmut somewhat regarded this as cleaning up after their last dungeon venture. This exploration might not be peaceful. Since the direction also allowed for sword training, it didn't really matter to him. Helmut nodded. All right. Cyan had been harboring suspicions lately. He considered himself quicker and wittier than others, a sentiment Asuka couldn't deny. There's something odd about those two. Helmut and Aaliyah had grown noticeably closer recently. They were often seen whispering together as if plotting something. Most of all, their eyes changed when they looked at each other. That subtle current between them. Something must have happened during the assignment. He knew there was an understanding between them that others weren't privy to. They had known each other even before enrolling at the academy. Both Helmut and Aaliyah were reserved about their personal lives. Many had tried to dig into Aaliyah's past due to her fame, but none had succeeded. A suspicion grew within Cyan. Could it be Aaliyah? No, that's ridiculous. What is? His oblivious friend Asuka asked curiously. Cyan dismissed it with a smile. Yeah, how could that be possible here at Greta Academy? Someday he would be able to confirm his suspicions. There was no need to rush. When the weekend finally arrived, Helmut and Aaliyah promptly headed to the dungeon in the forest near Baden. After teleporting to a secluded location, Aaliyah drew a dense and intricate magic circle on the ground. I'm summoning the dungeon entrance here. You can access specific areas by embedding markers or creating permanent entrances, but I've cut off all entrances so no one can get in. This is the only way in. Can anyone summon it if they know how to draw the circle? Helmut watched the magic circle with interest. He could memorize its form without missing a detail. He could redraw it any time. A magic circle operates by being infused with magical power. So if one draws the circle and infuses it with power, the entrance should open, right? However, Aaliyah shook her head. I told you this dungeon is bound to me. So the magic's properties must also match. Before entering the dungeon, Aaliyah spoke softly to Helmut. I have a favor to ask. As Helmut looked at her silently, Aaliyah quickly stated her request. Whatever happens inside, please try to avoid damaging anything. While dungeon damage can be repaired, the items inside, like the furniture attached to a house, cannot. Each item is a product of Lampioni's research. It was now Aaliyah's property. Though it might resist her slightly as if reluctant to become her property, she had to restrain it without destroying it. Lampioni's sophisticated golems were as much a product of high magic as Hike's artifacts. Aaliyah smiled, excited about re-entering the dungeon. I'll take good care of your legacy, Lampioni. Whether Lampioni had tried to take her body or not, Aaliyah bore no ill will towards him. She knew there could be challenges. Now that she had the dungeon, her expectations were high. She planned to make good use of it. Be careful, Helmut nodded. It sounded like he was being told to fight with restrictions, but it would be interesting. Chapter 202 Part 2. This was a real test. After fighting with full force against the temple, he had progressed in his achievements. Fighting under intense pressure and guarding against sacred magic, Helmut had exhausted his physical and mental strength, which had advanced his skills. Battles that risked one's life were good ways to improve one's skills. I'm opening the door now. As soon as Aaliyah declared it, she infused the magic circle with power. A bright light traced an oval line over the glowing magic circle. It was a door large enough for one person to enter. Through it, a glimpse of the dungeon's scenery could be seen, the place that had nearly become their grave. Aaliyah stepped through first. Her body passed through the passage with the light. Helmut followed closely behind. Moments later, they were fully inside the dungeon. The door closed behind them. Helmut looked around and spoke. It looks different from last time. I reconstructed it in my own style. Aaliyah shrugged. Unlike the previous dungeon, which had been a series of empty rooms, the interior was now decorated like a noble's mansion. Luxurious green wallpaper with prominent golden patterns caught the eye. A fireplace with crackling flames for some reason. Antique furniture and the layout of the interior gave it a cozy, charming mansion feel. I designed it thinking of my workshop. Lampioni's space had some unique magic that almost perfectly realized whatever I envisioned. I don't need to buy anything specific, I just need to think concretely. You must feel like a god here, being able to shape space at will. Not quite. Shaping space takes a lot of magic, and creating something from nothing even more so. The dungeon is fundamentally made of magic. Manifesting non-material into material is godlike in the real world, and even in a dungeon, it's incredibly difficult. Her tone wasn't boastful. She wasn't bragging, but her words implied something significant, that it was possible because Aaliyah was that skilled a mage on her way to becoming an archmage. Most mages couldn't even dream of becoming an archmage. While swordsmanship required talent, magic had an absolute boundary that couldn't be reached by effort alone. Exceptional intellect, the talent to handle magic in the right environment, all were necessary. Helmut had recognized Aaliyah's power as a powerful mage the moment he first saw her. That's why he had not made her an enemy. They had become close under the guise of tutoring. There was no calculation in it. But perhaps it was instinct. However, what was certain was that dating Aaliyah was not due to any event or confrontation. If Aaliyah became an enemy, Helmut would suffer a fatal blow. He had never exposed such a vulnerability to anyone before. Could you create a training ground for me? Helmut asked abruptly. Aaliyah laughed. Planning to come often, huh? A training ground. It would be better than a cafe. You could read and I could train instead of reading. A hint of dissatisfaction could be felt in Helmut's words. Aaliyah placed her hands on her hips, lecturing in a strict manner that was quite endearing. Reading nourishes the mind. Books are treasure troves of knowledge. I thought you had developed a liking for reading. It seemed it was planned. Even when they shared a room, Aaliyah had retained her tutor-like demeanor, always checking if Helmut was studying diligently. She often recommended books that would be helpful for his classes. Regardless, Helmut diligently read the books she suggested. It wasn't enjoyable at all. Mystery novels are fun, but they're pointless. Helmut was a pragmatist. The mentality of securing victory in the most efficient way was something he learned from Darien. Having lived through harsh routines in the forest of roots, he found enjoyable books a waste of time that didn't really help. I want to train, but you are strong. My enemies are strong too, Helmut answered firmly. He had dealt with 2 high priests. Doesn't that mean he no longer needs to fear the temple, Helmut thought. But the knights he had faced were not the temple's elite forces, just a group escorting a high priest to Baden. Moreover, the enemy hadn't known his identity. Helmut had fought in the forest, a battlefield favorable for fighting many with few. All these factors had aided him. Aaliyah, too, had thwarted a potentially fatal strike against him. If the high priest had succeeded in casting purification magic, Helmut would have been at least incapacitated. If they had known my identity, they wouldn't have fought that way. He had never faced a prepared temple. The temple's knights were said to be as powerful as the Palma knights. Someday, Helmut would have to prepare for when his identity is revealed. It wasn't time to be complacent with just this level of achievement. Aaliyah isn't letting her guard down about possibly being discovered as a woman in disguise at the academy either. It was similar to that. It wasn't the time to be comfortable with the current situation. Aaliyah seemed to understand this as she nodded. I'll consider the training ground. The space needs to be large enough and it must withstand Vis. If possible, I'll make it conducive to Vis training. Aaliyah pondered for a moment, then asked, Shall I let you open the entrance? No, that might be risky, maybe when I'm present. There are still many parts of this dungeon I don't fully understand. Aaliyah slowly walked towards the fireplace. As she placed her hand on a spot, the fireplace naturally slid to one side. Grrr. A secret passage quickly formed behind the fireplace. It was a mystical hidden passage. Though somewhat unnecessary within an inaccessible dungeon, it seemed to suit Aaliyah's tastes. Aaliyah gestured to Helmut. Let's go, Chapter 203 Part 1. The only space materialized according to Aaliyah's will was the first one alone. From there on, empty rooms unfolded. Spaces that felt desolate like ruins partially collapsed. Aaliyah had mentioned that even constructing the entrance consumed a great deal of magical power. Helmut tilted his head. This dungeon isn't it quite large? Right, so it will take time to refine the whole thing. It's going to be a big project. Is my training ground feasible then? If it's just about creating a stable, wide open space, we can work it out here. It should be fine for training with Vis. However, in terms of efficiency, it might not match the Academy's training grounds. Building your official training ground will be a new challenge. How will you cover the magic power needed? Lampione did not construct this dungeon overnight. Even though ascending to the level of an archmage smooths out the flow of magical power, this dungeon wasn't made in a day. It would take the combined magical power of all the students in Greta Academy's magic department to bring it to its proper form. Helmut felt the same. Just as a good home requires a lot of work, so does a dungeon. Lampione's dungeon had a revolutionary structure that was incredibly efficient in terms of magical power consumption. This dungeon itself is a creation of Lampione. I don't know the method, so it took time even to construct the entrance, but I'm researching it. It will take some time, but it's worth researching. Aaliyah spoke with a face full of motivation. Lately, Aaliyah had been especially vibrant. As soon as she entered the dungeon, she stripped away her magic and returned to her original form. It was a welcome change for Helmut. Aaliyah looked like a girl rather than the cold, haughty second-year top student of Greta Academy's magic department. Helmut didn't place high odds that it was because of him. He was still unsure about that part. But as I mentioned before, there are things to do first. Aaliyah pointed ahead with the tip of her finger. Magical energy could be felt from all directions. What looked like random stones placed far ahead. Upon closer inspection, they were golems. They seemed familiar. The ones Helmut had slashed were now inexplicably intact and lying dormant, cores shattered yet still alive, which was surprising. The cores implanted in them don't lose life force until completely shattered. If time passes while rooted in the dungeon, they automatically restore themselves. They're as tenacious as weeds. That's why the golems remain closer to their original forms too. Lampione's golems had attack capabilities and physical recovery similar to magical beasts. Moreover, they absolutely obeyed their master. Although their intelligence is unclear, they were formidable forces in themselves. Helmut realized they would be useful militarily, perhaps the culmination of Lampione's lifelong research. If Lampione had a bit more time, he might well have created an army. It doesn't suit a mage's nature, but if he had, he might have conquered the world. If this were known, every nation would have coveted Lampione's legacy. Fortunately, it remained unknown. As you know, I was the first to discover Lampione's dungeon, and mass-producing these golems would be difficult. The materials are very expensive and each requires a lot of work. For research like that, it would have drawn attention. Why didn't it become known? Lampione thoroughly hid his golem research. He didn't want his magical achievements being used for destruction or war. In that sense, he was close to being unambitious. He was just a scholar. His first and last malevolent decision was to take over a successor's body. Even that, due to his unfamiliarity with malevolent acts, was inadequately executed and ended in a resounding failure. Nevertheless, Lampione's honor would be preserved. Fortunately, those who could divulge the fact had secured his legacy. Helmut stepped towards the cluster of golems. They were originally arranged in each room, but now they were simply scattered around the open field. Apparently, Lampione had a taste for the grotesque. As their forms were oddly unappealing, some had a strange shape like centipedes. Can their form be changed? Yeah, but before that we should disable them in combat first to examine them. Just don't smash them too harshly. From what she was saying, dealing with the golems seemed entirely Helmut's responsibility, just enough to shatter them. As Helmut approached, the golem's eyes lit up one by one with an automatic attack command. Helmut drew his sword from his waist. A thin veil of gray vis appeared over the blade. The golems were too solid to be cut without it. Finally, some real action. There was no need for Aaliyah to fight alongside him. The golems were threatening enough for ordinary people. They possessed power no less than actual demonic beasts, and their metallic or stone skin was harder than a beast's. Having faced them once before, he was fully familiar with their patterns. I need to aim for the core to disable their functions. I just have to do it like last time. It seemed possible to recover as long as the core wasn't completely split in half. Whack! The golem sprung from the ground and charged at him like a missile. This time there were no limits or constraints. Helmut extended his vis-charged sword and effortlessly shattered the golem. Crunch, crack. Pieces fell to the ground in a heap. In less than 20 minutes, Helmut could defeat every golem he visually confirmed. Chapter 203 Part 2. Only after confirming their immobility did Aaliyah approach. With a curious gaze, she examined the shattered golems. From the magic power she was raising, it seemed she was changing their allegiances. Helmut asked, "If they're rooted in the dungeon, why don't they obey you as the dungeon's master? These ones were made to be operated outside the dungeon. Their individual existences separate from the dungeon. I have to change the allegiance of each one." Aaliyah added admiringly as she examined the golem, "I knew Lampione was a genius, but I didn't realize he had done so much research on golems. It's impressive. If I had lived in his era, I might have felt inferior to him." Helmut thought differently. "Lampione might have felt inferior to you." "You think so?" As Aaliyah walked towards the golems, she changed the subject. "You too. Listening to your story, my own challenging life seemed peaceful by comparison. You're the first human to have left the Forest of Roots. I couldn't have done what you did. I probably would have died the moment I entered the forest." "Luck played a part." "Luck? You mean them?" "Yes, my master and Alaga." It felt awkward to refer to Alaga as a parent. Helmut had human parents, and Alaga had not taken him in and raised him as a parent would. It was more about securing food than nurturing or raising him. Alaga was just Alaga. If Helmut missed anything, it was likely Alaga's warm body and soft fur. It was exceptionally comforting to cling to that in cold weather. Aaliyah opened her mouth with a serene expression. "When you have time, won't you tell me more about them? How you grew up in the Forest of Roots, what life was like there?" "We can talk about that here." Somehow, Aaliyah had not broached the subject of the Forest of Roots before. Choosing the right place for such topics was important, as they were not to be mentioned casually. They were both curious about each other's stories, and it seemed Helmut had more stories to tell given the many incidents in his life. Helmut nodded. "First, let's check the legacy, then slowly." From afar, at the edge of the clearing, a small hole appeared. Just large enough for one person to bend down and step through. It was blocked by a golem, almost like a gatekeeper, which is why it had gone unnoticed. "All right," Aaliyah readily agreed. The hole didn't lead directly to a treasure vault. Inside was an intricately tangled maze. The paths branched off complexly, some sloped or narrow. Sometimes they circled back to the original spot. There was no particular danger, but the two wandered the dungeon for a long time. Helmut had to pull Aaliyah back from the sloped paths several times. Aaliyah explained as if to make excuses. "The different parts of this axe space have become jumbled and chaotic. I still can't control this aspect of it." "Does this lead all the way to Lampione's legacy?" "Yes, when I took over the dungeon, my strongest desire was to connect the path to Lampione's legacy. Magic is the power to realize will and desire. The dungeon had made a path, just that it was not easy, perhaps reflecting even the former owner's will. But soon they reached the end. Over here, there's a door. Emerging from the narrow cave path, a massive door appeared before them. The entrance was adorned with intricate magical patterns, clearly no ordinary door. There was no handle. Perhaps it could be pushed open from the side or inside. Without much thought, Helmut reached out to try opening the door. At that moment, crackle, a spark flew. Helmut raised his fist to block the current and raised an eyebrow. I guess you'll have to do it. There's a defensive spell placed on it. Lampione must have layered numerous spells here. This must be the place. Aaliyah clapped, and as soon as her hand touched it instead of Helmut's, the door opened. Aaliyah quickly stepped inside. The musty smell of old books wafted out. A vast library with shelves filled to the ceiling appeared before them. The scale was such that it required a ladder to reach the books, about 10 times a person's height. Excitement flickered in the eyes of Aaliyah, a bookworm at the overwhelming sight. Lampione's library. As expected, Lampione built this as the most secure place in the dungeon. It's preserved in near-perfect condition with minimal damage. Look at those ancient tomes. There are rarer books here than most academies have. Almost half are magic books. There are so many I haven't read. However, musty books were not important to Helmut. He looked at the library crammed full of books like it was an obstruction he wanted to burn down. So where exactly is the treasure hidden? That was what mattered to Helmut. It was well concealed. It's somewhere inside. There must be a path leading on. Mages connect libraries with their laboratories and storerooms. But at first glance, the inside of the library seemed to stretch endlessly with only bookshelves. An enclosed space filled solely with books. Aaliyah scanned the bookshelves and noticed one book with an unusually shiny spine. This must be one of Lampione's works. Maybe this is it. The moment she pressed on the book's spine, a change occurred. Chapter 204, Part 1. It was an astonishing treasure trove, as if they had discovered the legendary treasure island. Helmut raised his gaze upwards. I've heard mages are wealthy, but this was far beyond mere wealth. Would even an emperor of an empire possess such a treasure vault? Lampione may have been richer than the king of an entire nation. Helmut, who had remained composed even when receiving Darien's inheritance, was awestruck. But truly, it was a sight to make one's eyes go wide. Aaliyah's eyes had also grown large, undoubtedly feeling similar. A mountain of gold coins piled nearly to the ceiling. If it collapsed, it could easily bury someone. Unlike the neatly organized library, the gold and jewels were haphazardly stacked without care. The most precious gems were set aside, with rudimentary preservation magic cast upon them, but they did not seem to be properly managed. Nevertheless, the treasures, untouched by the passing of time, sparkled brightly enough to dazzle the eyes. Except for matters related to magic, Lampione seemed to have no interest whatsoever, as this scene clearly demonstrated. Aaliyah murmured, "It's incredible, he hoarded nearly as much as Hike." Helmut flinched. That meant even Aaliyah's mentor had this much wealth. Aaliyah would inherit it, although it wasn't hers yet. Helmut estimated his own share. Even half of this would be immense. You can take more, but moving it all at once would attract attention. Let's just take what we need for now. Aaliyah would not simply take the money for herself. For her, like Lampione, wealth was a means to an end, a means to acquire materials for magical experiments. For a highly skilled mage, it was only a matter of time before they could amass fortunes. Helmut decided to fill the subspace pocket from the clothes he took from Talon with as many gold coins and gems as he could for now. It was an extravagant reward compared to his past labors. Dungeon exploration is far more efficient than mercenary work. All it took was smashing a few golems, an easy task, so easy that if there were other Archmage's dungeons, he would want to raid them again. But such things wouldn't be ownerless. A mage of that caliber would have disciples to inherit his legacy. Aaliyah also took some gold coins. This should buy many mana stones. It'll be a great help in restructuring the dungeon. And it might speed up the construction of your training ground. But where are the grimoires? Aaliyah wasn't concerned about that. Leaving Helmut behind, she walked deeper into the treasure vault. With her keen eye, she spotted a small symbol carved on the wall beyond the mountain of gold. Over here. When she imbued it with magic, the wall slid open, creating an entrance. Aaliyah stepped inside. It was another subspace, similar to a library but empty, except for a few grimoires placed high on a pedestal at the center. The area around it was enveloped in layers of strong magic. Preservation and protection spells far more robust than those outside. It was clear what Lampione valued more. Can't approach it without dispelling the magic first. Aaliyah spent some time successfully undoing Lampione's spells. The delay was partly because she was excited. How long had she waited for this day? Almost there, soon, Aaliyah's hand touched one of Lampione's grimoires. The magic essence Lampione had left behind recorded in a thick, large leather book. Joy shimmered in Aaliyah's eyes. Helmut silently watched her rapidly reading through the grimoire. The moment a wish is fulfilled, one feels reborn. Just like when Helmut first stepped out of the forest of roots into the human world. Soon, Aaliyah turned around to share her joy, her face blossoming with a smile. She was radiant as if glowing. It was the first time he had seen her so happy. "We did it, look at this." "Yes," Helmut nodded. He felt satisfaction from Aaliyah's reaction. "Not I but we." The divide that had separated them was gradually dissolving into one. That bond gave Helmut a sense of belonging he had never experienced before. The change in his relationship with Aaliyah made him feel many things, emotions he had never experienced before, as if he had entered a new world. This must be a good thing, even if he needed to steady himself from becoming too relaxed. Holding Aaliyah's hand had been the right choice. Helmut felt it anew. After an hour, both were ready to leave the dungeon. Aaliyah put her bracelet back on. "Shall we go?" They had obtained everything they aimed for. They would likely visit this place on holidays. They left the dungeon feeling satisfied. However, something was secretly following them. It was a small and faint presence, not enough to be considered a threat. It moved stealthily in the darkness. The darkness was its domain, and it could follow them without being noticed if it wished. It was confident in that. But the moment Aaliyah opened the dungeon exit, the entrance was flooded with light. Chapter 204, Part 2. The creature quickly threw itself into the light. If it didn't follow quickly, even it might get trapped in the dungeon. While entering the dungeon had allowed it to blend in with the dungeon's energy, making its presence undetectable, it was a different story when exiting. "What's that? There's something there." Aaliyah turned around, and Helmut swung his sword toward the creature that had followed them out. The creature, shocked, darted into the shadow of a tree. It tried to move along the shadow but was quickly bound by a powerful spell. It was a spatial lock. Peeking out from the tree shadow, the creature appeared as an indistinct mass enveloped in black mist. Approaching with his sword drawn, Helmut frowned. He immediately recognized what it was. "This is a spirit of darkness, one that lived in the dungeon, or perhaps, if Lampine's collection didn't include a spirit, then its master must only be the person they knew." Then a scream-like shout came from afar. "Whoa, stop, it's my spirit!" A silhouette suddenly burst out, yelling like a scream with a flustered expression. "Cyan!" The atmosphere froze. Cyan quickly approached and pulled the spirit of darkness out from the tree's shadow. After securing his spirit, Cyan scratched the back of his head, an awkward smile spreading across his face. Helmut asked coldly, "Why are you here?" "Haha, that could happen. Why are you looking at me like I'm something to eat? You two have been sticking together so much lately, I was curious about what you do on weekends." He conveniently left out that he had been watching them out of suspicion. Luckily, his suspicions were unfounded. They've been doing that together. They had been having such fun together, how could they be so sneaky? He had been watching through the dark spirit but regretted not being able to join them. The looks from Helmut and Aaliyah were cold. What had he found out? What did he know? They had to make him spill it all. There were secrets Cyan could know and secrets he mustn't know. They might have to silence him by any means necessary if needed. Aaliyah whispered to Helmut, "Spirit mages share the spirit's sight and thoughts, so memories can't be erased." Killing to silence him was the only way. Cyan, sharing senses with the spirit, heard those words too. "Hey Aaliyah, what do you mean by erasing memories? That's so sinister." "Hey Helmut, why are you nodding? You do that to a friend." "How did you two pass the Academy's ethics exams?" "Ethics exams are just exams in the end." Aaliyah cut in coldly. If Helmut was conflicted about what to do, Aaliyah was ruthless. They had to manage Cyan somehow. While Helmut could go as far as murder, Aaliyah was more hesitant. They weren't too close, but Cyan was a fellow student at the Academy. Killing him was a hesitant option for her, and Helmut likely felt the same. "So he's curious enough to follow us this far, pretty bold." Tracking through a spirit was hard to detect. That's why spirit mages were treated specially, but he had gone too far this time. Helmut rested his hand on his sword. His jet black eyes exuded pressure by just looking, but exuded more threat when he revealed killing intent. "Tell me what you found out." There were things Cyan could know and couldn't. The paled Cyan confessed readily. "Aaliyah inherited Lampine's legacy. I heard the professors talking about it. Recently, Lampine's dungeon was raided and someone inherited the Archmage's legacy." "I didn't know it was you, Aaliyah," Cyan shrugged. "I just found out today. Let me say though I couldn't see much. The connection gets hazy entering that subspace. Sharing sight with my spirit was blurred and vague. This one just watched from afar. All I know is the inside seems like a dungeon with lots of shiny stuff." "Is that true?" Helmut asked, not really addressing Cyan. Aaliyah nodded. "Yes, when spaces separate, the binding weakens too." Aaliyah had been experimenting with Cyan's spirit for the first semester. Mainly experiments about spirits and spirit mages, to find out the limits of their abilities. Cyan, as if surrendering, raised his hands. Hey, don't do that. I keep secrets. I'll keep my mouth shut, so don't worry. Just meet one condition of mine. I can even take a mage's oath here. Swear first, we'll hear the condition afterward." Helmut laid down a ruthlessly unfair condition. Cyan was quick on the uptake. Though pouting, he realized he had to comply in this situation, so he obediently recited the mage's oath to keep Lampine's inherited legacy secret. His condition was this. Grinning, Cyan said, "Let me come check out the inside next time. It's the dungeon of an archmage after all. It'd be great if you shared the inheritance too, but I don't think you will." Cyan was also a mage. He couldn't help being curious about Lampine's dungeon. I'll consider it. You'd better watch your mouth. You wouldn't want to be the first experimented on by Lampione's magic. Aaliyah threw a deadly warning. Cyan shrugged. Got it? Chapter 205, Part 1. Although they had been discovered by a troublesome person, there was a silver lining. Thanks to Cyan, both of them gained a heightened sense of vigilance. Just as Cyan had secretly followed them, someone else might do the same. Helmut and Aaliyah had to acknowledge that the people around them were more capable than they had thought. No matter how well they hid, there were those who could infiltrate in unexpected ways. Fortunately, Cyan only knew that Aaliyah had obtained Lampione's dungeon. He was unaware of any other facts, not even that Aaliyah was a girl. The weak vision shared by the dark spirit made it difficult to notice the subtle changes in Aaliyah. At 15, Aaliyah did not yet exhibit distinctly feminine features. Helmut was left feeling uneasy. For now, it's been overlooked. Cyan was quick-witted. Upon entering the dungeon, he immediately realized that Aaliyah had acquired Lampione's legacy. Given a few more clues, he might uncover even more. His imagination was indeed rich. Helmut and Aaliyah still had many secrets. That Aaliyah was a girl, that Helmut was Darien's disciple, that Helmut possessed the seed of darkness, and more. Given the situation, it wasn't as if Helmut felt a great friendship towards Cyan to share everything. Telling the truth to Aaliyah alone was more than enough. I need to be more careful. The oath of a mage is inescapable, even for a spirit mage. There was no reason for Cyan to risk a penalty and divulge anything about Lampione's dungeon. He was someone who cherished himself immensely. Helmut, just in case, cautioned Cyan to keep their secret. Thus, their secret for two became a secret for three, excluding one. Luckily, Cyan completely dispelled any suspicions that Aaliyah was a girl. It was a prejudice. The cold and rigid Aaliyah could never be a girl, he thought. I might look more feminine in disguise than Aaliyah. Realizing the secret, Cyan nodded to himself. So they've been huddled together over this. No wonder they're always stuck together. Having breached Lampione's dungeon, there must have been much to talk about. Though Cyan thought it would have been helpful if they included him and Asuka, he had to admit there was no reason to share Lampione's legacy with them. He wasn't resentful, just regretful. Most of all, the problem was Asuka, not himself. Cyan couldn't trust Asuka's mouth either. There had been no chance to test whether Asuka was tight-lipped and that guy was mindless. If someone were to interrogate him, he would spill everything easily. Well, Asuka doesn't have anyone to tell anyway. At most, he would tell his mother. Asuka had his secrets too. Cyan reconsidered his assessment of Asuka. Strangely, Asuka was tight-lipped about such matters. No matter how much Cyan tried to coax him or get him drunk to extract information, Asuka wouldn't budge an inch. All he learned was that Asuka seemed to have a bad relationship with his father. Still, there can't be a heavier secret than Lampione's dungeon. He eventually decided to give up uncovering the truth for now, thinking he would find out someday. Anyway, he firmly resolved to sneak into the dungeon and see it for himself. Sneaking in was his forte. Thus, the dungeon of the two showed an ominous sign from the start. As the holidays passed, the dungeon gradually took shape. Aaliyah, who had stocked up on mana stones, immediately started working on it. An antique tea room reflecting Aaliyah's tastes appeared, and a marble dining table was set. Various rare teas adorned a display cabinet. Then Aaliyah's personal library was established. Separate from the grand library, it was a cozy space designed for concentration. Helmut had to admit that his training ground was being pushed into the background more and more. Though Aaliyah said it was necessary to create a training ground, it seemed like the next steps were already planned. Aaliyah advised him, "You know, you have the qualifiers coming up soon." It was as if she was asking if he had time to worry about the dungeon. "The qualifiers, right," Helmut answered nonchalantly. Now that he thought about it, it was a significant event, but his attention had been completely absorbed by the dungeon. Or was it just the dungeon? Time flew by when he was with Aaliyah. Maybe I've been practicing Darien's swordsmanship too much lately. I should practice the common swordsmanship techniques too. Given the public nature of the tournament, appearing naturally skilled required some proficiency. Helmut decided to head to the training ground as soon as the holiday was over. In fact, unless there was something special like a mercenary request, he trained every day without fail. I did beat up that golem, but that's not enough. He had only swung his sword briefly while dealing with the golem. It wasn't much of a warm-up. That golem, since there wasn't much opportunity for actual combat here, seemed like it could be useful. However, it took time for the golem to recover. Although Aaliyah could heal it or use mana stones to speed up its recovery, it wasn't something she could always do. The tournament location will be announced soon. It was a trip. Traveling always meant something tumultuous for Helmut. Almost always, some incident occurred. It couldn't possibly be in Basser. If the location turned out to be there, he might have to forfeit. Even though he was in disguise, his presence was too well known in the martial arts community. But lately, with the complex political situation in Basel, the possibility of it being chosen was low. Besides, the Basal people were rough and there wasn't even a decent swordsmanship academy there. A trip to a new place. Chapter 205 Part 2. The human world was vast, and for Helmut, who had been confined in the forest of roots, every destination was always new. The word travel sometimes made him feel truly alive. Early in the morning, Helmut encountered two people in front of the dormitory. These two were Asuka and Cyan, excluding Aaliyah. He had only briefly greeted Aaliyah. Normally, they would have met early and talked at length, but Aaliyah had stayed up late absorbed in modifying the dungeon and had woken up late. "Hey Helmut, aren't you going out too much? The qualifiers are coming up soon." Asuka crossed his arms and asked. He sniffed something suspicious, the so-called smell of secrets. Helmut, Aaliyah, and even Cyan began to sense the subtle shifts among them. "Are you guys up to something without me?" Cyan calmly shook his head. "No, why would we be? More importantly, how's your preparation for the qualifiers? Are you confident?" "Confident, of course. I am." His voice trailed off to barely a whisper. Asuka glanced at Helmut. Lately, Asuka had been particularly immersed in training, but Helmut seemed more relaxed. Seeing him gallivanting around during the holiday, one would think so. But to him, Helmut felt like a massive mountain. A person could crumble. Could such a giant mountain like Helmut really be toppled? "Whether it works or not, I have to try." Asuka gritted his teeth. Indeed, he was not one to give up. That was one aspect Helmut admired about him, his tenacity. Thus, Asuka's mind was completely focused on the qualifiers. Cyan quickly succeeded in changing the topic and added the news he had learned. "They're announcing the location of the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament on the bulletin board at noon today. Aren't you excited to find out where it will be?" Asuka asked, his voice teasing. "And you're not even from the swordsmanship department. Where do you pick up such news?" "I just happened to run into instructor Ethan Kudrow on the street and asked him." Having visited Kudrow Mansion several times with Helmut, Cyan had become quite friendly with instructor Ethan. His naturally sociable personality made it easy to build a rapport with the stern and dignified Ethan. Of all Helmut's friends, Cyan was the most normal and the easiest for Ethan to get along with. Helmut felt relieved to have such a friend. Asuka, of course, but Ethan too seemed a bit wary of Aaliyah. Aaliyah had a certain princess-like quality, making it difficult for others to feel comfortable around her. He said to make sure you prepare well for the qualifiers and to visit Kudrow Mansion next weekend. Helmut had not visited Kudrow Mansion this holiday because he was with Aaliyah in the dungeon. Ethan was subtly keen on having regular conversations with Helmut. It was too obvious to call him out at the academy, so he suggested meeting at the mansion instead. Ethan Kudrow was a good instructor. "Ah, got it," Helmut nodded. As usual, the morning hours passed. Basic training was always helpful. It not only loosened the body but also improved skills. In swordsmanship, training is like firewood. You must continuously feed the fire to keep it blazing. Neglect to add firewood even a little and the flames will die down. At noon, Helmut and Asuka headed to the bulletin board side by side. As soon as class ended, a few curious ones had already rushed outside to the bulletin board. They were eager to be the first to see the notice. "We'll find out soon anyway." Asuka clicked his tongue in annoyance. Helmut and Asuka slowly reached the bulletin board. Without even needing to look at the board, they learned where the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament would be held. The students from the swordsmanship department gathered around the board were already buzzing about it. The comprehensive swordsmanship tournament was to be held in the capital of the Princedom of Renosa, Britcha. It was a name that sounded unfamiliar. Helmut recalled his memory of studying history. The Princedom of Renosa was a nation in the eastern part of the Deus Empire, ruled by the Grand Duke of Renosa, a descendant of the imperial family of the empire. Although not fully subjugated to the empire, it was significantly influenced and engaged in exchanges with it. Renosa boasted a strong order of knights and was very wealthy. The Grand Duke of Renosa, due to his lineage, could potentially aspire to the imperial throne, so the empire either kept Renosa in check or sought to foster close relations with them. The people of the Grand Ducal family of Renosa received treatment in the empire akin to that of imperial royalty. The Grand Duke not only participated in the noble assembly of the empire, but also exercised powers as a royal. Everyone chattered excitedly, united in their enthusiasm. Isn't the Princedom of Renosa known for its beautiful landscapes? And it's also a very wealthy country. They'll treat the participants extremely well. I've heard there are many beautiful women there. Lucky you, Helmut. Someone who had spotted Helmut pointed him out and shouted. Asuka's face twitched, but even he couldn't deny that Helmut was the favorite to win. Chapter 206 Part 1. How do you feel, Helmut? Are you confident? The qualifiers shouldn't be a problem for you, Asuka said, looking dissatisfied as he stepped away. Helmut replied lightly, "If I participate, I have to win." He was slightly hesitant about entering the competition, even though Aaliyah was encouraging him. There was the risk of attracting the temple's attention, and Cyan's antics had made him wary, though Cyan himself seemed unconcerned. Applause erupted around him. As expected of Helmut, that's how a second-year top student in the swordsmanship department should act. Crush them all, the second-year swordsmanship students continued their excited conversation. If a second-year wins the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament, it'll be incredible, right? Of course, it'll be amazing. Our year will be on top. The winner will be the best not just in our academy but among all the academies. Obviously, it's an official acknowledgement. It'll be so thrilling. Undoubtedly, each academy would carefully select only the best to participate for the sake of honor. In such a competition, hiding one's skills or holding back was unthinkable. Those confirmed to participate sharpened their skills to stand out. Proving one's ability in front of everyone was what being a swordsman was all about. The swordsmanship students were eager to attend the competition for that reason. Helmut, who had gathered information about Reynosa in a short time, listened intently. The conversation continued. Hey, if you win the swordsmanship tournament, by the time you graduate, everyone will line up for you. This time the scale has grown, so it seems like everyone is paying attention. Could Reynosa be interested too? Reynosa is known for treating knights well. There are some students from the Principality of Reynosa at our academy too, right? I heard from the instructors that students from Reynosa generally have the highest grades. I heard that too across all departments. I heard a rumor that the Grand Duchess of Reynosa is attending an academy here in Baden. Really? If she's royalty from Reynosa, she must be very beautiful. I heard from someone from Reynosa who she is, but I promised to keep it a secret, Wesley boasted teasingly, and was immediately met with jeers from those around him. You idiot, then why mention it at all? So is she beautiful? That's the important thing. Well, is she or isn't she? Do I know or not? Wesley smiled slyly, the kind of smile that made you want to hit him. The atmosphere around him turned hostile. Soon, retribution typical of the swordsmanship department ensued. There was no way to avoid it with so many against him. Wesley soon found himself being choked and screaming with no one stopping it. Helmut watched the scene indifferently, but one person suddenly came to his mind. Could it be? Helmut shook his head. Things wouldn't go that smoothly. Another person crossed Helmut's mind. Michael, the boy he met in Basser. He said he was from the Empire. To get to the Principality of Reynosa, you had to pass through the Empire. Could he run into him? Michael, who couldn't stand the heat, came all the way to Basser to watch the tournament and recruit talent. He might be interested in the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament. If he wasn't bedridden after returning from Basser, it wouldn't be strange for him to show up, even though he wasn't attending the academy. Will he recognize me? The disguise was off. He wouldn't be acting as Hyde for a while. Hyde, with his blonde hair and blue eyes, had a different impression from Helmut. Helmut's black hair and black eyes were much more intimidating. But Helmut was willing to bet that Michael would recognize him. Maybe not all his fortune, but a significant part of it. Michael was an exceptionally perceptive and intelligent boy, even more so than Cyan. And he was a unique type that Helmut remembered vividly. Michael, although there were some things that bothered him, it wasn't a bad feeling. Michael's offer to make Helmut his own was still in question, but Michael had promised another meeting. Helmut felt it wouldn't be a distant future. Anyway, the qualifiers were just around the corner. Chapter 206, Part 2. The next day, Helmut was leaving the training ground when he happened to run into Charlotte. Hello, she was drenched in sweat, probably just finishing her training. Unlike a lady of noble status, she was dressed plainly. Charlotte had been putting more effort into her training than other students recently. Her desire to participate in the selection was stronger than anyone else's. She had taken the top spot among the first-year swordsmanship students, but the gap with the runner-up wasn't significant. She needed to keep improving to maintain her position. Is your training going well? Helmut asked. Charlotte flinched and looked at him. Helmut wasn't the type to ask about someone's well-being. He was more indifferent than just taciturn. Charlotte's assessment was accurate. However, to Helmut, Charlotte held a special meaning, not in the same way as Aaliyah but still significant. That's why he noticed her. I'm working hard. I want to pass the qualifiers too. I see. Helmut nodded and passed by her. He had nothing more to say. Just then Charlotte called him senior. Helmut slowly turned around. Charlotte's eyes were serious. I thought I should tell you since you'll find out anyway. Helmut looked at her curiously. Hesitant at first, Charlotte soon spoke with a determined expression. The person you mentioned before, that person is also in Reynosa. If you go to Reynosa as a representative of Greta Academy, you'll have a chance to meet them. A sudden shock surged through his mind. His body felt frozen. It took Helmut a moment to respond. I'm from Reynosa too. I want to go to Reynosa by passing the qualifiers. Charlotte trailed off, looking down at her hands. The swordsmanship tournament would continue until the start of the vacation. If she was going to Reynosa anyway, it would be better to go as a representative of Greta Academy rather than just as a spectator. Charlotte's enthusiasm was understandable. More importantly, she had someone she wanted to show her achievements to. To meet that person with her head held high, she had to pass the qualifiers. Well, that's all. Charlotte bowed her head and walked away. Helmut watched her silently for a while, his heart pounded. So quickly the goal was in sight, an endless tension gripped his throat. Margaret Irene, his mother's name, a vague emotion that was hard to label as longing. Finding her was as natural as a salmon swimming upstream. That naturalness was absolute, just like he had to leave the forest of roots, but it was all too smooth. It made him suspicious, as if someone had orchestrated it to happen this way. Surprisingly, Helmut realized he wasn't mentally prepared, even though emotions were a dull thing for him. An inexplicable chill ran down his spine. It was surprisingly similar to fear. Helmut gritted his teeth. First, the qualifiers. Securing his spot as a representative of Greta Academy in the comprehensive swordsmanship competition was the priority. Helmut steadied himself. The shock of Charlotte's words hadn't worn off. Helmut spent the entire day in a daze, not even noticing the students around him whispering about him. He swung his wooden sword like a man possessed. Asuka also noticed something strange. He looked suspiciously at the second-year swordsmanship students. "What's going on? What did you do? Why are they acting like that?" The answer soon became clear. At lunchtime, while Helmut was sitting in the student cafeteria, he heard an outrageous story. One of the swordsmanship students who had gathered around him bluntly asked a question. They had been gossiping among themselves and couldn't resist asking the source. "Helmut, can I ask you something? What do you think of Charlotte?" "What do you mean, what do I think?" The question was so out of the blue that Helmut's response was delayed. "Come on, Helmut, don't dodge the question. Are you interested in Charlotte?" "You didn't seem that keen on that pretty senior." Someone helpfully reminded him. "Senior Teresa." "Yeah, did you dislike Senior Teresa because of Charlotte? What about your girlfriend? You're a sly one. Did you break up already?" "That could happen. Charlotte is pretty and diligent. Her manner of speech is a bit stiff, but she has a cute side too. Isn't she your type?" "No way. Anyway, Helmut, just answer. Everyone's curious." Helmut was the top student in the second-year swordsmanship department. Although he often forgot it, everyone paid attention to him. Because he was so unresponsive and indifferent, even trivial matters involving him became significant. Helmut was about to say he wasn't interested, but he stopped because he couldn't completely deny his interest. Instead, he said something else. "Why is there such a rumor? They said you were staring at Charlotte's back longingly in front of the training ground, and you asked about her well-being. That's why there's a rumor in the swordsmanship department that you're interested in Charlotte. Hey, you spread the rumor yourself. The rumor was already out before I spread it. By now, the other departments probably know too. What is this nonsense?" Helmut raised an eyebrow. He had met Charlotte in the morning. Only a few hours had passed. How could a rumor spread so quickly? He wasn't as famous as Aaliyah, was he? Helmut decided to deny it. "That's not true." "Oh, come on, you're not the type to ask about someone's well-being." "Right, why is Charlotte an exception?" They were right. Helmut wasn't the type to ask about anyone's well-being. "Even I don't get asked how I'm doing," Asuka said, looking suspiciously at Helmut with crossed arms. His gaze was sharp. "Really, it's not like that. I was just impressed by something Charlotte said." Helmut had to firmly deny it repeatedly. Even though he couldn't reveal the conversation, it was difficult to dispel their doubts. "What did she say? Was it about Reynosa? Now that I think about it, I heard Charlotte is from Reynosa too." Wesley, who was about to say something, quickly clamped his mouth shut. Fortunately, no one noticed his reaction. They were all focused on Helmut. "I can't say." Helmut answered the rest of their questions with silence. The students trying to pry information from him eventually had to give up and leave, grumbling, unable to break through Helmut's wall of silence. But the suspicious glances didn't disappear. Chapter 207, Part 1. It seemed that the swordsmanship department had wrapped things up for now, but it wasn't over. Back in the dormitory, Helmut faced the same question from Cyan. "Hey Helmut, what's going on between you and Charlotte?" His eyes were filled with curiosity. Helmut was starting to get tired of this question. Asuka, who had been looking a bit off since earlier, suddenly kicked the ground. "I'm heading in first." After he curtly said that and disappeared, Cyan hummed. "Is it a love triangle? It's not like that." Helmut cut him off firmly. Maybe Asuka was interested in Charlotte. As far as he knew, Asuka never really talked about Charlotte or tried to speak to her. While the swordsmanship department students would chatter about Charlotte, Asuka never joined in. Cyan smirked and added, "You're too conspicuous, especially now that the qualifiers are approaching. Your stories have even reached the magic department." "The magic department?" Helmut furrowed his brow as he chewed on those words. Aaliyah was surprisingly well informed about rumors. She might have heard something. Helmut had told Aaliyah he was looking for his parents, but he hadn't mentioned Charlotte, that she might be related by blood. That was just speculation. "It doesn't matter." Aaliyah had been engrossed in the dungeon recently and probably wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Helmut didn't feel the need to explain it. She would understand it was a misunderstanding. He had already told her that Charlotte was just a junior. However, that night, Aaliyah seemed strangely cold when they met at his door. Her face was cold and her responses were terse. Helmut unconsciously asked if something bad had happened today. Aaliyah smiled slightly. It was a chilling smile. A very bad thing indeed. Then she asked, "Don't you have something to tell me?" "Something to tell you," Aaliyah knew about Helmut. She was sharp and observant but could be incredibly dense in some ways. The gap was so large that sometimes he needed to speak plainly. "Yeah, like the rumor that you're interested in some junior girl." She was concerned. Helmut briefly denied it. "You know it's a misunderstanding." Aaliyah crossed her arms. "A misunderstanding? How would I know? You didn't say anything." Helmut thought she would understand even if he didn't say it, but he didn't realize that some things need to be spoken out loud. Thinking she was just angry, he denied it again. "It's a misunderstanding. Do I have to ask every little detail to know if it's a misunderstanding or not?" We talked, I looked at her, and that's how the rumor started. Helmut felt that Aaliyah was sharp today. Shouldn't it end if it's a misunderstanding? He started feeling a bit down. Didn't she trust him? What about all the secrets they shared? Helmut didn't understand that trust and feelings could be separate. He had never faced such a situation. "The reason doesn't matter. The rumor is out there and I find it unpleasant. Even if it's not true, everyone will think there's something between you and Charlotte." Charlotte herself would likely make a serious face over such rumors. Helmut sighed lightly. "What do you want me to do?" So he understood why Aaliyah was upset. He didn't know how to fix it, though. "They say you were the one who approached her first. She greeted me." "Just because she greeted you. You don't do that to anyone else. Why is she different?" Suspicion filled Aaliyah's eyes. Fortunately, she was the type who didn't have much patience for letting her imagination run wild. She was the type to directly ask for an answer. Helmut, who wasn't good at guessing people's feelings, found this easier. "Charlotte is related to me by blood, probably. A sister or cousin, something like that." Aaliyah looked shocked. Chapter 207, Part 2, What? "What do you mean I've seen her?" "Well, she does look like you." Thinking hard about Charlotte's appearance, Aaliyah had to admit it. "Remember when I told you about the pendant? She knew my mother's name." She didn't answer definitively, though. "You felt like she was close to your mother?" "Yes, then you should have told me that." Aaliyah's eyes widened in protest. Helmut shook his head. "I wasn't sure. There are facts you can't carelessly speak about unless you're certain. Anything concerning his mother was like that." Aaliyah lowered her voice and asked, "Then you can find out where your mother is. Why haven't you gone to see her?" "Not yet." It was a hesitation mixed with many things. Aaliyah understood his answer. Her expression softened compared to earlier and she muttered, "Still, I don't like it." "Others don't know? You mean I shouldn't talk to her?" Although Helmut generally didn't care, he thought that was a bit much. "A greeting is fine, just don't act in a way that causes misunderstandings." "Got it," Aaliyah warned with a sly look. Avoiding misunderstandings? That was difficult. How could he avoid misunderstandings just by looking at someone? But Helmut didn't argue. "Okay." Anyway, it wasn't hard for Helmut. Talking to Charlotte like this had been an exception. He usually didn't talk to anyone. "So what did you talk about with her?" "Charlotte told me my mother might be in the Principality of Renosa." He had been thinking of telling her this. Aaliyah's face showed surprise. "That's when the swordsmanship tournament starts. I will go to Renosa and meet my mother." A heavy feeling came over him, like a rock weighing down on his shoulders. He had been waiting for this his whole life. But as it approached, it wasn't light or entirely welcome. It felt like being caught in the current of fate. Should I do some investigation? No. It seemed better not to know in advance. Aaliyah realized this and said, "Then I won't see you for a while." "Probably. I thought you were more interested in the dungeon than me." Aaliyah made a guilty face at his comment. "It's not entirely like that. You can focus on the dungeon." With peace of mind, Helmut didn't know it, but he had some resentment about it. "It's not like that. I'm also considering your training ground. I'll try to have it ready before the vacation." Aaliyah scratched her cheek. "You can contact me with the first bracelet I gave you. I'll upgrade it before you leave." Aaliyah returned to her usual self as if she hadn't been angry during the vacation. "I might go to Renosa too if you're staying there." She was calculating the time. One of Hike's conditions was that Aaliyah spend part of her vacation with him, but now Aaliyah had Lampioni's legacy. Even if her willful, self-centered mentor would consider that and might adjust the schedule. Hike was aware of Aaliyah and Helmut's relationship. Spending part of the vacation with him would be acceptable. "Well, it will be after the swordsmanship tournament." Aaliyah put her hand on Helmut's shoulder encouragingly. "Do well in the qualifiers. It starts tomorrow, right?" Helmut quietly placed his hand over hers. Hoping this strange feeling would subside, the day of the qualifiers dawned. It was essentially a final exam, so even the talkative second-year swordsmanship students were quiet today. Excuses like not feeling well wouldn't work. Managing your condition was part of your skill. First, the second-year students competed. The top-ranked ones would then face the top first and third-year students to select two final representatives from each year. The qualifiers were like a preliminary for the tournament, so its format was similar. There was even a consolation match for the losers. The round of qualifiers, which involved the top-ranked students, was held publicly in the Academy's affiliated arena in front of spectators. External spectators were allowed, so the audience was mainly citizens of Baden or those interested in seeing the swordsmanship department's skills. The announcement had been up for a while and many were interested. The tension on stage was incomparable to dueling in front of classmates or instructors. Failing to show your skills under this pressure was also part of your ability. The qualifiers were smooth sailing. Helmut had fought stronger opponents on bigger stages. Winning back then hadn't been hard, and it wouldn't be hard against second-year academy students. For Helmut, the word condition was almost meaningless. He was used to fighting in peak conditions. Unlike regular dueling, the qualifiers were closer to a real tournament. Real swords were used. Helmut didn't need to hold back and give opponents time to demonstrate their abilities like in duels. Helmut victory, hearing his own name declared in victory was exhilarating, even if this stage was insignificant compared to the martial arts tournament in Basser. Helmut ended the match with a single strike. There was no need to swing twice. Facing a real sword at their throat, his opponent froze, unable to block or dodge. It was an incredibly fast sword, too weak, Helmut thought calmly. His classmates should be somewhat on the same level. But the gap grew daily, as if they were born different. His classmates were herbivores and he was a predator. Just as a rabbit couldn't become stronger than a weak tiger, the gap between them was that significant. Maybe someone like Asuka would be different, Helmut hoped. The result wouldn't change, but at least it wouldn't end in a single strike. But he didn't encounter Asuka until he reached the second round. The draw separated the first and second rankers. This wasn't about choosing a winner, but filtering the top participants for the second round. As expected, Asuka also advanced to the second round after Helmut. Chapter 208 Part 1. Have all the kids been slacking off? Why are their skills like this? Asuka boasted confidently. He too finished most of his matches within a minute. Asuka felt that the gap between himself and the other students had widened even more than before. Since meeting Helmut, Asuka had been relentlessly training. His rate of improvement was astonishing. When talent is combined with hard work, it's like adding wings. Asuka too was slowly outgrowing the academy level. If not for Helmut, he would have easily monopolized all the attention. The representatives will be either me or Asuka. Helmut judged that to be a certainty, no matter how much effort others put in. Although 2 representatives were to be selected across the first, second, and third years, both of them would come from the second year. Helmut and Asuka. Asuka grinned and said, "The kids from the Principality of Reynosa must be disappointed. It's a chance to compete in their home country, just bad luck." At that moment a figure flashed in Helmut's mind, Charlotte. They say they'll pick an additional reserve. If she makes it, who knows? Yeah, Helmut replied briefly. If she performed well, she might make it as a reserve. In Reynosa, he would also find out the truth about his relationship with Charlotte. At the venue of the second qualifier round, Helmut and Asuka encountered Charlotte. Her face hardened as soon as she saw them. It seemed she had heard about the rumors as well. Charlotte, who mingled freely with her peers, would have been more plagued by rumors than Helmut. Everyone must have asked her about it at least once, but since they had met face to face, they couldn't pretend not to know each other. She greeted them politely. "Hello, what, you two? Are there so few people in the first year?" Asuka acknowledged Charlotte's skills to some extent, but even as he recognized her, he spoke with a smirk. Charlotte replied confidently, "I'm the top student in the first-year swordsmanship department." As if the spot will go down to the first years. Isn't it a waste of time? While the surrounding first-year students flared up, Charlotte remained unperturbed. She wanted to go to Reynosa more than anyone. You never know until you try. Sure, well, good luck. Yes, senior. Despite Asuka's sarcastic tone, Charlotte showed no reaction. Watching them, Helmut realized for the first time that Asuka had initiated a conversation with Charlotte. Even if it was in a provoking manner, it was a surprisingly mild exchange for Asuka. Asuka himself didn't realize this, but Sion's talk of a love triangle wasn't entirely baseless. Asuka, interpreting Helmut's gaze, pointed a finger at him. "Don't be so confident. You never know the outcome." "Sure," Helmut responded indifferently. Unless he went into hibernation for about 10 years, the gap between Asuka and Helmut was that significant. Soon, Instructor Patricia appeared and announced to them, "Everyone compete fairly. Those selected will represent Greta Academy, so keep that in mind." Her glance at Asuka seemed to be a preemptive warning. Instructors were objective. They already knew who would be the representatives. Asuka snorted arrogantly, not understanding why he always got reprimanded. Sighing inwardly, Instructor Patricia declared, "Now let the second qualifier round begin." The second qualifier round would span 2 days, including a loser's bracket, to ultimately select 2 representatives. Since the goal was the qualifiers, there were no additional awards even for high rankings or being chosen as a representative. "Helmut, step onto the stage." After a brief wait in the waiting room, it was Helmut's turn. He glanced around as he stepped onto the stage. The Academy's affiliated arena was more than half full. The atmosphere was charged with excitement. Some students' families from nearby Baden seemed to have come to cheer. For a moment he thought of Basser. Though there were no blazing sun or excited crowds here and no opponents to match his skills, it was still a competition. I guess I did enjoy the martial arts tournaments. When he thought of martial arts tournaments, he thought of him. The one who always cheered for him in the arena. Helmut looked around for Michael, the boy with the bright blonde hair that stood out even at a glance, but he couldn't find him. Chapter 208 Part 2. Good, no matter how well-informed Michael was, he wouldn't come all the way to Greta Academy for what could barely be called a competition. As Michael said, he wasn't just playing around. Helmut's first opponent was a third-year student. The top student in the third-year swordsmanship department, no less. Seeing that they had matched the top students from the second and third years from the beginning, it seemed the second qualifier round was randomly assigned. Just like a real tournament, the opponent looked slightly nervous but had confident eyes. It was said that the top third-year student was significantly better than the runner-up, a typical honor student. Even if he loses to me, he'll probably make it through the loser's bracket anyway, Helmut thought lightly. I hear you're the top student in the second year. I've heard your name. Let's see if you're as great as the rumors say. The opponent narrowed his eyes skeptically. Helmut nodded, by all means. And in the match that soon began, the top third-year student avoided Helmut's first strike but had to kneel at the second. Better than the second-year students. Maybe I could have ended it in one strike if I adjusted the angle a bit more. There was room for contemplation. Glancing at his pale opponent, Helmut turned around. To have reached the top at Greta Academy, he must have had considerable pride in his talent. The shock was immense for someone encountering something so unfamiliar. But it wasn't Helmut's concern. As Helmut walked away with his victory, the third-year students' gazes changed. The indifferent or wary looks turned into astonishment. What, it's over already? They said your opponent was the top third-year student. Asuka, who was waiting, asked. Helmut simply nodded. All right, I'll finish quickly too. Asuka seemed determined, feeling a sense of competition. His opponents were clearly no challenge for him either. The second qualifier round proceeded quickly. There weren't many participants to begin with. Helmut and Asuka, being far from the loser's bracket, finished the first day's schedule quickly. Helmut finished without much effort, and Asuka, too, ended without difficulty. On the second day, the final representatives would be selected. After the qualifier round, they would have some free time until they left for the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament. Asuka, waiting for his turn, muttered suddenly. Wouldn't it be better to have an integrated qualifier round for all grades? Even if the qualifier round was integrated, Helmut and Asuka would still each take a spot as representatives. That's what he meant. Helmut pointed out simply, if they did that, the higher grades would monopolize all the roster spots. That wouldn't be good in terms of inter-academy exchange. Oh, I see. Asuka seemed uninterested. Thinking about it now, he realized that leaving for another region for a swordsmanship tournament and living collectively with others didn't suit him. It's annoying. Most of all, participating in the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament might reveal things about him. Asuka didn't like that idea. Being tied down to academy life representing Greta Academy was not appealing. Even a crazy dog like Asuka couldn't run wild anywhere else. He had been quiet lately, but other academies wouldn't look kindly on a commoner like him. With the qualifier match nearly decided, various thoughts crossed his mind. Asuka shook his head. Still, I must win the qualifier match. It was a matter of pride, and Asuka achieved what he wanted. Asuka victory. Charlotte looked down at her fallen sword, a glint of regret and disappointment in her eyes. In the last match of the second qualifier round, her opponent was Asuka. Charlotte, with her tenacious and adaptive swordsmanship, had fought her way up from the loser's bracket, even defeating the top third-year student. Despite her significant improvement, it was an enormous achievement. That the top third-year student had lost to Helmut in just 2 strikes had left him in shock. Asuka extended a hand expressionlessly. Get up. As she grabbed his hand and stood, regret showed on Charlotte's face. Is this the end? She had done her best but failed to secure a spot as a representative to Reynosa. Seeing her expression, Asuka asked, You really wanted to go to Reynosa, huh? Yes, I did. I'm from Reynosa too. Asuka's eyes widened. You're from Reynosa. I thought you knew considering you're his friend. Was I wrong? That guy isn't kind enough to share such things. Well, anyway, you did well. Asuka spat the words somewhat displeased and turned away, but he was lost in thought for a while. After the qualifiers ended, Instructor Allen called them over. Both of you did well. As expected, you performed excellently. You knew we'd be selected, Instructor? Asuka asked provocatively, and Instructor Allen nodded. All the instructors predicted the same. We've been watching you. Anyway, let me briefly explain the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament again. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. But as his explanation continued, Asuka frowned. What, the tournament continues until the vacation? He scratched the back of his head, looking troubled. I can't do that, I have places to go during the vacation. He had places to go, but more than that, he hated being tied down to academy life for the tournament during the vacation. Helmut would be too busy training his swordsmanship to interact with him much. It's going to be extremely boring. Various reasons emerged for why he didn't want to go. Instructor Alan tried to persuade him. Asuka, it's a chance to make your name known as a representative of Greta Academy. For a commoner like you, it's an excellent opportunity. You'll gain honor through your performance in the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament. Asuka had enrolled as a commoner. Because of this, other details about him were unknown even to Greta Academy. Asuka had thoroughly hidden his background. His wild behavior made it hard to believe he wasn't a commoner. Asuka snorted, I don't need honor. My skill is my honor. There was already someone who endlessly talked about honor and status every vacation, and he was sick of it. Chapter 209 Part 1, Instructor Alan frowned. So are you saying you don't want to participate in the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament? I think it would be a waste of your skill if you don't participate. His words were sincere, but on the other hand, it was also a relief. If Asuka decided to step back on his own, Instructor Alan had no objections. Asuka was more than skilled enough to represent Greta Academy, but he posed problems in other ways. A separate meeting was planned to discuss those issues, under a topic like measures to restrain Asuka. Well yeah, even after thinking it over I can't do it. I can't spend my golden vacation in a place like that, no matter how scenic Reynosa is. Asuka casually dismissed the opportunity that almost everyone in the swordsmanship department coveted. Unless it was for tourism, he had no interest. Besides, Asuka had no desire to compete against students from other academies. This wouldn't be the last comprehensive swordsmanship tournament, and there would be another chance next year. He had calculated this in his mind. It's better for someone who wants to go, based on merit that one will probably end up third. If he gave up, the opportunity would naturally go to the third placer. Since Charlotte was from Reynosa, she would have to go to Reynosa anyway. Fine, if that's the case, there's nothing we can do. Instructor Alan nodded. There would be no need for another round, just an announcement to Charlotte. Any more questions? When they both answered no, Instructor Alan told them to rest and readily turned his back. As Asuka watched his retreating figure, a sudden thought struck him. Wait, that means Helmut and Charlotte will be going together. For some reason, he didn't like it. Asuka glared at Helmut, realizing how strange he was being. Why would it bother him whether those two were together or not? What does it have to do with me? Asuka changed his mind. It was silly for him to be concerned. After all, Helmut had a girl who came with him during that festival. But Asuka couldn't let it go and asked, Helmut, you're not interested in Charlotte, are you? I mean, do you like her? I already told you I don't. Yeah, I figured, Asuka nodded, but soon he asked again, seemingly doubtful. Well, what if you end up developing an interest in her from being around her? Helmut cut off Asuka's probing words without hesitation. There's no reason for us to be around each other. While there might be some conversation, Charlotte was also mindful of rumors. There wouldn't be many opportunities to get close. All the selected participants would travel to Reynosa for the tournament. Just because they were selected together didn't mean they had to act together. They would be separated due to accommodations. There were few girls in the swordsmanship department at Greta Academy, but Instructor Patricia was also expected to accompany them to Reynosa. Why is he so persistent? Helmut stared at Asuka. Feeling Helmut's gaze, Asuka explained defensively, No, I was just worried you might develop feelings for Charlotte and bother her. She seemed uncomfortable with the rumors. Helmut cut him off sharply. Unnecessary worry. Fine then, the way he waved his hand and turned his back seemed unusual, as if something had struck a nerve. I suppose so. In any case, it didn't matter to Helmut whether Asuka went or not. In fact, it was better this way. Like before he got along with Cyan, Asuka would try to cling to him, and whenever Helmut tried to do something, he would grumble about him wandering off alone. That could get annoying, so it was more freeing to go alone. Even if Asuka had feelings for Charlotte, it wasn't his concern. Thus, Helmut and Charlotte were chosen to represent the first, second, and third years of the swordsmanship department at Greta Academy. Everyone at Greta Academy, including the instructors, felt relieved that Asuka wouldn't participate. They couldn't predict what kind of trouble he might cause at the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament. Only one person was suspicious about the whole situation, Charlotte, who was going to Reynosa. She approached Asuka and asked, Is it because of me? What are you talking about? Asuka frowned, aware of the gazes from the swordsmanship department students watching from a distance. Charlotte, true to her straightforward nature, asked directly, If you're giving up because I'm from Reynosa. What nonsense, do you think I'd care about something like that? Asuka responded aggressively. I just don't want to go. I have things to do during vacation too. By saying this, no one would suspect any other intentions. Charlotte seemed to accept his words as she raised her eyebrows. Won't you regret giving up such an opportunity? It's a great opportunity for you, but not for me. There's always next year, missing it once isn't a big deal. Asuka spoke confidently. No matter how hard the first, second, and third-year students tried, they wouldn't reach his level by next year. Charlotte, still doubtful, said, "If that's the case, then good." Asuka seemed annoyed. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not one of your followers from the swordsmanship department." Charlotte was highly popular not only among first years but the entire swordsmanship department. She was a rare female student, skilled and had a gentle personality. She was an unusual type. Because of this, she had a following, and being treated as one of them hurt Asuka's pride. "I never thought that." "Understood." Charlotte bowed and turned away. Asuka scratched his head as he watched her go. He felt he had overreacted but couldn't pinpoint why. Chapter 209 Part 2. Geez, so annoying. That ignorance brought a feeling of vexation to Asuka. He kicked a stray stone on the ground and left the place. The students who saw him do that tilted their heads in confusion. At least Asuka doesn't hit girls. He's been quiet lately, really mellowed out. Charlotte is brave, talking to a mad dog like him. Judging by his reaction, seems like there was some sort of fight. Do you think Charlotte would pick a fight? With his temper, he's just making a fuss on his own. This time, there were no misunderstandings like with Helmut. At least, it seemed Asuka's intentions had been successfully conveyed. A few days later, Charlotte heard someone call her name in front of the dormitory. It was an unfamiliar man. "You must be Miss Charlotte." "That's right. Here." The moment she received the letter sealed with her family's crest, Charlotte quickly hid it in her bosom, glancing around. Very well. The man who nodded and left didn't seem to be from her family, just a mere errand runner. As soon as Charlotte returned to her room, she took out the letter. Why would a letter come from Reynosa, and in such an overt manner? When she opened it, her eyes widened. She had expected it to be from her mother, but it was from an entirely unexpected person. "To my beloved sister, the esteemed Charlotte." The moment she read the opening line, Charlotte pursed her lips in shock, but she wasn't flustered, for this was just how Michael was. Capricious and self-centered as always. That was the evaluation only Charlotte had of Michael, who easily won people's favor with his charm. The opening greetings, written in smooth, affectionate words, could almost be mistaken for a letter to a lover. Whether Michael was being malicious, or if his affection for his sister was suddenly welling up, Charlotte couldn't tell. Even though she thought Michael disliked her, sometimes she was confused. Being fraternal twins, Michael was close yet distant to Charlotte. Everyone was under the illusion that Michael thought specially of her, but Michael readily gave Charlotte the impression that he disliked her. He mocked and teased her without hesitation. Charlotte didn't think it was because she was his only sister whom he felt comfortable with. Michael felt inferior to Charlotte, her healthy body, her talent for the sword. Because she was born with the two things he didn't have. Charlotte understood his inferiority complex and yielded many things to Michael. She had tried to improve their relationship, but it hadn't worked out. Michael showed a side to her that he didn't show to anyone else. He also monopolized their mother's love, using his weak body as an excuse. It was only around the time Charlotte entered the academy that she realized it stemmed not just from an inferiority complex, but could be his way of keeping other potential heirs of the family in check. Michael hated losing what was his and enjoyed taking or possessing others' things. Although hidden by his angelic appearance, he was very greedy and competitive. Charlotte didn't want the heir's position, however. "If Michael doesn't consider me his sister, there's nothing I can do." At some point, Charlotte gave up on Michael, but she couldn't help feeling hopeful at times. Michael had a very strong, almost magical charm that drew people in. Even as his sister, Charlotte wasn't an exception. Charlotte closed her eyes for a moment and then continued reading Michael's letter. He said he heard through his sources at Greta Academy that Charlotte was selected to represent the swordsmanship department. The news must have reached him through the faculty, since Charlotte was from Reynosa. He congratulated her on achieving such a remarkable feat as a first year and added that he regretted not seeing her last vacation. "I look forward to seeing you in Reynosa." It was unclear whether Michael truly anticipated it or if his heart had changed while Charlotte was away at the academy. It could also be another trick to raise her hopes and crush them. Michael had a cruel side, like a child tearing off a butterfly's wings. "Michael." Charlotte stared at her brother's letter with complex emotions. She wanted to return to Reynosa as Greta Academy's representative, as if to show him. But now that it was happening, she felt uneasy. She pondered over it. For now, all she could do was do her best for Greta Academy, having taken the opportunity Asuka gave up. She put the letter down and decided to head to the training ground immediately. Chapter 210 Part 1 The Comprehensive Swordsmanship Tournament. The final qualifiers for Greta Academy proceeded smoothly. A total of 4 candidates were chosen for the Comprehensive Swordsmanship Tournament. Helmut and Charlotte, along with the other two candidates, were selected from the 4th and 6th years respectively. Leon from the 4th year and Nils from the 6th year. These qualifiers were made strictly according to the classification criteria of the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament, with lower years competing against each other and higher years doing the same. This fact was once again announced by the instructor at a gathering of the 4 selected participants. Nils and Leon, Helmut and Charlotte will be in the same category. The match schedule will be arranged so they don't face each other in the first round, but as they progress to higher stages, they might end up competing against each other, even if they are from the same academy. Think of each other as competitors, not comrades. Instructor Patricia explained clearly. Charlotte glanced at Helmut. He was the senior who knew her mother's maiden name. She realized belatedly that even their appearances were somewhat similar. Helmut and Charlotte, both in the lower years, might face each other early on if they were unlucky. For Helmut, it wouldn't be a bad thing at all, but for Charlotte, it would be extremely unfortunate. Helmut was a strong contender to win this tournament. Charlotte knew this subconsciously, but she didn't ask to be spared from facing Helmut. Instead, she steeled her resolve. Even if my opponent is Senior Helmut, I won't just give in easily. The reason Michael went to Basser was to provide guidance on organizing a comprehensive swordsmanship tournament. Basser's martial arts tournaments were known for their tradition and history. Among the numerous talents at the academy, Charlotte's talent wasn't outstanding, but it was quite noticeable. It was a talent that could generally be called genius level. Considering she was a girl at a physical disadvantage, her talent stood out even more. On top of that, she added effort. Charlotte prided herself on her diligence, unmatched by anyone. The tournament was held in Reynosa. It was a chance to show her accomplishments in front of her parents. Charlotte hoped that this would draw her mother's attention to her, to see what she had achieved at Greta Academy. No matter how tough the opponent, she couldn't afford to give up easily. Even if realistically it might be difficult. Helmut sensed her lingering gaze on him for a moment. Charlotte's existence felt strangely vivid, as if his blood was stirring and instinctively provoked somehow. Helmut rarely took notice of others' presence, but there was something about Charlotte that feeling grew stronger. Helmut thought it was because of their bloodline, perhaps a distant relative or cousin, or even a younger sibling. He couldn't guess beyond that. His relationship with Charlotte would be defined after visiting Reynosa and meeting his mother. His heart throbbed slightly. Helmut was probably sent to the Forest of Roots from Reynosa. The place where he was born and his life was erased. If I go to Reynosa, will I remember anything from when I was a newborn baby? The air, the sounds. The seed of darkness awakened his instincts. The name Reynosa didn't sound familiar. But Helmut knew that if that was where he was born, he would feel something the moment he set foot on that land. His heart raced, with a different kind of tension from the swordsmanship tournament. Instructor Patricia looked at the 4 selected participants almost expressionless. Charlotte is just a first year, so I can't expect much from her, but since she's from Reynosa, she might do well in a familiar environment. It would be rare for a first year to be selected, even in other academies. The pride of the 3rd and 5th year swordsmanship students who weren't selected was naturally hurt, especially for lower years. A first year was selected while a 3rd year was not. On the other hand, the 1st and 2nd years were more enthusiastic. In fact, 2 candidates were effectively chosen from the 2nd year. Asuka declined the opportunity, but still. However, it was also true that Charlotte was in a position to seize that opportunity. She was 3rd in line. How curious. Instructor Patricia looked at the 4 alternately. Nils, reaching graduation, had the bearing of a robust swordsman and occupied the most space in the view. But the most noticeable among them was, indeed, Helmut, cold black eyes and black hair. Even Instructor Patricia sometimes felt an overwhelming presence from him, a boy with a well of unknown depth in his skills. If Instructor Patricia had to name one potential champion among these 4, she could confidently say it would be Helmut. Chapter 210 Part 2, The Comprehensive Swordsmanship Tournament. The virtue of a swordsman is silence, it is said, but even a chatterbox is fine if they have the skills. But the 4 here were quite silent, as if they had planned it. Better than being talkative, I'm relieved that Asuka isn't here. Instructor Patricia nodded. We will depart for Reynosa in a week. Until then, prepare your bodies and minds. Yes, with the instructor's words, they all left the assembly area. Nils left first, then Charlotte bowed her head politely to her seniors. Well then, Helmut also turned to leave, but a voice from behind stopped him in his tracks. Wait, you there. Helmut turned around. Are you that guy who is friends with Aaliyah? Leon, the 4th-year senior, gestured towards Helmut with his arms crossed. Arrogance exuded from the noble-looking Leon. It wasn't because Helmut was a commoner, but more of his general demeanor. He was in good physical condition and his body was well built, but his gaze was devoid of any goodwill. The name seemed somewhat familiar. Helmut retrieved his name from distant memory. Xenia. When he took on the request to head to Baden, Xenia mentioned that her cousin's name was Leon. I heard he's been making a name for himself at the academy. Helmut, not very interested in the swordsmanship department, didn't know, but Leon was the top of the fourth-year swordsmanship department, and he would likely defeat Nils from the sixth year. Leon spoke with a displeased face. Because of your friend, my cousin cried. Now he realized Leon was hostile towards Aaliyah. Aaliyah's attitude was divisive. Now that she could control the charm of her magic, this divisiveness was even more pronounced. Is that guy who looks like a girl really that great? It seemed Leon had intended to just disregard this guy Helmut based solely on what Xenia said, but it didn't appear that way. Out of affection for his cute cousin, he must have shared various stories about academy life with her. Aaliyah is the top student in the second-year magic department. Is that really such a great thing that allows ignoring and disrespecting a young lady? In their last meeting, Aaliyah coldly ignored Xenia. She might have cried and complained to her cousin. Leon cherished Xenia as if she were the apple of his eye. Leon pressed for an answer when Helmut hesitated. Answer? Helmut knew how to respond here, but did he need to? For some reason, a chilly feeling welled up. The hostility toward Aaliyah was soon hostility toward Helmut himself. Although Xenia was a decent client who paid Helmut well, that was in the past. Helmut responded briefly. She was annoying, Leon asked suspiciously. Does that mean you were there too? Yes, and Aaliyah dislikes being followed around, she should know that. Leon's jaw tightened. It was a clear provocation. Even Helmut was surprised at himself. Unlike Asuka, he had never deliberately caused conflict like this within the academy before. He had become strangely sensitive. Was it because of the impending trip to Reynosa? He felt a strange aggressiveness. If Leon attacked, Helmut would just break him, an opponent as weak as a bug, but Leon didn't attack. He gritted his teeth and spat out. Fine, we'll see. I'm looking forward to the trip to Reynosa. Ever since entering Greta Academy, Leon had almost never lost. His arrogance and confidence stemmed not only from his status, but also from his solid skills. Leon was confident that he was the strongest in the Greta Academy swordsmanship department. Due to Leon's authoritative and arrogant personality, the hierarchy was clear in the fourth-year swordsmanship department. Everyone followed him and acknowledged his authority. Leon was the leader. He intended to let the rudeness of Helmut's friends slide with an appropriate apology, but how dare he respond like this? Arrogant brat, he has no respect for his senior. I'll make sure to teach him a lesson. Wasn't his name Helmut? From the first time Leon saw him, there was something unsettling about the guy. His gaze, his whole demeanor. He disliked the fact that this second year was rumored to have skills comparable to upperclassmen. Leon felt that only he deserved such a reputation from a young age. Although it was a trip with the instructor, there would be opportunities. Leon sharpened his metaphorical blade. We depart in 10 days, Aaliyah nodded. The time is rather tight, but it'll be fine. What will? Just something, Aaliyah mumbled. A shadow fell over her face. In 10 days they would part for a while. Aaliyah would go to Reynosa during the holidays, but they would be separated until they met again. Both felt an emptiness in their hearts at this fact. Aaliyah spoke softly. By the way, about that Charlotte, she's traveling with you? Yes. Even though instructor Patricia would accompany them, Charlotte would still be part of the same travel party. They might even spar. Aaliyah raised her eyebrows slightly. I've been thinking it's just a feeling that she might be related to you, right? So until it's confirmed, you don't know what kind of relationship it is. She might not be related at all. That's right. So it's better if you don't talk to her too much. She might misunderstand, you know. He seemed to understand what she was getting at. I don't talk much anyway. Both Charlotte and he were quiet types, and to be honest, they weren't particularly close, just a bit awkward, a bit bothersome. I see, then that's good. Aaliyah smiled brightly. Helmut found himself gazing at her face for a moment, enveloped in an indescribable feeling. Chapter 211 Part 1 Time passed quickly. There were no major changes during that period. Helmut waited patiently for the day of departure to arrive. The anticipation was oddly exciting and yet oddly reluctant, like sailing towards a storm. In that sea he might find treasure or he might be submerged forever. He couldn't predict what would happen. Perhaps he may even have to flee from there without revealing his identity. There was no guarantee that his mother would recognize him, even with the name Helmut. To his mother, he would be a dead child. It seemed like dark clouds were gathering. Helmut found it difficult to fall asleep at night, an unusual occurrence for him. To leave Baden, some preparations seemed necessary. Take this. The day before leaving, Aaliyah called Helmut to her room and handed him a bracelet, one with enhanced functions from the previous one she had given. Helmut alternated his gaze between the two bracelets on his wrist. Strangely, it didn't feel cumbersome. Whether Aaliyah had considered that or because she was the one who gave the bracelet, he didn't know. I'll contact you at night, answer when I call. Aaliyah spoke firmly. Helmut quietly stared at the bracelet and asked doubtfully, can't I call you? It seemed unfair. It felt like he could only talk to her when she wanted to reach out. Of course, Aaliyah was the one who made the bracelet. You can call, but only when it's dangerous. Aaliyah pointed to a part of the bracelet. It would activate if infused with vis. The bracelet was initially designed to be used in dangerous situations, but Helmut knew. He would never use the bracelet to call Aaliyah. He couldn't drag her into danger if he was facing something he couldn't handle. Next time we meet, I'll have your training ground ready, she smiled lightly. She seemed to be planning to immerse herself in the dungeon for a while. Although she was currently going through her final exams, it wouldn't hinder her dungeon research. No variable could take away Aaliyah's top position. Aaliyah left a brief remark. When, as if it was a necessity or as if she believed he would, her amethyst-like eyes sparkled. It was a typical Aaliyah statement. Helmut nodded. He reached out his hand. Aaliyah came close into his arms. Her gaze came closer, a captivating look. It seemed that during their time apart he would miss her. He was certain of it. Before leaving, Helmut visited Ethan Kudrow in the morning. He had received a message that Ethan wanted to see him. "Helmut, you're here." Ethan Kudrow greeted Helmut with a pat on the shoulder. His eyes were filled with a peculiar sentiment. It hadn't even been a year since Helmut sought him out. But Helmut had distinguished himself so brilliantly that he was selected as a representative of Greta Academy for the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament. In that short, yet long time, Ethan Kudrow had watched over Helmut. From the moment he first saw him, this boy was extraordinary. He had been impressed by Helmut countless times. It was natural to think that Helmut was the disciple chosen by Darien, but that assumption of his became inadequate to explain Helmut's evident ability. To Ethan Kudrow, Helmut was not merely his benefactor's disciple. He was a boy with exceptional intelligence and extraordinary talent, one he held a special fondness for, like a special student or a son. Helmut's cold and disciplined nature, without any arrogance or recklessness, was captivating. His ability to prove himself with his sword and skills was undeniable. The light emanating from a person cannot be hidden. Ever since he entered the academy and began to stand out, no one could ignore Helmut. He was a boy who attracted attention like a magnet. This was possible because he was a gem. Although Helmut seemed closed off, harboring a cold and weighty secret, Ethan Kudrow also knew that Helmut was hiding something from him. Even though he had softened a lot, Helmut's sharp vigilance was subtly evident. Though he had grown accustomed to the academy, Helmut still retained a raw, primal feeling. Vivid like a beast, capable of turning dangerous at any moment. At times it seemed almost inhuman. Such a boy would not have an ordinary background. Above all, his talent is unbelievable. Talent descended through bloodlines. Especially for this was the case. Helmut's talent was exceptional, something unlikely for a commoner. If such a thing existed, it would be nothing short of a miracle. That's why the Greta Academy was filled with nobles. Chapter 211, Part 2, An Orphan Huh. Ethan Kudrow grew newly curious about Helmut's background. Knowing that asking would only heighten Helmut's wariness, he swallowed his questions but still wanted to share the burden. Given that he tried so hard to hide it, it wouldn't be a simple story. Ethan Kudrow wasn't sure if he could handle it. That's probably why Helmut didn't speak of it either. Helmut looked into Ethan Kudrow's eyes. Affection could be disguised but not hidden. That's how Helmut could sense Aaliyah's heart, and though of a different kind, the same was true for Ethan Kudrow. Helmut knew that Ethan Kudrow cared for him beyond just overseeing him. He has repaid his debt to Darien by simply accepting and sponsoring me at the academy. But Ethan Kudrow had done more. He had given his heart. Even Helmut couldn't remain untouched by that fact. Even a wild animal recognizes the human who feeds it. Even if Ethan Kudrow turned against him, Helmut could not easily end his life. His sword was merciless, yet killing him would not be easy. Therefore, he could never tell the truth. That much was certain. Creating a situation that might require killing him was not the right thing to do. Ethan Kudrow had things to protect, things he possessed, a position he had already established. It was better he didn't know. It is only proper that a human bearing the seed of darkness remains that way. Only Aaliyah, with the vessel of an archmage, could handle Helmut and oppose the temple with the resolve and capacity required, without being overwhelmed by the vast darkness that was Helmut. But there are things I can say. Not everything needs to be said. Ethan Kudrow would understand. Helmut seemed to know that too. In Reynosa, I think I will find out about my origins. Do you have family left in Reynosa? Well, I'm going to find out. Helmut deliberately left it vague. After a pause, Ethan Kudrow spoke calmly, having gathered his thoughts. Return safely. His words were different from Aaliyah's. Aaliyah had told him to win as if she had no doubt he would be safe. Aaliyah knew Helmut's strength. Ethan Kudrow also knew to some extent, but his words sounded like those of a parent. If you cannot return, I hope you'll at least leave a message behind. Ethan Kudrow knew. He knew that Helmut might leave at any time and might never return. Helmut was too great a bird for the small nest of Greta Academy. After a brief glance, Helmut responded tersely. Yes, I will. As he turned to leave, Helmut was seized by a lingering doubt. His departure was imminent. A dark premonition once again enveloped him. What would happen if he found his mother? If she recognized and accepted him, would he stay by her side? If she did not accept him, his heart skipped a beat. If his mother turned against him? Helmut mulled over this grim hypothesis, tasting bitterness. Until now, although there had been crises, the path had been smooth. And now he was nearing the end. It had been barely a year since he left the forest of roots. Is it too fast? Naturally and swiftly like flowing water, Helmut had resolved the tasks before him one by one. It wasn't necessarily bad, but it somehow invoked unease. The reason Helmut had staked everything to leave the forest of roots was his mother's voice. Not only did he not wish to live out his life and die in the forest of roots, but his mother's voice had become an intense call beckoning him. It was still clear, her voice calling his name as if etching it into him. Even if it changed somewhat over the years, Helmut felt he would still recognize his mother's voice instinctively. But had her heart, his mother's heart, still not forgotten Helmut? Mother. After all, more than a decade had passed. No matter that he was her son, they had not spent any time together. Margaret Irene might have already erased the name Helmut from her memory and heart. Even if there was remaining affection, it was unlikely to be significant enough to risk her current status, especially as a noble. Even if she felt a momentary joy upon seeing him, she might be horrified to discover that Helmut carried the seed of darkness and attempt to cast him out. Perhaps it was better not to reveal his identity. Although his name, appearance, and age matched, Helmut was a commoner. It could be passed off as a coincidence. It seemed like the safer choice. It was wise not to be greedy, but Helmut felt a desire. He had experiences of success. Perhaps she was the one he most earnestly hoped for, not to be shocked or afraid of him, but simply to accept him as Helmut. Aaliyah accepted me. Aaliyah was a mage. Even Archmage Antial had casually accepted his presence, so perhaps mages could accept the existence of a boy with the seed of darkness. It might have appeared as something with challenges to overcome. Mages, inherently opposed by the temple, might see it that way. His mother was not a mage, and he knew her thoughts would be different. But he could not resign himself to giving up, having succeeded in every adventure so far. First I'll meet her. He could think about it later. Helmut put his thoughts on hold. Soon he would depart for Reynosa. Chapter 212 Part 1. Helmut, take care and make sure to win it. See you next year. In the morning, Asuka and Cyan kept waving their hands. Though they still had exams left, it didn't matter to spend time like this. Their second-place positions were virtually guaranteed anyway. When he returns, the new semester would have started. The winds blowing in Baden may have changed a bit by then, though it's not even certain if I'll return. There was nothing certain about himself, but at least they were here, and Aaliyah too. At that moment he felt a gaze from an upper window. Something like a purple shard sparkled by the window. She must be looking down from there. They had shared enough greetings last night. Even if they couldn't see each other's faces, they could still keep in touch. Aaliyah had said she would contact him. Helmut lowered his gaze from there. 4 people were waiting by the prepared carriage. How brazen of you to be the last one here. Leon clicked his tongue with a confrontational tone. His behavior, even in front of the instructor, was without hesitation because he had that much standing in the swordsmanship department. He had a face filled with resentment towards Helmut. He seemed full of determination to make the upcoming journey exhausting. It didn't matter. It didn't bother him much, just it was a pity. Helmut contained the rising murderous intent. Killing him would be problematic. After all, he is the Academy's representative. How about disguising it as an accident? No, there might be high priests at their destination. Without Aaliyah accompanying him, a perfect cover-up would be impossible. He might step on him if the opportunity arose, but he couldn't kill him, especially because of the seed of darkness. An opportunity will come. He knew from past experiences that such people were persistent. His conflicted heart settled back into calm, a peacefulness familiar to Helmut. He also knew it was useless to conflict. Most situations he faced were ones he found answers to only after confronting them. The only things to trust were his body and sword. If he stayed true to the path ahead, a conclusion would arrive. Instructor Patricia interrupted the conflict as if to prevent it. Everyone, get on the carriage quickly. We allotted extra time in case of any variables, but we have no more time to waste. Though it was a long journey, the luggage was piled high, the number of people was not many. 1 professor from the magic department and 2 instructors from the swordsmanship department were accompanying. A total of 7 people. 3 carriages awaited them. The 2 swordsmanship instructors were Patricia and Alan. It seemed their relationship was still undisclosed. Or perhaps they thought it more appropriate to go together because of their relationship. Professor Luxon from the magic department looked at Helmut. You're the student who took my understanding of magic class in the first semester? Yes. Your answers were impressive, I remember. Of course, your handsome face too. I didn't expect you to be the top student of the swordsmanship department. Your answers were so good for someone from the swordsmanship department that I wondered if you chose the wrong field. Helmut recalled the answer he had written. Was it about the power of darkness? At that time, Helmut had written an answer that opposed the temple. Being a mage, he might not care about it, but Helmut wondered if he had noticed something and glanced at him. He couldn't read any specific intention from the smiling old professor. What are you saying, Professor Luxon? Helmut is the treasure of the swordsmanship department. Instructor Patricia quickly cut in as if not to let anyone covet him. Helmut is such a model student that he must have diligently responded even in written exams. Haha, is that so? It's not easy to get such good grades in my class without being a student of the magic department. After exchanging a few more words of praise for Helmut, they got into the carriage. Leon also got on the carriage with a face as if he had bitten a bug. It was the first time he had experienced not being the center of attention in front of the instructors in a gathering of students. Helmut happened to be in the same carriage as instructor Patricia and Charlotte, whom Aaliyah had warned him to avoid. Nice to meet you, senior. Charlotte bowed her head in greeting. She was polite but not servile. She maintained her dignity while being respectful. She was definitely not a commoner. Then what position among the nobility, Helmut couldn't easily guess. Do you have something to say to me? Sensing his gaze, Charlotte asked with wide eyes. She and Helmut looked very alike. But unlike Helmut's sharp impression, Charlotte had a neat yet somewhat gentle face. There was no coldness that repelled others in her. Was it because of her character? Nothing. It would be troublesome to cause any misunderstanding. At any rate, Charlotte had no inkling about Helmut's true identity. Though he wouldn't have any reason to like Charlotte, he had to consider the possibility that she might have a liking for him. Chapter 212 Part 2, Instructor Patricia chuckled as if teasing. Helmut, Charlotte, we have the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament ahead. It would be troublesome if male and female students fall for each other. Fall for each other. That's a bit improper. Charlotte seemed to take it seriously, as if she really didn't want such a misunderstanding. Fortunately, she didn't seem to have any feelings for Helmut. Charlotte was a model student cherished by Instructor Patricia and also someone who was fun to tease. She subtly smiled. Why, it's possible to fall for each other, a journey with healthy male and female students together. Besides, isn't Helmut very handsome? Though he's clueless, I hear there are girls who secretly like him. Is that so? Helmut himself was completely unaware of this. It was partly because Aaliyah had been blocking them without him knowing. That's true, but Helmut Sr. is not my type, Charlotte said firmly. Helmut felt somewhat strange. It was the first time he experienced being told he wasn't someone's type to his face. No one would feel good hearing that. Of course, for Helmut, it was just a novel experience. Charlotte realized her mistake and slightly bowed her head. My apologies. Then what is Charlotte's type? Instructor Patricia asked insinuatingly. This question piqued Helmut's interest a bit. He thought of someone who had been glancing at her while pretending to greet. After some serious consideration, Charlotte answered, I suppose someone with good conduct and maturity would be nice. Asuka is out of the question, Helmut concluded simply. Even if Asuka were reborn, it would be impossible to meet Charlotte's standards. Maybe he'd change by the time he was on his deathbed. Helmut, who didn't want to be connected to Asuka by any family relationship, was pleased with this. What about appearance? Don't you look at the face? I think it's impolite not to prioritize the inner qualities when looking at a person. Instructor Patricia was sure, if it were Charlotte, she would have scored full marks in Greta Academy's ethics test. But soon Charlotte added, however, since I'm still lacking myself, I'd prefer someone good-looking if possible, but of course the inside is more important. She added firmly and then turned her head toward the window of the carriage, seemingly embarrassed. Instructor Patricia chuckled, honest, I like it. Helmut felt a faint ember of hope glowing in the darkness. It was a hope he thought had completely extinguished in Asuka. It seemed there might be a slim chance for him, even if it was a very low possibility. Senior, is this Helmut guy really that great? Having been deprived of the faculty's attention as the swordsmanship department's representative and not being able to sit in the same carriage as Charlotte, whom he secretly had an interest in, Leon was annoyed. He didn't like that Helmut guy in many ways. He asked his senior Nils in a tone that sounded as if he was addressing a subordinate. In the swordsmanship department, strength determined rank. A higher grade might grant some privileges, but in Greta Academy the hierarchy was especially clear. At the point of graduating, there was a limit to how much more they could improve. Nils was aware of being beneath Leon. He answered calmly, rumor has it he defeated a first-rank mercenary-level assassin. First-rank mercenary level, it's just a rumor, there's no way a second year could do that. If the instructors said it, it's not just a rumor. That's, Leon's face hardened. But he soon changed his expression. Anyway, the guy is arrogant, isn't he? Yeah, Nils responded lightly. Leon spoke in an insinuating tone. There's a way to teach an arrogant junior in the swordsmanship department's way. I'll have to show him. Nils looked at him indifferently and nodded. It didn't matter to him anyway. He couldn't stop Leon, and minor quarrels were common in the swordsmanship department. If it went too far, the instructors would intervene. But as the senior-most student in the group, he added one more word. I hope there won't be any big commotion. Of course. Leon smiled with a cold face, the first campsite after leaving Baden. As the faculty stepped aside to discuss the schedule, the four students were left alone. While unloading the luggage and tying up the horses, a call came from behind. You, Helmut, it was an unwelcome voice. Don't you hear the senior's words? Helmut responded indifferently. Yes, go fetch some water, it's your job. Leon ordered arrogantly, pointing towards the water container. Helmut's eyebrows raised slightly, a new feeling. Fetching water was a task for a fourth-rank mercenary, the very bottom among mercenaries. This guy was currently treating Helmut as a grunt, but Helmut decided not to get angry or retaliate. If Leon's hierarchy was based on grade, it shouldn't be Helmut doing the task. Helmut pointed to the water container and ordered, Charlotte, go fetch the water. Yes, without a word, Charlotte stepped forward. It didn't make sense for Helmut, a second year, to do the work while Charlotte, a first year, just sat there, even if her original status didn't fit such tasks. Nils, who had been watching, had a bewildered expression. He also didn't particularly like Helmut. His reason differed from Leon's. He simply didn't like the dangerous aura Helmut seemed to exude, but he didn't expect Helmut to dodge the task like this. Charlotte immediately picked up the water container. Her hands firmly grasped the heavy container's handle. Then I'll be back. Chapter 213 Part 1. What on earth is this brat doing now? How dare he act like that towards Charlotte? Leon was worried that Charlotte's impression of him would worsen because of this situation. His face puffed up with anger as he spoke coldly. Charlotte, stop. I told Helmut to do it. It's my job to do. Charlotte did not back down. She knew Leon was trying to establish hierarchy over Helmut. It wasn't out of an intention to shield Helmut. If Helmut told her to do it, it was right for her to do it. Helmut responded indifferently. She says it's her job. It sounded somewhat provoking. Leon, holding back his anger, shouted at him, do you even think? How can you make a small girl do such a thing? Most of the students in the swordsmanship department were large and muscular. Compared to them, Charlotte, being a girl, looked small and fragile. Despite the fact that she was the top student in the first year of the swordsmanship department and knew how to handle this, making her do this task seemed inappropriate. Of course, Helmut was free from such notions. In the forest of roots, even the most beautiful flowers could devour humans. He knew Charlotte was strong beyond what was visible to the eye. It's my job to do this. Senior, I'm not weak. I can carry a water bucket. Before Helmut could say anything, Charlotte interrupted sharply, her eyes showing she felt insulted. She quickly shouldered the water bucket and walked away. Leon's face turned icy as he gritted his teeth at Charlotte's reaction. Could Charlotte really be interested in that guy? It couldn't be, but Helmut, with his impressive appearance, was indeed eye-catching. Leon felt a surge of resentment. He didn't know Charlotte well, but based on her striking looks and character, he assumed she was from a high-ranking noble family. Most noble girls pursued academics or magic. A noble girl discussing swords was extremely rare. This rarity piqued Leon's interest in Charlotte. Winning her over would undoubtedly be valuable. He had planned to cautiously approach her during this opportunity, but it was ruined from the start, because of that Helmut. As soon as Charlotte disappeared, Leon lashed out in a harsh tone. Since entering Greta Academy, I haven't had much contact with commoners, so I didn't realize how lowly they are. Making a woman do your job is truly a commoner's thinking. I must have overestimated you. It was true that studying alongside commoners was unpleasant for Leon, but he was at the pinnacle of the swordsmanship department. To begin with, the bootlickers around him were all nobles. Naturally, he hadn't had many opportunities to express his discriminatory attitude towards commoners. The Academy's education also regulated such behavior. However, at the moment a commoner annoyed him, his consciousness leaked out. If there was a visible flaw, he had to pick at every fault. Leon faithfully adhered to the principles of combat. Helmut responded swiftly. It seems Charlotte doesn't agree with your thoughts, Senior. Don't you dare call her by her name. What's going on here? Helmut's brow furrowed. It felt like he was caught in the middle of a romantic feud. The problem was, Helmut had no intention of fighting over Charlotte. Unable to watch any longer, Nils intervened. He thought Leon went a bit too far with the commoner remarks. He was a principled person, but that didn't mean he wanted to side with Helmut. I heard Charlotte is from Reynosa. Heading to Reynosa now, it doesn't look good to assign such chores to a noble from Reynosa. Helmut tilted his head slightly. When they reach Reynosa, they'll be staying in lodgings with servants anyway. The Academy-selected students would be treated accordingly, so there was no problem doing menial tasks until then. The Reynosa people wouldn't know. In any case, Helmut had no intention of doing whatever Leon instructed, and Charlotte didn't refuse the assignment. That was enough. Helmut cut him off coldly. Whether she's from Reynosa or not doesn't matter in doing the given tasks. If she didn't like it, she could refuse. If Charlotte refused, Helmut would say he wouldn't do it either. Leon was just being annoying. He could just challenge him to a duel directly. Finally, Leon moved as Helmut had expected. Fine, I see you're not getting it. I need to fix your attitude. Leon stood up abruptly, holding a wooden sword. Had he been looking for an excuse to beat him up, it won't go as you wish. Helmut looked at him indifferently. He was tired of dealing with weaklings. It was a bit inconvenient too. He had to control his strength to avoid killing him. Ironically, Leon seemed confident he would win, even though he had never seen Helmut's skills. He would soon realize that it was a big mistake, and who the real contender for victory among Greta Academy's selected students was. Chapter 213, Part 2. However, before they could clash, there was an intruder. The instructors, who had just finished their discussion, appeared. Seeing the confrontation between Leon and Helmut, they paused. There was no romantic tension between Instructor Alan and Instructor Patricia during work. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Instructor Alan crossed his arms and asked, "What happened?" Leon quickly denied. A fabricated smile appeared on his lips. "Nothing. I was just about to duel with a junior, but it doesn't seem like the right time." There was no benefit to fighting in front of an instructor. He wasn't really looking for a dueling match anyway. Instructor Allen didn't ask further. He judged that intervening in trivial quarrels would have negative effects. Helmut isn't particularly aggressive, but he strangely attracts fights. Maybe it was because of his cold and intimidating demeanor. Helmut had a knack for provoking swordsmen, the ambiguity of his skills. His appearance was almost delicate, but his aura wasn't, creating a contradiction that made others want to challenge him. Unable to judge, they had to test him. This was why Helmut often got into fights in Basser. Instructor Patricia looked around and asked, "Where's Charlotte?" She went to fetch water. In truth, they had brought enough drinking water and there were mages as well. There wasn't a real shortage of water. Instructor Allen frowned. "Fetch water? Well, maybe it's because she's a first-year student, but it's better not to act alone. This isn't Greta Academy, so we don't know what might happen. Always stay together. Helmut, go to the water's edge." Yes, Helmut readily left. When he reached the water's edge, Charlotte was sighing deeply with a fully filled water bucket in front of her. Her face was filled with worry. Is it too heavy for her to lift alone? Helmut thought she wouldn't be that weak, but he asked, "Is it too heavy for you to carry?" Charlotte turned around in surprise. Only then did Helmut realize that he had been deadening his footsteps. It wasn't that he was trying to ambush someone, it was just a habit, especially in forests like this. "You move so quietly, senior." Charlotte looked embarrassed, as if ashamed of letting her guard down in a place where she could be attacked at any time. "I can carry it alone. I was just about to head back. I had something on my mind for a bit. You can go ahead." The instructor said not to act alone. "I see, then could you give me a moment?" Charlotte's expression darkened. Judging by her overall condition, she wasn't physically unwell. It was probably a matter of the heart. "Could it be because I made her do this task?" He didn't know why that would upset her, but he had something to say. "It wasn't me who made you do it." Helmut himself was aware that he hadn't done anything wrong, but from the reactions of the other two seniors, he wondered if he had done something strange. "I'm still not fully accustomed to the human world." But Charlotte nodded readily. "I know. However, regardless of that, it didn't seem right to unnecessarily have juniors run errands for the sake of establishing hierarchy." She added an unnecessary comment typical of her. Charlotte wasn't a fool. "If I was upset over that, it's not your fault, senior." If it wasn't Helmut's fault, it was Leon's. The conclusion was clear. There was a brief silence. In the place where only the sound of the stream flowing could be heard, the silence was not too noticeable. Both were not talkative. Helmut waited leisurely while standing, and Charlotte was lost in thought, watching the flowing water. Suddenly she raised her head. "Senior, I have something to ask." "What is it?" If it was about Margaret Irene, he couldn't tell her. Helmut hadn't decided what to do yet, but Charlotte's intention was different. "It's a trivial concern, but I have no one to ask. I thought you'd listen without any judgment." Her words implied that he was insensitive enough to listen to anything without reacting, but Helmut wasn't offended. He was indeed indifferent. "Go ahead, please don't tell anyone." For a moment, Aaliyah crossed his mind. Should he keep it a secret from Aaliyah too? Didn't she repeatedly tell him not to talk much with Charlotte, but Helmut trusted his instincts. Charlotte was his blood relative. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "I won't." Charlotte's voice flowed out slowly. "What would you do, senior, if your sibling disliked you?" "I don't know because I don't have siblings." Isn't it an emotion one can understand only after having siblings who dislike them? Humans kill their siblings and parents for power. Is it a big deal if siblings don't get along? Charlotte seemed to be troubled by this fact. If not siblings, then let's say relatives. The term family would work too, I suppose. "What would you do if someone you couldn't ignore disliked you, senior?" She was worried about Michael. Since leaving Reynosa, her heart had been restless. Michael had sent another letter. He wanted to see her face as soon as she arrived in Reynosa. She didn't understand why he was acting like this suddenly. It couldn't be that his heart had softened from not seeing her for a long time. The Michael she knew wasn't such a tender boy, so it troubled her even more. Chapter 214 Part 1 What could be his intention? He may have initially seen Charlotte as a rival, but now he seems to be trying to absorb her. There was always a reason behind Michael's kindness. The reason he didn't attend the academy wasn't simply due to his health issues. It was to solidify his position as the heir of the family while Charlotte was away. When Charlotte returns, everyone in the family will likely be following Michael. Helmut's answer was simple. Why don't you ask him why he dislikes you? First, she needed to confirm whether he disliked her or not, but after that, the reason was crucial. Charlotte spoke again. I know why he dislikes me, but yes, I've never actually asked him. She could only guess. Charlotte found Michael difficult. It seemed she had never once gotten angry with him. Charlotte merely endured Michael's biting remarks and his hostility. She carried that vaguely understood reason within her. What will you do once you find out why he dislikes you? I'll just leave it be. Charlotte's eyes widened. Don't you feel like you should do something about it if you were in a similar situation? Well, I don't know how to change someone's heart. Helmut had never learned how to do that, and he knew he wasn't good at it. The idea that a sibling might dislike him wasn't surprising. Even if his mother accepted him, Helmut was still an outsider. It wouldn't be easy for his siblings to accept him just because they shared blood. Nobles had a lot to lose. Would they really welcome a sibling who might divide their inheritance? Helmut had no intention of disrupting their order. He had no need for wealth, he already had plenty. Of course, things might be different if they ever met. Even without knowing about the Seed of Darkness, if Helmut's mere existence bothered them, there was nothing he could do about it. If he couldn't beat them up to establish a hierarchy or kill them, the answer was simple: just face them. But the moment of confrontation had not yet come. It was too early to think about potential siblings who might or might not exist and how they would treat him. Helmut calmly responded, "But I know what I have to do," Charlotte suddenly realized. What's important now isn't Michael's heart, which she may or may not find out even after meeting him. It was the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament. Helmut had an impressive ability to reach conclusions quickly. Helmut's resoluteness dispelled Charlotte's worries. Even though she was aware, she still got lost in her thoughts. Now her mind was clear and she nodded. I see. It felt strange yet amazing. Charlotte had always been impressed by Helmut's strength, his swordsmanship, and his diligence. As a fellow swordsman and senior, there was much to learn from him. Though she didn't have feelings for him, she thought of him as a good senior. You're right, senior. Let's go, Helmut suggested briefly. He calculated in his mind that the conversation wasn't too long. Charlotte seemed to notice something and stood up. Oh, I heard you have a fiancé or girlfriend. My apologies, she might be displeased. Helmut flinched and replied, she probably would be, but what's done is done. He decided to ask something as well. If you're from Reynosa, you must have family there, Helmut asked casually. Charlotte hesitated and said, yes, that's right. If you go to Reynosa, you might be surprised. Surprised? Yes, because my family is a bit. Charlotte hesitated. Should she just tell him? He would find out eventually, but telling him now would break the academy's rules. Even if it did, no one would know she broke the rules unless Helmut spoke of it. Just as Charlotte decided to speak, a cold voice interrupted from a distance. What are you doing there? Have you been dawdling all this time? It was Leon. As he walked down the slope, he threw a fierce gaze at Helmut. Leon was concerned about Helmut and Charlotte being alone and had come to check on them. Seeing them talking made him uncomfortable. They seemed quite close and it twisted something inside him. My apologies, I was just about to leave. Charlotte quickly grabbed the water jug and moved. She didn't seem to notice the heavy weight of the jug. Charlotte left first and Helmut was about to return to the camp. However, as he passed Leon, Leon suddenly spoke. She's a noble. You're a commoner. The tone suggested that he shouldn't be looking at an unattainable tree. Helmut calmly asked, aren't we all students of the academy? Once you leave the academy, you won't be. Although we follow the academy rules inside, everyone knows that fact. It seems you don't know. Even if he knew, it didn't matter. Would the noble status protect his neck from Helmut's sword? Probably not. This guy didn't even have the skills to ensure that. Helmut looked at him with cold eyes. Meeting those chilling black eyes, Leon felt an inexplicable intimidation. However, he tried hard to pull himself together. No matter how ominous those pitch-black eyes looked or how strange a feeling the other person gave off, he was just a second-year student. It didn't make sense for him to feel intimidated. Leon gritted his teeth and asked, why are you looking at me like that? Senior doesn't like me. Yes, and what will you do about it? Helmut's gaze deepened, as if a chasm was opening in his eyes. Then instead of being a nuisance, let's duel. Chapter 214 Part 2 The instructors didn't monitor them all the time. They could secretly clash at night, or if he didn't like that, they could officially challenge each other. Helmut was thinking it might be simpler to resolve it through a show of strength. Leon's face turned red with anger. What, you think you can beat me? Of course. Helmut answered briefly, a slight smirk on his lips. Why don't you find out? I'd prefer using real swords. He had heard that the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament used real swords. It was closer to actual combat compared to tournaments held within the academy. The feel of a real sword was different from a wooden one. In a real sword duel, he could pretend it was a mistake and put the opponent in a more dangerous position. Of course, he wouldn't kill him. Professor Luxon from the magic department would be there. As long as he didn't die instantly, it wouldn't be too difficult to handle such situations. Anyway, as long as they arrived at Renosa safely, that's all that mattered, right? Whatever murderous thoughts Helmut had, Leon was unaware. He was filled with the anger of having to teach this arrogant second-year a lesson, but Leon was also an outstanding swordsman. If not for Helmut, he could represent the entire academy. An outstanding swordsman should be able to assess the situation. They can't fight with agitated minds. What if he ended up killing this guy? Leon knew Helmut was one of the selected students from Greta Academy. Causing trouble openly wasn't Leon's style. He was also concerned about the instructor's evaluations and his own reputation. That's why he had only prodded lightly. Barely containing his anger, Leon asked, "You mean you won't avoid the duel?" "I have no reason to." Helmut's tone was indifferent. If the other side provoked him, he could provoke back. A confrontation would be simpler. Arrogant brat, to Leon, Helmut's words sounded dismissive. Leon didn't think Helmut had any basis for his confidence. His pride didn't allow him to believe Helmut was better. Even though he had heard about Helmut's reputation, his pride blinded him. It should have been easy to understand. A commoner wouldn't be so confident unless he had the skills to back it up. Leon composed himself and spoke in a calm tone. "Fine, I'll inform the instructor we'll have a duel. You plan to duel in front of everyone?" That would be appropriate, but it felt a bit disappointing. Helmut had been relatively quiet since the first semester's quarrel. He would have to hold back in front of the instructors. A hint of killing intent flickered in his black eyes. Leon proudly declared, "Yes, of course. You will understand your own skill and position clearly in front of everyone. Let's do that then." Helmut replied indifferently. He turned away. The matter would be resolved before they reached Renosa. It was late at night. As usual, Helmut was training. He had informed the instructor that he was stepping out for some training. The rule against acting alone didn't apply to Helmut. His skills were well known among the instructors. Helmut was someone who might endanger others but wouldn't be endangered by anyone. Instructor Patricia had only given a word of caution. "Don't go too far." As he was swinging his sword, his bracelet lit up. Helmut knew it was a call from Aaliyah. He infused the bracelet with vis and a small image of Aaliyah's face appeared before him. Her silver hair was illuminated clearly. It was Aaliyah's room. She was sitting at her desk, her hair down. The image was so vivid it felt like she was right in front of him. "Hello," she smiled brightly and asked about his day. Helmut hesitated briefly. He had said he wouldn't tell Charlotte. But what if Aaliyah was curious about their conversation? Fortunately, Aaliyah was more interested in another matter. "So you're going to duel?" He suggested it. "Good, crush him," Aaliyah said cheerfully and then added, "Oh, but be careful. He's from a Marquis family in the Empire. If you handle it like in the first semester, it might become troublesome for you. It will be a supervised duel." "And you talked with Charlotte?" Aaliyah's focus returned to that. Fortunately, perhaps because Helmut had mentioned the conversation with instructor Patricia in the carriage, Aaliyah didn't seem too concerned. "If you're curious about Charlotte, shall I look into it? I can find out which family she's from in a day." Aaliyah laughed. She had connections with the dean. Though the dean wouldn't tell her everything, Aaliyah could subtly find out what she wanted to know from him. Chapter 215 Part 1. No, Helmut firmly refused. This wasn't the first time Aaliyah had made a similar suggestion. Helmut had rejected it before as well. It was a refusal he couldn't quite explain himself. While it was obvious that acquiring information in advance was advantageous, he simply couldn't accept it. "All right." Regardless of Helmut's decision, Aaliyah nodded readily, but internally she had different thoughts. Still, I should investigate. She had some suspicions. Even if Helmut didn't care, she had to be prepared. They were already in the same boat. Aaliyah's voice softened suddenly. "You must be confident that she is your family, seeing how you converse with her so casually without listening to me." Her tone was gentle but carried a sharp edge. Helmut paused for a moment. "I am confident. It's not that I ignored your words." "Is that so? I'll trust you then." For some reason, the way she said, "I'll trust you," sounded ominous. "Get some rest then. See you tomorrow." With a cheerful voice, the connection was cut off. Helmut's training session also came to an end, leaving him with an inexplicable feeling of unease. Once they arrived at the village and settled into the inn, Leon hurried. He was eager to deal with that arrogant kid. It seemed Charlotte and Helmut had become somewhat closer after their conversation by the water that day. The sight of them occasionally chatting really grated on him. There's no way Charlotte would end up with a commoner. A commoner capable of rising in status could marry a noble, but that was only a story for lower nobles. Nobles recognize each other. In Leon's eyes, Charlotte was not of a status to end up with some commoner. She wasn't the type to play with fire either, so it wouldn't progress any further. He knew that in his head, but his heart felt grated. Leon went straight to Instructor Allen. "Instructor, I have something to discuss." "What is it?" "We still have a long journey to Reynosa. I would like to duel." Instructor Allen immediately understood his intent. "You want to duel with Helmut?" "Yes, that's right. He has excellent skills. This dueling will be beneficial for both of us." Instructor Allen hesitated, not for any other reason. Leon couldn't defeat Helmut. If he lost in front of everyone, Leon's self-esteem would take a hit. He was the top student representative of Greta Academy. Instructor Allen knew he was superior to Nils. If Leon takes a hit, will he easily recover? As a third-year top student, losing to Helmut and losing confidence could lead to him losing to Charlotte, who was less skilled than him. Losing confidence in one's skills immediately reflects in their swordsmanship. If the representative of Greta Academy became demoralized and was eliminated early in the upcoming swordsmanship competition, it would be problematic. However, he couldn't just refuse the formal request for a dueling match. Instructor Allen furrowed his brows. "Please allow us to duel with real swords." Leon's voice carried blatant hostility. He didn't intend to kill him by accident. He didn't want to fall out of favor with the instructor. However, to make an impression, real swords would be more effective. Instructor Allen soon nodded. "All right. If it's under the supervision of an instructor at an appropriate place." "It certainly will be." Helmut agreed, and soon a place was arranged. Helmut and Leon stood facing each other in an open area. Inns often housed mercenaries, so larger inns usually had training grounds or similar open spaces. Leon felt an indescribable sensation as he looked into Helmut's jet-black eyes. Until being led to this place, Helmut had been quiet. Leon had expected him to be afraid, but Helmut's calm reaction was unexpected. "What's going on? Why is this brat so calm?" Beyond the feeling that Helmut wouldn't be easy to defeat, Leon belatedly felt an inexplicable unease. However, Leon quickly shook off that unease. His pride wouldn't allow him to back down here. Leon's sword had never betrayed him. He had hardly ever lost to his peers. Victory was a habit for him. "I will win this time as well." And he would make that unpleasant guy kneel, as befits the representative of Greta Academy's swordsmanship department. As expected, the outcome is obvious. It can't be helped. Wondering if the duel would be meaningful, Instructor Patricia crossed her arms and asked, "Shall Charlotte and Nils duel as well? It would be an honor if given the chance." Charlotte replied stiffly. Nils shook his head. "The size difference is too large, so it won't help either of us prepare for the tournament." Nils looked troubled. Charlotte was a petite girl, not even half Nils' size. Although tall and well-built for her age, in the swordsmanship department she would be considered tiny. From Nils' perspective, being strong and healthy, he was worried he might accidentally hurt her. Charlotte insisted firmly. "Still, I request it." "Well, if Charlotte requests it, let's give it a try. Then I would like to watch Helmut and Leon's duel first," Nils reluctantly agreed. Chapter 215, Part 2. Everyone's eyes turned to Helmut and Leon standing face to face. Neither had drawn their swords yet. Helmut brought his hand to his waist. The sword hilt fit perfectly into his hand. He had already wielded this sword countless times, cutting down enemies. For Helmut, not cutting properly with a real sword was more unusual. "You may use this, but do not exceed its use beyond physical enhancement." Instructor Allen set detailed conditions. Both nodded, understood. "Let's get started." Leon grasped his sword and twitched his fingertips. An inexplicable sense of urgency surged. Meanwhile, Helmut remained composed. He wasn't interested in what Leon was thinking. The outcome was already determined. Helmut took a deep breath. Instructor Allen raised his hand to signal the start. "Begin." At the shout, his hand came down sharply. Simultaneously, Helmut moved. His movement was so smooth, it was as if he was not hindered by air resistance. Leon's sword was drawn too, but his sword did nothing. Whoosh, a sharp sound and a flash of light appeared before his eyes. Light first, sound second. A white trajectory cut through the air. Leon saw the trajectory, but by the time he recognized it, everything was over. It was as if an invisible light had pierced through his entire body. His vision was blocked by a very thin, sharp light. Leon realized what had stopped in front of him. It was the tip of a sword emitting a sharp light. A sword stopped just a hair's breadth away from his eyes, as if it could pierce them at any moment. Leon's sword couldn't even move toward the air. His mouth froze, his legs trembled. A momentary fear engulfed him, a murderous intent that triggered it. The gates of death had opened their jaws right before him. Leon realized it. He really intended to kill me. The killing intent was that of an unfeeling sword. A sword has no heart. Helmut's killing intent contained no hesitation. The only reason he stopped was because it was against the rules to kill. And because the instructors were watching. His body was covered in goosebumps. It was as if he had witnessed the true nature of someone who had committed countless murders, seeing his inhuman coldness. Although Leon was the top fourth-year student in the swordsmanship department of Greta Academy, he lacked real combat experience. The killing intent that could be found only in battlefield nights overwhelmed him in an instant. What kind of guy is he? It felt like he had touched something he shouldn't have. It was as if he had glimpsed the fangs of a beast hidden in a human face. Looking at Leon's pale face, Helmut asked expressionlessly, "Shall we go again?" But there was no answer. "Let's do it one more time." Helmut changed his tone. He slightly regretted it. It ended too quickly. His goal was to make him covered in wounds. What he did wasn't enough as a threat. Unconsciously, he had completely immersed himself and drawn his sword. He hadn't intended to show that he could finish someone like Leon with a single strike. The sword drawn with full power stopped just before piercing him. Stopping was more surprising. Helmut had allowed his murderous instinct to take over. He didn't consider the instructors or professors watching at all. Immersion in the sword invites killing. Helmut knew that was the latent savagery within him. He couldn't definitively say it was the influence of the seed of darkness. However, a tiny bit of consciousness had stopped him. Helmut let out a sigh of relief. Have I become human enough to control my instincts? If so, that's fortunate. Perhaps because he was holding a real sword. He had been so immersed that he had lost control momentarily. His intense and combat-driven real-life experience had pulled him in. It was as if it had already become a part of him. To eliminate the enemy most efficiently and quickly, thus leading to uncontrollable directions. "We should stop here." Instructor Allen intervened. Leon, his face pale, stormed off the field. Unable to bear the humiliation that hit him late, Professor Luxon, standing beside, tilted his head. "Something is strange, that boy. His exam papers were impressive, that's why he had taken notice of him. But aside from that, something felt different about him from other boys. It was as if some part of him as a human was missing, and because of that, some other aspect was sharply honed. Extraordinary talent sometimes makes a person inhuman, but there was something peculiar about Helmut. That peculiarity piqued the mage's curiosity. Professor Luxon's eyes glimmered. "I need to keep an eye on him." Nils and Charlotte, who had been watching with admiration, took their positions for their turn at dueling. Helmut loosened his nerves and sat down to one side. Instructor Patricia approached and spoke. "Excellent. It seems you have grown further." Clearly, Helmut was in a realm that Instructor Patricia couldn't measure, but an instructor's eyes could see beyond realms. Helmut nodded. "Yes. Can we expect you to win the upcoming swordsmanship tournament? Don't hold too much against Leon, he must have realized by now." Why the instructors treated Helmut differently was clear. Helmut replied curtly, "I won't." No need to resent him. He was insignificant, simply weak. That's how the weak are. A cutting contempt seeped through his thoughts, and he felt a keen murderous intent. He was startled. It felt strange. It was as if an invisible force was affecting him. Was it because he was heading to Reynosa? He looked down at his own hand, strong and steady. It seemed unable to detect any anomaly. The following duel match ended with Nils' victory. Chapter 216, Part 1. "You're quite something, you know." Nils extended his hand. Charlotte took it and stood up without resistance. The opponent was a sixth-year student. She knew it would be hard to win. But still, the pride of a swordsman couldn't help but feel bitter. Charlotte was an honor student. Despite having met formidable opponents like Helmut and Asuka, she wasn't used to losing. She couldn't help but ask herself the question, if it were Senior Asuka, would he have lost like this? She didn't need to consider Helmut, even if it were Asuka. If Asuka were here instead, no, the answer was immediate. Asuka would not have lost to Nils. Even if the opponent was the top of the sixth year, Asuka would have prevailed. Asuka's presence weighed heavily on Charlotte. His swordsmanship was impressive beyond mere strength. She had never seen such an aggressive and instinctive swordsman. Charlotte knew she wouldn't be able to shake off the thought of if it were Senior Asuka throughout the tournament. Because she had become the representative of the Greta Academy's swordsmanship department in his place. At the very least, she had to fill the void left by his absence. Charlotte was diligent to the point that she couldn't shake off that burden. Charlotte had also realized that Asuka had conceded it to her, but she had no interest in his true intentions. One thing was clear, it was not desirable for her to be the representative of Greta Academy. Charlotte gritted her teeth. "I can see you weren't chosen as the representative for nothing. Let's duel often in the future." Nils' words were sincere. As he dueled with Charlotte, he was inwardly impressed. He had underestimated her because she was a small girl, but as soon as the match began, he forgot that prejudice. Charlotte's sword was light, quick, and concealed its sharpness. Because the opponent was small, it was even more challenging for Nils, who had a large build, to deal with her. Thinking about the upcoming tournament, dueling with her would be very helpful. Getting used to opponents as small and quick as Charlotte would make other opponents seem sluggish by comparison. "Let's do that," Charlotte nodded. In the future matches leading up to Reynosa, she aimed to defeat Nils, even if just once. That was her newly formed goal. That day, Leon unexpectedly accepted it calmly. He acknowledged that he had lost and that Helmut was stronger than him. No, he had no choice but to accept it. The death that had approached his very eyes had robbed him of his fighting spirit. Helmut had etched the fear of death into him. After that, Leon, who had become remarkably quiet, started avoiding Helmut. Since they traveled in separate carriages anyway, avoiding him wasn't difficult. It was the first complete defeat he had ever faced against someone his age. A beaten dog doesn't dare to bark, especially not in the swordsmanship department. Maybe because he has some skill, he understands his place quickly. Helmut felt a slight disappointment. The journey to Reynosa was smooth, so smooth that it felt almost boring. Traveling with the Greta Academy faculty, there could have been a blind bandit attacking the carriage emblazoned with the Greta Academy crest, but fortunately or unfortunately that didn't happen. Except for Leon, the others chatted quite a bit. Helmut also exchanged a few words with Nils, thanks to Charlotte being a bridge. Nils, having seen Helmut's skills, was strangely respectful towards him. The hierarchical relationship based on school years was already meaningless. Naturally, Helmut was placed at the top of the hierarchy, excluding the faculty. Helmut felt just one discomfort. Professor Luxon, he's a bit irritating. Luxon kept trying to talk to him and follow him during training. If it had been a female professor, one might suspect romantic interest. Luxon's blatant interest in Helmut was obvious to anyone. Of course, even for a male professor, one might wonder if he had some peculiar taste. Helmut was undeniably a handsome boy. More than anything, it was annoying when he tried to converse with Aaliyah. If this side doesn't respond, communication cannot be established even if Aaliyah attempts it. Because of Professor Luxon, Helmut had to reject Aaliyah's communication several times. Fortunately, after Helmut outright said that he was being a nuisance, Luxon stopped following him, at least during training. Aaliyah, hearing the story, simply commented, "Professor Luxon doesn't have those kinds of inclinations." That was all he needed to hear. Aaliyah then gave him some vague warning, "Be careful. My bracelet can conceal it, but still. The existence of the seed of darkness must not be revealed." That was the message. Anyway, the carriage continued to trundle along. The Greta Academy group finally reached Reynosa. Chapter 216, Part 2. It's fortunate we arrived at our destination without any accidents. The road widened further. As they got closer to the Principality of Reynosa, Instructor Alan, who had been leading the students on the journey, spoke with relief. Despite his furrowed brows, there was a hint of relief in his eyes. He was the person in charge of this group. Once they entered Reynosa, they would be under the management of the tournament organizers. His job would become slightly easier. Most of the Greta Academy students were of noble birth. The journey was prepared to match that standard. Though it wasn't luxurious, it was made sure to be comfortable. It wasn't a task Alan was familiar with. "We'll be able to rest once we arrive." Instructor Patricia, who had maintained her poise until now, winked and touched his shoulder. Instructor Alan looked at her with gentle eyes. In any case, it was thanks to the dean's consideration that the two of them were traveling together. Professor Luxon coughed for no apparent reason. It seems there's something up ahead." He pointed ahead, having scanned the area with a short-range detection spell. Indeed, there was something ahead. No hostility was felt. The group was nearing Reynosa's territory. It was likely that those who had come to greet them had received advance notice. Having sent word that they would arrive today, it was likely they had come to meet them. The group approached with caution, prepared for any eventuality. Soon, the figures came into view. They were well-trained elite soldiers. Lined up along the roadside, they were motionless and exuded a stifling military discipline. They gave off the impression of swords honed solely for cutting down enemies. Each one was highly skilled. Black armor, emblazoned with wings and a sword. The moment they saw them, everyone except Helmut knew who they were. "The Black Wing Knights of Reynosa. They're here. This is too much just to greet us," Nils murmured. Helmut recalled what he knew about the Black Wing Knights of Reynosa. Among the many pieces of information he had gathered, there was information about the Black Wing Knights. They were one of the few knight orders that could be said to be on par with the Palma Knights of Bassar. While less rough and more refined than the Palma Knights, their skill was comparable. In one-on-one combat, they might even be better than the Palma Knights. Reynosa had almost no demonic beasts, and these knights fought humans. Even though Reynosa was putting a lot of effort into this swordsmanship tournament, having the Grand Dukes direct Black Wing Knights to greet the Greta Academy members was excessive. They likely didn't greet all the Academy groups this way. Was it a coincidence? Charlotte's face noticeably hardened upon seeing them. Why are the Black Wing Knights here? Could it be His Highness the Grand Duke? As the carriage reached the impressive presence of the knights, one of the Black Wing Knights stepped forward. With a loud neigh, the carriage came to a halt. A calm voice rang out. "We received word that you would be passing through here today. Welcome, members of Greta Academy. I am Carl Vanto of the Black Wing Knights. It wasn't a situation typically warranting the appearance of the Knights' commander or deputy commander. But it was clear from his demeanor that he was of considerable rank. What brings you out here? It wasn't a greeting for dignitaries. The members of Greta Academy knew they weren't considered dignitaries. There were more than just one or two Black Wing Knights. There were dozens of them. We are here to escort you to your destination. This is the will of the Grand Duchy of Renosa. Charlotte knew who the man in front of her was. She detected subtlety in his words. He didn't say it was the will of His Highness the Grand Duke. That meant, in any case, he did not greet Charlotte directly. Not yet. Charlotte closed her eyes slowly, then opened them. She knew there was a high chance she would be revealed despite the Academy's policy. The faculty also knew who Charlotte was, but Charlotte felt relieved that it wouldn't happen immediately. She did not want to reveal her identity. She fervently wished not to. Maybe it was because she enjoyed the time she spent with the Greta Academy members. At Greta Academy, Charlotte could just be Charlotte, a diligent and talented student liked by everyone. Not a worthless being hated by her brother and ignored by her mother. She didn't want to destroy that. Instructor Allen guessed why they had come this far. We appreciate the generous treatment. We take it as encouragement to achieve excellent results. And there is one other matter to address. His tone suggested it was not so much a request as a statement of something that must obviously be done, almost like a command. Carl Vanto shifted his gaze to Charlotte. The Grand Duchy of Renosa wishes to meet with Miss Charlotte. His expression and tone were respectful. Would you accompany us? Everyone turned to look at Charlotte. Her complexion wavered as if she had been counterattacked. She knew who wanted to see her. She hadn't expected Michael to be able to move the Grand Duke's direct Black Wing Knights. Is he trying to show me that he has control over the Black Wing Knights? The Grand Duke wasn't a puppet, so it wouldn't be complete control, but it was clear Michael had been granted such authority. Carl Vanto asked Charlotte again, his tone slightly troubled. Would you come with us? It was an invitation to Charlotte, not a demand to the Greta Academy faculty. Carl Vanto didn't bow or lower himself. It wasn't a request for consent. His attitude was subtly high-handed, slightly unpleasant, but the faculty didn't point it out. They were dealing with the Black Wing Knights of Renosa. There was nothing to gain by clashing with them here. They were here to compete. It would be difficult for her to act alone, but since Charlotte's hometown is Renosa, it shouldn't be a problem. In a tone that seemed to grant permission, Instructor Patricia stepped back. Instructor Allen agreed. But he added one condition. Charlotte, what do you think? I want to go. There was no intention to avoid it. She would face it. Determination filled Charlotte's eyes. Chapter 217, Part 1. If that's what you wish. Instructor Allen replied with a cautious expression. Just because the other person was the Grand Princess of Renosa and they were in Renosa didn't mean the situation would change immediately. Charlotte was still a student of Greta Academy. He treated her as such, which was also what Charlotte wanted. However, even though we are in Renosa, we can't allow you to act alone for long, so please return to the accommodation by at least tomorrow. Instructor Patricia added to Instructor Allen's request. Will you be able to do that? Of course, Carl Vanto answered calmly. Then, Charlotte slightly bowed her head to the faculty. Professor Luxon stroked his chin as he looked at her, and Instructor Patricia had a troubled expression. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Visiting a student's country and having a knight order take the student away. Of course, there would be no issue with safety. It was a situation difficult to refuse. There was a brief murmuring among the group. Leon and Nils looked at each other. Confusion was evident on their faces. Helmut observed the situation silently. It wasn't that he wasn't curious, but it seemed he would soon find out. Carl Vanto, raising his eyebrows, concluded cleanly. Then, Miss Charlotte, please follow me. The rest of you will be safely escorted by the Black Wing Knights. The Greta Academy group thus joined the Black Wing Knights. Charlotte, however, followed Carl Vanto to the prepared carriage. Carl Vanto's attitude changed once they were sufficiently distanced from the Greta Academy group. As Charlotte boarded the carriage, Carl Vanto bowed his head to her. It was a knightly salute. Please forgive my rudeness, Your Highness. No, thank you for following the Academy's policies. So is Michael looking for me? Even with the Black Wing Knights coming, she didn't think the Grand Duke would be looking for her. If it were the Grand Duke, he would formally invite her instead of arranging such a troublesome meeting, even if he was Charlotte's father. Carl Vanto wasn't familiar to Charlotte either. However, the Black Wing Knights themselves were not unfamiliar to her. Not because she was the Grand Princess of Renosa, but because she had been taught swordsmanship by the commander of the Black Wing Knights. Michael had intensely envied that fact. Because even swinging a sword for an hour left him bedridden the next day due to his weak body. Moreover, his talent for swordsmanship was mediocre. Even though they were born on the same day, their talents in swordsmanship couldn't even be compared. Carl Vanto nodded. Yes, he wishes to see you as soon as possible. Therefore, we came to welcome the Greta Academy group under that pretext. Charlotte asked for confirmation. Does Michael have the authority to move the Black Wing Knights? After returning from Basser at the request of the Grand Duchess, he was allowed to accompany some of us. However, the personnel here moved under a specific pretext. So my mother did that. Even the Grand Duke could not ignore the words of the Grand Duchess. The simplest way for Michael to get what he wanted was through his mother. Without hesitation, their mother had given many things to her frail young son, disregarding Charlotte's presence. As if she had only one child. As if the heir's position naturally belonged to Michael, it left a bitter taste in her mouth. It was a familiar yet never fully acceptable fact. With a firm expression, Charlotte left one request. Treat my group the same as the other Academy representatives. Don't think of giving them special treatment just because I'm here. This is a fair competition. It was a straightforward request. She herself felt uncomfortable about being separated alone to meet Michael. No matter how much this was Reynosa and the semester was ending, Charlotte was still part of Greta Academy. Understood, Your Highness, Carl Vanto responded calmly. Charlotte, without saying another word, got into the carriage. She planned to rejoin her group after her business was done. Chapter 217, Part 2. After a brief journey, the carriage stopped in front of an elegant mansion on the outskirts of a village. Charlotte recognized the place. It was a villa of the Grand Duchy of Reynosa. Even though she had prepared herself as she was led inside, she felt an inexplicable tension. A maid guided her. This way, Prince Michael has prepared a meal. She was indeed hungry. Although she doubted she could eat with Michael in front of her, creak, as the door opened, her eyes brightened. A delicious aroma quickly filled her nostrils. At the same time, a voice greeted her. Welcome, Charlotte. It's been a while, hasn't it? A friendly and soft voice echoed. Charlotte stiffened as she looked at him. With the sunlight pouring through the window behind him, Michael sat at a marble table, his chin resting on his hand, looking angelic. The smile on the face of the blond boy with lake-like blue eyes was as if drawn. Charlotte responded calmly. It's been a while, Michael. Have a seat, I've prepared your favorite dishes. The meal, centered around light and clean seafood dishes, matched her taste surprisingly well after the first bite. Receiving such treatment, it would be hard for anyone not to fall for him. Michael knew Charlotte's preferences and habits meticulously, even though he disliked her. It was his nature. Observing people, distinguishing likes and dislikes, and trying to win and use their hearts. Michael had never tried to win Charlotte's heart. If he had wanted to, it wouldn't have been impossible. Why did you call me? Charlotte asked in a flat tone. She couldn't tell from the letter, but being here made it clear. This was an omen of malice. Michael always acted overly friendly before revealing his malice. She didn't feel particularly disappointed anew. Charlotte remained composed, and Michael's smile deepened as he watched her. I wanted to show some consideration for my sister, who must have been having messy meals at inns on her way back to Reynosa. Please go ahead and eat. Charlotte ate. She didn't storm out because she knew that would lead to more trouble if Michael was trying to tame her. Charlotte was a member of the Grand Duchy of Reynosa. She couldn't live ignoring him forever. In a way, he was someone Charlotte had to endure. As Michael watched Charlotte eat without lifting a finger himself, he asked nonchalantly, "How is life at the academy?" Wouldn't he feel bitter if she said she was doing well? After all, it was something Michael could only dream of. But Charlotte didn't lie. It's going well. I heard you're the top first year in the swordsmanship department. Seeing that you've come to Reynosa as part of the Greta Academy group, you must be doing well. It seems your skills are recognized at the academy, but Michael made an insinuating remark. It's a bit strange that you became one of Gretna Academy's selectees. Apparently, the originally selected person had to give it up. Your resourcefulness is impressive. At the subtle insinuation, Charlotte put on a stern expression. It's not about my resourcefulness, it was that person's choice. Can you confidently say you did nothing to influence that choice? Michael was suggesting that Asuka gave up for Charlotte's sake, and Charlotte intended that. He liked to attach causes to the results of everything, especially misinterpreting Charlotte's intentions. Instead of this kind of talk, just tell me what you really want to say. Why did you call me out like this? You could have quietly summoned me. Now I see why you're upset. You don't want them to know you're the Grand Princess of Reynosa. Do you like life at the academy that much? Michael laughed. Charlotte stood up abruptly. But she wasn't good at verbal jabs or sarcasm. Instead, she had become more decisive. Not seeing Michael for a while had been good medicine. Charlotte spoke firmly. I'm glad to see you're doing well. I'm leaving now. As she tried to leave, Michael's tone changed. Sit down. It was a high-handed tone. Michael didn't speak to anyone else that way except for Charlotte. Unless you want me to tell them that you are the Grand Princess of Reynosa, they'll find out eventually. They might not. If you finish your meal and return, I'll keep it a secret. Until your group leaves Reynosa, they won't know. It doesn't matter if they find out. Do you think the only harm I can cause you is just that? Michael opened his eyes wide as if in disbelief. The swordsmanship tournament was hosted in Reynosa. Subtly disadvantaging the Greta Academy wouldn't be difficult. In fact, it had always been so in previous comprehensive swordsmanship tournaments. That's why Basser's martial arts tournament, where everything was fair, was famous. Charlotte clenched her fist. She was surprised at herself for wanting to hit him. There were guards, but it would only take a moment for Charlotte to take Michael down. Michael wouldn't be able to resist, yet he sat there without any protection, as if knowing Charlotte wouldn't do that. His confidence was unsettling. Michael changed his tone quickly. "I want to hear something from you," Charlotte asked while still standing. "What do you want to hear?" Michael smiled naturally. "About the selected students of Greta Academy's swordsmanship department. I heard there are some interesting stories from Greta Academy. They are all excellent. I am the least skilled among the selected, so I want to go back and focus on training." Michael seemed ready to get to the main point. Words flowed smoothly from his mouth. "Indeed, but I heard there's a commoner among your group. It's surprising. It's not easy for a commoner to outperform nobles at the academy." He frowned slightly and asked, "Is his name Helmut?" The moment Michael mentioned Helmut's name, an eerie chill rushed over her. It wasn't a good sign. Charlotte tried to regain her composure. "Yes, Senior Helmut is known as a commoner and is the top second year in the swordsmanship department." Was Michael trying to recruit Helmut? It was possible. As a commoner, he wouldn't have a fixed allegiance, and Helmut had the talent. The Black Wing Knights of Reynosa were a haven for skilled knights and offered good treatment. No matter how much Charlotte was against it, she couldn't take that opportunity away from Helmut. Chapter 218 Part 1 Senior Helmut doesn't seem like someone who would fit into the Black Wing Knights. For some reason, Charlotte felt that way. His presence was too intense to be confined to any organization. Michael asked subtly, "Who among the Greta Academy representatives has the most outstanding skills?" But before Charlotte could answer, Michael found the answer in her brief hesitation. "It's Helmut, isn't it? Amazing, especially since he's a commoner. He's more skilled than even the senior students, and he's gained your favor." Michael's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light. Charlotte felt a stirring unease. Now that she thought about it, Helmut knew her mother's maiden name. She didn't know how that fact might connect with Michael, but it felt uncomfortable. She had a premonition that these two should not be connected in any way. "Could it be you're interested in him as a man? The commoner, I mean." "No," Charlotte cut him off firmly. Even though nobles and commoners were treated equally within the academy, that wasn't the case outside of it. For the Grand Princess of Reynosa to harbor feelings for a commoner would be an inability to understand her position. Even Michael, who hopes Charlotte lowers herself, would not accept such a thing. He's a diligent and skilled senior. If you want to recruit him, do as you wish. Senior Helmut is impeccable as a knight." Charlotte answered as fairly as possible. She didn't want Michael to hold any ill will against Helmut because of her. For a commoner like Helmut, the enmity of Reynosa's heir would be too much to handle. But she soon realized that describing Helmut as an impeccable knight did not quite fit him. Charlotte had heard how Helmut dealt with a second-year student who had provoked him. From what she could see, Helmut was not the type to be docile or obedient to anyone. He should not be involved with someone like Michael. Michael was the type to get what he wanted, which meant they were bound to clash. Michael shrugged lightly. "Well, talent isn't exclusive to Greta Academy. I'll keep your words in mind," Charlotte added firmly. "Even if His Highness granted you rights over the Black Wing Knights, it's meant to protect you. I'd appreciate it if you didn't flaunt it like this." Sending the Black Wing Knights was a way for Michael to show off the authority he had gained as an heir. But the name of the Black Wing Knights was too significant to be used for such purposes. Also, this way of doing things that she couldn't refuse was unpleasant. The mere act of the Black Wing Knights coming en masse to take Charlotte could make others suspicious of her identity. Though the faculty already knew, it would be difficult to dispel the doubts of the other selected students. Even though Michael promised to keep it secret, he didn't guarantee it unconditionally. Michael's lips curled into a smile. A cold smile that only Charlotte could see despite his angelic face. "That's my right, something you don't have, and I will gain even more in the future, things you won't be able to have. Whatever you gain has nothing to do with me. It does have to do with you. By the time you graduate from Greta Academy, you will be kneeling at my feet as a vassal of Reynosa." Michael was openly wary of other heirs of Reynosa. If he was saying this to establish hierarchy, it meant he wasn't yet intent on eliminating Charlotte. If he wanted to eliminate her, it would be better to win her over and make her lower her guard. But Charlotte never forgot that Michael could turn on her at any moment. "If you can, do so. By fair means." She couldn't help but dislike his methods, which involved even using their mother. Sometimes weakness can be a weapon. Michael knew how to use that well, yet he also had the talent to win everyone's favor. That was his greatest talent, surpassing Charlotte's talent with the sword. Charlotte's meal had ended at some point. Michael, who hadn't touched his food, changed his smile. He looked at Charlotte with an unreadable expression and spoke. I'm glad to see you're the same as ever. Let's meet again. He waved lightly. As Charlotte stood up, she left a parting remark. You haven't changed either. She had no choice but to act as Michael intended once she came this far. Even though she had tried to remain composed, she couldn't help but feel emotional. I hope Senior Helmut won't get into trouble because of this. Charlotte hoped Michael wouldn't take an interest in him. Michael would be busy. Successfully hosting the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament in Reynosa was his task. At least he wouldn't cause immediate trouble, which was fortunate. Chapter 218, Part 2. Sinus, as soon as Charlotte left, Michael called out. Sinus appeared like a shadow and stood before Michael. Yes, Your Highness. What did you think of Charlotte? She seems unchanged. Right, I thought so too. Good, Michael smiled. Unlike the smile he showed Charlotte, this one gave a pure impression. Of course, purity wasn't a word that suited Michael. He tapped his forehead and fell into deep thought. Charlotte has not changed. Her unambitious nature remains the same. Despite attending the academy, she hadn't developed any new ambitions. He had worried about that. Michael only had one kind of ambition to be wary of, ambition for the position of Reynosa's heir. Observing Charlotte was important to Michael. She was the only competitor who could take what he had. Michael was more wary of her than Charlotte realized. Without Michael, who would oppose Charlotte becoming the heir of Reynosa? She had everything Michael lacked. Health, a proper character, and excellent swordsmanship. Especially the first, which was why the Grand Duke hadn't readily handed over all authority to Michael. There was always doubt whether he was sturdy enough to uphold Reynosa. Even if I've gotten better, I'll never be healthy enough to wield a sword. He still fell ill at least one day a week, but Michael was certain. Even so, Charlotte won't be able to beat me. Michael was superior in securing what he wanted. Charlotte wasn't even aiming for the heir's position. She would accept it only if it were given to her. As long as Charlotte didn't confront him or defy their mother, the heir's position was his. Michael had to continuously remind her of this. He would be the master of Reynosa, and Charlotte would have to support him. Michael did feel jealousy towards Charlotte, but he also considered her family. They were twins, his only sister. The bond from birth couldn't be ignored. Michael's actions were always calculated. Although his actions towards Charlotte sometimes lacked calculation, even those emotional actions and words were because Charlotte was special. Michael never forgot that if Charlotte were an ally, she would be the most reliable sword. The most trustworthy, loyal sword. She would be a good knight. Michael finished his thoughts and asked, "How did the investigations go?" Sinus, here is the list of selected students from each academy. Michael received the thick documents Sinus handed over. The documents did not contain appearances. It was impressive to gather this much. Baden's academies were particularly strict about protecting student information. After flipping through the documents for a while, Michael wore a bored expression and asked, "Is he among them?" Hyde. He's skilled enough to be selected. But there's no one named Hyde on the list. He participated in Basser's martial arts tournament for a purpose, so he might not participate in the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament even if he's skilled. He's hiding his skills. He's too skilled to be learning at an academy. The voice was laced with doubt. If he was the winner of Basser's martial arts tournament, he should be teaching, not learning. He must have a purpose for attending the academy, likely to hide himself. But he's attending an academy, and he must be standing out to some extent. He must be achieving excellent results. Michael felt Hyde wouldn't tolerate being at the bottom even if he hid his skills. Could a commoner be that stubborn? He must be a noble, that was Michael's judgment. He thought Hyde was attending an academy in Baden, but he ordered a thorough search of all academies just in case. Sinus reported his findings. Based on what I've found, there's no one named Hyde resembling him across all academies. Of course. He must be using an alias and perhaps a disguise. Michael tried to recall Hyde's appearance. Once Michael decided to pursue something, he didn't let go easily. He had diligently pursued Hyde despite Hyde leaving almost no trace. There had just been some challenges along the way. Michael pondered and nodded. He must have used a disguise to vanish so cleanly. With such a noticeable appearance, it wouldn't be easy to evade tracking unless he looked completely different. He used an artifact, most likely one that changes appearance. Right, so the question is whether he's participating in this comprehensive swordsmanship tournament. Michael raised an eyebrow. If I see his sword, I'll recognize him no matter what he looks like. It was the swordsmanship of the Sword Saint Darien. He had already eliminated one person because of it. The only question was whether Hyde had brought that sword with him. He wouldn't know you're here, so he might not avoid the tournament. Right, I hope so. Michael's eyes narrowed. More than that, this commoner Helmut. Chapter 219 Part 1, we don't have much information on him. Black hair, black eyes, a cold and aloof demeanor. He transferred in as a second-year student and took the top spot. He's a boy who receives the support of an instructor and is quite respected at Greta Academy. Nothing is known about his past before entering the academy. It's also unknown who taught him the sword. The most notable thing is that he's very handsome. At that moment, the name that flashed through Michael's mind was Hyde. Hyde was also very handsome. With such looks, it would be no wonder he would cause a stir both inside and outside the academy. Unless he was in disguise, Michael shook his head. Helmut is a commoner. His judgment wouldn't be wrong. Hyde was too dignified to be a commoner. A commoner couldn't possess such a character. No matter how strong they are, a commoner must learn to obey nobles from birth throughout their life. The consciousness cultivated from a young age is not easily overcome. Hyde maintained his dignified attitude even though he knew Michael was no ordinary noble. Charlotte has quite a picky personality. She's upright and can't tolerate anything unjust or unreasonable. If she acknowledges him, it's worth paying attention to. They were fellow students at the same academy. Although there was a difference in grade, they could be quite close. Would Helmut then become Charlotte's weakness? Michael quickly thought it through. Perhaps he could be. Even if it's not a romantic feeling, Charlotte would never tolerate someone from the same academy getting hurt because of her. But there's no need to provoke Charlotte like that yet. He didn't want to make Charlotte draw her sword. Michael concluded simply, "Would you like to visit the Greta Academy group? If you wish, I can arrange a meeting. I am the one hosting the tournament in Reynosa. If that becomes known, the fairness of the tournament could be questioned, so I cannot do that. Let me make it clear, I have no intention of watching from afar either. I am not that idle. I will see Helmut at the tournament. There's still plenty of time." Michael smiled, thinking about the upcoming stage. It was a task entrusted to him by the Grand Duke. It was a test as a successor. Michael received the rights to the Black Wing Knights not only because of his mother's request, but also because he was hosting the tournament. He doesn't expect Charlotte, a mere first-year student, to show anything remarkable in the swordsmanship tournament. He only needed to perform the task given by the Grand Duke admirably. That was to successfully host the swordsmanship tournament. I have an inexplicable premonition, but that premonition would surely work to his advantage, Michael was confident. Although they had not yet reached the capital of Reynosa, the Greta Academy group arrived at a luxurious mansion. The mansion was as splendid as that of a grand noble, from the chandeliers to the wallpaper and furniture, all of which were things only the owner of an exceptional mansion would cherish. Reynosa was a wealthy nation. Such treatment would not burden them. However, considering that their guests were not a delegation but the Greta Academy group coming for the tournament, it was somewhat excessive. Most of the group, who were nobles, accepted the luxury without burden but recognized the excess. Everyone take a rest. After the faculty left, only the students remained. It's a luxury hard to enjoy at Greta Academy. Before entering the room, Nils murmured. Helmut was the only one he could talk to. Charlotte hadn't returned yet, and Leon had been silent since his duel with Helmut, leaving quickly as soon as the faculty left, as if it was dangerous to be alone with Helmut without the faculty. Yeah, Helmut answered indifferently. He thought the interior of the mansion was somewhat dazzling. The Ethan Kudrow mansion was not shabby, but the splendor here was unusual, especially the furniture decorated with gold leaf and jewels. The rooms seen through the open doors were similarly splendid. Maybe it's because of Charlotte. Upon arrival, they'll receive similar treatment to the others, but this mansion, this is not provided to everyone. I don't know if it's the original treatment for participants in the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament, but there wouldn't be many mansions like this, no matter how wealthy Reynosa is. It was unlikely this lodging was prepared as compensation for taking Greta Academy students away. They could rest in such a mansion thanks to Charlotte, because they were Charlotte's group. They couldn't give special treatment only to Charlotte. This place was said to be the villa of the Grand Duke of Reynosa. If the Grand Duke lends his villa, what kind of person is Charlotte? Who knows? He had his guesses, but he wasn't sure. Chapter 219 Part 2 Nils continued speaking persistently. She seems to be close to you. You must have encountered her a lot since the first and second years sometimes sparred together. Haven't you heard anything? Charlotte strictly adheres to the Academy's policy, so she hasn't revealed her status. All I know is that she is from Reynosa. A simple noble girl from Reynosa wouldn't be sought out by the Grand Duke's Black Wing Knights. The one she meets must at least be a member of the Grand Duke's family, a direct descendant of the Grand Duke, or maybe even the Grand Duke himself. It would take that much to mobilize the Black Wing Knights. I suppose so. Why does the Grand Duke's family want to see Charlotte? How old is the Grand Duke's heir? I heard he's around her age. Nils had vaguely heard rumors about Michael. He was said to be very intelligent and beautiful but frail, the heir of Reynosa. Nils suddenly had a wild guess. Could Charlotte be the fiancée of the Grand Duke's heir? If so, such privileges wouldn't be strange. The Reynosa family is also famous for swordsmanship. Having a prestigious knightly order like the Black Wing Knights means they value martial prowess. A noble girl as talented as Charlotte could support the frail Grand Duke's heir. Helmut focused on something else. So there's an heir to the Grand Duke in Reynosa. If it was known that there was an heir, it would also be known if there was an heiress. Then Charlotte is not the Grand Duke's heiress. It was a bit confusing. Helmut had thought Charlotte might be the Grand Duke's heiress. I think I've heard something like that. In fact, little is known about the Reynosa Grand Duke's family. The Reynosa family is close to the royal family. They interact only with high-ranking nobles, and their births and other personal details are kept secret, especially since Reynosa is far from the Empire. Even those from the Empire know little. Many at the Academy were from the Empire. But none of them knew about Charlotte. Information about the direct line of the Reynosa Grand Duke's family was almost secret. Even nobles from Reynosa didn't know much. Especially since Charlotte neglected social activities, her existence was not well known. Only Michael, who was active publicly, was somewhat known. Most nobles interacted for social purposes, but that also varied by noble. Even noble children often didn't show their faces outside their families until they debuted in society as adults. There were few chances for others to know about them unless they directly interacted with other families. Reynosa, with its royal bloodline, was an exceptionally closed family. Reynosa was a secretive duchy. They ensured that what happened inside didn't go beyond the walls. Michael was also frail, and his existence had only recently become known because he was expected to die young when he was younger. There must be some issue with the Grand Duke's family. Since marrying an imperial consort, their activities have been unusually quiet. Nils, who had been frowning, quickly closed his mouth. He was conscious of a passing maid. This was Reynosa. Speaking recklessly about the Grand Duke's family could be considered blasphemy. Helmut listened closely to Nils talking about the Reynosa Grand Duke's family. Charlotte could be a collateral relative of the Grand Duke's family. Reynosa values swordsmen, so the Grand Duke could have noticed her talent. Although Asuka refused to participate and she came instead, it's not easy for a first year to beat a third year and be selected as a representative. Nils murmured and shook his head. No, forget what I said. Considering the Academy's policies, if she doesn't wish to be known, it's best to leave it be. As a sixth year, Nils showed maturity. Though curious, he believed he shouldn't pry. All the faculty kept silent as well. All right. Helmut entered his room. It seemed he needed to think a bit. Charlotte returned that evening. It was just when they were being served a meal together. The meal was as grand as the mansion. Enough to soothe their travel-weary bodies. Charlotte immediately bowed as she entered the dining room. I apologize for acting alone. There's no need, you had permission. Yes, have a seat. Instructor Patricia smiled warmly, in stark contrast to her attitude towards Asuka following Instructor Alan's lead. Everyone had relaxed, thanks to the excellent treatment despite the high-handed attitude of the Black Wing Knights. After all, they entered the mansion under the escort of the Black Wing Knights, a privilege only VIPs enjoyed. It could be seen positively. Coming to Reynosa was a good decision. You can boast about it when we return. Instructor Patricia murmured. Charlotte, looking around, asked, Is the meal to your liking? Charlotte, who spoke like a host, quickly realized her mistake and shut her mouth. In Reynosa, she used to greet guests with her mother. Reynosa was her family's domain. Here, she wasn't supposed to greet Academy people, which led to the slip. The few Academy peers from Reynosa had been sternly warned to keep quiet about her. Though it seemed like something had leaked, Instructor Patricia acted nonchalantly. The faculty knew that Charlotte was the Grand Duke's daughter. Yes, it's wonderful to think we'd receive such lavish treatment in Reynosa. Charlotte, would you join us? Charlotte had already eaten but nodded to join them. She was in the swordsmanship department. She could eat more if she wanted. Chapter 220 Part 1. The Grand Duke's heir of Reynosa returned, leading the Black Wing Knights. It felt as if a storm was sweeping through Reynosa's palace. That was the presence of Michael in this place. Inform my mother that I have returned. His soft voice resonated. It was the gentle voice of a prince, kind even to his own servants. There was no one in the palace who did not obey that gentle voice. Yes, Your Highness Michael. The maid blushed and quickly hurried inside. Michael moved with a smile still etched on his face. Shortly after he stepped inside, a woman appeared from the other side. She was a beautiful woman in a dress with a crown on her head. Her steps were quick yet elegant as she approached. She was a noblewoman who seemed to have been born with the word dignity ingrained in her entire being. The mistress of Reynosa, Grand Duchess Margaret, she approached Michael with a relieved expression. Oh, Michael, she urgently embraced him with both arms as if she had found a lost child. You have been ill recently, and yet you've traveled such a long way. Are you feeling all right? Yes, I'm fine. Perhaps the sunlight in Bassar helped. I feel healthier, Michael replied with an innocent face. But let's talk inside. Michael's eyes swept over the servants who bowed their heads. While there was nothing wrong with showing that the Grand Duchess and her son had a good relationship, she treated Michael excessively like a child. It was almost excessive. Michael was young, but he was to become the master of Reynosa. It wasn't good for the servants to see him as a child. However, the fact that she treated him like a child also meant that the Grand Duchess cared deeply for Michael. Everything had its pros and cons. And Michael knew how to handle those cons. The Grand Duchess promptly nodded. "Let's do that. Would you like to have some tea? Are you not hungry? I'm fine with food for now. Having tea and chatting with you after so long sounds nice." His voice was like a balm and his smile was refreshing. Michael knew that if they dined together, his mother would be anxious to feed him more, which could lead to indigestion. The enchanted Grand Duchess entered the parlor with Michael. The two of them enjoyed a private conversation over tea. "So did you meet Charlotte well?" "Yes, she's the same as always. Did you clear up the misunderstanding?" "Charlotte thinks you're avoiding her." She spoke with a concerned tone as if it couldn't possibly be true. Margaret always thought positively of Michael's every action. This time it was true. Even though it twisted his insides that Charlotte had entered Baden's prestigious academy, a place he couldn't go and where she was now out of his reach. Michael smiled lightly. "Of course, I welcomed Charlotte with the Black Wing Knights. It was a special courtesy to the Grand Duchess. Charlotte deserves such treatment. Although I might get scolded by the Grand Duke for it, I believe Charlotte will appreciate my sincerity." Michael spoke with a smile, carefully packaging his words. Though of course he had other intentions. Charlotte had precisely seen through Michael's motive for bringing the Black Wing Knights, but his mother had not. Margaret laughed happily. "Oh, that's wonderful. Charlotte will be pleased. It would have been even better if the commander of the Black Wing Knights went personally. He's her mentor, after all." Margaret was certainly not foolish. She was the Grand Duchess of Renosa. The position beside the Grand Duke, who ruled the duchy, was not one a foolish or lacking woman could hold. But somehow when it came to Michael, it was as if something blinded her, and her thinking rapidly narrowed. She wouldn't think beyond the explanation Michael had given about why he met Charlotte with the Black Wing Knights. Yes, but if he had moved, Greta Academy might have been suspicious. That was not the only reason. How could one who needed to be separated be kept close? The commander of the Black Wing Knights subtly supported Charlotte despite her lack of interest in the heir position. The reason was simple. Michael wasn't a swordsman. The commander of the Black Wing Knights was a man who could only lean toward Charlotte, who had excellent swordsmanship talent rather than Michael, who couldn't wield a sword. Michael had no complaint about that. He should not. For it was the duty of Renosa's master to handle even such people. However, a cold light flashed in Michael's eyes. After a brief silence, during which Margaret sipped her tea, she continued. "Charlotte will probably come back too. She won't be able to return to the palace until the tournament is over, so make sure she doesn't lack anything. I will do my best, though I'm worried that her identity as the Grand Duchess might be revealed. Charlotte doesn't want that. It's the Academy's policy," she says. Charlotte wouldn't receive any special treatment. Michael intended to leave her alone for now. It would be problematic if she achieved excellent results in the swordsmanship tournament. Michael didn't really mind if Charlotte's identity as the Grand Duchess was revealed. The faculty would know, and while the few representatives from Greta Academy might not know, even if they found out, what could they do? They would just have to keep their mouths shut. If it becomes known that Charlotte is the Grand Duchess of Renosa, there will be those who flock to her. It would be troublesome if she builds forces. Michael briefly worried. Just a first year at the academy, yet chosen as a representative to come to Renosa. It's something I couldn't even dream of. Charlotte is truly remarkable. I feel like she's drifting farther away from me. As Michael showed a bitter expression, the Grand Duchess quickly grabbed his hand. "Oh, Michael, you're doing well here in Renosa. You don't have to think like that. When Charlotte returns, she'll be by your side. Not by my side, but beneath me." Michael thought leisurely as he looked at his mother. Chapter 220 Part 2. Yes, I should do well in Renosa. I must also successfully conclude this swordsmanship tournament. I worry about the heavy responsibilities the Grand Duke has placed on you. I fear for your health. It's an opportunity to gain the Grand Duke's recognition. I am the heir of Renosa. It's my duty. The Grand Duke was not a father but the Grand Duke. While he called his mother mother, he never called his father father. The Grand Duke was such an existence. Before being a father, he was the master of the duchy. Ironically, he was a husband to Margaret. If there was anyone who could move the Grand Duke, it was this beautiful noblewoman. Michael knew this well. The stern father had no choice but to grant Michael the privilege of the Black Wing Knights due to her persuasion. However, the Grand Duke was not easily swayed. After listening to a few more of Margaret's worried words, Michael left the parlor and headed straight to the Grand Duke's study. First to his mother, then to the Grand Duke. This was the set order. "Please enter, Your Highness Michael. I come before Your Highness, the glory of Renosa." Michael bowed his head as he entered the office. The man in the room, backlit by the light, lifted his head. The pressure was like a mountain crashing down. The gaze that fell upon him was so intense it felt like it could pierce through. Facing those jet-black eyes, Michael lowered his head. "The Grand Duke of Renosa." With black hair and black eyes, he was still handsome and youthful enough that there was no need to recall his younger days. His gaze and charisma were fitting for a ruler. The Grand Duke of Reynosa was known as the Iron-Blooded Grand Duke. As soon as Michael finished his greeting, the Grand Duke spoke coldly. "Yes, I know you cannot be a lion. But you must know that a fox cannot become the master of Reynosa." The Grand Duke of Reynosa was an exceptional swordsman. His words, filled with authority and power, often overwhelmed others. Even Michael was no exception to feeling intimidated in his presence, but Michael managed to smile. He knew he couldn't show weakness in front of the Grand Duke. "You are displeased that I mobilized the Black Wing Knights. Only the Master of Reynosa can command the Black Wing Knights. You do not have that right, I understand. The swordsmanship tournament is imminent. Focus solely on that while you're in the capital. The Black Wing Knights will not follow you outside the capital. I will keep that in mind," Michael responded obediently. Conversations with the Grand Duke were always one-sided. The Grand Duke never asked about the well-being of Charlotte or Michael. He was someone lacking in parental affection. Still, if he had to choose, the Grand Duke favored Charlotte. She resembled him more, and although she lacked tact, she had outstanding talent in swordsmanship. Charlotte was a true swordsman. The Grand Duke liked swordsmen. Compared to her, Michael was an unsatisfactory child. Though his son, he did not resemble the Grand Duke at all. Cunning, frail, and lacking in talent with the sword. However, the Grand Duke recognized Michael's other talents. His ability to command and manipulate people. He knew Michael could fulfill his role as the heir of Reynosa. The Grand Duke could think dispassionately for Reynosa's sake. That's why, even though he found Michael unsatisfactory, he considered him as the next master of Reynosa due to his other qualities. A child with ambition is better than one without. Had Charlotte wanted it, the Grand Duke might have supported her, but Margaret cherished Michael and Charlotte lacked ambition. Both father and daughter were swayed by Margaret. Michael knew how to use Margaret to get what he wanted. Using his own mother might seem sly, but it wasn't something to be criticized. He was a noble. If the heir of Reynosa had been weak, jealous, and incompetent, it would have been a greater problem. "If you have anything more to say, I will listen." Michael knew when to retreat. He had no more demands from the Grand Duke. Now he just had to show how well he could perform the tasks given to him. "The swordsmanship tournament is entirely your responsibility. Make sure it is handled well. You may leave." With the Grand Duke's final words, Michael bowed and left the room. His eyes were calm as he exited. The boy who had once trembled and couldn't even speak properly in front of the Grand Duke was no longer there. Now stood the heir of Reynosa. "In the end, it will all fall into my hands." A cold smile crossed Michael's lips. The next day, the Greta Academy group entered the capital. They were the 4th Academy representatives to arrive in the capital. Chapter 221 Part 1 The capital of the Principality of Reynosa, Ratona. The Greta Academy group entered their smoothly assigned lodging shortly after noon. This time, they were escorted not by the Black Wing Knights but by Reynosa's soldiers. Nil's impression of Ratona was this. It may be a small country, but its splendor is not inferior to the Empire's marketplace. His words revealed that he was from the Empire. In any case, Reynosa was a wealthy nation, a small but prosperous country. As it inherited the imperial bloodline, it maintained quite an amicable relationship with the Empire. The current Grand Duchess was also from a noble family of the Empire. Nevertheless, the Principality of Reynosa guaranteed its independent status. "All right, everyone, head to your assigned rooms. Today you can eat and rest whenever you wish. Everyone has worked hard so far. It's been a long journey, right? Rest your bodies in preparation for the upcoming tournament." As Instructor Alan and Instructor Patricia finished speaking, they each dispersed to unpack and rest. No matter how skilled they were in swordsmanship, the journey in carriages all day drained their stamina. Helmut looked around. This lodging was not exclusively allocated to Greta Academy. Already, personnel from Lone Academy, who had arrived early, glanced over at them occasionally. Those who arrived early had already been frequenting the training grounds to prepare for the tournament. It's said that Maetsy's Academy would soon join them here as well. They had gathered the Academy members from Baden in one place in Reynosa. Even though the hand of the temple reached here, it wasn't as if they were planning something, but it was an odd situation. Helmut muttered the names of the other 2 academies in Baden, Maetsy's and Lone. Although his appearance had changed, something was still bothering him. There was someone from Maetsy's Academy he recognized from when he split his hide. Gordon, a 6th-year student from Maetsy's Academy, who had attended the martial arts tournament in Basser and fought against him. Helmut only recently recalled his presence. If he has the skills to participate in Basser's martial arts tournament, he must have come here too. Helmut judged that his skills were better than those of Nils, who was also in the 6th grade, but the difference wasn't significant. They were almost equal. Gordon was undoubtedly one of the top talents in Mates's academy. It wouldn't be wise to think he wouldn't come. He probably won't recognize me right away though, just from the face alone. Hyde and Helmut's images were somewhat different. However, he was an opponent Helmut had already faced once. Fortunately, Helmut was competing among the lower grades, so he wouldn't have to face Gordon. But what if Gordon happened to watch Helmut's match? Helmut's skills were well known even within Baden. Lone and Mates's might also take an interest. If Gordon was perceptive, he might sense Hyde's presence from Helmut's movements, swordsmanship, and actions, things that couldn't be changed by a disguise. A measure was necessary. Helmut wasn't very good at acting. He first returned to his room to unpack. He had an idea of what to do. Just then, as if on cue, he received a contact from Aaliyah. As soon as he entered his room, he accepted her communication. "Hello," Aaliyah waved lightly from beyond the screen like. The view behind her was the usual dormitory room. "So you've arrived in Ratona. Is that your room?" Yes, the room had become noticeably more modest. Although modest might not be the right term. The room, decorated in blue tones, wasn't as splendid as their first lodging in Reynosa, but it was clean and luxurious. This was the treatment provided equally to all academies. Even Charlotte wouldn't be an exception. It seems the other two academies from Baden are also staying here. Mates's and Lone. Mates's swordsmanship department has a better reputation than Greta's. That reputation will change this time. Helmut smirked and Aaliyah's laughter echoed. Of course, with you there. At least in the lower grade tournament, Greta will almost certainly win. But the important thing isn't winning, there's something more important. Her tone had changed. Wasn't Aaliyah the one who insisted on an absolute victory before? Helmut tilted his head. There must have been a reason for her change in thought. Aaliyah spoke with a cautious voice. I've heard rumors that at least 2 high priests are heading to Reynosa to observe the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament. As you know, the temple's permission is why Baden's academies can participate in this tournament. They want to monitor it. They don't like Baden. The temple likely suspected someone in Baden of the high priest's murder. Specifically, someone among the skilled members of Baden's academies. But even so, they wouldn't have sent high priests just because of the handful of selected members from Greta Academy. Unless they were certain that the culprit was among them. Chapter 221 Part 2. But I'm not the one who killed the high priests. 2 high priests were killed, one in Basser and one near Baden, and Aaliyah killed the one closer to Baden. So Helmut wasn't the culprit. He thought he was innocent. The temple might simply be using this opportunity to exert more influence in Reynosa while keeping an eye on Baden's academies. Reynosa was a country under the temple's influence. Despite the temple's declining power over the years, their influence stemming from saving the world from the Demon King still spread far and wide. Helmut understood what Aaliyah was trying to say. That means I need to be even more cautious. Even if it means giving up the win to hide myself. It would have been better if he hadn't come. Would it have been better to give up like Asuka, but it was an opportunity to come to Reynosa. His mother was in Reynosa. If he achieved good results in the swordsmanship tournament, he would naturally have a chance to approach the high-ranking officials of Reynosa. Reynosa didn't take this swordsmanship tournament lightly either. Yes, exactly. It could be more dangerous than you think. You have something you're looking for there. Yes, there is something I'm looking for here. Did she think his attention would be distracted? Because of that, Helmut was used to tension. He thought it was unnecessary worry, but he listened attentively. All right, I'll be careful. About Charlotte. Aaliyah hesitated whether to tell him what she found out. Although Helmut said there was no need to find out, Aaliyah had investigated. And it wasn't hard to discover. Charlotte was the Duchess of Reynosa. Wesley, a student in the swordsmanship department, already knew this. He had heard it from a high-ranking noble classmate from Reynosa. Then all she had to do was extract information from that classmate. No need for further explanation. Aaliyah had succeeded and discovered an astonishing fact. If that's the case, Helmut might be the heir of Reynosa's Grand Duke. At least a blood relative of the Grand Duke. The current Grand Duke family of Reynosa had been rather quiet compared to the previous generation. The Grand Duchess of Reynosa, except for the early days of her arrival in Reynosa, did not engage much in external activities. This might be due to the tragedies tied to their family. But Aaliyah had no way of delving into the distant Reynosa from Baden. She could sneak into Charlotte's dormitory room and search it, but it wouldn't yield much valuable information. Charlotte had little interaction with Reynosa and simply led a diligent academy life. Of course, if I poured money into the information guild, I could find out anything. Even high-level information could be uncovered. Helmut spoke to Aaliyah, who was hesitating. Forget about Charlotte, I'll find out about Reynosa myself, I have a way. Are you going to get information through Black Hawk? Yes, that would be better. Aaliyah, who had heard of Talon and Hawkeye, agreed. There was still a chance to gather information. This was the perfect time to use it. Could they catch on to something? The possibility is low. In Basser there were the Palma Knights, and in Reynosa there were the Black Wing Knights. Since they had investigated the Palma Knights, it would be natural to investigate the Black Wing Knights as well. Helmut was participating in the swordsmanship tournament in Reynosa. It could be perceived as proactive job seeking. For example, looking for a future job in advance. This would also obscure the intent behind gathering information on the Palma Knights and the high-ranking officials of Basser. The Black Wing Knights and the Grand Duke family of Reynosa. After finishing his conversation with Aaliyah, Helmut requested exactly that from Talon. Talon agreed to send the information to Helmut without any objections. However, he also mentioned that it would take about a week. With this, the opportunity to gather information was once again utilized. The remaining chance for information had to be saved for when it was really necessary. Of course, Talon would provide information as long as Helmut paid, so it was wise to keep the connection. After a simple meal, Helmut left the lodging in the afternoon. He had remembered something he needed to do. Today, they had permission to act freely. Of course, they should not cause any trouble. Reynosa had good public order, so unless he picked a fight, there was hardly any trouble to be had. Unlike the rough-natured people of Basser, Reynosa's people were relatively calm, despite their reverence for swordsmen. They only glanced at Helmut without approaching or speaking to him. The streets were quiet and clean, similar to the academic atmosphere of Baden. Helmut casually strolled through the city of Ratona and headed straight to the blacksmith's. He had looked it up before leaving the lodging. He was empty-handed for the first time in a while. He had his sword, but it was stored in his spatial pocket. Reynosa was not known for its swords, so few people bought swords here, but Helmut needed a Reynosa sword. He couldn't wield Darien's sword, which might be recognized by someone. Something decent enough to use will suffice. There was no need to buy an expensive, high-quality sword. He just intended to buy something moderate and ordinary for disguise purposes. Helmut was participating in a lower-grade academy tournament. No matter how skilled a third year was, it would be difficult for them to withstand Helmut's single strike. There was no need to use Vis either. He could easily handle his opponents without even getting used to a new sword, but there was one criterion for choosing the sword. A sword with a different weight or form slightly changes the swordsmanship. Helmut intended to buy a sword distinguishable from Darien's sword. Chapter 222, Part 1. Helmut frowned. Gordon. How did he find out that he was affiliated with the Mates' Academy? As he walked, he suddenly recalled someone's voice. Gordon? Ah, he's a swordsman from Basser. He's in his 6th year at Mates' Academy. He won't be a difficult opponent for Hyde. It'll be easy. Michael. He was the most peculiar noble among those Helmut had encountered. Not just Gordon, but Michael was also a problem. Could he have come to Reynosa? However, if he was an imperial citizen, Reynosa wasn't far from the empire. It was entirely possible for him to come here. Moreover, he had heard that some people particularly paid attention to such martial arts tournaments or swordsmanship tournaments. Helmut had drawn too much attention at the martial arts tournament in Basser. I need to be careful. Would there be someone as skilled as Luke Yeager or a member of the Palma Knights in this swordsmanship tournament? It didn't seem likely, but there was a slight sense of expectation. Whether it was because of the swordsmanship tournament or because it was a holiday, Reynosa's streets were bustling. Helmut pushed through the crowd and finally arrived at the blacksmith's shop. There were a few ready-made swords at the blacksmith's. Helmut chose one that was heavier and longer than Darien's sword and paid for it. This should be enough. It was a sturdy sword, quite high quality. The blacksmith tilted his head as Helmut immediately selected a sword upon arriving. You're not making one yourself. I need a sword right away and this one is perfect. Then please wait a moment. I'll adjust it to fit you. It will take about 30 minutes. The blacksmith took Helmut's grip measurements and went to work on the sword. Waiting in the second-floor lounge, Helmut glanced out the window. The outside seemed somewhat noisy. A white carriage was racing down the main road. People were scattering to the sides to make way. There were no crests on the carriage, making it impossible to tell which noble family it belonged to. There were also nobles who traveled in carriages without crests if it wasn't official business. This way they wouldn't become targets. However, the guards around the carriage were unusual. Helmut narrowed his eyes. He felt a chill. Through the carriage window, Helmut caught a glimpse of something. It was bright blonde hair. Blonde hair wasn't rare, but for some reason it looked familiar. Michael. Was it because he had been thinking about him a moment ago? It felt too coincidental to be a coincidence. The carriage soon passed, and the street was once again crowded. Helmut received his sword and left the blacksmith's shop. If that was Michael, Helmut needed to hide his identity from those who knew about the temple, Michael and Hyde. It was uncertain if it was possible without an early exit from the tournament. Michael, it was a name she was hearing for the first time. Aaliyah narrowed her eyes. Helmut briefly explained what had happened in Basser. Because Michael was not directly involved in the central events, he had never properly talked about him. Do you know which noble family he's from? I know he's from the Empire. If that's his real name, I should be able to find out from Talon's report. Now it was time to wait for Talon's report. Aaliyah spoke bluntly. If he's very curious about you and smart, he's dangerous. Can you just kill and get rid of him? If he's a high-ranking noble, it will be problematic. Helmut was not accustomed to assassination. How could he find and kill Michael unnoticed in Reynosa? I mean, do you have the mindset to kill him if necessary? I'd rather not, Helmut answered without hesitation. Michael had shown him kindness. Repaying kindness with death was not something Helmut desired. Moreover, he found something about him bothersome. Not in a negative way, but it was just something that caught his attention. He's like Charlotte, but he doesn't resemble Charlotte much. Nor did he resemble Helmut. It was hard to suspect any blood relation with Michael. Although fraternal twins don't necessarily have to look alike, Charlotte and Michael looked like they could be siblings when placed side by side. Their personalities were also different. Charlotte was stern while Michael was gentle and kind. They each resembled their father and mother. Aaliyah suggested, all right then, how about changing your swordsmanship style? Change my style, not the swordsmanship of the Sword Saint, but the common swordsmanship you use. But I heard there are subtle differences even in common swordsmanship. The one you use is probably similar to Bassar's style, right? Even common swordsmanship couldn't be exactly the same across regions. Chapter 222 Part 2 In Bassar, people often fought monsters. Naturally, the swordsmanship also had Bassar's characteristics. Darien, who taught Helmut, was particularly influenced by this. How about trying Imperial common swordsmanship? In fact, Aaliyah didn't know if it was such an easy thing. She knew changing swordsmanship in just a few days wasn't easy, but somehow Helmut seemed capable. And it was something Helmut could do. He had reached a level where he could mimic any swordsmanship he had seen once. Helmut suddenly recalled that there were students at the academy who used common swordsmanship. Many students used their family swordsmanship, but sometimes common swordsmanship was better than sloppy family swordsmanship. Common swordsmanship was refined and polished for fundamentals. If it's Imperial common swordsmanship, yeah, it feels more standard and balanced. He remembered that the stances and sword directions were subtly different. Having bought a new sword, changing his swordsmanship would make him look even less like Hyde. Wouldn't Greta Academy notice this change and find it strange? It probably won't be an issue. Helmut had finished most of his duels quickly. There hadn't been much time for instructors to notice his Bassar-style swordsmanship. Let's try that then, Helmut nodded. It wasn't difficult. He remembered the subtle differences between the Imperial and Bassar styles. He could train with the new sword while adapting to the new style. Aaliyah looked at Helmut with worried eyes. She was safe in Baden. Undeniably, Heike was behind her, a powerful archmage who didn't care if the temple declared her an enemy. But Helmut was different. There was no one to protect him. He had practically walked into the enemy's den. Even though she had discovered his identity, Helmut was still alone. Aaliyah made up her mind. I should head to Reynosa as soon as possible. It would be better to handle the situation with both of them there. The fact that two high priests were heading there made her particularly uneasy. With two high priests, Helmut, who had the Seed of Darkness, wouldn't be able to withstand a direct confrontation if his identity was exposed. He might not even be able to escape. A high priest has died and they know about you in Bassar, so you should be more careful about hiding yourself, even if you have to postpone the timing. The timing Aaliyah referred to was, of course, the time for him to meet his mother. Helmut had been carefully waiting for the right moment, not desperately searching. He thought it would be delayed until he gained enough power. He hadn't expected to get close to his mother so soon. However, this quick approach only made him more anxious. He reached Rattona, the capital of Reynosa. It might be his birthplace, but it didn't move him much. What was more important were the upcoming events. He was now just one step away. Helmut was almost there. At times like this, he needed to be extra careful. His oversights and mistakes could turn his perseverance and effort so far into nothing. Helmut didn't return to carry the burden of the temple's enmity with his family and mother, Helmut affirmed. Yes, the swordsmanship tournament is the issue for now. I've arrived in Reynosa, so it wouldn't be bad to drop out early. That might be more freeing. Achieving excellent results would make it easier to approach his mother, but now that he was in Reynosa, other methods would arise. Ways to approach Reynosa's nobles. Anyway, the selected participants of the swordsmanship tournament were treated like nobles while staying in Reynosa. It wouldn't be difficult to get invited to a noble's banquet. He had heard that those who dropped out early turned to socializing to build connections. If Charlotte is a high-ranking noble, I might be able to use her. Feigning illness to withdraw wouldn't be a bad idea. It wasn't the time to think about the honor of Greta Academy or the obligations of selected participants. Charlotte would fulfill that role faithfully. See you tomorrow. Aaliyah waved as she finished the conversation. After she disappeared, Helmut fell into thought. Winning was natural for him. It wasn't easy to give up the victory. Even Helmut wanted to return as a strong and radiant winner. Pretending to be weak or deliberately losing was not something he was used to. Withdrawal seemed better. Helmut leaned towards the idea of withdrawal. Despite the expectations and hopes of the Greta Academy faculty and second-year students, it was a weight he could shake off. He always kept a cool head. However, in the end, Helmut did not withdraw from the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament because he faced an unexpected situation. The next day, just 3 days before the tournament, the Macy's Academy team arrived, exuding confidence. They were the favorites to win the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament. They were considered the most likely to win by external evaluations, although Greta Academy did not agree. They had always performed well in exchange duels with Greta and Lone. Gordon is here too. Indeed he was. Helmut observed them with indifferent eyes. Having swung the sword a bit last night, he had gotten used to the new sword and swordsmanship. The chances of Gordon recognizing him were low. Sure enough, Gordon did not recognize Helmut. Instead, he looked at him with a slightly dissatisfied expression and passed by. This was not just Gordon, but the other selected members of Macy's Academy too. These Greta guys look pretty lacking overall. Young ages and even a girl. The selected members of Greta Academy were generally young. First-year Charlotte and second-year Helmut. Neither were big or prematurely aged. Even the upperclassman representative Leon was only a fourth year. Charlotte, who looked particularly fragile, was enough to make them look down on Greta Academy. Chapter 223, Part 1. It's unusual for there to be no problems when the selected members from 3 rival academies are gathered in one place. Especially when those members are energetic and highly skilled swordsmen. The other academies are likely hoping for some turmoil to weaken their competition. As for Reynosa, they did not wish for the newly joined Baden Academy to win either. Because even they cannot completely avoid the scrutiny of the temple. Even if Baden's academy won fairly, the temple would harbor dissatisfaction. From the temple's perspective, it was unthinkable for a group of non-believers from Baden to win. Reynosa wouldn't intervene in the results, but they subtly hoped for other academies to perform well. Regardless of their wishes, the highest level was concentrated in Baden Academy. That's why people went to great lengths to send their children to Baden, even from distant foreign lands. Among them, the most famous for swordsmanship is Macy's Academy. However, the difference in level with Greta and Lone wasn't significant, and their reputations often fluctuated, so it couldn't be said that they were definitively superior. In contrast, the magic department of Greta Academy was uniquely renowned. Lately, Greta instructors considered themselves superior to Macy's. However, the Macy's instructors underestimated the selected members of Greta Academy. They provoked the Greta Academy members in subtle ways. The day after they arrived at the Ratona lodgings, a Macy's instructor requested a meeting with the faculty. It was a meeting excluding Lone Academy. The Macy's instructor opened his mouth with a confident attitude. We request a duel between 4 members from Greta Academy and our members. A duel with our members? Yes, throughout the competition period if possible. Unless they are immediate opponents, we wish to duel every day. It's preferable for seniors to face seniors and juniors to face juniors. A duel at this point with the tournament just ahead. Instructor Allen expressed slight disapproval at the sudden proposal. He thought it could lead to wasted effort. Moreover, the tournament brackets haven't even been announced yet. The brackets were to be drawn on the first day of the tournament. They might end up facing Macy's right away, so was there a need for the duels? In Baden, they might have accepted it as part of academy exchange. The Macy's swordsmanship department hones its skills through systematic dueling. Sometimes we even hire mercenaries. We often hold real sword duels. We mention this because we've been busy traveling and haven't been able to duel, so we're concerned about losing our edge. The selected members of Macy's stayed at the academy until the last minute, focusing on training. They were the most eager to win among all the academies. If you're worried about injuries, we will take utmost care. We have 2 magic department instructors who can provide immediate treatment. Since it would be limited to 4 people, it's not a bad proposal for Greta Academy either, is it? That was true. However, the provocative attitude of Macy's was somewhat irksome. Yet, it didn't seem right to reject a beneficial proposal for the students just because it was annoying. The 3 faculty members exchanged glances, asking each other what they should do. Then the Macy's instructor added, of course we'd prefer to exclude Lone Academy. It would be best if the duels were only between Greta and Macy's, which is why we're discussing this separately. Why is that? Do you really not understand? The Macy's instructor laughed. Naturally, they immediately understood the meaning. It was a suggestion to exclude Lone, treating them as a common enemy, but it seemed somewhat petty. Despite being competitors, they were all from Baden. Excluding 1 out of 3 didn't look good. Lone might complain later, saying they had no honor or anything. While Greta Academy's magic department was formidable and pragmatic in nature, on the flip side, their swordsmanship department had some old-fashioned tendencies. The three faculty members who were hesitating finally found common ground. There was no need to cause trouble over a duel that could go either way. Instructor Allen spoke on their behalf. That is an unacceptable proposal. We do not seek discord. You may extend the same offer to Lone Academy, but Greta cannot accept a duel that excludes one side in that manner. Do the others share this sentiment? Yes, yes, Professor Luxon and Instructor Patricia firmly agreed. The Mates' instructor shrugged. In that case, there's nothing we can do. I thought it was a good opportunity. However, we won't make the same offer to the Lone Academy, rest assured. The Mates' instructor ended the conversation decisively. But there was a strange smile on his lips. Chapter 223 Part 2. Shortly after the Mates' instructor bowed and left, Instructor Patricia exploded with anger. They won't make the same proposal to Lone. They're saying they don't need to be cautious with us. It wasn't to avoid offending Greta, whom they proposed to first. If that were the case, they wouldn't have suggested excluding Lone. Mates and Lone weren't in a relationship where they were competing over Greta. In fact, the two academies had a rather good relationship. In Baden, Mates and Lone were close, with Greta on the opposite side. In other words, Mates judged that they could afford to reveal their strength to Greta, but not to Lone. They deemed Greta an easy opponent that didn't require caution. This was their evaluation of Greta. It was natural for the faculty, especially the instructors, to feel anger. Professor Luxon responded calmly. Well, our selected members do appear young to them. They probably have information on Lone and thought it was worth preparing for them. But they must have judged that our members wouldn't pose much of a challenge in a duel. Instructor Patricia raised her eyebrows. Are you going to speak so calmly about this, Professor Luxon? What can we do? We'll just have to show them in the tournament. We must not let their opinions affect our students' pride. Friction in the dorms will only cause fatigue. It might be good to hurt their pride. It could motivate them, Instructor Allen spoke up. Well, the swordsmanship students are sensitive to ranks and competition. It could be a good stimulus. Professor Luxon quietly agreed. His main concern remained Helmut. Needless to say, Mates' Academy didn't let it go quietly. The Mates' instructor only explained to their selected members that Greta had refused, and thus the duel didn't happen. He didn't explain the reason. After all, as competitors, a bit of discord was better than getting along well. The Mates' swordsmanship department adhered to the logic of power more than any other swordsmanship department. They resented Greta's refusal to duel, seeing it as a missed opportunity to learn. Did Greta think they could compete equally without revealing their strength? This almost arrogant resentment eventually found an outlet. As long as there were no physical confrontations, they could act freely. Drawing that line, they moved relentlessly. The most enthusiastic and diligent in practice among Greta's selected members was Charlotte. Even after coming to Reynosa, she didn't expect special treatment. She wanted to showcase her skills fairly. She hoped her efforts would pay off in the swordsmanship tournament. But she also didn't want to be eliminated early in a disgraceful manner. Thus, Charlotte did everything she could and hoped for luck. If she met a championship contender in the first round, the chances of being eliminated would be high. So all she could do was hope the draw wouldn't turn out that way. She had at least a minimal belief that Michael wouldn't intentionally rig it. The instructors didn't hide their high expectations of her. She received encouragement constantly. It was different from the absolute expectations on Helmut. After all, being a first-year selected participant wasn't something that could happen by chance alone. Charlotte had skill, talent, and diligence. The instructors hoped she would perform well in the swordsmanship tournament. Expectations grew. To meet these expectations, Charlotte arrived early at the training ground. She wasn't given the privilege of a private training ground. Reynosa could only provide a temporary location, so they couldn't give her that much preferential treatment. Each academy was given a spacious shared training ground. However, someone was already there today. Charlotte stopped when she saw two Mates' Academy members practicing swordsmanship in the center of the training ground. At that moment, she didn't suspect they had any other intentions. Excuse me, this is the training ground allocated to Greta Academy. Ah, is that so? Mates' members Robin and Taryn greeted Charlotte calmly. She responded calmly. Please move to the training ground allocated to Mates' Academy. However, they didn't leave willingly. Sorry, but this training ground is more comfortable. Our training ground over there is a bit uneven because of intense practice yesterday. Since we arrived first, we'd like to use this one. That's nonsense. Charlotte looked at them in disbelief. She had a bad feeling. Understand, we've already warmed up and moving is a hassle. We're in a hurry. We arrived later than expected, so we need to train quickly. Robin and Taryn smiled and conversed nonchalantly. Their expressions didn't seem flustered or apologetic. Charlotte firmly declared, "That won't do, please move, otherwise it will escalate into an issue between academies." Chapter 224, Part 1. You're being quite fussy over nothing. This much should be understandable, right? We're already in the middle of training. Yeah, since Greta's people arrived early, we're all from Baden's academies, so stop being so stingy. Charlotte refuted their nonsensical remarks. We only arrived a day early, and that goes against the rules. Well then, let's talk to the instructors when they wake up. Anyway, we need to finish our training. Robin and Taryn exchanged smug smiles, looking at each other as if daring her to report them. It seemed clear that they didn't know who Charlotte was, or perhaps they were just late to hear the rumors. Charlotte felt relieved, but as relieved as she was, she grew angry. She knew their intentions. It was a common dominance dispute among swordsmanship students. She had experienced similar things during her first semester at Greta. Even though Charlotte was the only and pretty girl in the first-year swordsmanship department, there were still some who didn't care about that. Those individuals inevitably picked fights with her. Of course, by the time Charlotte became the top of her first-year swordsmanship class, even the most persistent ones had given up. Charlotte knew she shouldn't show weakness to such opponents. That won't do, please move aside. Charlotte cut them off with a tone that left no room for argument. Robin and Taryn ignored her and started their training, swinging their swords. They were using real swords. Matesey's academy emphasized real sword duels, which was why it had the highest number of injuries. They were also selected members. Their basic moves were impressive, with their swords slicing through the air with formidable force. Their attitude was clear. What are you going to do about it? There were two of them and only one Charlotte. The instructors would soon wake up and she could tell them about it, but this kind of provocation shouldn't be resolved that way. She was also a swordsmanship student. Charlotte drew her sword without hesitation. It was a real sword as they were preparing for the tournament. Robin and Taryn seemed indifferent to whatever she was about to do. Charlotte's sword intercepted Robin's downward strike. Clang, a sharp noise rang out. Robin frowned. What do you think you're doing? Though not threatening, her sword thrust forward chillingly fast. A sword imbued with vis was hard to underestimate. For a moment Robin stiffened. It means you two can't train here, I'm going to stop you. It was a rare provocative attitude from Charlotte. Her gaze was intense. Robin growled. Look at this, how insolent. Being insolent is better than being dull-witted, I'd say. I told you this is Greta Academy's training ground. Taryn chuckled and nodded. Why don't you just deal with her? Make her understand. It was clear what he meant, make her understand through skill. Taryn ranked higher than Robin, so it was Robin's job to teach this fearless girl a lesson. If you want, I'll take you on. A real sword duel. Very well, Charlotte nodded. It was a good opportunity for her as well. At Greta Academy, most seniors avoided dueling with her for fear of losing and being humiliated. But these two seemed eager, confident they wouldn't lose. The opposite, in fact. The reason was that they didn't think Charlotte could ever beat them. At least they don't seem to be planning to gang up on me together, thankfully. Matesey's standards were high. There was no guarantee Charlotte could beat either Robin or Taryn, but unlike when facing Helmut, she didn't feel like she would definitely lose. Charlotte was often underestimated, but she had also achieved many unexpected victories. Winning against complacent opponents was something she had done countless times, and Charlotte trusted her instincts. While she wasn't sure about Taryn, she felt she could handle Robin. She could definitely win. Robin sneered. Well, let's introduce ourselves first. I'm Robin, a third year at Matesey's Academy. Charlotte, a first year at Greta Academy. Robin looked at her with disbelief. A first year? This is a joke. Doesn't Greta have any better talent? Or is it because you're pretty that no one bothers to swing a sword properly at you? Thank you for the compliment, though not the kind of compliment I'd like. It was a familiar treatment. Everyone underestimated Charlotte. But as the Duchess of Reynosa, she had never been underestimated, even by the commander of the Black Wing Knights himself. And Charlotte always showed them with her sword, because that's how swordsmen communicate. Doesn't matter either way. I won't go easy on you just because you're a girl. You're going to get a real lesson today. We'll see who gets taught a lesson. Your mouth is sharp, but not for long. Robin glared at Charlotte with fierce eyes. Chapter 224, Part 2. Taryn stepped aside, sheathing his sword, ready to watch Robin humiliate Charlotte. Charlotte and Robin positioned themselves at a proper distance, ready to begin the duel. Here comes trouble. Robin and Taryn's eyes widened at the sight of the black-haired boy who appeared without any warning. They too failed to notice Helmut's approach. Helmut, as he was called, had an extraordinary aura despite his noble appearance. His jet-black eyes were somehow hard to look straight into, but they weren't the type to be intimidated. They hesitated only for a moment. Ah, is this what you call a senior? Robin sneered, looking Helmut up and down. Robin had a naturally irritating appearance, but he found Helmut's handsome features even more annoying. Moreover, Helmut didn't seem particularly physically imposing regardless of the aura. In the lower grades, physical condition and swordsmanship often determine the outcome more than this. That's why the selected members of Greta Academy were underestimated this time too. A referee? Sure, why not? One from Macy's, one from Greta, just watch. Taryn quickly concluded. Helmut leisurely walked to the side. What kind of kid walks without making a sound? He gave off an eerie assassin-like vibe more than a swordsman. Taryn glanced at him. Helmut didn't seem to notice Taryn's gaze. He thought Charlotte wouldn't lose, but if she did, he would step in. The opponent would then be Taryn, but there was no need to worry about him yet. He was just a small fry. The atmosphere calmed down and Taryn announced the start. 1, 2, 3. The duel between Charlotte and Robin was intense. Robin barely managed to block Charlotte's first attack. How is she so fast? He almost failed to counter it. It was a sword strike that could take his nose off while he watched, but it wasn't beyond Robin's skills to block it. He soon realized that Charlotte's skills were far superior to what he had imagined. Flexible, fast, and agile, unlike any opponent he had faced before. No wonder she's a selected member. He realized that the duel wouldn't end as easily as he had thought. A swordsman knows the strength of their opponent the moment their swords clash. Robin wasn't a complete fool. He discarded his complacency. He didn't think he would lose, but he decided to go all out. However, even with full strength, the duel didn't end easily. Instead, Robin felt he was on the defensive. Charlotte had sparred numerous times with Nils, a superior version of Robin. Having gotten used to Nils, facing Robin was easier. And with that ease, Charlotte overpowered Robin's sword. However, before Charlotte could seize victory, the duel was inevitably cut short. It was due to someone who appeared around the time their bodies were drenched in sweat. Stop right there. A real sword duel without an instructor's supervision? What are you thinking? A cold command rang out. It was Instructor Alan. Charlotte and Robin froze in place. Taryn's face stiffened. Only Helmut remained calm. He had been thinking that Charlotte's skills had significantly improved. Why are Macy's Academy selected members here? This is clearly Greta Academy's training ground. Explain what happened. Taryn adjusted his expression and smiled as he replied. We just came to the wrong training ground and they immediately picked a fight. It seems Greta Academy's swordsmanship students lack patience. That's not true. We asked them to move, but they refused. Charlotte glared at Taryn with infuriated eyes. He shamelessly lifted his chin. Robin, drenched in sweat, couldn't even lift his head. He had struggled against a mere first-year girl. He hadn't felt anywhere near victory. He probably would have lost. Taryn must have noticed this too. If the senior representatives of the upper years found out, they would scold him for tarnishing Macy's reputation. Robin ground his teeth. Charlotte doesn't lie. Well, it is true that we asked to use the training ground for a bit longer. There were 2 of us and 1 of her at the time. So a fight broke out leading to a duel. Didn't you think to inform an instructor? We thought they were still resting, Charlotte replied confidently. She was a model student and knew how to act accordingly. Avoiding a provocation by reporting to an instructor was typical model student behavior, but not suitable for the top first-year swordsmanship student. Instructor Allen looked at the 2 Macy's students with a cold expression. If you want to compete properly, do it on the stage. There will be an opportunity soon. Such induced duels are unacceptable. Even he couldn't put the Macy's students on the floor and stomp on them, not with the tournament approaching. Taryn lightly apologized with a relaxed face. My apologies. This incident will be reported to Macy's. I hope it doesn't happen again. Next time I won't let it slide with just words. Understood? Yes. Taryn bowed neatly and immediately left the training ground, dragging Robin with him. Their intention was to face the Greta selected members, not the instructors. Thus, the situation seemed to be resolved for now. Chapter 225, Part 1. That day, an argument broke out between the faculty of Macy's and Greta. Though it wasn't a physical altercation, it was an unpleasant dispute. Macy's did issue an apology, but it was insincere. We apologize, however you seem to be shielding your students like noble ladies. I'm not sure if that's a good thing. That day, Instructor Allen, unusually losing his composure, told the selected Greta students not to even think about losing to Macy's. Previously, he tried not to burden them, hoping they would showcase their skills admirably. This time, his reaction was completely different. At that time, Helmut didn't think too deeply about it. Wasn't it a dispute that could happen anywhere? In fact, despite what Instructor Allen had said, Helmut was inclined to just drop out appropriately. The important thing was to do it without it being obvious. Having never been sick since birth, it was hard for him to drop out due to illness. What excuse should I use to drop out? Given his skill, where he could defeat most opponents with a single strike, it was difficult to lose as long as he could stand on the stage, even if he had a high fever. Helmut couldn't find a suitable excuse, and neither could the clever Aaliyah. Why don't you just say some urgent matter came up and leave, then come back later? What urgent matter? Just run away and come back later, saying it was a family matter and keeping quiet. Would the faculty let me off? Helmut had come here as a representative of the Greta Academy's swordsmanship department. Such behavior could lead to disciplinary action. He might even lose his eligibility as a selected member. In that case, meeting his mother with a clear status would become impossible. Well, that's true. How about this? What if someone put a laxative in your drink? If that happened, I'd become famous in another way. There would be a fuss about finding the culprit, and Helmut would be known as the selected member who ran to the bathroom after taking a laxative at the swordsmanship tournament. Helmut didn't want such dishonor, and Aaliyah agreed. Yeah, you're right. In the end, it was up to Helmut to find a suitable way to drop out. Although there were some glares, there were no further clashes with Matesies. The uncomfortable coexistence of Matesies, Lone, and Greta continued. A few days later, the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament finally began. The opening ceremony was lively with all the Academy members attending. The Greta swordsmanship students, wearing their famously stylish uniforms, definitely stood out. Especially the attention focused on Charlotte was overwhelming. She was the only girl among the selected members of the 8 academies. Fortunately, no one seemed to recognize her. The opening ceremony, though interspersed with grand trumpet sounds, flowed as boringly as a dean's sermon. The Grand Duke of Reynosa did not show up. Although it was a swordsmanship tournament involving 8 prestigious academies, it wasn't as grand an event as the Basser Martial Arts Tournament. Helmut looked around the audience and the noble seats to see if he recognized any faces, but aside from a few nobles he'd seen in Basser, there was nothing noteworthy. The reason Helmut didn't see Michael that day was simple. Michael had fallen ill again. Moreover, the Grand Duke of Reynosa wouldn't have brought Michael, who wasn't yet confirmed as the heir, to this event. Helmut focused on another fact. Has the high priest not arrived yet? Whether they were delayed or had other matters, the 2 high priests who were supposed to come to Reynosa were nowhere to be seen. It might be better to confirm and be vigilant today. He couldn't be sure if that was a good thing. It would be best if they didn't come at all. I haven't received any contact from Talon yet either. Since he wouldn't directly deliver the documents to the lodgings, he'd have to go look for Ritona's mercenary guild. Helmut still didn't have information about Reynosa's high-ranking officials. Right now, the tournament was all that lay ahead. He had familiarized himself with the new sword and swordsmanship techniques just in case. And soon the matchup bracket was announced. Helmut and Charlotte could only face each other in the finals based on the bracket. This tournament had no loser's bracket. Mistakes would not be permitted. But my first opponent is. It didn't specify the academy, only the name. Taran. If there was no one else with the same name, Taran was the Matesies selected member who had a conflict with Charlotte, though he had no grudge, he remembered. Of all the opponents, he had to face him first. As soon as the matchups were announced, instructors Patricia and Alan grabbed Helmut's shoulders with serious eyes. You must win. We're counting on you. Chapter 225, Part 2. It was an intensity that even Helmut felt pressured by. If he were to lose by any tiny chance, the consequences were worrisome. Of course, Helmut didn't care about their wishes. Well, it wasn't that he didn't care at all, but there was something more important. His mind needed to stay calm, because Helmut was about to take action. Petty things like pride or expectations didn't matter. At least that's what he had thought. But the moment he stepped onto the tournament arena, those kinds of thoughts vanished completely. Seeing Helmut on the stage, Taran sneered disdainfully. Hello, Baden comrade. You've arrived. The tone of arrived was peculiar. Taran, with his hand on his waist, looked provocatively at Helmut. I thought you'd use the excuse of being sick to run away. Run away? I heard you telling the instructors that your body wasn't feeling well, that your condition wasn't good so you might not be able to perform properly. But from what I saw, you don't seem that bad off to me. He heard that. Helmut had been emphasizing to the instructors that his condition wasn't good, trying to lessen the pressure on him. He had shut his mouth when he almost got checked by Professor Luxon, but Helmut was too strong and too healthy. There was no way he could find an excuse to lose to this guy or skip the tournament. In many ways, it's a tough situation to avoid. With the careless thought that he'd find a way somehow, Helmut had uncharacteristically come up on stage. Since the senior tournament was being held simultaneously, this side was somewhat less crowded. Taran still had an annoying look on his face. It's not too late even now. Feel free to make an excuse. Why don't you try running away? Wouldn't avoiding be better for keeping your dignity than losing? If you drop out from the first round, your instructors will be embarrassed. Helmut had grown quite indifferent to provocations. He had encountered many provocations before, but for some reason, he couldn't let this one slide. Should he lose to this guy even after hearing such words? Of course, losing was the right thing to do. The high priest hadn't appeared yet. There were many variables. Winning the swordsmanship tournament wouldn't bring a huge reward. The reward was rather modest, so for his goal it would be better to endure and back down. However, after this match is over. After it's over, I have a question to ask you. Will you answer? Helmut abandoned formalities. Terran was a third year, he was older, but there was no need to respect someone who provoked him. He wasn't Charlotte. Well, sure, I'm curious about the question. Terran made a sly expression, he still seemed confident. The Greta selected members were considered inferior to the Macy's selected members. Macy's was the favorite to win. Everyone thought so, except for the people from Greta Academy. Even Lone Academy only kept an eye on Macy's, not caring much about Greta. Just as everyone thought, Terran thought so too. Moreover, hadn't Greta refused this side's duel proposal? If Macy's was going to win anyway, they could have helped as a fellow academy from Baden. For that trivial reason, the belligerent Macy's selected members held a grudge and provoked them. It was okay to do that to Charlotte. Charlotte wasn't that strong, but doing the same to Helmut was a different matter. Soon the announcement echoed. Macy's Academy's representative Terran, Greta Academy's representative Helmut. Start immediately when the signal sounds. Terran, who had been relaxed, suddenly focused and put his hand on his waist. No matter how easy the opponent seemed, he had been trained not to be careless. In contrast, Helmut was composed. He calmly placed his hand on the sword hilt. Not Darien's sword, but a newly purchased one. A good sword, but incomparable in quality. But didn't they say a carpenter doesn't blame his tools? His sword was sharp enough to cut through a person's neck. I probably shouldn't kill though. Helmut leisurely gripped the sword hilt. The comprehensive swordsmanship tournament was fought with real swords. But according to the rules, killing was forbidden. Excessive cruelty and dismembering or torturing the opponent were also prohibited. In unavoidable cases, casualties could happen, but that was literally unavoidable. There was no need to use the sword either. Helmut knew a better way. Buong, soon the signal rang out. Helmut immediately sprang into action. His sword remained in its sheath. Terran drew his sword, but that was the last thing he remembered. The massive impact knocked him out instantly. The spinning vision found its place at some point. What is this? What? The sky was upside down. When he regained consciousness, Terran realized he was lying on the stage looking at the sky. Excruciating pain shot through him. Helmut's first sword strike was slamming the sword hilt into his head. Helmut struck Terran's falling body 5 times with the sword hilt. The pain was guaranteed. Terran grimaced and groaned in agony. Indescribable pain spread throughout his body. Helmut lightly pointed his sword at Terran's neck. A calm question followed. What did you say earlier? Terran couldn't answer. His pride was shattered and he was in no condition to respond. Soon the familiar announcement echoed. Helmut wins. Helmut left the stage, leaving the fallen Terran behind. A feeling of unease lingered. The plan had gone awry. It wasn't that elaborate of a plan, but still. Winning 1 round should be fine. There were still more matches. Even if he lost the next match, it wouldn't be a big problem. Helmut tried to justify himself. His dropout plan had failed so far. And it was uncertain if it would succeed in the future. Chapter 226, Part 1. Now there were 2 people avoiding Helmut at the dormitory, Leon and Terran. Terran said he eventually couldn't get up on stage that day and was carried out. Although no one saw it properly, it was known that Helmut won without drawing his sword. The memorable scene of him beating his opponent with just the scabbard, fortunately, didn't spread much due to the lack of witnesses. However, it was gradually becoming known, especially about the tremendous gap in skill he displayed. As soon as Helmut returned to the dormitory that day, he received a lot of attention. Especially the gazes from the Macy's guys felt piercing. It turned out that Terran was considered a top contender among the lower-year representatives. Although Robin was also skilled, he wasn't on Terran's level. In other words, from that day on, Helmut became the strongest contender in the dormitory. You showed that Macy's guy what you're made of, didn't you? That afternoon, Nils passed by patting Helmut's shoulder as he said that. Charlotte also hardened her expression and said, Senior, I don't think it's right to expose your true abilities in the early stages of the tournament, but you were still amazing. It was the first time Helmut saw such an admiring look in Charlotte's eyes. She was determined like a model student. As a fellow Greta student, I should strive to compete with Senior Helmut. Charlotte's tournament was the next day. Of course, Charlotte would only meet Helmut in the finals, and unless she competed in her best condition, her chances of reaching the finals were slim. Charlotte was a first year, and this tournament included up to third-year students. No matter what resolution Charlotte held, it was irrelevant to Helmut. Helmut only thought he must get eliminated next time. Next time, he felt that more proactive measures would be needed to ensure his elimination, rather than half-hearted attempts. That day, trouble inevitably came from Macy's. It wasn't a formal complaint, just trouble. A Macy's instructor, who Helmut encountered while passing by, couldn't hide his anger and threw a criticism at instructor Patricia. Your student is nothing but a hooligan. I'm questioning the education at Greta Academy. How can he pull such a stunt in a legitimate duel? Who is this Helmut anyway? Everyone who watched knew that Helmut had intentionally beaten his opponent. That was the point being criticized. Instructor Patricia scoffed and retorted. What can we do if our student's skill is overwhelmingly superior to yours, winning without even drawing the sword in a duel? You should strive harder. The Matesie's instructor couldn't respond and stormed off. Feeling triumphant, Instructor Patricia came to the training ground and silently patted Helmut's shoulder. Helmut looked at her puzzled. Instructor Patricia suddenly frowned and placing her hand on his shoulder asked worriedly. Was your condition bad? I didn't expect you to hit your opponent with the scabbard. Maybe. Did the instructor think he shouldn't have done that? There was a certain dignity expected of Greta Academy students. Helmut thought it was better to say he was feeling unwell. However, Instructor Patricia didn't criticize him at all. Anyway, well done, you did great. If that's how well you perform when you're unwell, there's nothing to worry about. The championship is yours, Helmut, she smiled with satisfaction. After advising him not to overdo it and to recover his condition, she left. After she left, Helmut felt a heavy weight on his mind. Any excuse wouldn't work anymore. Unless he feigned a high fever, Helmut didn't know how to naturally get eliminated. That night, Aaliyah nodded when she heard the news that Helmut couldn't get eliminated. I expected as much. Helmut didn't have a talent for this sort of thing. In other words, he was bad at pretending to be sick or such. It seemed Aaliyah had also been thinking about it because she soon spoke again. I have a good idea. The day after tomorrow is your next match, right? Leave the dormitory that morning. Leave. Yes, head towards Baden. We stay in contact through our bracelets, right? Say you got a signal and thought I was in danger. But it turned out to be a misunderstanding. I made a mistake. You only realize this while heading towards Baden and return by evening. If I contact the faculty, it will seem more natural. Isn't it a stretch for me to rush out thinking you were in danger when you're at the academy? There was still the issue of the final exams. Aaliyah seemed relaxed, but she was studying until dawn. Still, she had enough time to contact Helmut in between studying. In fact, studying was just a habit for Aaliyah. She had already finished preparing for the exams. Just say you couldn't think that far. It seemed urgent, so you ran out with your sword. Helmut raised an eyebrow. That's a bit forced. Giving her every benefit of the doubt, even if his girlfriend was in danger, would he really ignore the swordsmanship tournament, not even leave word with the instructors, and just rush out with only his sword? However, he cannot simply disappear like that just because a friend might be in danger without knowing the full situation. That would cause unnecessary misunderstandings, like Helmut and Aaliyah having some secret relationship. No matter how close friends they are, that would be going a bit too far. Chapter 226, Part 2. It was an issue arising from the fact that only the dean knew Aaliyah was disguised as a man. Helmut pointed out one fact. Professor Luxon can track me. A magic department professor could do that. He had been keeping a close eye on Helmut lately. He even volunteered to watch the lower year swordsmanship tournament. If Helmut disappeared, he would be the first to know. He might even be monitoring him now, sensing Helmut wanted to get eliminated from the tournament. Then do you have a plan? Aaliyah asked with a sigh. Helmut gave a predictable answer. I'll figure something out. He had to make a decision on his own now. The next day was Charlotte's tournament. It was uncertain whether she would advance to the next stage. Her opponent was said to be a second year from the Imperial Academy. Being selected as a representative meant he was likely the top student of his year. They will all be tough opponents for me. Charlotte, who had diligently trained in the familiar air of Ratona, felt confident. All right, she wasn't sure if her mother would be watching, but she intended to do her best. Her eyes gleamed with determination. Charlotte tied her long hair tightly. It was almost time for her match. Meanwhile, Michael was ill. Of course, he was often sick, so it wasn't unusual. Michael no longer cursed his frail body as he used to, but it was still frustrating when his body didn't cooperate. I've prepared for this tournament, and now I can't watch it. A bitter smile appeared on Michael's lips, who had been bedridden for days. His condition had improved, but moving around was still too much. It seemed he was being punished for treating Charlotte poorly. Whenever he had conflicts with Charlotte, Michael would always fall ill. As twins, Michael and Charlotte were connected in some way, causing such effects. Yet Michael couldn't help but bother Charlotte. Today is the day Charlotte competes. Michael furrowed his brow. Pushing himself to get up would worsen his condition, but Charlotte might get eliminated today. She was still a first year, too young to achieve notable results in the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament. Even though she had been trained by the commander of the Black Wing Knights and was a talented student at Greta Academy. All participants in this tournament were so-called geniuses, so this might be the first and last chance for him to see her compete in the tournament he organized. Do I want Charlotte to get eliminated? In the past, he would have been consumed by jealousy, hoping for her elimination, but now it wasn't quite the same. Time apart seemed to have had a healing effect. Michael pondered. Michael, are you feeling any better? A worried voice came, the only person who could enter his room without permission. Michael looked up. An elegant blonde noblewoman was looking down at him. Mother, I heard your fever has gone down. But you still can't get up. This bout of flu has been quite severe. Michael closed his eyes and smiled gently. Please keep your distance. I wouldn't want you catching my flu. I rarely get the flu, you know. Indeed. Surprisingly, Michael was the only weak one in the Reynosa family. Even his mother, who didn't wield a sword, was very healthy. That was why Michael had felt extreme deprivation. The whole family was healthy and strong, but he was frail alone. What a shame. You love swordsmanship tournaments. You must be disappointed not to watch it. He had the privilege of watching the matches from the best seat as the host, but it was meaningless if his body couldn't keep up. Yes, it's a shame. Michael suddenly had a good idea. Today is Charlotte's match. Could you watch it on my behalf? Are you sure that's all right? In fact, the Grand Duchess of Reynosa knew Michael was jealous of Charlotte. She looked at him with surprised eyes. Yes, of course. Charlotte will be happy to see you. I'm glad you're thinking of Charlotte. She will appreciate it. If Charlotte knew Michael sent her, she wouldn't be so pleased. She would be suspicious of his intentions. But she would be happy to see their mother watching her. Although she probably wouldn't want to be eliminated in front of mother. I wonder how it will turn out. While harboring mischievous thoughts, Michael still spoke with an angelic expression. That's fortunate, just watch from a distance. Charlotte doesn't want her identity revealed. Of course, I'll be careful. The Grand Duchess of Reynosa gave Michael warm tea and medicine before leaving gracefully. She was heading straight to the tournament hall. Chapter 227 Part 1. The Grand Duchess of Reynosa was an impeccable noblewoman. With her blonde hair and blue eyes, she was a beauty with an air of grace and sophistication, hailing from one of the most prestigious noble families in the empire. A fitting partner for the Grand Duke of Reynosa, who carried the royal bloodline. Although she did not enjoy public engagements, the Grand Duchess supported the Grand Duke quietly from behind the scenes. Even the cold-hearted Grand Duke of Reynosa cherished her deeply. The fact that the Grand Duchess favored Michael wasn't an issue. She never openly supported Michael in the succession competition, maintaining a certain level of neutrality. It was only natural for a mother to be particularly concerned about her frail young son, who seemed to be at death's door. Some merely found this bias unfortunate. Before the tournament began, Charlotte frowned upon meeting someone. It's troublesome if you visit me like this. She had been called to a nearby room after entering the waiting room. There Charlotte encountered a familiar face, Alonso, the commander of the Black Wing Knights. His piercing eyes shone beneath his hood. Dressed not in armor or the knight's uniform, but in noble attire with his hood pulled low, he radiated an aura that couldn't be underestimated. No one could instinctively look down on him. His presence alone confirmed his identity as the commander of the Black Wing Knights. He smiled at the young Grand Duchess. I'm on vacation. I didn't come to see Lady Charlotte. I came to see my disciple Charlotte. Despite this, he showed due respect. I was careful not to be detected, don't worry, but it seems you're not pleased to see me. Only then did Charlotte's face brighten. I'm glad you came. Do you have confidence in winning? I want to win. You seem confident, your eyes are sharp. I don't know how far I'll go, but I've been lucky so far. I believe I can at least advance to the next stage. Charlotte awkwardly smiled. She wasn't used to openly speaking about underestimating her opponents. Alonso responded leisurely. It's fine, as long as you're not complacent. By the way, I heard His Highness Michael visited you. How was it? Alonso scrutinized Charlotte's face. We exchanged greetings well. Charlotte succinctly ended the conversation. Even though Alonso was her master and a retainer of the Grand Ducal House, it wasn't wise to expose family matters. In this regard, Charlotte was every bit the great noblewoman. Charlotte's gaze was firm, unwavering. Alonso spoke after a moment. I was going to mention it, but I suppose it's better this way. What is it? The Grand Duchess has come to the arena, probably to watch her daughter's match. My mother, Charlotte's eyes widened. She had assumed Michael was unwell and wouldn't appear at the tournament. When Michael was sick, the Grand Duchess's attention was entirely on him. She didn't expect her mother to be interested in her match, believing she wouldn't even look at her matches on the bracket. She doesn't usually enjoy these kinds of tournaments, so she must have come to see your match. Do you feel motivated? Yes. Alonso looked at Charlotte with a pitying gaze as her face lit up. After a few more words, Alonso was the first to bid farewell. Then I'll be off. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you for coming, master. As soon as he left, Charlotte sighed as she returned to the waiting room. She wondered what Michael would do if he found out about this. It should be fine. He must have acted discreetly. Even Michael couldn't track every move of the Black Wing Knight commander, especially since he was currently bedridden. Charlotte found solace in knowing that someone in Raytona prioritized her over Michael. The problem was that person happened to be the Black Wing Knight commander. The fact that he was on her side was significant. But no one could harm or pressure Alonso. In Reynosa, if not as much as the commander of the Palma Knights in Bassar, the Black Wing Knight commander held a formidable presence. Even Michael wouldn't dare lay a hand on him. For now, I need to focus on today's tournament. Though confident her opponent was no pushover, she couldn't afford to be distracted. Charlotte steeled herself. Chapter 227 Part 2, Waya. Amidst the thunderous cheers, two selected participants stepped onto the stage. One was a slender girl with black hair. Her face bore some resemblance to the Grand Duke, but few in the arena had seen the Grand Duke of Reynosa, so her identity wasn't questioned. There seemed to be more people here than during my match. Helmut glanced around. He had thought he could leisurely watch the tournament, but that seemed unlikely. Unlike yesterday, the stands were quite full. Many who failed to get tickets for the senior matches had obtained tickets for the junior matches, but today's matchups were particularly interesting. Charlotte. She was the only female among the selected participants. Her presence had garnered much attention since before the tournament began. Helmut wasn't particularly interested in Charlotte's match. It would be preferable if she didn't get eliminated, but even if she did, it wouldn't matter much to him. Helmut's reason for being here wasn't to scout his competitors. It was a sudden impulse to watch a swordsmanship tournament from the audience's perspective. He had always been a participant, never having sat in the stands. He also wanted to see who watched these matches, especially the high-ranking individuals in the best seats. Fortunately, most of the spectators didn't recognize him, and those who did merely glanced his way without approaching, allowing him some peace. Not having any special privileges as a selected participant, Helmut had to purchase a ticket at full price. Nevertheless, he succeeded in securing a decent spot to watch the tournament. I only need to watch Charlotte's match. For a while, he wouldn't have to think about how to get eliminated. Helmut still hadn't found an answer to that problem. Though some might recognize Charlotte, many high-ranking nobles filled the best seats. Helmut focused his gaze on the highest shaded seats. He sensed a concentration of skilled knights there. Helmut narrowed his eyes. Is there a high-ranking noble up there I can't see? Even with good eyesight, it's hard to see from below unless the angle is right. Not unless the person reveals themselves. They seem to be hiding due to potential assassination attempts, making it hard to identify them. No rush. He wasn't expecting much anyway. Helmut decided to watch the match calmly. Soon the match began. Buwang, Charlotte had certainly improved her skills. Helmut could feel it. Though he usually paid no attention to others' skills, Charlotte was different. She was diligent, treated him as a senior, was presumed to be related by blood, and they had exchanged quite a few words. They were relatively close. He had enough interest to compare her current achievements to the past. Helmut realized anew, even if we're not related by blood, I might hesitate to kill her if she became an enemy. Charlotte was one of the few who gave him such a feeling. Helmut watched Charlotte's match closely. This time her opponent was challenging. Not a large, clumsy one, but a small, agile one. The opponent was stronger than Charlotte, but Helmut didn't feel like she would lose. Though it wouldn't be easy, she would win if she didn't lose focus. But since they were using real swords, there was a risk of injury. And then it happened. Charlotte deliberately created an opening and her opponent's sword rushed in. Blood trickled down Charlotte's cheek, but in exchange for that small wound, she thrust her sword under her opponent's neck. Charlotte wins, the arena echoed with thunderous cheers. Charlotte calmly wiped the flowing blood. The wound would heal without a trace after receiving healing magic. In the midst of the deafening noise, Helmut sensed a commotion above and looked up, and he saw her. A blonde woman leaning over the edge with a shocked expression. Even from a distance, her figure stood out clearly against the railing. That woman is... It was like a lightning bolt. His heart momentarily froze and then beat rapidly. Something growled inside him like a solid rock beginning to roll. Helmut instantly recognized her. It was instinctual. A distant memory etched in his mind surged up. Helmut! The cry resonated vividly in his ears. Helmut stood up abruptly, but his legs wouldn't move, he just stood there. Despite the shock, he knew he couldn't go to her. Helmut just stared at the blonde woman. A complaint soon came from behind. Hey, what are you doing standing there? Sit down, I can't see. Who is that woman? Helmut asked. The man who had spoken was about to get angry, but he calmed down upon receiving Helmut's fierce gaze. This kid, his eyes looked like he just killed several people. Which woman? The one standing at the top by the railing. Is she a noble? Squinting, the man looked in the direction Helmut indicated and spoke. If you mean that woman, she seems to be the Grand Duchess of Reynosa. Probably. I heard the nobles gossiping about her being here. She must be startled by the girl bleeding. They say she's a beauty, and indeed she is. The Grand Duchess of Reynosa, Helmut repeated the title the man spoke. He had never felt his mind go blank like this. He couldn't remember what to do. Helmut recognized her, his mother, the reason he wanted to leave the Forest of Roots. But then what? The blonde woman soon turned back towards the shaded area led by others. Because Charlotte had left the stage to receive treatment. As she kept looking back at the stage, her gaze suddenly shifted. As if sensing someone watching her, she looked toward where Helmut was standing in the audience. She seemed to freeze, having discovered something. Clear blue eyes and dark eyes met in a straight line. For a moment it felt like their eyes met. Chapter 228 Part 1 However, she turned away. Her movement was so smooth that it felt like the brief pause had been an illusion. Surrounded by knights, the lady disappeared into the shade without hesitation. It felt as though something had been dug out from inside him. A sense of regret stabbed at his heart. There's no way she saw me right. She had merely glanced down at the spectators. Many people here had been looking at her. Could she really have seen him clearly from this distance with normal eyesight? Helmut was merely a boy with black hair who resembled her forsaken son, a boy she might have completely forgotten by now. A joke was thrown from behind. Fell for her, didn't you? She's quite a beauty. But no matter how beautiful, a kid like you shouldn't be coveting a married woman. Hick. The man who made the joke gasped as he met Helmut's pitch-black pupils and leaned back startled. Helmut did not punish him. There was no point in staying here any longer. He moved his gaze, took one last look at the shaded area and then left the place. What was that? The Duchess of Renosa mumbled as she looked back at the railing. Her mind was restless. What she saw, a worried expression appeared on the lady's face. The maid sitting next to her offered words of comfort. You must be worried. It seems Her Highness bled a bit, but they say it's a minor accident for a swordsmanship tournament. She'll be fine after receiving treatment. Ah, yes, you're right. Lost in thought, she snapped back to her senses. Charlotte, the Duchess of Renosa, had come to see her daughter at this swordsmanship tournament. While watching the match, Charlotte had suddenly bled. Although she seemed to have won, the surprised Duchess had rushed to the railing to look down. And then she felt a piercing gaze. She had instinctively turned towards the gaze. Though she was accustomed to being stared at, this kind of look was unfamiliar. The other person seemed to be a boy about Charlotte's age, black hair, black eyes. The boy with familiar colors looked somehow familiar to her. A sharp, fleeting pain shot through her like a flash, but above all his gaze, he looks like him. The Duchess of Renosa, Margaret, was startled by her own thoughts. A distant memory buried deep within the lake of her memories surfaced. It was a memory buried very deep. It was easy to forget since it wasn't really a memory, but she hadn't forgotten. Because to parents, children are like that. Margaret closed her eyes slowly and then opened them. Her breath, which had quickened momentarily, returned to normal. There's no way, he's dead. The maid draped a shawl over her shoulders and suggested, You should go see Her Highness Charlotte. She'll be waiting in the room prepared separately. Ah, yes, I should go see her. Margaret calmed her mind again, her worry for Charlotte resurfaced. Let's go quickly. Yes, Your Grace. The door opened and a beautiful lady stepped inside. Seeing her, Charlotte hurriedly stood up from her seat. Mother, yes, Charlotte, are you all right? I've been treated, so I'm fine now. Although the wound on her cheek had already healed, Margaret stroked the spot tenderly. Charlotte was perfectly fine. She was a bit tired, but she felt good. Her mother had come to see her and she had secured her advancement to the second round. But Margaret's expression did not soften. I knew swordsmanship tournaments were rough, but watching it in person is truly nerve-wracking. You could have died. I won't die. The stage is prepared for accidents. Charlotte smiled calmly. Even so, one couldn't immediately block a descending sword, but as long as she was breathing, she could be saved. If one thought about such dangers and got scared, they couldn't be a swordsman. Charlotte was a swordsman. It's impressive that you swing your sword without blinking in such a place. I couldn't even see how you moved properly. Her mother seemed to see Charlotte in a new light. To her, Charlotte had just been a young daughter who knew how to handle a sword a bit. I've been handling swords since I was young. It's familiar to me. Still, be careful. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have taught you the sword. Margaret spoke wishfully. As a member of the Renosa Duchy, Charlotte had to learn the sword. Even Michael had learned a bit of swordsmanship. Though he had to stop because he fell ill. I like swords, you don't need to worry, I'm careful enough not to get hurt. You should be. I'm proud of you for showing such excellent performance as a representative of the Academy even though you're only a first year. Thank you, Margaret patted Charlotte's shoulder. Charlotte felt good being recognized. Even if her mother being here was Michael's doing, it was still something. She was still young and craved her mother's attention. Chapter 228 Part 2 How was the tournament venue? Was it comfortable to watch? Yes, it was. It was in full view. Normally, Michael would have attended, but he's ill. He told me about your match. He's been thinking a lot about you lately. Margaret spoke softly, as if encouraging reconciliation. I hope Michael gets well soon. Unfortunately, I can't visit him. Charlotte responded calmly. It wasn't just because she was participating in the tournament. Michael disliked it very much when Charlotte visited him while he was ill. He probably felt inferior. Charlotte quickly changed the subject. Has anything special happened? Did you see anything unusual? It's been a while since you came to watch a swordsmanship tournament, hasn't it? Yes, it has. Something unusual? Margaret's eyes narrowed. She spoke, shaking off her heavy heart. I saw a boy with black hair in the audience. I couldn't see his face well, but he seemed to be about your age. He had black hair and black eyes like the Duke, really as dark as the abyss. Margaret thought the boy also resembled Charlotte. Charlotte tilted her head. Could it be Senior Helmut? He might have come to watch since he doesn't have a match today. Helmut, you say? Margaret's hand twitched. Charlotte didn't notice her reaction. Do you remember? I think I mentioned it during the vacation. He's a senior a year above me and a commoner with exceptional skills. Though he's said to be a commoner, I suspect he might be a distant relative of our family. He might have inherited the blood of Renosa in some distant way. Why do you think so? I heard some people say he resembles me. To say that the daughter of the Duchess of Renosa resembled a mere commoner would be enough to warrant execution outside the academy. But the academy students didn't know Charlotte's true identity. They spoke without hesitation. They too were mostly nobles, so they felt no restraint. Really, they say you resemble a commoner, Margaret frowned. She had lived her entire life as a high-ranking noble. Even if she didn't despise commoners, she had never considered herself equal to them. Still, I think we look quite alike. They say we look like siblings when we stand side by side. Charlotte felt a vague sense of closeness to Helmut, despite his cold and somewhat eerie impression. Charlotte thought it was probably because she and Helmut looked alike. Do you really resemble each other that much? Margaret trailed off. Charlotte resembled her father. That meant she resembled the Grand Duke of Renosa. That boy named Helmut must also resemble the Grand Duke of Renosa. Charlotte spoke without much thought, but it was a situation that could raise suspicions of illegitimacy. But Margaret didn't consider such doubts. She gently pressed her temples. Her insides felt hot. Margaret couldn't resist the turmoil rising within her heart. It doesn't make sense. It was an impossible situation, but what was this feeling? Sometimes there are things that cannot be explained by words. It was an inexplicable force that couldn't be ignored as if nothing had happened. Noticing Margaret's distress, Charlotte quickly added, "Don't think too much about it, it's just my guess. I've heard that senior isn't from Renosa or the Empire." The Grand Duke of Renosa hadn't left the Empire or Renosa in the past 15 years. Moreover, if it were the Grand Duke, he would have treated his illegitimate child decently or taken care of him completely. He wouldn't have left his illegitimate child to grow up secretly as a commoner. Is that Helmut boy really that skilled, for you to be so interested? Yes, I can assure you it would be strange if Senior Helmut didn't win this tournament. He's a senior I can learn a lot from as a fellow swordsman. I see, interesting, Margaret responded with a squint. Her confusion was gradually clearing up. She just hadn't known what to do. Now she knew what to do. I need to meet him, Margaret decided. Charlotte, thinking her mother was starting to take an interest in Helmut, quickly continued. Senior has advanced to the second round, so he has a match tomorrow, though it will be over quickly. Senior Helmut doesn't like to drag things out. Even if he didn't join the Black Wing Knights, it wouldn't hurt to impress the Grand Duchess of Renosa, Charlotte thought positively. I understand, Margaret replied, speaking slowly after a moment. I'll have to watch him. Won't the Grand Duke be attending? The Grand Duke was interested in swordsmanship tournaments, unlike Margaret. He was a swordsman himself. The Grand Duke has left Raitona for some business. He won't be back for a while. I see, Charlotte didn't ask further. The only one who could ask beyond that was the Grand Duchess of Renosa. Here was simply Charlotte, Greta Academy's representative. Then you should go rest. I'll see you from a distance tomorrow. Come back to the palace as soon as the tournament is over. Yes, mother, the conversation ended with smiles. But the confusion from the new information was just beginning. Watching Charlotte leave the room with a bright face, Margaret placed a hand on her chest. Her heart was pounding. She hoped to find out the reason for this throbbing. The dead cannot return, but Margaret needed to confirm it. And what would happen next was still unknown. Chapter 229 Part 1 Helmut returned to the lodge and swung his sword. He was so focused that he hardly heard anyone trying to talk to him. Swinging his sword like this allowed Helmut to forget many things. Problems he didn't know how to solve. His sword was clear and produced the desired result. But life wasn't like that. Choices weren't either. So far, Helmut had made pretty good choices. Could he continue to do so in the future? Helmut felt himself weakening in the face of what he desired most, confusion. It was a human trait he didn't know he possessed. Grand Duchess of Renosa. Helmut saw the Grand Duchess of Renosa, and he was certain she was the woman from his long-ago memories, mother. Despite the long years, her appearance hadn't changed much. Could his memory be mistaken? Could he be deluding himself due to his longing to find his mother? Helmut was sure, but he needed more certainty. He had to meet her. But continuing the expedition like this was dangerous. Even the bold Aaliyah, who said one must take risks when necessary, had warned him several times. Helmut looked down at the sword he had just become familiar with. Countless thoughts crossed his mind, but they soon converged into one. Nothing could be decided before tomorrow. Helmut would face that tomorrow. On the second day, after the first round, the competitive structure of the three academies in Baden became clear. All selected members of Greta Academy advanced to the second round. 2 selected members of Lone Academy were eliminated, and 2 advanced. 1 selected member of Matesey's Academy was eliminated, and 3 advanced. Contrary to expectations, Greta Academy, which was looked down upon the most, achieved the best results, causing the instructors of the other academies to look displeased. But skill is undeniable. Helmut's skill, especially in brutally defeating Terran, the winning candidate from Matesey's academy, was undeniable. Students or not, instructors had to have at least that much sense of reality. The atmosphere at the lodge changed slightly. Originally distant from Greta Academy, Lone and Matesey seemed to be banding together to exclude Greta. It seemed they had developed a grudge against Greta Academy for no particular reason. Instructors Patricia and Alan exchanged a few words. "What's this atmosphere? They're only whispering among themselves and it's not pleasant. Don't worry about it. After all, Matesey's and Lone are close to each other and have frequent exchanges even in Baden. Looks like Matesey's will only duel with Lone from now on. Doesn't matter. Anyway, the championship will be ours, Greta's." "Ah yes, indeed." Instructor Patricia smiled brightly. The atmosphere among the faculty was most relaxed at Greta Academy. Perhaps the experience of dueling with the unique Charlotte had helped, as the sixth-year Nils also showed noticeable improvement. Leon, who had seemed listless after losing to Helmut, was back on track. After facing opponents in the first round, they seemed insignificant compared to Helmut. Helmut was exceptionally outstanding. Leon was still strong and a championship candidate. However, despite regaining his confidence, he still avoided Helmut. It was due to an inexplicable fear that remained. And another one, Terran from Matesey's academy, had a reason to avoid Helmut. Those who were eliminated had the freedom to pack up and leave or stay. Some, having come to Renosa, intended to visit the beautiful city of Ratona, but Terran, who was eliminated because of Helmut, quickly packed his things and left the quarters. Of course, this was permitted by the instructors. The absence of one person wasn't noticeable. Everyone was focused on training to achieve good results in the tournament. On the first day of the second round, before leaving the quarters, Helmut was held by the instructors and received a few words of encouragement. Mostly it was along the lines of trusting him. No one tried to give Helmut advice. The instructors knew he was someone who didn't need advice. Just as he was about to leave, Charlotte appeared and quickly spoke to him. "Senior, you came to the arena yesterday, right?" "Yes, I watched your match." Helmut gave Charlotte his attention. He had a guess why the Grand Duchess of Renosa was there. It wasn't out of curiosity about the female participants, but to watch Charlotte's match. For her to cling to the railing after seeing the bleeding from Charlotte's cheek, they must be very close. In other words, as he guessed, Charlotte was his younger sister. She seemed closer to that than being his brother's fiancée. Helmut and Charlotte looked alike. "I knew it. Someone said they saw you." Charlotte hesitated for some reason. She had tried to talk to Helmut yesterday too, but she withdrew when she noticed his intense demeanor, likely due to the tournament occupying his mind. "It wasn't an urgent matter anyway," Helmut asked subtly. For some reason his question felt heavy as it left his lips. "Someone saw me, someone close to me. They might come to watch the tournament today too. If there's a chance, I'd like to introduce you later." Charlotte hadn't forgotten that Helmut mentioned Margaret's maiden name. But she didn't know what it meant. What mattered to Charlotte now was the second round. She had no time to think about anything else. If Senior Helmut sees Mother, will he recognize her? Did he perhaps like her in the past? That was all she thought. Helmut remained expressionless. After dropping the hint, Charlotte stepped back. Helmut glanced at her briefly before boarding the carriage. Though he looked calm, his heart was racing. Today, she's coming to watch the tournament. An unexpected situation had found him again. His steps wavered slightly as he boarded the carriage. Chapter 229 Part 2. The arena was particularly noisy today. It was because of a rare distinguished guest, the Grand Duchess of Renosa. Her visit had now become official. Rumors spread through the mouths of those who glimpsed her as she got out of the carriage, an elegant lady with impressive blonde hair. Her appearance was unmistakable. The Grand Duchess of Renosa was highly popular among the Principality's people. She was the ideal queen everyone thought of, the center of Ratona's social circles. Although she didn't enjoy public activities, even her quiet nature was highly regarded. The audience buzzed among themselves. "Look up there. They say the Grand Duchess of Renosa is inside where those knights are standing." The Grand Duchess of Renosa. Unexpected, I heard she's not one to attend such events. And it's not even a senior match. Why would she come to watch the junior match? Maybe because there's relatively less audience, she decided to help with the tournament's popularity. After all, this tournament is organized by the Grand Duchy of Renosa. I heard the tickets sold like hotcakes once it was rumored she'd attend, but what's the point? It's not like she'll wave to us from the railing. Look at that awning. There's no way she'd show herself outside. She'll watch the match quietly from inside. They say she showed herself yesterday. Maybe she was surprised because that girl Charlotte got hurt. Really? Then we might see her today too. Is there an exciting match today that would interest the Grand Duchess? Well, there's that handsome guy Helmut's match. Isn't he rumored to be the tournament favorite? He beat his opponent with just the sword sheath. Completely toyed with him, that's something it's worth looking forward to. Junior matches are usually dull compared to senior matches. They end quickly, that's the problem. Can't get our money's worth for the tickets. That's true, laughter erupted among them. It was almost time for the match to start. The audience was abuzz to the point of being headache-inducing. Surrounded by noise, the Grand Duchess of Renosa held her forehead. Her elegantly styled blonde hair shone brilliantly today as well. A maid brought out warm tea and spoke worriedly. Do you have a headache? People rushed to buy tickets and filled the stands upon hearing you were coming. Really, if many came to see me, I should greet them. You don't have to, you should take care of yourself. I'm not sick, just a bit, Margaret frowned. Anxiety and tension rose, making her chest feel heavy. The closer it got to the start of the match, the more so. The stage was more visible from here than from the stands. A chance to see that boy from yesterday more closely. Even if from quite a distance. Is it still far from starting? Oh, it's starting soon. Look, Your Grace, the participants are coming up. Margaret looked down at the stage. A sturdy boy with brown hair went up first and across from him. She saw a boy, black hair like crow feathers, deep, striking black eyes, a boy with pale skin. Margaret immediately knew he was the boy from yesterday. Helmut. Margaret bit her lip. She knew that name all too well. It was the name given to her first child. A child who left his mother's embrace to die before he could truly live in this world. A child she had no choice but to abandon. If her first son Helmut had grown up, he would have grown like that boy. But he died in the forest of roots and could never come back. Margaret had buried that child in her heart. But now here was a boy the same age, with the same name and even a similar appearance. Was this a coincidence? Margaret involuntarily sighed. He resembles, the maid cautiously responded. Indeed, he looks a lot like Your Grace's family. Could he be a distant relative of the Grand Ducal family? Perhaps she thought Helmut resembled the Grand Duke. Helmut's existence was buried in darkness. Few in the Grand Duchy knew about it. Those who knew thought Margaret's first child was stillborn. It wasn't entirely a lie. Her first child wasn't born dead but died after birth. Margaret slowly closed and opened her eyes. Her lips parted. Before it starts, I should greet them. Chapter 230 Part 1. Look over there, the Grand Duchess is coming out. The audience stands instantly buzzed with excitement. A dignified blonde noblewoman walked out from under the canopy. It was Margaret, the Grand Duchess of Renosa. Her rare public appearances made her presence even more noteworthy on such an official occasion. With a gentle smile, she elegantly waved at the crowd. The audience responded with loud applause and cheers. The knights guarding the Grand Duchess were tense, ready for any unexpected incidents. Her gaze naturally shifted downward to the arena below. Two young boys were standing there, about to begin their match. Their eyes met simultaneously. The two participants of the swordsmanship contest looked up at the Grand Duchess. One quickly realized his rudeness, lowered his head and bowed like a knight, but the other did not. The boy with black hair stared boldly up at her without concern for manners. His eyes were as dark as raven feathers, intense and seemingly swallowed by darkness. Their gazes met again, closer than before. To the Grand Duchess standing at the railing, the presence of that boy filled the empty stage entirely. Her eyes trembled slightly as she scanned his face. He bore a striking resemblance to the Grand Duke, to Charlotte, and to that baby. Margaret had once imagined what that child would look like when he grew up. The boy named Helmut looked exactly like that image. It was astonishing, so perfect that it seemed impossible he wasn't the same person. If that child had grown up, he would look like this. Her eyes stung and her chest ached. She couldn't understand anymore. Her child was dead. A dead child could not come back to life, yet Margaret felt as if her dead child had returned. She felt strange about herself. However, Margaret's turmoil did not show any further. With a smile befitting the Grand Duchess of Renosa, she looked down and then turned away. As she disappeared into the canopy, the conversation about her subsided quickly. The arena soon regained its previous atmosphere. Helmut slowly closed and opened his eyes. It was her, no doubt. He had found her. His heart trembled. He felt as if he had finally come home. Every cell in his body felt alive. A shout came from the side. We're starting soon. Get ready. His opponent looked like just another obstacle to be crushed. But he knew he couldn't kill him. He clung to that single thread of awareness. This was Renosa, and his mother was watching. Helmut, who had been contemplating how to lose naturally, had gone. Defeat was not a word he could accept. It was an absolute pull, and that couldn't be reasoned with. Whether it was the temple or anything else, it didn't matter. There were moments when it was inevitable. The Grand Duchess of Renosa had come to this swordsmanship tournament. His mother was watching. He couldn't show her defeat. Never. A flash of determination crossed Helmut's eyes. The next moment, his will was expressed through his sword. Clang! The sword slipped out of his opponent's grasp and clattered pathetically to the ground. His opponent's widened pupils reflected confusion and incomprehension. Then seeing his fallen sword, his eyes filled with despair. What followed was fear. This was a real fight. If this had been a battlefield, he would not have survived. Not only had his opponent disarmed him, but he would have also slit his throat. The black-haired boy's cold gaze and unhesitating sword were enough to evoke primal fear. It was like standing before the Grim Reaper. What kind of guy is this? Could an academy student possibly display such prowess? His opponent wondered. He too had won far more battles than he had lost and was regarded as one of the best of his age. But evaluations and talent aside, the boy in front of him was different. He was no longer just an unpolished gem in the making. Academy students were incomplete, constantly being hammered and refined into swords, but Helmut was already a sword. There were very few who could be described as swords themselves. No, extremely few, but one of those extremely few was here, in the form of a mere 15-year-old boy, that vast and absolute presence. It made his opponent tremble with awe. How can such a young boy? But he acknowledged his defeat, he couldn't deny it. His opponent quickly accepted it, while pondering the mystery of the boy named Helmut. The mystery was not his alone. But in any case, Helmut had won. Again, as if it were familiar, just as he had intended. A different outcome would have been nearly miraculous from the start. Chapter 230, Part 2. Helmut raised his head and looked at the audience with his black eyes. His gaze, containing a hidden flame within the ice, seemed arrogant, but the arrogance of a victor was natural. Even though this was not Basser but Reynosa, at this moment no one could deny Helmut. Wow! Loud cheers strike the stage. Again, this time he didn't make the conspicuous move of striking his opponent with his sword sheath. He simply swung his sword, disarmed his opponent, and pointed his sword at him. His opponent stood helpless before him as if stripped naked. Helmut had made it so. I must win. As if it were obvious, Helmut muttered to himself. He wanted to show it. It wasn't vanity or arrogance. Just as in Basser, he liked winning. He liked the feeling of having his existence and strength acknowledged and confirmed. The audience began cheering for him wildly, and that cheer would likely continue until Helmut was crowned champion. And his mother was watching. It felt like he had left the forest of roots for this moment. Perhaps that was indeed the truth. Helmut's gaze moved upward. The inside of the canopy was quiet, but he felt a gaze directed at him from inside. He couldn't know what it was, but his mother was agitated. Was she also instinctively feeling it? If he won the swordsmanship contest, he might meet the members of the Grand Duchy. His mother would probably be there. No, she definitely would be. If she had seen Helmut, she would want to confirm it. He didn't know if he could reveal the truth. But Helmut finally felt certain about what he needed to do. He had to win. Helmut bowed his head toward the Grand Duchess as if apologizing for his earlier rudeness. Applause poured out. Margaret clenched and unclenched her hands several times. Her gaze wandered anxiously in the air. Even when Michael had collapsed, she had never felt such an emotional upheaval. Since losing her first child 15 years ago, she had lived quietly like a calm lake, despite the despair, pain, and sorrow she had endured, as the Grand Duchess of Reynosa. But now a stone had been thrown into her lake. A maid asked worriedly, "Your Grace, why do you look so restless?" The maid was concerned that the Grand Duchess might be shocked by doubts about the Grand Duke's fidelity. In Reynosa, those who knew the Grand Duke's face would start to harbor such suspicions one by one. It was terrifying talent and skill for an ordinary commoner boy to possess. Margaret made up her mind and spoke. "I must meet that boy. Your Grace, shall I send someone to bring him here?" But Margaret shook her head firmly and stopped her. "No, no, I cannot meet a tournament participant privately. That would not be proper." It was something she couldn't tell anyone, not even the absent Grand Duke. It was a truth she couldn't reveal to Michael or Charlotte. They didn't know how their eldest brother had died. They had only vaguely heard that there was a stillborn child. Margaret had never once let them see the grief she had experienced in the past. Helmut had been buried and dead in her heart. But it was as if a corpse had walked out of the grave, as if he had been pulled out of the tomb in her heart. The lady-in-waiting gently suggested, "Don't worry, Your Grace, we can bring him secretly." No. If someone were to see him, there would be unnecessary rumors, false rumors. She couldn't act recklessly. Margaret quickly came to a decision on what to do. With a look befitting a wise Grand Duchess, she spoke. "I must observe this tournament further. I will clear your schedule." "Good, and is Charlotte here? There are too many people in the audience. I have kept track of Lady Charlotte's whereabouts. Shall I call her over?" "Yes, please do." Margaret closed her eyes. Numerous emotions and anguish were etched on her elegant brow. "Isn't he amazing, Senior Helmut?" Charlotte, who had just been called, was excited. She spoke as if watching the exploits of a very close friend, her own brother. Even if it had been Michael, she wouldn't have reacted like this. To Margaret, Charlotte's reaction felt surprisingly significant. Margaret spoke warmly but clearly, drawing a line. "Yes, he is quite an impressive commoner for you to praise him so highly, to achieve victory with a single swing of his sword. It was impressive, Mother status doesn't matter at the academy. Senior Helmut is a swordsman I respect. Yes, I understand, you seem to be quite close with him. Yes, we've dueled before and we're in the same selection group. Charlotte nodded cheerfully. Margaret naturally inquired, then you must know him well, could you tell me more about him? So Mother is interested in Senior Helmut too. Well, Senior Helmut. Charlotte chatted away about the rumors and academy life of Helmut. Chapter 231 Part 1. Charlotte didn't know much about Helmut. He was the top student in the second year of the swordsmanship department, extremely diligent and of a cool-headed disposition, often silent. He was well regarded by the instructors and was a central figure among his peers. As she spoke these words, Charlotte saw Helmut in a new light. Except for his surface-level status as a commoner, Helmut was nearly perfect. It was astonishingly refreshing. However, she didn't feel any particular thrill or attraction towards him. Even as she listed his strengths that she was aware of, and even as she looked up to him and conversed with him, she felt that way. This was something Charlotte, who had little interest in others, found oddly intriguing. If I had to say, it's a sense of familiarity. But why? Charlotte did not forget that they were senior and junior in the Greta Academy's swordsmanship department, nor did she forget that she was the Duchess of Renosa. Upon graduation, they would merely be a commoner and a noble. Therefore, it was strange to feel a sense of closeness. Yet Charlotte felt a natural ease in speaking to Helmut, a senior whom everyone else seemed to avoid. It came naturally. Could it be that I like that senior? An absurd question popped into her mind, but it didn't seem to be the case. Charlotte had never felt her heart race when she looked at him. In fact, she always felt calm when she was with him, even more than with her brother Michael. What's wrong? Is there something else on your mind? No, I think Helmut will win. Among the Greta Academy selected representatives, Helmut is the strongest. He's strong enough to easily defeat the senior selected representatives. That's impressive at such a young age. Margaret nodded, looking complicated. But she asked calmly, not showing her true feelings. Do you know where he's from or where he lived? He might be related to Renosa. Charlotte's thoughts did not reach the doubting of her father's loyalty. She shook her head. I don't know. Helmut doesn't reveal much about himself. I've heard he was raised by a swordsman who was friends with instructor Ethan. He seemed to have grown up in a remote place not near Renosa. I see. Margaret fell into deep thought. Charlotte found it novel to see her mother so attentive to her words. Seeing Margaret show interest in Helmut, words naturally flowed from Charlotte's mouth. Charlotte wanted to impress her mother. She had always craved her mother's affection, which had been focused on Michael. The words spilled out naturally. I don't know if I should say this. She hadn't thought about it because of the upcoming tournament, but it had once been a concern for her. Helmut had acted secretive, making it uncomfortable to talk about it. However, no matter how significant a secret was, one tends to spill everything in front of their mother. After a brief hesitation, Charlotte spoke. Margaret Irene. Isn't that your maiden name, mother? Yes, I am from the Irene Marquis family, but Helmut knew that name, Margaret Irene. He asked me if I knew that name. What? Margaret's reaction was a beat late. Charlotte frowned slightly. But isn't it strange? When you were in the county, Helmut hadn't even been born yet. How does he know your maiden name when he doesn't know you're the Grand Duchess of Renosa? He clearly told me, I saw a lady like that by chance before and you resemble her. After a moment of silence, Charlotte spoke again. Did you ever leave Renosa, mother? Did you see him when you visited your hometown? I did visit my hometown once, but in secret, and I didn't go out. Then how has he been to Renosa? How does he know your maiden name? The questions grew more and more. Margaret asked Charlotte calmly with strangely serene eyes. Does he know you are the Duchess of Renosa? No, he probably doesn't. But he saw you today and knows the Grand Duchess of Renosa is the owner of that name, so he might guess who I am. He seemed convinced that I'm related to you. Charlotte, realizing she had slipped up, looked embarrassed. It doesn't seem like he would tell anyone else, but I should still ask him to keep it a secret. Yes, do that. Margaret's gaze moved hazily towards the window as if looking at a distant place. A whisper-like sound flowed from her mouth. That boy might have seen my portrait, the portrait of the Irene Marquis daughter, Charlotte exclaimed in realization. Ah, that makes sense. It could have been a portrait he saw by chance. Then it's natural he wouldn't know you are the Grand Duchess of Renosa. After a few more words, Charlotte stood up. I'll be going now. I look forward to seeing you again at the palace. Should I ask Helmut directly? No, you don't need to. I plan to meet him myself soon. If he is as talented as you say, he will win this tournament. Right, meeting the Grand Duchess of Renosa as the champion, it's a fitting occasion. Charlotte bowed and left. A maid discreetly guided her out. Chapter 231 Part 2. Now only Margaret remained in the room. The elegant and serene face of the lady showed a change. The hidden agitation momentarily took over her expression. Margaret blinked slowly with an indescribable expression. Her fingertips trembled. Margaret vividly remembered the scene 15 years ago when she let go of her child. The pendant abandoned with the child. A pendant given by a mother to her child had her maiden name engraved on it. The flow of thoughts naturally continued in Margaret's mind. It was unbelievable, but she couldn't dismiss the possibility. The assumption that her first child, abandoned in the forest of roots, had returned alive. If that were true, Margaret closed her eyes tightly. That night, Helmut was facing Aaliyah again. She was currently the only person with whom he could share his joy or sorrow. Though she seemed to anticipate everything, this time Aaliyah was genuinely surprised. "So the Grand Duchess of Renosa is your mother? There's no doubt. Did your mother recognize you?" "I don't know," she seemed agitated, "but isn't it hard to believe that the child abandoned in the forest of roots would return alive?" "Yeah, you are the first. And to be honest, I don't know how your mother would react to that fact. It's a dangerous situation, isn't it?" Aaliyah spoke cautiously, as if advising him to be careful. She knew the physiology of nobles well. The Grand Duchess of Renosa had her first child taken away because he carried the seed of darkness. But did she resist? As the Grand Duchess of Renosa, she would have accepted it due to duty, pressure, or whatever reason. It probably hasn't changed even now. Instead of instilling caution towards his mother, Aaliyah subtly inquired, "Of course, the temple doesn't know you carry the seed of darkness. But do you plan to reveal it to your mother?" "I don't know." Helmut hesitated, but his expression soon turned resolute. "I must win this tournament." Aaliyah, about to point out the danger, paused. She understood why Helmut was so determined. Logically, it was right to discourage him. If it was true that the Grand Duchess of Renosa was agitated by Helmut, then he had already strongly made his existence known to her. Wouldn't she want to converse with the boy who resembled her deceased first child at least once? His goal could be achieved this way too, or you could approach through Charlotte, the Duchess of Renosa. There were smoother ways to go about it. But what brought Helmut this far wasn't reason. It was desire and longing. The longing to find his mother who had cried out for him before their separation drove Helmut. Aaliyah didn't fail to understand what Helmut wanted to prove and show his mother. There are times when one must take some risks for the sake of their life's goal. Whether this was a risk worth taking, even Aaliyah didn't know. But it was Helmut's decision to make. He would undoubtedly attract attention in this swordsmanship tournament, and two high priests were heading to Renosa. Advising him to hide was the logical choice, wasn't it? But Aaliyah didn't stop him. Because she also wished for Helmut's victory. It was a trivial reason. Aaliyah placed absolute value on being number one. If she did something, she must be the best. Aaliyah took that for granted. "Yes, win," Aaliyah answered with a bright smile. The next day, after winning the second round, Charlotte immediately sought out Helmut. Until then, she hadn't approached him to stay focused on the tournament. Charlotte had never explicitly said that Margaret Irene was her mother, but she thought Helmut could guess. But since Helmut wasn't talkative, she didn't think he would tell anyone that she was a duchess. Senior, I have something to tell you." When Charlotte cautiously approached him in the training ground, Helmut immediately turned to her. "What is it? Did you meet her yesterday at the swordsmanship tournament? Are you talking about the Grand Duchess of Renosa?" "Yes, did you happen to see her before?" Charlotte was careful. She was indirectly asking if he knew Margaret Irene was the Grand Duchess of Renosa. There was a difficult barrier of truth between them. Though his sister Charlotte wasn't on his side, he couldn't trust her easily. After a brief contemplation, Helmut decided to feign ignorance. She was an elegant lady, but it meant he didn't know. It was natural to be suspicious. Helmut had said he had seen Margaret Irene. But if Charlotte asked where he saw the Grand Duchess of Renosa, he would be at a loss for an answer. About knowing the name Margaret Irene. Helmut had learned that Margaret was no longer called by that name. Chapter 232, Part 1. Charlotte was confused. "Does he not know my mother? Then how does he know the name Margaret Irene? And why did he say I resembled her?" Helmut didn't seem like someone who would lie. But something felt off. Before she could ask more, Helmut quickly ended the conversation. "I want to focus on training now." Helmut had another match tomorrow. For those selected from Greta Academy, the match took priority. Charlotte nodded and stepped back. "Oh, okay." As she left, still mired in doubt, Charlotte realized something. Helmut was hiding something. It was about her mother. Charlotte's gaze grew serious. "Could it be something that would harm my mother or Renosa?" If that were the case, she couldn't leave it alone. But it didn't seem likely. Was knowing her maiden name really that significant? The tournament comes first for now. They were in the semifinals. Charlotte was aware of how lucky she had been. Her next opponent was tough, Robin from Maitse's Academy, whom she had previously clashed with at the training ground. Though Taran, a more skilled opponent, was eliminated, it was because he faced Helmut. If not for that, Taran would have been a strong contender for the championship. Robin wasn't much weaker than Taran, which meant Robin was stronger than Charlotte, who was just a first year. Robin was a championship contender, second only to Helmut. Charlotte watched Robin's matches for analysis, and she realized Robin was stronger than her. Until now, she had fought and won against opponents she thought were stronger than herself. It was due to her effort, her luck, and the fact that her opponents underestimated her. Charlotte's skills were now proven by reaching the semifinals, and her opponents knew her abilities. They knew her small stature and unique fighting style. She wasn't confident. But even without confidence, she wanted to reach the finals. It would bring great honor to Greta Academy and herself. She was the Duchess of Renosa, and this was the capital, Ratona. For now, I should think about how to win this match. Of course, winning the championship would be even better, but Charlotte didn't think she could defeat Helmut. Compared to him, her next opponent seemed more possible. Charlotte set aside her doubts about Helmut. It was her mother's matter to deal with. That night, Helmut's crystal ball lit up. It was a message from Talon. "I've delivered the documents to the Mercenary Guild." With a brief message, Helmut nodded. Now he had one chance left. One chance to get information from Black Hawk. He had to use it very carefully. Helmut went straight to the Mercenary Guild to retrieve the documents, moving stealthily to avoid detection. Back in his room with the documents, Helmut quickly scanned through them. He had ordered a thorough investigation of the current Renosa Grand Duchy. Members of the Renosa Grand Duchy. The list contained the names of everyone bearing the Renosa surname, whether directly or through branch families. Though he skimmed through it, Helmut's name was not there. He had likely been erased from the family records. It wasn't particularly bitter. That was the fate of a child with the seed of darkness, to be erased immediately upon discovery at birth. But fate failed to erase him. Helmut had returned to the place of his birth, escaping the fate meant for a child with the seed of darkness. Or was this also fate? Helmut wanted to decide the end of this fate with his own hands. That's why he became stronger. Lost in thought, Helmut flipped through the documents. His eyes stopped on a familiar name. He hadn't noticed it while looking for his own name, but it was there in the list. Michael, the name was listed as a direct descendant of the Renosa Grand Duchy alongside Charlotte's. At the sight of the name, Helmut frowned. "He is my brother." It flowed naturally, allowing comprehension why he had been unusually generous towards Michael, despite him not being a descendant of Darien who owed Helmut a debt like Luke Yeager. There had been a moment when Helmut felt reluctant to silence Michael if he caught on, unlike his usual ruthlessness. Helmut knew well that he was a cold-hearted person. Most people don't consider killing or sparing a life so easily. But beyond Michael's kindness, Michael had something that made him reluctant to act against him. Blood was indeed thick. They were twins. Michael resembles our mother. Though he hadn't been aware of it, it seemed that way. He knew Michael wasn't a good or trustworthy person. Telling him the truth would be hard. He hadn't even decided whether to tell their mother. Even without familial affection, it felt strange. Chapter 232, Part 2. Helmut slowly read through the documents. They contained quite detailed information. That Charlotte was studying at Greta Academy, that she didn't get along with Michael. Michael and Charlotte were in a competitive relationship, but Michael was the likely heir since Charlotte wasn't ambitious. And about the favoritism of the Grand Duchess of Renosa. Favoritism, is that why Charlotte is pushing herself so hard? Knowing they were family made Helmut more interested in Charlotte, as if someone had given him permission. Charlotte was extremely diligent. She spent the most time training with the sword in the dormitory. Her efforts weren't just about being earnest. She seemed to want someone's recognition, as if she wanted to be seen. She was one of the most desperate participants in this swordsmanship tournament. For our mother. Just as Helmut wanted to prove himself to her, Charlotte must feel the same. He realized one more thing. Was it Michael who took Charlotte away back then? Charlotte and Michael didn't get along on the surface. Charlotte seemed troubled. Michael's reason for taking her was likely to show off his influence within Renosa. That's why he used the Black Wing Knights to bring her in as a guest. Knowing that his two siblings, whom he didn't even know existed, didn't get along, made Helmut feel strange. He never expected a warm, harmonious family waiting for him outside the Forest of Roots, but he hadn't anticipated discord either. If the two fight, he wouldn't take sides, but Michael had tried to recruit him. Having reached the semifinals in the swordsmanship tournament, he would soon draw attention. If he won, he would inevitably face Michael. Michael didn't show up at the tournament, either because he's interested in the senior tournament or because he's ill. That was an accurate analysis. Michael, who seemed to have recovered, fell ill again after the Grand Duchess of Renosa's visit. He was too ill to care about the swordsmanship tournament. Though the Grand Duchess visited him daily, she didn't cling to him as before, as if her mind was elsewhere. Helmut thought about his two siblings. Two completely different people, Charlotte and Michael. Just because they had the same hair color didn't mean they were on the same side, but he felt Charlotte would be more favorable to his presence. But Michael likely wouldn't welcome the existence of a brother. Even if he held goodwill towards Hyde, learning that Hyde was Helmut would change things. The reason was simple. Hyde was highly skilled. Michael wanted Hyde as a subordinate, not as a sibling. Michael, who was wary of Charlotte, would find it hard to show the same goodwill upon learning the truth. Michael was certainly a formidable opponent, quick-witted and smart. If he was close to their mother, revealing that he had returned alive from the forest of roots to her wouldn't be wise. Their mother wouldn't speak out until she was sure. A child with the seed of darkness was someone whose existence shouldn't be known, someone to be buried. Helmut decided to remain calm. His heart was passionate, but his reason was cold. Aaliyah, who he conversed with daily, always made his reason clear. Even if a child who had died and come back was dear, he wouldn't be dearer than the one who had always been by her side. For now, it's best to observe the situation. Just hinting at his existence to their mother was enough. Helmut wasn't yet strong enough to fight the temple. Helmut made his decision, but whether he could follow it smoothly was uncertain. The next day, the Grand Duchess of Renosa came to the tournament venue again. She wanted to avoid showing that she was particularly watching someone, so she had to watch all the matches in the junior tournament. As if she had taken an interest in the swordsmanship tournament, today was Charlotte's match. The Grand Duchess even turned down Michael's request. "Mother, won't you stay by my side today? I'm not feeling well." It was the first time she could turn away from his pleading blue eyes with a feeling of guilt. Margaret had a hard time refusing Michael's requests because she was weak to him. But now something more important occupied her mind. Even though the boy wasn't competing today, he might visit the venue. And just like last time, there could be danger, and she was worried about Charlotte facing a tough match. If she gets hurt, a match with real swords. Michael didn't want her to be interested in Charlotte, so he often used his illness to attract Margaret's attention. Margaret knew that too, she knew but couldn't help it. She was the one who gave birth to the sickly Michael. He was a pitiable child who was often ill enough to be close to death from a young age. Relative to that, Charlotte's health made her less worried. She was grateful that Charlotte had grown up well even with less attention. Chapter 233 Part 1. That child also made a lot of effort. Margaret knew how impressive it was to become a selected participant in the swordsmanship competition within less than a year of entering the academy. Charlotte had always been a diligent and steadfast child. A faint smile appeared on Margaret's lips. There isn't a finger that doesn't hurt when bitten, but not all fingers hurt equally. There were less painful fingers and more painful fingers. For Margaret, Michael was the more painful finger, but that didn't make the less painful fingers meaningless. At this moment, Margaret's gaze was on the less painful finger. Her eyes turned towards the stage. Two selected participants were standing there. One was Charlotte and the other one was. "What are you worried about? Do you have the mind to think about other things?" Robin asked sarcastically, looking at Charlotte, who had her gaze upward. After Taryn was brutally defeated by Helmut and eliminated, he alone bore the honor of the swordsmanship department of Maetsy's academy. He had watched the match between Helmut and Taryn. Helmut's skills were real. His sword was so fast and harsh that it gave chills. Robin thought he wouldn't have had a different outcome than Taryn, but this girl, Charlotte, was different. Robin judged that Helmut was abnormal, but everyone else was at an ordinary level. Even if they were excellent, they weren't overwhelmingly so in this swordsmanship competition. Among such excellence, it was natural for Robin from Maetsy's academy to stand out the most. A small frame, agile movements. She's not an easy opponent. Moreover, she's a pretty and seemingly weak girl, so anyone might hesitate and end up getting hurt. Looking at how far she's come, she must have some skills, but can I really lose to her? Anyone would let their guard down in front of Charlotte. Robin wasn't completely relaxed, but he didn't place Charlotte on the same level as himself. He would surely teach her a lesson. Even if there was that one genius, the rest would show that Maetsy's was superior to Greta. Robin smiled as if he were certain of victory. "This is a glorious stage watched by the Grand Duchess of Renosa. Let's have a great match together," Charlotte finally responded. Yes, indeed. Her gaze that had been toward the Grand Duchess returned to its original position. This was the stage watched by her mother. Her heart raced with excitement. Somehow she didn't feel like she would lose. Renosa's Ratona was Charlotte's home stage. Everything seemed to be on her side, even the air and wind swirling around this place. Charlotte gripped her sword handle. Her heart, filled with determination and confidence, was rather calm. Early this morning she had a sparring session with Helmut. He had proposed it himself. Helmut was not the type to propose sparring with anyone. To him, sparring with someone was meaningless. When she asked why he was helping her, Helmut replied, "It's also good for me if you reach the final stage." That didn't mean he helped her because she was an easy opponent compared to Robin. To Helmut, both Charlotte and Robin were similar opponents. Helmut had simply lowered his skills to an appropriate level to spar with her. Even so, it was still challenging for Charlotte to deal with him. Charlotte told Helmut, "I will achieve good results to make your help worthwhile." She intended to keep that promise. Charlotte's eyes firmly fixed on her opponent. Soon the match began. Wow! Excited cheers hit the stage. The match continued for over 30 minutes. This meant there wasn't much difference in their skills. Robin seemed to have better endurance, but Charlotte's endurance was not inferior. The seemingly endless match saw a decisive moment when the impatient Robin made a move. Robin's sword grazed Charlotte's shoulder. It was an unavoidable strike. Red blood splattered onto the stage. A woman stood up abruptly from the shaded area. Her shoulder was burning and her head soon felt dizzy, yet Charlotte kept her hawk-like sharp gaze locked on her sword. Blood could be seen dripping from her opponent's neck. It was where the tip of her sword had grazed. The impact of her injury had nearly caused her to falter, but she succeeded in not fatally wounding him. And she won, she won. Chapter 233, Part 2. Charlotte's gaze was intensely piercing at that moment. Wow, cheers erupted again. Robin looked at Charlotte with a pale face, his jaw clenched. However, regardless of what resistance he felt, he had to accept the result. Charlotte had laid a trap, and Robin, who had patiently identified traps from the start, eventually lost his patience in the prolonged match. He attacked Charlotte's shoulder and in return exposed his neck. You should get treated immediately. The attendants who came up with worried faces led Charlotte away for simple first aid treatment. Charlotte briefly glanced up at where her mother was, then followed them off the stage. She felt a sense of relief. She had done it, in front of her mother. Even though she did not reveal that she was the Duchess of Renosa in front of everyone, Charlotte thus secured her spot in the finals of the Academy's comprehensive swordsmanship tournament. Before Helmut, watching from the audience, frowned. So I'll be facing Charlotte. The irony of facing his younger sister in front of their mother, but there was also a reason he had helped Charlotte. He wanted Charlotte to reach the finals. His mother would want that too. There was another calculation as well. When their mother sees the pair of a young boy and girl who resemble each other pointing swords at each other, what would she think of? When she sees the boy who resembles Charlotte and is older than her, would she be reminded of her lost son? Michael would probably appear there too. Although the attention would be more on the senior matches relatively, the finals were a different story. Will Michael recognize me? Helmut thought it was highly likely. If his instinctive pull towards blood relations was the reason he had been generous to Michael, then Michael may have felt the same towards Helmut as well. Not just out of desire for a skilled swordsman, but something more. If Michael sensed Hyde in Helmut, he would immediately connect Helmut to Hyde. Michael wasn't just smart, he had intuition. However, even if Michael felt that pull towards blood relations, if he truly realized Helmut was a blood relation, he would not welcome that fact. It was inevitable that Helmut would face Michael. But Helmut had thought that not only his mother, but Michael too might get a strange feeling upon seeing Helmut's resemblance to Charlotte. Might Michael sense something unknown to him through that intuition? As the most cherished child of his mother, would Michael know the truth that Charlotte didn't? If he knew about the stillborn older brother, and if he suspected and investigated his survival. For now, I have to face them. Now only the semifinals and finals remained. It would only be after completing that final act on the brightly lit stage that Helmut would finally face his mother and Michael. Helmut still had a safer option. If he was eliminated in the semifinals, he would receive relatively less attention, but he didn't feel like doing that. He intended to reveal himself and confront directly. His resolve hadn't changed. Helmut stood up. The area around his mother, which had been noisy for a moment, was now calm. The Grand Duchess of Renosa had left. It was plain as day where she had headed. The dormitory must be festive. Since two representatives from Greta Academy would face each other in the finals, the Greta Academy faculty would be overjoyed. Perhaps this would be the first and last gift Helmut would give them. That's how he felt. The bleeding has stopped and the wound will heal soon. Take this medicine, it will help the flesh to grow back. Charlotte frowned as she swallowed the bitter medicine. Due to the blood loss, she felt dizzy. But Charlotte was in a good mood. She had come much farther than she initially expected. As if luck was on her side, things were going well. Her mother was watching her in this tournament. She could even feel her mother's worried gaze from afar. Charlotte's efforts were being rewarded. As she caught her breath, she suddenly sensed the footsteps of several people approaching. Soon, the door to the treatment room where Charlotte was opened. A noblewoman with dignified golden hair stood there, her face pale. Your Highness, the Grand Duchess, how could you come to such a place? The swordsmanship tournament attendants hurriedly bowed their heads. The Grand Duchess of Renosa stepped into the waiting room with elegant but quick steps. She had rushed over without a second thought, but regained her composure along the way. It was excessive for her to come looking for Charlotte. But it could be managed. Margaret spoke in a stern tone. Is the treatment finished? I was startled to see such a young girl injured and rushed over. If she were a kind-hearted noblewoman, she might rush over upon seeing an injured young girl participating in the swordsmanship tournament. Though puzzled, everyone accepted it readily, thinking how kind she was. Her condition is stable. With treatment, she will recover soon. I see, that's a relief. The Grand Duchess of Renosa, suppressing her emotions, looked towards Charlotte and commanded. I wish to speak with this child, so all of you leave us. Yes, Your Highness the Grand Duchess. With everyone leaving, only Margaret and Charlotte remained. Chapter 234 Part 1. Oh, Charlotte. What happened to you? The Grand Duchess, pale and distressed, rushed over and caressed Charlotte's cheek. Charlotte greeted her with a smile. Mother, you're here. Charlotte didn't blame her mother for revealing her appearance without considering the risk of exposing her true identity. She had already exchanged words with her mother several times before. No matter how careful she was, someone was bound to notice her eventually. But at this late stage of the tournament, it wasn't a major issue. It would be problematic if it became known at Greta Academy that Charlotte was the Duchess of Renosa. Charlotte decided not to think about it any further. She was enjoying the happiest and most rewarding moment. She had secured a spot in the finals and her mother was completely focused on her. There was nothing more she could ask for. Margaret frowned, concern evident in her eyes. I don't know if it's right for you to wield a sword while bleeding like this. My heart nearly stopped when your shoulder got cut. It's a real sword tournament, so it couldn't be helped. I knew I wouldn't die and I won. Yes, well done, but I don't want you to go through such danger again. I can hardly bear to watch. Shouldn't you withdraw from the next match? They were facing the finals. If Charlotte withdrew now, the tournament would be ruined. Margaret was urging Charlotte to withdraw, disregarding the chaos it would cause to the tournament Michael had organized. It was an unacceptable suggestion from the Grand Duchess of Renosa. It was a mother's plea. Margaret had never spoken to Charlotte in such a manner before. Charlotte had always thought her mother favored Michael over her, but now she realized that the reason might be different from what she had imagined. Perhaps Mother is afraid of the possibility of losing her child. Seeing Margaret's reaction, that thought crossed Charlotte's mind. Looking back, Margaret had always been especially attentive when Michael was ill. It was just that Michael was often sick, which had directed Margaret's attention entirely towards him. Margaret was a noblewoman who faithfully fulfilled her role as the Grand Duchess of Renosa. That duty took precedence over her affection for her children. She worried about Michael's health, but she never acted irrationally like following him to Vassar. Charlotte had always been healthy, rarely falling ill like Michael. Even when she did get sick, it was usually just a cold, and often when Charlotte was unwell, Michael was severely ill. In this swordsmanship tournament, Charlotte had faced real swords and had to endure several serious injuries and near-death experiences. Margaret could not remain indifferent to that. Charlotte calmly shook her head. It's something a swordsman must endure, however, there won't be such a thing in the next match. Helmut is far superior to me in skill. By a lot, there were opponents that neither luck nor perseverance could overcome. Even if Helmut were to stagger onto the stage with a high fever, Charlotte would not be able to defeat him. That was the gap between them. Thus, unless Helmut intended otherwise, Charlotte would not be in danger. Helmut could win the championship without even causing Charlotte a scratch, probably with a single strike as he had done so often before. You're certain he will advance? Yes, I won't be able to defeat him, not because of a lack of confidence, but because it's a fact. Helmut was too strong. This kind of comprehensive swordsmanship tournament was almost trivial for him. Margaret nodded slowly. I'm relieved. I wanted you to win, but more than that, I prefer you to be safe. Margaret held Charlotte's hand and added cautiously, take care of yourself. Yes, Mother. The next day, Helmut confirmed his advancement to the finals as expected. It was almost effortless. He defeated his opponent with a single strike. Under the watchful eyes of the Grand Duchess of Renosa, Helmut wrapped up his match more composedly than usual. Now only the finals, 2 days away, remained. That night Aaliyah asked Helmut, is your plan still the same? Yes. After the finals, Helmut would attract unprecedented attention here in Raitona, as the champion of the swordsmanship tournament and a bearer of Greta Academy's honor. Helmut's skills were overwhelming. Those with eyes would notice him more than the senior winner. Given his dominance among his peers, no one knew how much more he could grow in the future. Helmut planned to stay in Raitona for a while, leveraging his title as champion. The Grand Duchy of Renosa would surely give him such treatment. I'm not sure if this is the right thing to do. Aaliyah sighed. She too was having a premonition. A premonition that Helmut had caught some kind of flow. A feeling that things wouldn't continue smoothly like this, as if a major event was lying ahead. However, Helmut was still in the fog. It was difficult to imagine any situation after the final match. Chapter 234 Part 2. Helmut tilted his head. I've heard rumors that the high priests haven't arrived in Renosa yet. Then something might have happened on the way. There was a way to track their whereabouts through Talon. But that wasn't a good method. It would raise suspicions in Talon, questions about why Helmut was curious about the high priest's whereabouts. Where on earth did they go? Has there been anything recently that would draw the attention of the temple? Aaliyah also wondered. She soon spoke as if she had made up her mind. I'll head to Renosa as soon as possible. Aaliyah's eyes deepened. She had to find out. Hike, being an archmage, might have a way to discover something. The final exams were now over and Aaliyah was on vacation. It wouldn't be long until they met again. Aaliyah added with a smile. Good luck in the finals. Now the dormitory was empty. Lone Academy, which hadn't produced even a single finalist, had already left the dormitory in a dejected state, without leaving any greetings. In this aspect, the academies of Baden didn't show much unity. Their competitive spirit was clearly evident. Because there was a sense of ranking each other, there were no gestures like shaking hands and saying, "Let's have a fair competition." In contrast, Greta Academy's achievements were remarkable. In the senior tournament, Leon succeeded in advancing to the finals, while Nils failed. Nils stayed at the dormitory to spar with Leon, who still had matches left, and left the dormitory yesterday. It was vacation, so they couldn't stay in Ratona indefinitely. During vacation, they could finally enjoy freedom away from the academy. Everyone had their own lives. Instructor Patricia joked, "It's good for the academy that the students are doing so well, but for us it means we have to work through the vacation." "Well, it's all for the best," Professor Luxon responded with a laugh. On the Macy's Academy side, they seemed to have something to boast about, having one finalist in the senior tournament. All other students except for him left the dormitory immediately. The faculty remained, but they seemed to be avoiding the Greta Academy faculty. They too must have had to admit it, that the current Greta Academy's sword department was superior to that of Macy's Academy. Now the dormitory was quiet. It would become completely silent after the finals, because everyone would leave this place. Helmut thought about where he would stay after the finals. He could stay at an inn, but it would be too exposed. This dormitory felt more private. "I hope Reynosa will provide separate accommodation or allow me to stay here." He intended to request it as a privilege of the winner, if not even through Charlotte. Helmut looked forward to the final match with neither a heavy nor light heart. The day before the finals, Michael finally managed to get out of bed. His physical condition was still not very good. He felt languid and tired. It was frustrating to have a body that absolutely shouldn't overexert itself, but he had gotten used to it. This time was a bit long. Due to the fever that prevented his head from working properly, he couldn't attend to his duties properly. In fact, he hadn't done anything for the past few days. If the Grand Duke knew this fact, he might reconsider Michael's disqualification as his successor. Michael knew that the Grand Duke was scoring his children. Charlotte had an absolute advantage that Michael didn't have: swordsmanship and health. "At least if I could just avoid falling ill like this." Michael frowned. It was something that Michael, who was used to handling all situations as he wished, couldn't control: the act of becoming healthy. Still, it was definitely better than when he was younger and couldn't leave his sickbed. It was thanks to the magic and expensive, good medicines that were poured into him. Michael got up. It was time to assess the situation. Well-organized reports were placed by his bedside, ready to be viewed at any time. As he skimmed through the reports, Michael frowned. As he had intended, his mother had consistently watched Charlotte's matches. It seems she was concerned about Charlotte, who was fighting in dangerous matches, while rejecting Michael, who tried to keep his mother by his side with the excuse of being sick. It would be troublesome if her heart leaned towards Charlotte. But he wasn't worried. Michael knew how to draw his mother's heart to himself. The finals, time had passed without him properly seeing the tournament he had prepared. Michael's eyes fixed on the names of the finalists in the Junior Comprehensive Swordsmanship Tournament: Charlotte and Helmut. Helmut. A name that strangely caught his attention. He didn't know why. Tilting his head, Michael calmly decided, "I should attend." Everything would become clear when he saw with his own eyes. Chapter 235 Part 1 Helmut, where have I heard that name before? In the carriage heading towards the tournament venue, Michael furrowed his brow. He had a remarkable memory. He could recall even the fleeting moments that had brushed past him, but nothing specific came to mind. It wasn't a commoner's name. It was a name that would be more fitting for a noble, even in Reynosa. Michael tapped his forehead as he tried to recall information about the person named Helmut instead of the name itself. Extremely skilled, black hair, black eyes, a handsome face that gives off a cold impression as if he inherited the blood of Reynosa. Michael, with his blonde hair and blue eyes, did not like his own appearance. It seemed to highlight his weakness. Michael had always made good use of his delicate and gentle appearance, an angelic appearance with a kind demeanor but with a frail and pitiful side. One of the strongest emotions that govern people is compassion. Although no one dared to pity him, most people genuinely felt sympathy towards Michael. That sympathy cloaked Michael in an aura of purity and goodness. Even if his intentions were impure, he was rarely suspected. That was Michael's greatest weapon. Naturally, eliciting trust and affection from others, interpreting his intentions in a favorable light. However, that very appearance, which made it easy for him to get what he wanted, didn't quite suit someone aiming to become the Grand Duke of Reynosa. Charlotte had that appearance. An appearance that perfectly resembled the Grand Duke of Reynosa. But so what? Michael possessed something she did not. Michael bit his fingertip. A belated sense of anxiety welled up. While he had been bedridden, unaware of the unfolding situation, his mother's attention had shifted to Charlotte, and Charlotte had advanced to the finals. It was an incredible feat for a first-year student in the swordsmanship department. It was as if she was declaring to Michael that she had achieved something he could never attain, no matter how hard he struggled. How annoying, Michael with a childish expression recalled Helmut. A commoner, wasn't he? And they said he resembled Charlotte. Perhaps he could become a variable, if he truly is a branch family member of Reynosa. If his exceptional swordsmanship caught the eye of the Grand Duke of Reynosa, how would the Grand Duke accept this new Reynosa bloodline? It might be an overactive imagination, but it nagged at him. Something doesn't feel right. No matter what Michael thought, the carriage arrived safely at the tournament venue. Michael glanced at the other carriages that had already arrived. His mother must have been notified. A seemingly kind smile spread across Michael's face. Mother. Soon, upon arriving at the seats prepared for the people of the Grand Ducal family, Michael bowed to the Grand Duchess of Reynosa. She, already seated at the head seat, opened her eyes wide. Michael, welcome. Are you feeling better? I've recovered enough to come here. Since I'm hosting the tournament, I should see it through to the end. I'm worried you might have overexerted yourself coming here. Above all, it's Charlotte's match. It's worth it. Charlotte has seen blood several times on stage. In my heart, I wish she wouldn't compete any further. Michael had wished the same. He hadn't expected Charlotte to climb this high. Had he known in advance, he might have tried to obstruct her. The achievements she displayed would shine brightly when it was revealed she was the Duchess of Reynosa, and Michael didn't want Charlotte to be in the spotlight. He replied with a smile. Since she's reached the finals, you should watch with peace of mind. I'm worried about Charlotte too. Michael glanced at the stage. He had arrived at just the right time. The two finalists were being led to the stage. Michael murmured. It's about to start. Charlotte had a stiff expression. Was it the pressure of the final stage? She was just one step away from winning, though that one step was nearly impossible to take. After all, it had been no easy feat for Charlotte to reach this point. In that respect, Michael felt reassured by the appearance of the genius Helmut. At least because of him, Charlotte won't be able to win. Helmut, a second-year student at Greta Academy. He had swiftly defeated all his opponents, to the extent that it affected the tournament's popularity, but Michael couldn't help but feel a strange mix of irritation and fondness towards him. Michael liked strong individuals. They were always useful as his chess pieces. Regardless of the match outcome, I must meet him. There might be other ulterior motives, but if he's of common birth, it would be difficult for him to refuse the wealth and honor Michael could offer. Michael had a talent for making others desperately want what he could give. Margaret's gaze momentarily wavered as she looked at the stage, but she soon spoke in an elegant yet calm voice. Charlotte said she wouldn't be able to win. Her opponent must be exceptionally strong. Being from the same academy, she would know better. Did you meet her separately? Michael's voice became slightly sharp. Margaret didn't notice. Yes, I know it was rash. But I couldn't help it after seeing her hurt. Fortunately, no rumors have spread. I've taken care of it. That's a relief, but that's not like you, Mother. If it becomes known that Charlotte is the Grand Duke's daughter of Reynosa, she'll be exposed to even more danger. Perhaps Michael himself might have to create that danger if the situation calls for it. If Margaret continued to pay more attention to Charlotte, and if the Grand Duke of Reynosa's gaze started turning towards the accomplished Charlotte, Michael's eyes gleamed coldly, but Margaret didn't notice. I know, she seemed lost in thought, unable to continue speaking. Michael's gaze shifted from Charlotte to the boy on stage. Chapter 235, Part 2, the distance from the high seat to the stage wasn't close. But the boy's presence was exceptional. Is that Helmut? Michael examined him carefully. Helmut was a boy who gave off a tense, threatening vibe. His jet-black hair and eyes enhanced that feeling. His face was perfectly expressionless, and his relaxed posture made him seem as if he were out for a stroll, in stark contrast to the tense Charlotte, as if he knew he would win. Everyone who had shown such an attitude had been defeated by Charlotte in this tournament, but Helmut exuded an air of detachment. It seemed as if the tournament was nothing to him. He looks familiar somehow, Michael squinted. Nothing in his memory was triggered, but his face was familiar. Michael could think of only one person he resembled, the Grand Duke of Reynosa, father. He had heard they looked alike, but this was astonishing. Enough to truly suspect the Grand Duke's infidelity. Michael's gaze captured both Helmut and Charlotte. The pair of a boy and girl in one view looked remarkably alike, as if they were molded into male and female versions of one being. As if they, not Michael, were siblings, and it wasn't just Michael who felt this way, they looked just like siblings. Margaret muttered involuntarily, then flinched in surprise. Michael's lips curled upwards. Indeed, they do look like siblings, as if he, not I, were Charlotte's brother. As if he were Charlotte's half-brother. The hall buzzed with murmurs. Everyone was suspecting their blood relation, even those who knew Charlotte was the Duchess of Reynosa. the one who resembled the Grand Duke of Reynosa the most, shining brightly as the representative of Greta Academy's swordsmanship department, appeared in Ratona. Could this be a coincidence? Hearts were drawn to that uncertainty. Michael disliked the potential meaning of his opponent, but now was still the time to watch. This should be interesting. Michael's blue eyes gleamed coldly, Helmut exhaled lightly, the noise surrounding him seemed to have no effect on him. Despite his relaxed appearance, Helmut hadn't slept a wink the previous night. He was the type to sleep when necessary. He could fall asleep anywhere if he wanted, but last night that need didn't work. His heart was strangely pounding. Beating heavily, that throbbing lessened as he ascended the final stage. His mind, previously overwhelmed by the beating, became clear. This was the final stage, and his younger sister Charlotte was standing before him. In a completely tense state. For her, she probably wanted to avoid losing miserably in front of her mother. She wouldn't want to be defeated in one strike like the previous opponents. But regardless of her will, it was nearly impossible for Charlotte not to lose in one strike. That is, unless Helmut deliberately went easy on her. A new dilemma arose for Helmut. Should I go easy on her? No one would want the final stage to end anticlimactically. But if the stubborn Charlotte realizes this, wouldn't she feel humiliated? Helmut had to decide which was better. There wasn't much time left to decide. Charlotte greeted him stiffly. "It's an honor to face you, senior. I'll end this without hurting you, because it was in front of their mother, not that he ever intended to hurt his sister." Charlotte's face wavered at Helmut's condescending remark. She placed her hand on the sword's hilt, tightly pressing her lips together. "I hope you won't get hurt either, senior." Her voice, spoken with determination, seemed to surprise even herself, but she didn't let her expression waver. An unusually defiant look for her. A fleeting smile appeared on Helmut's lips, just like his sister. Soon the signal rang out. Chapter 236, Part 1, Instinct. The trajectory of the sword was swift like a beam of light. Charlotte clearly saw the sword flying towards her. Her heightened concentration, which seemed to let her even feel the flow of air, made it possible. It was an odd occurrence. Charlotte herself never thought she could read Helmut's sword movements, even while preparing for this competition. It was a realistic assessment, but unrealistically she avoided Helmut's first strike. It was an unblockable sword. Helmut raised his eyebrows as he watched her perfectly react and evade the sword's range. "This tournament has helped you grow," Helmut muttered as if surprised. He didn't particularly go easy on her. He knew that would be humiliating for Charlotte. He believed no one except Asuka could evade even his single strike. He didn't overestimate his sister. While sparring with Charlotte, he never once thought she could achieve such a feat. She knows how to create variables. That was Charlotte's strength. However, he couldn't allow any more variables. Helmut lowered his body and dug in. From Charlotte's perspective, it must have felt like a beast was descending upon her. Clang. The swords clashed. Charlotte gritted her teeth. She lost sensation in both hands due to the impact. The enormous pressure felt like it was going to crush her wrists. That was the power of Vis. Charlotte summoned Vis to resist. But it was like trying to block a waterfall with a stream. The Vis was rapidly being drained. Rather than shaping Vis, it was purely a manifestation of physical strength. However, when a stronger opponent clashed with such force, there was no other way to resist. Helmut was overwhelming Charlotte with sheer force. If she relaxed even for a moment, her sword would slip from her grasp. Although she wouldn't get hurt as Helmut had declared, defeat would immediately follow. The moment this balance of power broke, she needed to create an instant gap to counterattack. It was Charlotte's only option. But the balance mustn't crumble completely, otherwise she would collapse instantly. There was a subtle moment, a moment where she wasn't sure if she could do it, but Charlotte was adept at seizing opportunities. Her sword, completely drained of power, pointed downwards, and Helmut's sword swiftly and fiercely dug in. It aimed at her neck and pointed at it, but Charlotte perfectly read Helmut's intent. At that moment, she shifted the balance and twisted her arm. She explosively released the vis that had been consumed merely to receive the blow, targeting the center of his body. Just as Helmut aimed at her neck, her chest would be exposed. This sudden flexibility was her forte. At that moment, the corner of Helmut's mouth lifted slightly. It seemed like a flash had just grazed by. Clang, clang, clang. The sword slipped from her grip and rolled on the ground. Charlotte fell to the floor from the shock that seemed to paralyze her body. Thud, her knees ached as they struck the ground. How? Only questions lingered in her mind. Charlotte didn't see how Helmut moved this time. She merely followed her calculations, failed, and lost. Wow, yeah, fierce cheers hit the stage. It might have ended quickly for a final, but another factor was exciting the audience. The appearance of the absolute strong Helmut. Even on the final stage, he proved himself. Is this the difference in skill? Charlotte looked at her empty hands. She didn't feel bitterness or regret. She had done her best, but her opponent was simply too strong. Helmut calmly looked at her. He sheathed his sword, not a speck of dust on him. Before and after the match, Helmut felt no change. It was certainly a much easier competition compared to the Basser tournament. I wonder if learning the Empire's common swordsmanship was useful. He didn't even have a proper chance to fully display his swordsmanship. He simply swung his sword, that was enough. Since leaving the Forest of Roots, the one thing he longed for was meeting an opponent he could fight with all his might, opponents like Darien or Ilaga. In the Forest of Roots, Helmut experienced frequent and numerous defeats. Helmut suddenly pondered, can I still not defeat Ilaga? If Ilaga had devoured Naho, he would have become stronger, so probably not. Ilaga was not only a magical beast with immense magical power but also knew how to fight. Ilaga probably wouldn't fear the temple even after leaving the Forest of Roots. A somewhat unpleasant conclusion that he still had a long way to go. Now Charlotte had something to say. After gathering her thoughts, Charlotte spoke calmly after a moment. "Senior, congratulations on your victory." Helmut extended his hand towards her. "You did well too." Charlotte took Helmut's hand and stood up, dusting off her hips. She was in better condition than any other match before the finals. The shock Helmut gave was temporary. Since she didn't sustain any internal injuries, she would probably recover in a day or so. Charlotte didn't forget that she avoided Helmut's first strike, and that was something she hadn't foreseen. She narrowed her eyes. "Did you perhaps go easy on me? If you call making sure you didn't get hurt going easy, then yes. I'd win anyway, and you're my junior after all." Helmut spoke as if it wasn't for her sake, but knowing it was a rare consideration from him, Charlotte suddenly harbored suspicion. That suspicion immediately turned into words. "Senior, you don't happen to like me, do you?" If he had been drinking water, he might have spat it out. Chapter 236 Part 2 Helmut, unusually flustered, stared at Charlotte. Charlotte frowned. "You helped with the sparring and all, something feels off. He has been doing things he doesn't usually do, could it be?" It could be possible. Helmut and Charlotte didn't have much contact within the academy. However, since coming to Reynosa for this swordsmanship tournament, their conversations had increased significantly. No matter how indifferent Helmut was, it was natural to develop feelings for a girl you frequently talked to and spent time with. Helmut slightly shook his head as if to wave it off. A pointed remark that "you're not originally that kind-hearted." That was true, but Helmut, who didn't actually like Charlotte, slowly denied it. "No, I know you're indifferent. But coming to this swordsmanship tournament with me, you might have developed affection and grown fond of me, right?" It seemed she was questioning whether he was unaware of his feelings. Although it could be considered presumptuous, Charlotte was extremely serious. She was seriously asking if he liked her. Helmut couldn't find the words to say and remained silent for a moment before speaking. "I have a girlfriend." "Really?" "Yes, the girl I was with during the festival." "I've heard about that, then I believe you." Helmut stared at Charlotte intently. Charlotte, having come to a clear conclusion, smiled brightly. "That's a relief. I won't have to feel uncomfortable around you." This was her doctrine, that such matters should be made clear. Charlotte wanted to get along with Helmut, and she didn't want to give false hope to him if he liked her. Helmut might find it unpleasant, but Charlotte was the Duchess of Reynosa. She had never even dreamed of a union with a commoner. For a high noble, there are suitable partners befitting a high noble. Usually someone the family would at least not oppose. And Helmut was clearly not that kind of person. Just as Margaret was faithfully the Duchess of Reynosa, Charlotte had a similar inclination. Why do you suspect such things so naturally?" Helmut was a bit taken aback. He wasn't feeling bad or unpleasant, but he had never seen anyone so confidently suspecting he liked them. Helmut didn't understand girls around this age well, but he thought it wasn't a common occurrence. "Well," Charlotte swallowed her words as if embarrassed. She had received double-digit confessions since entering Greta Academy. With her noble impression, easygoing and steady personality, she was liked by everyone, not just the instructors. Even Asuka couldn't treat Charlotte rudely. Young men from good families who were confident showed interest in her. Leon, who was brutally defeated by Helmut, was one of them. But each time, Charlotte firmly declined, saying she wanted to focus on her studies. Her refusals were consistent and straightforward, so they didn't cause any resentment. So it was natural for Charlotte to suspect that someone who was particularly kind to her might like her. "The awards ceremony will start soon. I heard the prize money is substantial. There will probably be more special privileges." "Special privileges?" Charlotte stared at him intently, and after a moment she said, "The privilege of meeting the people of the Grand Duchy of Reynosa." The Grand Duchy family of Reynosa is comparable to the imperial family of the Empire. They are people that only the noblest of nobles can meet. However, Helmut now had the right to approach them. Helmut didn't ask how she knew that. Charlotte is the Duchess of Reynosa. Helmut knew this fact, and Charlotte vaguely sensed that Helmut knew it. Charlotte gave him advice. "You might meet some difficult people. Be careful not to clash with them." Helmut silently nodded. He seemed to understand what she was saying. Michael, he would meet him soon. Michael's observational skills were exceptionally good. People reveal their characteristics in many aspects. posture, attitude, atmosphere, beyond appearance, all of that proves their identity. Moreover, Helmut wasn't very talented at acting. Hyde was just Helmut with a changed appearance, and thus Hyde was Helmut. Whether Michael could discern this would only be known when they meet. Chapter 237 Part 1. Helmut, I knew you could do it. Well done, Helmut. Charlotte, great job too. I'm proud of you both. You are the pride of Greta Academy. As soon as they stepped off the stage, words of congratulations poured in. The faculty members of Greta Academy who had stayed until the end rushed over. They'll be free to go once Leon's results come out tomorrow. Before that, the swordsmanship department had achieved an almost perfect outcome. Only Nils, who was eliminated early, might not be so pleased. Instructor Allen asked, "So Helmut, how do you feel?" "How I feel? Well," Helmut was incredibly calm. Even if he had won the final match of Basser's martial arts tournament on the spot, his reaction would have been the same. What a boring guy. The awards ceremony is about to start. Instructor Patricia patted his shoulder as she walked past. Amidst the surrounding commotion, Helmut thought calmly, so it has come to this. He had won, now everything was about to begin. Charlotte's face was bright with happiness. She seemed to have relaxed after the tournament ended. They were in Rattona, Reynosa, her hometown. Although the semester had ended, Charlotte was already in Reynosa, so she could start her vacation without any time loss. From today, Charlotte would return to her place as the Duchess of Reynosa. When the vacation ends, she'll return to Greta Academy as the top first-year student in the swordsmanship department. Soon, an attendant came running and shouted, "The awards ceremony will now proceed. The two of you please come up to the stage." Amidst the applause from the faculty, Helmut stepped forward with Charlotte. "Winner Helmut and runner-up Charlotte, the awards will be presented on stage, and the one presenting might be." A tension like before a battle rose up. It was a strange, gut-wrenching feeling, not just the usual pre-fight nerves. If it were merely the tension from an upcoming battle, he would be used to it. The heaviness of his steps felt unfamiliar to Helmut. Charlotte's face following behind him also seemed to stiffen. One figure was already on stage. Behind him were knights dressed in black. They were members of the Black Wing Knights. Helmut's gaze turned to the figure on the stage. Someone spoke to Helmut. "It's the Duke of Reynosa." The sunlight was blinding. There stood a small boy with blonde hair dressed in white ceremonial clothes. With an angelic face and features as pretty as a girl's, the boy wore a gentle smile. Yet Helmut knew how cold his personality was. Although the boy had only shown kindness to Helmut, he had hardly changed. Having shared a room with him, Michael's appearance was familiar even after all this time. No, maybe he was never unfamiliar from the start. Helmut wasn't pleased with the situation where his brother might become an enemy. Michael's eyes narrowed. He strode up and stood before Helmut. His eyes curved softly. "Haven't we met somewhere before? I'm not sure." The indifferent response stuck in Michael's ear. His eyes showed a spark of interest. He stared at Helmut intensely, as if he could see through to the flesh beneath his skin. "But why do you seem so familiar to me?" Helmut didn't answer. Michael took another step closer. The look in his eyes was familiar, cold, and indifferent. Though the color was different, the essence of the gaze was clear. Magic had changed Helmut's appearance, but not his skeletal structure. If you made slight changes to Helmut's face, you'd get a person Michael could perfectly recall. However, this confused Michael. Because the Hyde Michael knew was neither a commoner nor someone he thought would have Reynosa blood, and he didn't expect him to appear this way. Changing the impression of an ally he had held oddly favorable feelings for wasn't easy for anyone, not even for Michael. But Michael soon steadied himself and smiled coolly. His low whisper reached Helmut. "This is unexpected. I was looking for you, and here you are right in front of me." Without another word, he turned away from Helmut, as if there was no need to confirm anything further, as if he was certain Helmut was Hyde. It was a confidence in his own judgment. Michael glided over to stand before Charlotte. Charlotte gazed at Michael with a tense face. If he were to announce here that she was the Duchess of Reynosa, but Michael didn't act according to her fears. "Congratulations on your second place, Charlotte." Michael's voice was polite. It was different from the soft way he used to call her Charlotte. He seemed determined to keep his promise. Charlotte nodded. "Thank you." Without saying anything more, Michael stepped back with a strangely cold demeanor. His gaze took in both Charlotte and Helmut. The two had met at Greta Academy. Could this really be a coincidence? Might Charlotte know something? The feeling that something unknown was happening troubled Michael, furrowing his brow. It was a feeling unpleasant to someone who wanted to grasp everything within his control. "The Grand Duchess of Reynosa will now present the awards to the winner and the runner-up," an attendant loudly announced once more. Originally, it would have been Michael presenting the awards, but the Grand Duchess of Reynosa was present, so it wasn't strange for her to conduct the ceremony. Before the match ended, she had already asked for Michael's consent, because she had to confirm up close. Chapter 237, Part 2. An elegant blonde lady ascended the stage. Maidservants and knights followed her closely. As Margaret came up on stage, cheers erupted from the audience. She was gentle and dignified, truly befitting the wife of a leader ruling a country. Margaret took the medal and approached Helmut, very close, close enough for only him to hear her whisper. The reflection of light from her hand came from a winner's medal bearing both the symbol of the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament and Renosa's black wing. But Helmut felt no emotion toward it. Yet, the moment was overwhelming. Her gaze was calm as she looked at him. Helmut felt it. His memories were being drawn up, existing right before his eyes. The sensation was like a dead life resurrecting and taking flight. This is what it feels like when something you've risked your life pursuing comes to fruition. For the first time, Helmut realized it. She could hang the medal on the winner and offer words of encouragement. Margaret opened her mouth. Helmut, her voice was soft and low. It hadn't changed much from the voice in Helmut's memory. Helmut pieced together the fragments of his memory. Margaret's presence made it possible. Yes, your name doesn't feel unfamiliar to me. Margaret slowly hung the medal around his neck. It was an elegant movement without a hint of agitation. Not a single fingertip touched him, but her gaze wavered. As if torn between wanting to speak and knowing she shouldn't. You remind me of someone I know. Who is that? Helmut asked. He too was torn between wanting to speak and knowing he shouldn't. He wanted to pull out the pendant from his chest right then and ask if she knew what it was, to ask if she knew who he was. He wanted to tell her that he had lived, grown up, and returned from the forest of Pach. It was a desire he felt for the first time since meeting Darien in the Forest of Roots, but all those words burned hotly in his throat like a fireball. Margaret tilted her head and answered quietly, "Someone who's already been forgotten." "I buried that person too, but," Margaret frowned, "strangely enough, seeing you reminds me of that person, as if the dead have come back to life from the grave. If anyone else listened, they might suspect a past lover of the Grand Duchess of Renosa." But Helmut's striking resemblance to the Grand Duke dispelled such suspicions. Margaret spoke again. "You're the top second-year student at Greta Academy, right?" "Yes, I'm close with Charlotte." Helmut spoke as if he knew Charlotte was the Duchess of Renosa. Margaret smiled with wistful eyes. "Are you staying in Ratona? I'd like to for a while." The conversation felt almost coordinated, as if a secret pact was made. "Then it would be good to change your lodgings. As a special privilege for the winner, I'll arrange for you to stay at the palace. You can have meals with Charlotte since you're her senior." "That would be an honor." Helmut spoke formally, masking his rising emotions. Margaret whispered kindly, "I saw your excellent skills. Thank you also for not hurting Charlotte. As the Grand Duchess, I promise to treat Helmut as an honored guest, as the winner of the comprehensive swordsmanship tournament." "Thank you." Having said what she wanted, Margaret turned away from him. Applause erupted. Helmut watched intently as she placed a medal around Charlotte's neck. Unlike Michael, who was certain Helmut was Hyde, Margaret wasn't sure if Helmut was her child, but that intuition would drive her. He caught snippets of conversation. "Charlotte, you were amazing. I'm so proud of you to come this far as just a first-year student. Now I can return to the palace, right?" "Yes, let's go back and rest. Greet your companions first." What did you and Helmut talk about?" "He said he'd stay in Ratona, so I offered him a place in the palace. I will treat him as an honored guest." "Oh, I see." Charlotte glanced skeptically at Helmut. There was still an unresolved question. How did Helmut know the name Margaret Irene? But even Charlotte didn't know if that was an important issue. Today, at the end of the tournament, was a day to celebrate. "If Senior is staying in the palace, I'll ask him slowly." Charlotte turned her gaze away from him. Chapter 238 Part 1. The next day, the Senior Swordsmanship Tournament Finals took place. It was a match involving Leon, the fourth-year representative from Greta Academy. After a grueling hour-long battle, Leon, drenched in sweat, managed to secure the victory. With this, Greta Academy had produced 2 champions and 1 runner-up. Only Nils, who had been eliminated early, felt a bit bitter. However, his bitterness wasn't as great as that of the other students from Baden academies. Especially the arrogant students from Maetsy's Academy, who couldn't even lift their heads due to the unexpected result from Greta Academy, which they had looked down upon. The only piece of good news for all Baden academies was the outstanding performance of their students, who had been excluded by the temple. All the top-ranking participants were from Baden. The instructors were in a celebratory mood. "Congratulations to all of you, we're proud of you." Even the usually stern instructor Patricia and the strict instructor Alan were beaming today. Had Ethan Kudrow been present, his reaction wouldn't have been different. Leon, despite winning the highly esteemed senior swordsmanship tournament, remained humble. Somehow he kept his distance and sat far away from Helmut. As everyone from Greta Academy acknowledged, Helmut was superior to Leon. Leon, even with his newfound confidence, hadn't forgotten this fact. For the remaining members of Greta Academy, the staff at the lodging prepared a lavish banquet. Although the tournament had ended, they didn't need to leave the lodging immediately, but they would have to vacate it soon. Everyone would return to their respective places. The academy instructors didn't comment much on Helmut's decision. The Ratona Palace was too grand a place for a commoner like Helmut, but he was the tournament champion. As long as it wasn't a threat to the student's safety, the faculty had no say in where he stayed during the vacation. However, they were curious about Helmut's decision. I heard you decided to stay in Reynosa. Does instructor Ethan know about this? I plan to write him a letter. Do you like it here? Yes. His short answer left them guessing. Instructor Alan nodded. Well, if the Duchess of Reynosa has promised good treatment, staying here during the vacation isn't a bad idea. Ratona's scenery is beautiful, though I wonder if you can avoid being recruited by the Black Wing Knights. The Black Wing Knights would surely covet someone like Helmut. Charlotte, sitting next to him, glanced around slightly. Helmut casually cut her off. We'll see. Becoming a member of the Black Wing Knights to stay close to his mother was something he had considered. Being a guest as the tournament champion was temporary. For Helmut to stay in Reynosa long-term, he needed a valid reason. A reason to leave Greta Academy and remain here. But was there meaning in staying around like that? His mother wasn't in danger and there was no need for Helmut to protect her. If his mother didn't need him, should he still stay here? Wouldn't his presence be more of a burden? Helmut calmed down. He had found his mother and confirmed she was living safely and peacefully, and he had revealed his existence to her. Perhaps that was enough. His purpose might have been fulfilled with that. If any further wishes would cause harm, he should stop. Helmut accepted this fact calmly. With the semester over, you'll soon be a third-year student, Professor Luxon muttered, stroking his chin. The instructors exchanged smiles. They continued their conversation as if nothing had happened. Helmut silently lifted the glass of water in front of him. He was facing a turning point. However, returning to the academy didn't seem to be an option at this juncture. Changes were bound to occur. Chapter 238 Part 2. The very next day, the Greta Academy group dispersed. The swordsmanship tournament had ended, and with the vacation upon them, everyone went their separate ways. Only the faculty had left. The three remaining students had no intention of leaving Reynosa immediately. Helmut stayed at the lodging, and surprisingly, so did Leon. Charlotte staying was simply a given. That afternoon, a carriage arrived from the palace along with some people. As promised by the Duchess of Reynosa, Helmut was to move to a new residence, but unexpectedly Leon accompanied him. We're here to escort you to the palace. All three of you? Leon followed along willingly, as if he had received some kind of assurance. Helmut realized belatedly that Leon was also a tournament champion, in other words, a talent that the Black Wing Knights would covet. If they were giving Helmut a place to stay, it would be natural to do the same for Leon. In fact, as a senior and soon-to-be graduate, Leon would likely receive even more generous treatment to maintain appearances. Margaret, the Duchess of Reynosa, managed it perfectly. She maintained a perfect distance and carried out the procedures. As he had felt when they met before, if Helmut hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that his mother had been moved upon seeing him. She was very composed. In a way, she neither showed special affection nor animosity towards Helmut, who might be suspected as the Duke of Reynosa's illegitimate child, and treated Helmut and Leon with the same fair treatment as the tournament champions they were. Upon stepping out of the carriage, Charlotte, guided by someone, slipped away quietly. Helmut and Leon bowed their heads in unison upon meeting the Duchess of Reynosa. We are honored to meet you, Your Grace the Duchess. Welcome to our Reynosa Palace. The elegant and graceful Duchess smiled kindly, a smile that made the young boys feel insignificant. Even the usually arrogant Leon couldn't bring himself to look up at her. Please enjoy your stay. Since it's vacation, rest as much as you like and leave at your convenience. Latona's scenery is beautiful, so feel free to go out and enjoy it. As champions, you deserve to enjoy this. It's an honor, Your Grace. Leon was the first to respond promptly. He was from a noble background. Helmut thought Leon was useful in this situation. Helmut didn't know what to say. He just replied briefly, yes. Her gaze lingered on Helmut for a fleeting moment, eyes as blue as a lake filled with an indecipherable emotion. However, Margaret, who had looked at Helmut briefly, immediately turned her attention to Leon. I've heard that my son Michael is very interested in you. He said you had a conversation right after the award ceremony. Yes, His Highness showed great interest in my swordsmanship. Michael must have been deeply impressed by your skills. I hope you can get along well, even if it's a bit inconvenient. Inconvenient? Not at all, Your Grace. Leon immediately lifted his head. He already seemed half enchanted by Michael. Michael had a knack for winning people over. Especially someone like Leon, who had lived somewhat isolated due to Helmut's overshadowing presence. Michael was not only impressed by Leon's skills, but also intended to gather information about Helmut through him. Because even if Michael was certain in his heart, he was the type of person who needed evidence for his certainty. That's what Helmut thought. He wasn't particularly skilled at understanding people, but he could read Michael's intentions clearly. It wasn't knowledge-based understanding, it was perhaps an understanding born from blood. Michael is indeed a brilliant and intelligent person, fitting for the heir of Renosa. If he had joined the academy, we would have formed a deep friendship. Oh, I'm glad you think so highly of Michael, Margaret responded with a soft laugh. Leon passionately praised Michael, the future lord. He already acted as if he had become a member of the Black Wing Knights. In that short moment, he seemed to have decided his path completely. Watching them, Helmut calmly collected his thoughts. The Black Wing Knights are indeed desirable for top students from the academy. Even without ulterior motives, Leon's skills alone would make Michael want to recruit him. Although he had lost to Helmut in a single strike, Leon was still a recognized talent outside. Michael had a strong desire for talent. It was strange that he hadn't tried to recruit Helmut, the champion, yet. Or perhaps it wasn't strange. Michael was convinced that Helmut was Hyde. Michael, I will have to face him eventually. Since the award ceremony a few days ago, Michael hadn't approached Helmut personally. Normally, Michael would have gathered enough information about Helmut with just a few conversations, but he decided to hold back for now. Helmut didn't think Michael had lost interest in him. Michael was persistent. He wouldn't just rely on Leon to gather information about Helmut, and Helmut's guess was precisely correct. Returning to her room and changing her clothes, Charlotte stretched her back. She felt comfortable, as if she had found her place. No matter how high her status, Charlotte had lived her entire life as the Duchess of Renosa. She was more familiar with being the Duchess of Renosa than Charlotte from Greta Academy. Now, she wasn't even the runner-up Charlotte. She was the Duchess of Renosa during the vacation. She didn't intend to hide it from Leon either. Just as she was about to leave the room, someone's voice came down upon her. Charlotte, what do you know about that person called Helmut? Chapter 239 Part 1. It seemed he had been waiting. Charlotte silently turned to look at Michael, who was staring at her with his arms crossed. His face wore a smile different from usual, a cold smile closer to his true nature. Charlotte. His tone was coaxing, soft yet subtly coercive. You're close to him. Charlotte frowned. Helmut was an outstanding swordsman. It would be more strange if Michael, who loves talented individuals, didn't covet him. However, Michael's words seemed to imply something beyond that. Michael must also be suspecting that Senior Helmut might be of our family's bloodline. If Helmut were the Grand Duke's illegitimate child, he could potentially threaten even Michael's position. Michael would never tolerate such a situation, but Charlotte didn't clumsily defend Helmut. She had no intention of telling Michael what she knew. We became close while coming to Renosa, but I'm not that close to Senior. As you know, we can't reveal our identities at the academy. Senior only recently found out that I'm from Renosa. I don't know what you're curious about, but I don't know much about Senior Helmut. I probably don't know more than you do. Charlotte guessed that Michael must have done some background research. There probably wasn't much information available about Helmut. Michael didn't take his eyes off Charlotte for even a moment. His gaze was observant. You've known him since the first semester. Do you know what your Senior Helmut did during the vacation, where he went, for instance? No, we never talked about such things, I told you. I'm not that close to Senior Helmut. Charlotte firmly denied it. Her words were true, but Michael didn't stop. Then when you saw him after the vacation, was there anything different about him? Well, something different. Charlotte, about to answer without much thought, suddenly flinched. Helmut had changed after the vacation. It was such a noticeable change that many people talked about it. Charlotte wasn't sure if she should mention it. There was something that felt off. During the vacation, Senior Helmut's skin had tanned, which became a topic of conversation. There were rumors that he might have gone to train in a hot region. Helmut is a famous figure in the swordsmanship department. Even trivial rumors about him reached Charlotte's ears. Her thoughts naturally connected. A hot region. Michael went to Bassor, then perhaps. Could they have met? Charlotte didn't voice this suspicion. But Michael sensed a slight agitation from her expression. He spoke in his characteristic gentle tone. Charlotte, answer me. Charlotte, lowering her gaze, blurted out. I don't remember anything. You're hiding something from me, Michael smiled. It was a smile that felt chilling, as if directed at his enemy. To Michael, Charlotte was a being that easily crossed the line between family and enemy. Especially when Charlotte tried to hide something from him, he became more hostile. If you can't say it, I'll tell you what I know. During the vacation when you came to Renosa, I went to watch the martial arts tournament in Bassor. And there I met someone with extraordinary skills. Charlotte's gaze returned to Michael. One way to draw words out of someone is to speak your own. By doing so, he could elicit a reaction from the other person. That reaction sometimes becomes the answer. Michael continued speaking smoothly with a bitten smile. His name was Hyde, age 16, that's what he claimed. I didn't think it was the truth. I wanted him so badly. To the extent that I've never wanted someone so much in my life, because he was truly strong, I knew it. So what are you saying about this Hyde person? Charlotte asked, feeling a vague sense of unease. His skills were truly remarkable. enough to defeat countless strong opponents in Palma Knights to reach the finals. Although the final match couldn't be held due to some incident, I consider him the winner. The Basur Martial Arts Tournament is incomparable to this mere Academy Swordsmanship Tournament. The skill level of the participants is incomparably different. If Hyde were an Academy student and had participated in this swordsmanship tournament, he would undoubtedly have won. Michael smiled and said clearly, I think Helmut is that Hyde guy, even though his appearance, swordsmanship, and the sword he holds don't match. Charlotte's eyes widened. As you know, my eyesight is quite good. Isn't that just groundless suspicion? No matter how skilled Senior Helmut is, it's hard to believe that a mere Academy student won the Basur Martial Arts Tournament. You've seen it too, your senior's skills. Charlotte couldn't deny that. Inwardly, she thought that if it were Senior Helmut, it might be possible. In Charlotte's eyes, Helmut had no reason to attend the academy. Even the instructors didn't try to teach him anything. But then why was Helmut at Greta Academy? It was a puzzling question. Chapter 239 Part 2 To the confused Charlotte, Michael asked casually, Did your senior always use that sword, the one he's using now, I mean? Suddenly, a memory flashed through Charlotte's mind. Helmut's sword had changed abruptly. Helmut had told Charlotte that he had to repair it, so he got a new one. But for a sword that needed repairing, it was a gleaming masterpiece. She hadn't thought much of it at the time, but it did feel strange now. Well, I rarely had the chance to see Senior's sword since we practiced with wooden swords. I don't know about originally, but when we sparred with real swords, Senior used that sword. Charlotte intentionally omitted the truth that he had used the current sword when sparring with her after coming to Ratona and evaded the question. She had no particular reason to protect Helmut and hide the truth from Michael. However, even without a reason, Charlotte instinctively did so, even though she herself harbored suspicions about Helmut regarding the name Margaret Irene. It was unlike the Grand Duchess of Reynosa. His sword looked new, the handle and scabbard all seemed to have been made recently, as if he had recently purchased a sword to avoid being recognized. That also struck a chord. But Charlotte responded with silence. Michael calmly dropped a shocking statement. Hyde had the Sword of Darien, the missing Sword Saint of Basur, Charlotte reflexively questioned. What, judging by his exceptional swordsmanship, Hyde was likely Darien's disciple. But if so, why did Hyde quietly leave Basur without revealing his identity? He could have held wealth and power in Basur. Instead of continuing meaningless studies at the academy, Michael's smile deepened. This is what I think. He had a purpose for coming to Basur and he left after achieving that purpose. What could that purpose have been? One thing is certain. After he appeared in Basur, the Palma Knights commander died. There's an official statement about his death, but everything is suspicious. And in Basur, the Sword Saint's grandson appeared. What does this sequence of events mean? Doesn't it seem to point to something? Michael pointed out sharply. The former Palma Knights commander, Ludus Cicero, betrayed the Sword Saint, and his disciple appeared to take revenge for him. That's why he didn't reveal his identity. That seems like too much speculation. Even if it's a conjecture with weak evidence, it's not just speculation. As you know, I rarely get things wrong. Even so, Charlotte wavered. She could feel her own agitation showing on her face. I'd like you to be curious too, as a member of the Grand Duke's family, why that suspiciously skilled senior went to Basur and why he decided to stay in our Reynosa. Isn't Senior Helmut staying in Reynosa because of Mother's recommendation? By now, Charlotte was agreeing with Michael's assertion that Hyde was Helmut. She too inwardly thought that Michael wasn't wrong. It was natural. Helmut's skills were truly astonishing. If it were him, it wouldn't be strange for him to win the Basur Martial Arts Tournament, and it wouldn't be strange if he were the Sword Saint's disciple. In fact, Helmut had changed his sword. He's a senior with many suspicious and secretive aspects. The suspicions Michael raised were fascinating. However, Charlotte's inclination towards Michael's words was not merely due to his eloquence. Michael calmly continued. He is someone who moves according to his purpose. His staying in Reynosa isn't just for such a reason. Doesn't he look like he has Reynosa's bloodline to you, as if some kind of conspiracy was lurking? Stop it. In confusion, Charlotte ended the conversation. She saw the maids approaching from the other side. It wasn't something to talk about in front of others. Charlotte spoke as clearly as Michael had. You're free to suspect whatever you want, but I'd prefer if you didn't drag me into it. Michael, all right if that's your wish. Michael wrapped it up neatly. However, his eyes were still scanning Charlotte's face observantly. The heirs of Reynosa, Michael and Charlotte, moved side by side. It naturally became so as their paths were the same. A picture-perfect banquet was welcoming the guests. The Grand Duchess of Reynosa, Helmut and Leon were already present. Charlotte and Michael entered the banquet hall as if nothing had happened. The banquet where the Grand Duchess of Reynosa and her two children entertained the guests continued in a harmonious atmosphere, while hiding secrets. A storm was approaching, as if dark clouds were rolling in. No one could know what would remain when the sky cleared. Chapter 240 Part 1 Storm. It was deep in the forest. It moved as if flying over the mountain range. Agile yet silent movements. Like a wild beast but not running on four legs, bipedal, it was running while holding a blood-stained sword in one hand. If someone saw it, they would think of one word: monster. Tattered clothes, a body stained black, eyes horribly bloodshot, cracked skin, swollen muscles. Once, its demonic energy soared as if it would reach the sky, but now it hung down like wet clothes. Yet the murderous intent in its eyes was palpable, an aggressive instinct to kill, devour, and destroy. This being, full of wickedness, was once a human, yes, until just recently. Before a certain change found him, he wasn't even an ordinary person. He wasn't just any weak and feeble human. A first-rank platinum mercenary, that was a prestigious position not attainable by just anyone. Becoming a platinum mercenary wasn't a matter of effort. It was talent. Talent for this, talent for the sword. In terms of talent, he was exceptional. He had never seen anyone more talented with a sword than himself in his entire life. From a very young age, he was different from others. Although born a commoner, he was incredibly intelligent, quickly learning to read and amass knowledge with minimal guidance, and his physical movements were extraordinary. He quickly realized that wielding a sword was more advantageous for him than studying. For a commoner, martial prowess was the simplest means to elevate oneself. But he was inherently violent and cruel. Whether something within him made him that way, or if it was his natural temperament, he couldn't tell. But his violence and cruelty were beyond the control of reason, and he knew it, that he was like an untamed beast. At 15, when he ruled as the alley boss, he had a fight with a friend. That fight stimulated something from within his heart. Warm or gentle emotions didn't touch him. Friendship had no effect on him. He had the dullest, coldest heart. His cruel instinct, like that of a beast, didn't stop at tearing apart the limbs of insects. The hand that killed animals soon turned towards humans in anger. After committing the act, looking down at the mutilated corpse in his blood-stained hands, he realized he could no longer live in this peaceful village. His parents had long feared him, and so did the villagers. Having committed murder, he knew he would be immediately identified as the culprit. What if they did? He could just kill them all. It was an evil, tempting impulse. But the thought he had immediately didn't come to fruition in reality. He was cruel, but not cruel enough to slaughter an entire village. He was still human then. Reason and faint affection held him back, but now he was a murderer. Leaving the village and changing his identity, he decided to become a mercenary. Though an untrained swordsman, his talent alone was enough to make him a mercenary. Others' swords seemed laughably slow, and this quickly became part of him. It wasn't that he didn't make an effort, and he enjoyed real combat. As a mercenary, he learned swordsmanship by watching knights and other mercenaries improving his skills. It went smoothly. Knowing his own nature, he mainly took on jobs dealing with magical beasts rather than humans, and escort missions rather than guard duty. At 26, he reached the position of first-rank platinum mercenary at a young age. Since becoming a mercenary, he had encountered minor conflicts but lived a smooth life, proud that he had lived without any major problems. Until that incident happened, he was on a mission to hunt beasts, a type of mission he enjoyed. During this time, he met the priests of Lumen for the first time in his life. Were the priests the problem? Something about them stirred him deep within his heart. It was a strange sensation. Although the priests were not hostile, there was an aura of threat from them, as if they would annihilate his existence. Irrationally, it shook the vessel within him. It was a vessel that had been slowly filling drop by drop since birth. He was aware of the vessel within him that was about to burst. He knew that when the last drop fell, the filled vessel would completely change him. Knowing that all his talent, strength, and everything came from something lurking within him. Though he didn't know its name, he knew its existence. Like he had made a pact with the demon lord said to have perished in ancient times, he knew that one day he would have to pay the price for having what ordinary humans did not. Chapter 240 Part 2 Storm. The Lumen priests were simply what triggered that final drop. He didn't know what they did. It could have been a trivial stimulus, just like when he killed his friend in childhood. Reason flew away and only pitch-black murderous intent engulfed him. The explosion was intense. Someone might have shouted the term seed of darkness. Reason disappeared, leaving only a monster driven by instinct. He killed 3 priests and 5 holy knights, leaving the scorched place behind. Just as he had left the village where he lived with his parents, he didn't have the reason to find a new home. Reason is something that exists in humans. He only had instinct left. The instinct to destroy everything. He would follow that evil instinct. That was the price for having transcendent power. It was also the end of a human dominated by the fully grown seed of darkness. Helmut's life was peaceful. It felt like living in an expanded version of the Kudraw mansion, comfortable and luxurious living. If he hadn't been born with the seed of darkness, these were things he should have naturally enjoyed in Ratona from childhood. He had lived almost all his life in the forest, nearly as a commoner, yet strangely, the luxury suited Helmut well. Helmut didn't think it was because noble blood ran through his veins. It's probably because I adapt well. He knew that he was under scrutiny. Helmut resembled the Grand Duke of Renosa. He heard the maids gossiping and he too was curious. How much did he resemble the Grand Duke of Renosa? Would he feel a connection if he saw him? Father, huh? At the moment of Helmut's birth, the Grand Duke of Renosa was not present. The existence of a father was faint to him. He had never seen him even once. Before Helmut knew that his mother was the Grand Duchess of Renosa, he even considered the possibility that she might have been a single mother or a widow. But now he thought he understood why the Grand Duke didn't appear at his birth. His father was a Grand Duke, and thus too busy to even look back at the birth of his child. Above all, the Grand Duke of Renosa tended to be cold towards his family. The only person he showed some affection for was the beautiful and virtuous Duchess, but even she did not take precedence over ruling Renosa. Will I get to see my father before the vacation ends? He had a premonition that he might not return to the academy, but that premonition might be wrong. With Ethan Kudrow and Aaliyah at Greta Academy, Helmut always had a place to return to. The Grand Duke of Renosa had left Ratona. That was the only news Helmut knew. Even if he returned, there was no guarantee he would meet Helmut. Helmut would stay in Renosa until the end of the vacation. After that, there was no reason for him to stay. Charlotte, the only person he knew, would leave for Baden. Renosa would also send him away, telling him to return with her. He couldn't stay here indefinitely, treated as a distinguished guest, so something had to be settled before then. But how? He couldn't just abruptly show his mother the pendant. Michael was wary of Helmut, only seeking Leon but sensing he was being watched. From Helmut's perspective, there was no way to personally approach the Grand Duchess of Renosa. She had to come to him. Will mother really? Helmut decided to stay quiet until the attention on him waned, and until the maids got used to and stopped gossiping about the handsome boy who looked exactly like the Grand Duke. That wasn't difficult. Helmut was treated as a distinguished guest. A spacious and luxurious room, a personal training ground, occasionally invited to banquets. The past 4 days he spent in the Ratona Palace were very comfortable. Charlotte, who revealed that she was the Duchess of Renosa, didn't seek him, often showing a complicated expression. As if avoiding him, though Helmut was indifferent, he sensed something between her and Michael. But it wasn't Helmut's concern. Aaliyah had said she wouldn't be in contact for a while as she had things to do. Right now, the most important thing for Helmut was his mother. Should I walk around the palace a bit? As the Grand Duchess of Renosa, it wouldn't be easy for her to find an excuse to approach Helmut. But she had told him in a meaningful voice that he could freely explore the palace. Wasn't that asking him to create an opportunity? Helmut started moving. Guided by a maid, he soon reached a certain corridor. A hallway lined with portraits of the Grand Duke's family members. Shortly after he stood there, light footsteps echoed through the corridor. It was a presence he could recognize even with his eyes closed now. Helmut waited until the owner of those footsteps got completely close. An elegant and gentle voice reached his ears. "Helmut, you were here." Helmut quietly turned to the side. And he bowed his head towards the beautiful noblewoman standing there. "Your Grace, the Grand Duchess," Chapter 241 Part 1. How is life in the palace? It's comfortable. The Grand Duchess was alone. Judging by the presence she sensed nearby, it seemed she had sent the attendants away. It was a sign that she wanted to have a conversation. She smiled faintly. "I'm glad to see you're adjusting well. I heard you were a commoner." It wasn't a sarcastic comment about how well a commoner was adapting. Even Michael didn't speak to Helmut in that manner. "I have lived in a noble's mansion before. I had a noble guardian. Thanks to that patronage, I was able to enter the academy. I heard you transferred to Greta Academy. How do you know this noble guardian?" "He is an acquaintance of my master." Michael hadn't told the Grand Duchess about his suspicion that Sword Saint Darien might be Helmut's master. The Grand Duchess of Renosa never rushed to interrogate. She led the conversation naturally. Helmut knew that her caution was part of her nature. She was someone who would never allow her foundation to be shaken. She had been raised as a noble and lived as one. The Grand Duchess spoke softly. "How did you live before coming to the academy?" "I lived in the forest, just my master and I. Hunting and learning swordsmanship." The Grand Duchess's gaze, which had been wandering, suddenly focused on Helmut. She asked slowly, "What about your parents?" "I was abandoned as a child and became an orphan." "I see." The two of them had, at some point, started walking side by side. If there hadn't been an age difference, it would not have been permissible for the Grand Duchess and Helmut to be alone together like this. "Do you have any idea where you were born or who your parents are?" "I have a guess. But I think they must have had a reason to abandon me." "Have you thought about finding them?" "I don't know if that's what they would want. There's a term called force majeure. Being born a commoner or a noble is more absolute than that. Like Helmut, who was born with the seed of darkness and was abandoned because of it. By leaving the forest of roots, Helmut made the impossible possible. He survived in a place where a person with the seed of darkness shouldn't have. But that was possible by his own will. Returning to his rightful place was another matter. I see, don't you miss them? I do, Helmut replied briefly. Wasn't it that longing that brought him here? The Grand Duchess of Renosa closed her mouth. Their steps moved along the wall. Portraits were lined up on the wall as if narrating the history of the Grand Duchy of Renosa. The power of the bloodline was strong. The resemblance was striking in the faces. Then Helmut suddenly noticed something and stopped. This place. There was an empty spot among the portraits, a place where a portrait should have been next to the current Grand Duke and Grand Duchess beside a youthful portrait of Michael and Charlotte. Helmut frowned. Why is this place empty? The Grand Duchess paused for a moment before answering. It's a trace of someone we lost before we could paint their portrait. Helmut realized that it was his place. It seemed like there were no traces of him left in Ratona. It was as if the fact that a child named Helmut was born had been erased. If he didn't have the pendant and his mother wasn't here, Helmut might never have known this was his birthplace. He was just someone buried in someone's memory. The Grand Duchess's face trembled slightly as she looked at the empty space. She confessed, as if painfully forcing the words out. It was my first child whom I had to let go due to an unfortunate accident. Helmut swallowed his words. He didn't know what to say. I sometimes think about that child. It doesn't hurt as much now that so much time has passed. If that child had grown up normally, how would he have turned out? Following the Renosa bloodline, he would have held a sword and probably become an excellent swordsman. He would have grown up splendidly as the heir to Renosa. The Grand Duchess continued with a subdued gaze. I was surprised when I saw you, Helmut. You resembled the child I had imagined growing up. A sharp pain pierced his heart. Or perhaps it was joy, he couldn't tell. Helmut looked at the Grand Duchess. She was also looking at him. Her eyes held sadness and something else. Hope, Chapter 241, Part 2. Just as I didn't send my child away by my own will, your parents probably didn't send you away by their own will either. Commoners are different from nobles. Unlike her, there are many parents who abandon their children out of necessity, whether it's due to poverty or to protect their own lives, or because the child wasn't supposed to be born. But the Grand Duchess dismissed those possibilities. She spoke as if saying what she wanted to believe. That's why I believe that if Helmut, who has grown up so wonderfully, were to return, they wouldn't reject him, as if she would accept her first child if he returned. Her words moved Helmut. The wall that had been blocking him crumbled. Helmut spoke immediately. I've been told that I resemble the Grand Duke a lot, the same with the Grand Duchess. It was something that could be taken as disrespectful. How could a commoner dare to compare himself to the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess of Renosa? But the Grand Duchess didn't rebuke his rudeness. She nodded instead. The peculiar atmosphere between them made it possible. Yes, Helmut looks like he belongs to the Renosa bloodline, even to my eyes. I was born in Renosa, probably here in Ratona. Helmut stared directly at the Grand Duchess. It was almost as if he were confessing to being the illegitimate child of the Grand Duke. But the Grand Duchess realized that wasn't what he meant. Her blue eyes trembled. She asked quietly, "Are your parents still here in Ratona?" Helmut nodded calmly. "Yes. If you have any evidence or mark, I might be able to help you find them." For the first time, her voice wavered. "I do have a mark. Something I had with me when I was abandoned." "What is it?" But before Helmut could answer, someone's voice interrupted their conversation from a distance. "There you are, Mother." Both of them were startled. Absorbed in their conversation, not even Helmut had noticed his approach. It felt as if their secret meeting had been interrupted. "Michael, I heard you were heading this way." The blond boy with an angelic smile first directed his gaze to the Grand Duchess of Renosa. As if deliberately ignoring Helmut's presence, he probably hadn't heard their conversation. There was a distance, and if he had come any closer, Helmut would have noticed him first. "So you were talking with Charlotte Sr." "Yes, we were talking about Charlotte." The Grand Duchess smiled gently. It was a lie. Helmut realized she didn't want Michael to know the content of their conversation. Helmut felt the same. The Renosa Grand Duchy's portraits. Michael's gaze lingered briefly on the empty space the Grand Duchess had been staring at. He wasn't unaware of its existence. "Oh my, it's already this late. I have things to do. I must be going now." Seeing there was no further opportunity for conversation, the Grand Duchess expressed her intention to leave first. "Feel free to look around." "Michael, I'll see you later." She calmly bid farewell to Helmut with a gaze and left. Michael, the intruder, and Helmut were left alone. Michael, who had been consciously ignoring Helmut, suddenly spoke. "Helmut, are you doing well?" "Yes." His short answer made Michael's smile deepen. "You're not falling perhaps for my mother, are you? She's still young and beautiful after all." "It's not like that." Helmut was especially careful when talking to Michael. He feared he might slip into casual speech, as he had done when dealing with him as Hyde. "Then why do you seem to show emotions in front of her? You must be mistaken." Helmut firmly denied it. He had become quite accustomed to lying now. Michael laughed out loud unconsciously, but his expression soon turned cold. In that case, you should be careful. With the Grand Duke away, you could cause unnecessary misunderstandings. It was Her Grace the Grand Duchess who sought me out. Helmut succinctly pointed out the fact. After all, he had met many nobles at Greta Academy and hadn't bowed to any of them. It was the same outside the academy. Especially if his opponent was his brother Michael, it was even less likely to happen. No matter how much Michael was the Grand Duke's heir and wary of him. That tone, it's really arrogant, it's very much like you, I like that about you, but… Michael's expression became strange. He liked it, but not anymore. It seemed like a denial should follow. But strangely, he couldn't utter those words. While his mind had defined Helmut as an enemy, his heart strangely couldn't treat Helmut as one. That discrepancy was peculiar. It was a phenomenon Michael had never experienced before. Chapter 242 Part 1 Are You Really My Brother? From the moment they first met, Michael was drawn to Hyde. It wasn't because he felt Hyde was strong, but rather there was an inexplicable urge to keep him close. It was a similar obsession to what he felt towards Charlotte. Michael knew his desires well. No one was more faithful to his desires than himself. Had it not been for the desire to achieve something despite being tormented by illness and close to death, he wouldn't have survived such relentless suffering. Michael realized that he still wanted to keep Hyde, or rather Helmut, under his control. It was a desire that was hard to ignore. Whether it was due to a blood connection or not didn't matter. It made him think differently. Yes, after all, a bastard or a collateral branch can't threaten my position. Even if the Grand Duke of Reynosa favored Helmut, he was not the type to betray his wife and disrupt the bloodline. Regardless of skills or talents, only the legitimate children could become the heirs of Reynosa. That was a principle that had been upheld for generations, and the Grand Duke of Reynosa was not one to make choices that went against that principle. Whatever his plans are, I'll make it go my way. Taming a wild horse is never easy. Michael had faithfully played his role as the heir. Even though he couldn't wield a sword, even the discerning Grand Duke couldn't deny that he was the most suitable to become the Grand Duke of Reynosa. Despite feeling a sense of unease in this portrait-lined room, Michael brushed off the feeling. "Are you done talking?" Helmut replied indifferently. Michael was a peculiar presence to Helmut as well. He felt the urge to knock him down for being so arrogant but didn't want to kill him. Helmut was the type who found it hard to tolerate weaklings rising up, being accustomed to the law of the jungle. And the Michael before him was pathetically weak. Whether he had escorts or not, he could kill him with a flick of his finger. No one could stop him, but strangely he didn't want to. Even though Michael was a nuisance, he found himself responding to him bit by bit. Maybe it was because he was used to dealing with people like Asuka and Cyan. My patience has indeed grown. Just as Darien had said, academy life had made Helmut more human. It seemed Darien's arrangements were right. Even though Darien himself was a grumpy and violent old man, he had a keen eye. Michael smiled brightly. I hope we can see each other often from now on. And he added, it will happen. Leaving behind that arrogant declaration, Michael left. Helmut looked indifferently at the empty spot where the portrait had been and then moved. Margaret frowned. Michael's showing up. The moment she heard Michael's voice, Margaret was startled. Michael was an overly perceptive child. He might have noticed something he shouldn't have. Margaret was worried about that. It was a truth she hadn't even revealed to the tight-lipped Charlotte. Margaret was a noble and the Grand Duchess of Reynosa. Even though she loved her children, she couldn't trust them fully and reveal everything. Finishing the conversation with a calm smile, Margaret returned to her room and fell into thought. Her heart was beating rapidly. He has the mark. A memory flashed through her mind. Charlotte had told Margaret that Helmut knew the name Margaret Irene. Suddenly, she remembered the pendant with her maiden name engraved on it. Margaret had placed it around her first child's neck as a final gift when sending him away, hoping for blessings on his journey. But that child had been sent to the Forest of Roots, and the pendant made for him had gone to a place from which it would never return. That was the predetermined conclusion. No, that's impossible. Such a thing has never happened in history. It's impossible, Margaret murmured to herself, but doubt and suspicion filled her as she denied it. What if there was a mistake? What if the temple misidentified him? What if their sacred magic was flawed and sent him elsewhere? What if he had survived by sheer luck? Helmut possessed exceptional talent. A child born with the seed of darkness, although displaying great talent in childhood, would develop a cruel nature, and ultimately they go out of control and become monsters. But Helmut seemed sane. Rather, he appeared very composed and calm. He hadn't harmed his sister in the slightest. He didn't show any murderous intent towards other competitors but decided his matches calmly. Helmut didn't trample others to showcase his strength. Pacing around the room, Margaret lifted her head. Her blue eyes gleamed with determination. I need to meet him again. The more she met him, the clearer it became, and the more she wavered. Despite thinking it was impossible and wondering if the suspicious boy was playing tricks, no thought overrode her instinctive pull. As Margaret, not the Grand Duchess of Renosa, she decided not to hesitate any longer. Chapter 242 Part 2 It was late at night. Helmut was swinging his sword. He never neglected his training, knowing that everything depended on his own strength. The thought of becoming stronger hadn't diminished even after coming to the land of his birth. As long as the temple existed, he had to be a sharpened sword, but even if the temple didn't exist, Helmut would live as he always had. To become stronger, he was a swordsman and the sword was his life. Letting go of it would never happen. Recently, Helmut had been training with a real sword instead of a wooden one. He had become comfortable handling the sword he bought in Ratona. Though it wasn't as good as Darien's sword, he liked it quite a bit. This disguise too. I wonder if Michael has noticed something. It bothers him that Michael suddenly changed his attitude. Although Michael seemed to say he would bother him, it wasn't something that would happen immediately. The personal training ground was quiet. It was connected only by a staircase and room with no other entrances. The door leading outside was locked. Renosa favored swordsmen, that's why they specially prepared quarters with these private training grounds for swordsmen. Should I head in now? He felt uneasy. Even though he tried to focus consciously, it seemed there wouldn't be much progress. Recently, even Aaliyah had declared silence, leaving him with little to do. However, just as he was about to move, he sensed a presence outside the door. It was a small footstep, but Helmut paused. Although he had only heard those footsteps a few times, they were familiar to his ears. They sounded as loud as thunder. Helmut's gaze was drawn to it as if captured. Creak. The lock opened and the door moved. The hem of a long skirt entered first. The blonde hair shining in the light was dazzling. An elegant noble lady soon revealed herself, not in her usual flamboyant dress, but in something close to casual wear, as if she had briefly stepped out. The door closed behind her. Helmut, who had been frozen, gave a brief greeting. "I greet your grace, the Duchess." To come looking for him at such an hour, it was uncharacteristic of her cautious nature. There must have been something she wanted to confirm. His heart pounded faster. But just like Helmut, who maintained his outward composure, her expression remained serene. Margaret spoke calmly. "I heard you train at this hour every day." Helmut's room was frequently visited by attendants. Perhaps they were also there to monitor him. Helmut usually informed the attendant when he came down to train with his sword. "Yes, I don't have much time. I have something to ask. Will you answer me?" Margaret didn't hesitate and got straight to the point. The Grand Duchess of Renosa didn't have much time to move without being noticed. To avoid anyone noticing, she had carefully come here. Helmut nodded. "Please ask. Show me the mark you mentioned earlier." "Yes." Margaret didn't explain the reason and Helmut didn't ask, he simply moved. He approached the cloak placed in one corner of the training ground and searched the pockets. From his hand, a golden object was drawn. Seeing the dented surface of the pendant, Margaret's eyes trembled like the surface of water. As if something had caught in the net of memory. "This is it." Margaret snatched the pendant with trembling hands. The lid opened and she saw her own image drawn inside. As her mind recognized it, strength left her hands. Clang. The pendant fell to the floor, heavily reverberating through the air. Margaret was now trembling all over. Her gaze, which had been fixed on the pendant, lifted. A voice overflowing with all sorts of emotions escaped her lips. Helmut, her two hands, which had uttered his name like a groan, stretched out towards the void. Helmut embraced his mother, who was coming to hug him. The embrace was very warm. No, it wasn't her that was warm. It felt like his insides were burning. "Helmut." His mother called again with a voice mixed with sobs, calling her returned child. She was crying. Her shoulder, wet with tears, was warm. It felt like dawn breaking. Helmut felt as if he had lived for this moment. Aaliyah's warning was forgotten, and Helmut realized that this was inevitable for him. It was decided from the moment he chose to come to Renosa, no, from the moment he saw his mother. If he had to pay a price for this moment, he would gladly pay it. That was his resolution and determination. Chapter 243 Part 1 How did you come to have the pendant? "The one who took me in after I was abandoned in the forest of roots later gave it to me." Margaret and Helmut continued their conversation. It was mainly Margaret asking questions and Helmut answering. He needed to explain from the beginning, but somehow his throat felt tight. Moreover, he wasn't sure if Margaret would be able to accept the entire truth, which is why it turned out this way. "I wonder how Mother will think of Alaga." A leopard the size of a house and a demonic beast at that. Margaret was a noblewoman who had lived a graceful life and was different from Aaliyah, who could be flexible in her thinking as a mage. Helmut knew at least that much. Before long, Margaret's tears had stopped. She was holding Helmut's hand tightly and listening intently to his words. Her blue eyes warmly embraced him, as if urging him to continue speaking with trust. "You say you are the disciple of Sword Saint Darien?" "Yes. That's remarkable. The bloodline of Renosa has always excelled in swordsmanship." Now it was time to ask how he had come out of the forest, but suddenly Margaret frowned. I think we need to stop here. It seems difficult for me to stay away any longer. I must return. Margaret had secretly slipped away. Now it was time for her to go back. Yes, rest. We'll talk again next time. Helmut watched Margaret's figure as she turned around, composing her disheveled expression. The door opened and closed, leaving him alone in the training ground. It felt as though he had awakened from a dream. But the lingering emotions remained. It was a night that felt as if he had gained everything. Somehow he wanted to talk to someone. Aaliyah said she wouldn't be able to contact me. She must be conducting a long, focused experiment with the dungeon. For the first time, Helmut felt a clear sense of dissatisfaction with his girlfriend. "Elle probably contact me soon." Until then, he had no idea how things with his mother would unfold. Michael had grown quite close to Leon. Michael had an exceptional talent for winning people's hearts. Michael acted as if he had a purpose in recruiting Leon into the Black Wing Knights. On the other hand, he behaved as if Helmut, merely the winner of the lower-grade tournament, wasn't even worth considering. Leon was a high-ranking noble with a lofty attitude, a boy who had always lived as an honor student. He was not the type to easily open his heart, but he couldn't resist Michael's blatant favoritism and eloquence. While having tea with Leon, Michael skillfully guided the conversation to his desired topic. "You must have swung your sword a lot during the tournament. How about getting it checked? Ratona's blacksmith is quite good." "I heard some competitors bought their swords from Ratona," Leon responded nonchalantly. "Helmut did. His previous sword seemed like a fine blade, so I wonder why he suddenly changed it." It was the answer Michael had been hoping for. "Is that so? Maybe his sword was damaged. It was fine when we sparred on the way here. Ah, never mind." Leon hastily closed his mouth. Michael could guess the outcome of their sparring from his attitude. Michael's eyes narrowed. But he smoothly let it pass without pressing the issue. "I see, he must have found a sword he liked." A short while later, Michael naturally concluded the conversation and left. He had heard what he wanted. It was something he could have found out more quickly, but he did not rush. Michael walked, lost in thought. So he did change his sword. Where could his previous sword be? It was a Sword Saint's sword. It wouldn't be left just anywhere. He would always carry it, perhaps in a cloak with spatial expansion magic. Hyde also had one. Helmut wouldn't have expected to see Michael in Reynosa, so he wouldn't have bought a new, expensive cloak with spatial expansion magic. Even a stealthy entry into Helmut's room to inspect his belongings would remove any doubt that Helmut was Hyde. Michael realized one thing. Charlotte must have known. She's hiding something too. It was an unpleasant thought. Charlotte didn't trust Michael. Michael knew this well, yet it was unacceptable that she was hiding something from him. Michael also understood Charlotte's nature. Charlotte was raised as the Grand Duke's daughter. She knew she shouldn't easily give her heart to others and indeed had a detached side. Charlotte was hiding the truth from Michael to protect Helmut. She didn't want Michael to harm Helmut. She wouldn't go to such lengths to protect just a skilled commoner senior. Michael pressured Charlotte as if it were related to the Grand Duchy's security, yet she kept silent, indicating she held Helmut in special regard. It wasn't romantic interest. Does Charlotte feel something similar to what I feel? They were twins. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as empathy between them, but he could guess. Charlotte was simple-minded. What worries me more is mother. Chapter 243, Part 2, a child who might be the Grand Duke's illegitimate offspring. The Grand Duke often left Ratona for long periods, leaving the mother behind. During those times, the Grand Duke could have had an affair. What Michael found strange was something else. He couldn't believe that the thorough and cold-blooded Grand Duke would have allowed a Reynosa bloodline to grow up outside his control. It's unsettling to dismiss it as a collateral line. There was something nagging at him inside, an inexplicable feeling. Michael had ordered an investigation into Helmut, but due to the short time, not much had been uncovered. Greta Academy had stringent security. Michael knew that before attending Greta Academy, Helmut had been a mercenary, and about his supporter, instructor Ethan Kudrow and his academy friends. There might be more if we investigate further. Time was needed. What Michael couldn't guess was why Helmut attended the academy. Helmut was hiding himself. It was strange for someone of Reynosa's bloodline to hide. Neither Michael nor Charlotte nor anyone knew Helmut was of Reynosa's bloodline. At least no one would target Helmut for that reason. If there was another enemy, Michael didn't know who they were or why they targeted Helmut. For now, I'll keep an eye on him. Finding out why Helmut was staying in Ratona was the urgent task. He must have a purpose. If that purpose was to meet the Grand Duke and get his existence acknowledged, then I must take action somehow. He couldn't just eliminate him. The Grand Duchess was not a mere figurehead. Such an event wouldn't be overlooked or tolerated in the palace. Also, Michael had no guarantee he could certainly eliminate Helmut. He could endanger himself. Hyde was an extraordinary talent, and if Hyde was Helmut, it would take many of the Black Wing Knights to deal with him. However, no matter how absent the Grand Duke was, moving the Black Wing Knights without the Grand Duchess's consent was impossible for Michael. So even if he wanted to eliminate Helmut, there was no feasible means. If he couldn't harm him as an enemy, it would be advantageous in many ways to make him an ally. I don't want to eliminate him either, Michael admitted readily. Of course, this judgment was premised on Helmut not coveting the Reynosa air position and not doing anything harmful to Reynosa. Well then, let's go. Michael's footsteps moved. He said they should meet often, so it should be fine to go see him often. He hadn't asked for permission, but informing would suffice. This was Ratona and Helmut was a guest. How to treat a guest was the host's decision. After recovering from his illness, he was fortunate not to fall sick for a while. Having handled accumulated tasks, now was the optimal time for Michael to move. Where is he? Michael's question was soon answered. The garden. Michael headed there immediately. However, at the entrance of the garden, he saw a familiar face. Your Highness Michael, the head maid. Is mother here? The head maid, directly serving the Grand Duchess. Her presence meant his mother had visited Helmut. Michael's eyes, still smiling, grew sharp. What does mother know? His mother was showing interest in Helmut. She was trying to find out who he was in a subtle way as the Grand Duchess of Reynosa. Michael had thought simply, but something was bothering him. I will inform the Grand Duchess. No, wait. Just then he saw his mother. Michael looked at his mother standing in the garden from a distance. Helmut was hidden behind a tree, so he could only see his mother's side profile. The Grand Duchess of Reynosa was a wise and merciful woman with a stern side to others. That was the dignity of a grand noble. Michael's gaze, looking at his mother, wavered, her eyes. The look in his mother's eyes was unfamiliar. No, it was familiar. It was the same look she had when gazing at Charlotte or him, a look filled with affection. The Grand Duchess of Reynosa would never look at an illegitimate child with such eyes. Something inside him twisted. Michael's thoughts were wrong. Mother wasn't wary of him. She wasn't seeking him as the Grand Duchess of Reynosa. Why? An ominous premonition rose and quickly consumed him. To Michael, this meant something unknown was happening in Reynosa. A memory suddenly flashed through his mind. The corridor of portraits, the portrait with the empty space. He seemed to remember hearing something about it. Michael spoke to his mother's maid. I've just remembered an urgent matter. You don't need to inform mother. Michael turned around on the spot. His expression had grown cold. He had something to investigate. He had never unearthed a hidden past before, but it didn't seem impossible. Chapter 244 Part 1. For the few days after welcoming new guests, Ratona's palace was quiet and peaceful. However, it wasn't a relaxed atmosphere where one could leisurely go out for a stroll, even if the guests were granted some freedom. The Grand Duchess of Reynosa lightly summoned the guests. Instead of holding a grand hunting event, she organized a simple archery competition. With so few participants, it could hardly be called a competition. A couple of targets were set up, and her children and Leon gathered in one place. A few black wing knights who were confident in their archery skills were selected to join. The atmosphere was somewhat tense and awkward. Even though it was a gathering of 3 members of the Reynosa bloodline, it was far from comfortable. Helmut, Charlotte, Michael. Charlotte, who couldn't be free from Michael's suspicions, had a stern expression. She had been deliberately avoiding Helmut, under the pretext of greeting the Black Wing Knight commander and focusing on training. But there was one thing she found strange. I heard that Mother and Senior have been spending a lot of time together lately. Why is Mother getting close to him? It seems excessive to be out of suspicion. While tilting her head at this uncharacteristic behavior from her mother, Charlotte couldn't guess the reason. She had stopped paying attention to Helmut altogether and hardly conversed with her mother. It was impossible to fathom the intentions of the ever-calm Grand Duchess. Please, come in. The Grand Duchess of Reynosa welcomed them with her usual benevolent smile. The real reason she had arranged this event was to give her children a chance to bond under the pretext of a competition. She wasn't unaware that Michael was wary of Helmut. Also, she hadn't reached a conclusion on how to deal with Helmut. Margaret had been spending time visiting Helmut for the past few days, just following her heart. The Grand Duke of Reynosa was absent, and she had postponed her duties, decisions, and judgments as the Grand Duchess. The child she thought she had lost forever had returned. Margaret just wanted to be a mother to Helmut. She felt new emotions every day, too insufficient to be called joy, as if a part of her that had died was coming back to life. Helmut's return was the one miracle that had occurred in her life, a completely unexpected miracle. She had never earnestly prayed for it. The Grand Duchess of Reynosa was too important a position to expect miracles, and grief had to be buried quickly. I want to focus on the present, no matter what happens in the future. She wanted to spend time together, lavishing the affection she couldn't give to the child she had lost. Margaret was Helmut's mother. She hoped her firstborn would mingle with his siblings. Of course, since Michael and Charlotte were completely unaware of this fact, they would be suspicious of Margaret's behavior. I can only hope they'll naturally be drawn to their own blood. Of the 2 younger siblings, at least Charlotte was more friendly towards Helmut. She had always been close to Helmut. As soon as she saw Helmut, she bowed her head slightly just as she had done at the academy. Senior Leon, Senior Helmut, have you been well? Ah, yes. The atmosphere seemed to disregard the fact that she was the Duchess and Helmut was merely a commoner. Helmut tilted his head as he looked at Charlotte. You look like a woman. Charlotte was wearing a dress, not a simple, ordinary one, but an elaborate dress befitting the Duchess of the prosperous Renosa. With her abundant black hair flowing down and adorned with jewels, Charlotte looked like a completely different person. Yes, truly like a woman. Leon, standing at a distance, spoke as if he was rather flustered. What disrespectful words to Her Highness the Grand Duchess. He flinched when he received Helmut's gaze. He was still wary of Helmut. Charlotte smiled brightly. Please be at ease. While I'm attending the academy, I'll just be Charlotte. That means you'll become Her Highness Charlotte after graduation. Yes, that's unavoidable. I am the Duchess of Renosa after all. I see. Helmut accepted it calmly. Although he wasn't familiar with the human-specific system of status, there were countless unfamiliar things in the human world since he came out. There was nothing particularly new about it. Everyone seems to get along well. But I hope you won't forget that I'm not an academy student. Michael, who appeared last, threw out words with a smile. Chapter 244, Part 2. Michael was the Duke of Renosa and he didn't speak comfortably with either Helmut or Leon. However, Helmut received special treatment. He was the only commoner here. Leon brightened up at him. Your Highness Michael. How have you been feeling? I'm healthy more than ever. Helmut faced Michael. He had heard that the day before yesterday, or was it, Michael had come and gone while he was in the garden with his mother. He didn't know why Michael had just left, but it was clear that Michael didn't much like seeing him together with his mother. He was a guy with many issues. Michael's smile sank more coldly than before. Despite saying he wanted to see him often, he didn't pay much attention to Helmut. However, Helmut didn't think Michael had completely lost interest in him. He's probably intensely investigating my background. Helmut had been careful to erase his tracks. Even the formidable Black Hawk couldn't discern where he came from. The legend of the Forest of Roots, where no one who entered came out, blinded human eyes. It was an unshakable, powerful prejudice. Helmut didn't think Michael was an exception, although he couldn't be completely at ease. Do you know how to shoot a bow? Helmut asked without much thought. Michael's expression wavered. Helmut, Leon called his name softly, seeming flustered. He had grown bolder since getting close to Michael. Do you think I can't shoot a bow just because I can't handle a sword? Yes, Helmut answered without hesitation. It wasn't particularly out of disrespect, but just the apparent fact. It didn't seem like Michael's slender, girlish hands could properly pull a strong bowstring. Michael's smile turned fierce. Unfortunately, I do know how to shoot a bow. It's one of my few active hobbies. I see. Responding half-heartedly, Helmut guessed that Michael would surely use a magic bow. That was true. Michael was skilled at compensating for his lack of physical abilities in other ways. But anyway, to hit the target with an arrow, one needs a certain level of skill. Are you confident in your archery skills, Helmut? Senior Helmut's skills are amazing. He can easily shoot down birds flying in the sky. Charlotte intervened subtly. She had seen Helmut hunting during their camping trip. In that case, I look forward to it. Shall we make a bet on your victory or someone else's? The one who scores the highest with 10 arrows wins. Michael smiled softly. Helmut didn't bother to ask about the stakes of the bet. He simply said, it's better not to make bets you'll lose. His tone was calm, as if giving advice. It was so nonchalant that it seemed to ask why they were doing such a foolish thing. Michael's expression wavered once again. It was an answer that left him both dumbfounded and at a loss for words. That's quite some confidence. Are you saying you can hit the bullseye with all 10 arrows? Of course. The answer was so firm that everyone was at a loss for words. The Grand Duchess of Renosa, who had been listening, chuckled softly. Then would you show us your skills? Instead of making a bet, I'll give a prize to the winner. I haven't thought of anything yet, but it will be a sufficient reward. If you wish, Helmut answered briefly. It was an attitude that seemed arrogant even though he was telling the truth. But Helmut's job was simply to prove his words. The Grand Duchess of Renosa smoothly deflected. I look forward to it. The guest's turn was later. To liven up the atmosphere, the knights shot their arrows first. They were Black Wing Knights. Their archery skills were indeed excellent. The scores ranged from 1 to 10 points, increasing towards the center, and the target was quite detailed in its scoring. But they hit their arrows close to the center almost every time. 10 points, 9 points, 8 points, they never went below 7 points. How about having Helmut go last? He seems confident, Michael suggested. It was a calculation that the person shooting last would feel pressure thinking about the scores of those who went before. But Helmut was someone who wouldn't be affected by such pressure at all. He nodded slightly. I don't mind. He then stepped forward with 10 arrows. Charlotte's archery skills were also excellent. True to her honor student status, Charlotte scored a decent 90 points. It was similar to the Black Wing Knight's performance. Unexpectedly, Leon didn't seem to have much talent for archery. Most of his arrows were evenly distributed across almost all score ranges. Having hit the 10-point mark with only one arrow, he explained with a perplexed face. I haven't done much of this kind of thing. Naturally, he drifted away from the winning ranks. The order right before Helmut was Michael. Michael raised his personal magic bow. It might seem like cheating, but no one objected to the Duke of Renosa doing so. The Grand Duchess of Renosa also seemed to turn a blind eye to his unfairness, as if it were natural. In an instant, 10 arrows cut through the air and were shot. 98 points. Michael smiled, narrowing his eyes. It was a triumphant smile. He could confidently claim to be the best archer in Renosa. Although he had nothing to boast about regarding almost everything related to physical prowess, even if he borrowed the power of magic, there was no one with superior skills in archery than him. The result wouldn't change even if someone else held his bow. His magic bow only slightly enhanced strength, not controlling the delicate use of that power or angle calculations. Unless someone hit the bullseye with almost all arrows, Michael's victory seemed certain. Helmut lightly picked up the bow, and the moment he shot all 10 arrows, a change occurred in what seemed to be a predetermined result. Chapter 245, Part 1. The first arrow hit the center of the target, 10 points, and the second arrow broke the first arrow and lodged itself precisely in the same spot. The same thing happened repeatedly. Until all 10 arrows were embedded in the target, everyone watched Helmut's skills without being able to look away. It was an unbelievable feat. Despite not using vis, the strength with which he drew the bowstring carried formidable power. Enough to shatter the arrows already lodged in the target. When Helmut drew the bowstring for the last arrow, the target, which had been precariously standing, toppled backward with a thud. A servant ran to check the arrows embedded in the target and shouted, 10 points, a perfect score of 100 points. A profound silence fell over the surroundings in the wake of the astounding feat. It was an overwhelming moment that went beyond merely excellent skill. It seems I have won. Helmut cast a nonchalant glance at Michael. Michael raised a painted smile on his pale face. Your archery skills are amazing. I'm glad I didn't make a bet. A talent to be envied, no more than that. It was exceedingly exceptional, as if alive. Such a person is not meant to be under anyone. He was not someone to be wielded as a sword at another's whim. This was regardless of how great the capacity of the master might be. Helmut was never meant to be that way. Michael vividly felt that. Helmut nodded. Charlotte also belatedly offered her congratulations. Senior Helmut, you're truly impressive. It seems Helmut is the winner. The Grand Duchess of Renosa, who had been watching Helmut with surprise, was now smiling. Her gaze toward Helmut held a gentle affection. It was a change that a sensitive person could notice. What should we give as a prize? Just as the Grand Duchess, who had been silently pondering, was about to speak again. Your Highness, the Grand Duchess, a loud cry echoed. A knight urgently rushed in from afar. He was dressed in the uniform of the Black Wing Knights. His demeanor was so unusual that no one reprimanded his rudeness. It's an urgent message. What is it? The Grand Duchess of Renosa responded gracefully, raising her eyebrows. The knight glanced around. Leon and Helmut, who were outsiders, stood plainly there. It was not something to be spoken aloud in front of outsiders. It was quicker to clear people out than to change the location. The Grand Duchess ordered that the prize for the winner would be decided later and that everyone should disperse. With that, the archery competition she had hosted concluded. Helmut and Leon left immediately. Of course, Leon was indifferent, but Helmut listened attentively. Using vis, he could hear conversations from a distance. Report, what's the matter? After a few minutes of impatient waiting, the knight finally spoke. His Highness the Grand Duke has gone missing. What did you say? At that moment, the Grand Duchess's face showed intense agitation, as if she had heard the palace had collapsed. Michael and Charlotte's faces also froze. Helmut briefly glanced at his mother. The Grand Duchess spoke with a pale face. Let's discuss this inside. There was an ambush. In a tense atmosphere, the report continued in the presence of the Grand Duchess of Renosa, Charlotte, and Michael. The Grand Duke of Renosa usually did not inform the Grand Duchess of his detailed whereabouts. He would generally say he was going to inspect certain areas and that he would be back after a certain period, asking her to take care of the palace. That was all he would say. The Grand Duke cherished the Grand Duchess but cherished Renosa even more. As a rare ruler who meticulously inspected every corner of Renosa, his schedule always had many variables. This incident was also a result of those variables. There was a report of strange occurrences in the mountain range extending from the Empire to Renosa. His Highness was inspecting a nearby mine and decided to personally look around the mountain. That's the last report we have before this incident, and, the knight continued solemnly, something happened there. Chapter 245, Part 2. What do you mean something happened? His Highness was moving with a small elite group. However, not long after, signal flares were launched from the mountain and the nearby troops headed there. Up until that point, we did not think anything unusual would happen. His Highness was accompanied by 15 members of the Black Wing Knights after all, but when the troops arrived, all they could see was dug-up ground and bodies, torn-apart bodies of the Black Wing Knights. 7 have been confirmed. This incident occurred just a few hours ago, and this report was only recently delivered to the palace. The thick fog made it impossible to search further. We await your orders on how to proceed. The Grand Duchess's lips trembled. Charlotte and Michael's eyes also showed shock. Especially Michael, who had wiped away his usual smile entirely. Had they ever faced such a crisis before? Charlotte shouted as if vomiting her words. Who could have done such a thing? As I mentioned earlier, strange phenomena have been occurring. A hunter in a nearby village, barely alive, spoke of a beast. It's possible that some terrifying magical beast has appeared along the mountain range. The reporting knight lowered his head as if guilty. So His Highness's safety remains unconfirmed. Yes, the frequent fog makes it difficult to search. Several soldiers dispatched to the mountain have already gone missing. We need elite forces. It was a foregone conclusion that all members of the Black Wing Knights guarding this Ratona place, including the commander, would be deployed, but that alone was insufficient. The current missing person was the ruler of Reynosa. The Grand Duchess, calming her shock, thought rationally, we need not only elite forces but also someone to assess the situation. We cannot just sit here and wait not knowing what has happened to His Highness. The Grand Duchess spoke decisively. I must go personally. Michael and Charlotte simultaneously looked at their mother. They were surprised, but for different reasons than before. Michael was the first to object. With His Highness missing, it's unacceptable for you to leave the palace too, Mother. Indeed, Mother should stay and protect the palace, Charlotte agreed. But the Grand Duchess shook her head. Someone has to go there, it could be dangerous. If that's the case, I think it's right that I go, not you two who are to inherit Reynosa. Margaret was also a mother. She could not send both Charlotte and Michael. If someone had to go, it should be Charlotte, not Michael, who couldn't wield a sword, but Margaret could not allow that either. She could not risk losing either of her children. It was almost an obsession. Moreover, without revealing Helmut's existence, if Charlotte were to die in an unfortunate accident, Michael would be left alone to inherit Reynosa. Assuming the Grand Duke was dead, it would be a simplified succession line, but it would be extremely unfair. Although the Grand Duchess acted as if she supported Michael, she could not support such an outcome. It was a decision worthy of the Grand Duchess of Reynosa. However, if she could not risk her children, Charlotte too could not risk her mother. Charlotte was a swordswoman, a strong swordswoman. One who would not retreat and would fight to the death against any enemy. A swordswoman wields a sword to win, to protect with her own hands, to achieve what she wants. This was true even if she held the noble status of Grand Duchess. Charlotte declared firmly, Mother, I will go, please stay here with Michael and protect Ratona. That cannot be, it's too dangerous. I can wield a sword, I am quite skilled and have good stamina. I can escape if it becomes too dangerous, but Mother cannot. Charlotte pointed out the truth. As a commander, Charlotte was the most suitable. Michael was the same as his mother, his stamina was no different from the Grand Duchess's. Going there without collapsing was the most he could help with. Michael, being rational, knew his limits and did not step forward. He was good at distinguishing between what he could and could not do. This allowed him to avoid danger, but it was painful that he could not step forward in such a crucial moment as a successor. If Charlotte succeeded in this mission, her position as a successor would be further strengthened. Michael was more concerned about that than the possibility of the Grand Duke being dead. The Grand Duchess knew it was the most appropriate but still shook her head. What if I lose you too? There is a way. Charlotte was not reckless. Saving the Grand Duke was important, but minimizing sacrifice was essential. She calmly devised a plan. An idea flashed through her mind. Senior Helmut is at the palace. He is an incredible senior. I will go with Senior Helmut. If I explain the situation and ask for his help, I believe he will assist. Somehow she felt safe with him. Helmut was the strongest swordsman she had ever seen, perhaps even stronger than her master, the Black Wing Knight's commander. The Grand Duchess's expression wavered. She soon nodded, knowing she had no choice. All right. Chapter 246 Part 1 Senior, I'm sorry for the request. Charlotte bowed her head slightly. She briefly explained her situation. It seemed like a foregone conclusion that Helmut would accompany her. Although he couldn't refuse, Helmut felt a strange sensation after hearing her story. Charlotte surely considered him close. But to try to recruit even a guest for such a dangerous and secret mission. Should I call it practical or brazen? He was treated with great hospitality under the pretext of being the swordsmanship tournament winner. Moreover, the Grand Duke of Reynosa, though not present in his memories, was his father. He couldn't leave Charlotte in danger either. She was his sister after all. There was no absolute reason he couldn't go, however. The problem is parting with my mother again. That didn't sit well with him. If the entire Black Wing Knights were mobilized, the capital would be relatively empty. Michael didn't have the military strength to protect their mother. Other knights and soldiers would remain to guard Ratona, but Helmut was concerned. The very fact that he had to leave his mother in a situation where he couldn't protect her. Of course, he knew there was a simple way to resolve this confusion. Defeat that mysterious beast and find the Grand Duke. Even if the Grand Duke was already dead, then at least retrieve his body. Although there would likely be turmoil until a new Grand Duke of Renosa took the position. Michael will probably inherit the Grand Duke position. Charlotte would want Renosa's chaos to end as quickly as possible, and Michael would never want to give up the Grand Duke position. It was obvious which of the two would step down, the one with less ambition. If Michael became Grand Duke, Helmut's position would become even more ambiguous. Their mother didn't seem likely to let go of Helmut, but she can't forcibly keep him against Michael's opposition either. Once Michael became the master of Renosa, there would be limits to what she could do. I need to move as quickly as possible at this point. There's no time to hesitate. The best option was to rescue the Grand Duke. He didn't need to be responsible for his mother's safety. Charlotte, understanding Helmut's hesitation somehow, gently urged him again. Still, you should help your junior, right? For some reason, her request was confident. Charlotte was the Duchess of Renosa. Even when asking someone for a favor, her confidence never wavered. Helmut gave a distant reply. I'm a mercenary by origin. Will you pay the commission fee? Helmut wasn't the type to simply follow along or freely offer goodwill to others. Though a guest in this palace, he had a cool-headed personality that took care of his own interests. Charlotte likely thought the same, and Charlotte wasn't stingy when it came to paying. Of course. I'll pay you a generous commission fee on the honor of the Grand Duke's family, although that's not for me to decide. When Helmut showed his willingness to agree, Charlotte smiled brightly before her face turned serious again. Mother wishes to have a private conversation with you. All right, we'll depart immediately after. Please be prepared, we don't have much time. Charlotte left immediately, saying she needed to prepare for departure as well. She seemed surprisingly composed for someone who had just learned of her father's disappearance. As a member of the grand nobility ruling a country, one must maintain composure in any situation. Moreover, Charlotte was a strong swordswoman. She had already steeled herself mentally. Helmut looked around the luxurious room assigned to him. There wasn't much to pack. His preparation ended with taking his sword. Would something be different when he returned here? It was impossible to know yet. With a premonition, Helmut left the room. Chapter 246 Part 2 Will you be all right? The Grand Duchess of Renosa he faced asked quietly. Mother's blue eyes gazed at Helmut, distorted with concern. It will be dangerous. You want me to go, right? Helmut replied calmly. He wasn't blaming her. If his mother wanted it, Helmut had to go. She was Helmut's mother, and that alone gave her the right to command him. That right was virtually absolute. They say children who are neglected by their parents become more devoted in order to be loved. Helmut was even abandoned. Though it probably wasn't his mother's intention. That's why he wanted to show his strength, to prove he was a child capable of fulfilling his mother's wishes and more. Perhaps Helmut wanted to prove his necessity to his mother. To avoid being abandoned again. Of course I do, but I also don't. With a sorrowful expression, his mother continued slowly. I am the Grand Duchess of Renosa. I have a duty to make choices for Renosa. Her wavering heart had firmed. She was thinking not as a mother, but as the Grand Duchess of Renosa. I heard you were planning to go yourself. I understand that Charlotte and I going is the best choice. Helmut thought so too. His mother was far from being capable in combat. Against such powerful beasts, she would only be a burden. In fact, Charlotte wasn't much different. If he went with her, Helmut would have to consider her safety as well. Moving alone would be most convenient, but Helmut understood that someone from the Renosa Grand Duke's family with the authority to command troops needed to accompany him. Don't be disappointed. I think this is a good opportunity. Helmut understood what his mother was trying to say. This was an appropriate opportunity for Helmut to be accepted as a member of Renosa, achieving merit. If Helmut rescued the Grand Duke of Renosa, the Grand Duke could accept him more easily as well. Although Helmut couldn't be officially recognized due to the temple, he could be accepted unofficially at least. Even if it meant risking antagonizing the temple. If the temple found out, Helmut could simply leave on his own. Renosa could claim they didn't know he still had the dark seed. Helmut appeared normal on the outside, and he was an honor student attending the academy normally in Baden. With Aaliyah and her master Hike, who is also a temple public enemy, living away from the temple's eyes isn't difficult. Even without confronting them directly, thinking positively, it wasn't that dangerous. The temple is hostile to those with the seed of darkness, but recently 2 high priests died. The temple's power has weakened, and they're in conflict with Basser. They couldn't afford to make an enemy of Renosa as well. Although the temple and the empire are still on good terms, the temple couldn't exert absolute influence on any country. Reynosa might face some disadvantages, but they wouldn't be too severe. If they threatened Reynosa, Helmut was ready to destroy the temple at any time. He knew two high-ranking temple enemies, both archmages. Basser's Luke Yeager also owed Helmut. Though he had never formed a faction before, Helmut felt it wouldn't be impossible. After all, Helmut was born with the bloodline of rulers. He was the legitimate heir of Reynosa with noble blood. Just as Charlotte believes in your skills, I believe in them too. Though I don't have the eye to judge a swordsman's ability, Charlotte has high standards. In some ways, his mother was fair. She initially offered to go herself, unafraid of losing her life. But Charlotte stepped up, saying it would be better if she went instead, suggesting a better option. The Grand Duchess agreed to that persuasion ultimately because it was the choice befitting a Grand Duchess. For Margaret, motherly affection couldn't surpass duty. If Charlotte had to take risks, Helmut could too. Michael was left out of this calculation because he was weak, not for any other reason. And if possible, could you make sure Charlotte doesn't get hurt? I will, Helmut readily agreed, defeating the mysterious powerful beast and rescuing the Grand Duke, and protecting Charlotte. These were the two duties given to him. To some, it might feel like a mountain of responsibility. I believe in you. With those brief words, his mother willingly passed that weight onto Helmut. Though she said it couldn't be helped, she was the one who had abandoned him. There was no time for tenderness. But Helmut was also a member of Reynosa. That's what bloodline means to grand nobility. Just by being born with that blood, one shoulders responsibilities. His mother was recognizing him in her own way. His strength and the fact that he too was a member of the Grand Duke's family. Strangely, Helmut could clearly feel this fact, and surprisingly he felt no aversion to it. I'll see you when I return. With those final words, Helmut rose from his seat. There was no time to delay. Once decided they would move as quickly as possible, Helmut soon joined the troops led by Charlotte. A grave expression colored everyone's faces. I hope you both return safely. Michael, uncharacteristically without a smile, saw them off. His face was strange, not simply cold. Helmut and Charlotte standing opposite him looked like siblings even to strangers. In contrast, Michael looked like an outsider, not mixed with their blood. Take care, Charlotte. As he said those words, Michael's gaze shifted. His eyes twisted slightly as he looked at Helmut. After a moment, Michael uttered, "And you too, Helmut." "Yes," Helmut replied briefly. With that, they immediately left Raitona and set out for where the Grand Duke had disappeared. Chapter 247, Part 1, Where Am I? Several days had passed since the Seed of Darkness had bloomed. However, he was still a platinum mercenary. This is the power of the mind. He hadn't completely lost his sanity yet. Occasionally, his rationality returned. He blinked. As the pitch-black darkness that veiled his vision brightened, he became aware of himself, a monster drenched in blood. The aura of dark energy seeping out of his body tainted the grass around him a murky color. His moments of sanity were becoming increasingly rare. Eventually, his reason would never surface again. Even so, there was nothing he could do. The water had already overflowed, and even an archmage couldn't reverse it. He might eventually merge with his instincts and become an even more brutal demonic beast. But one thing was clear. He was no longer his own master. He became aware of himself perched on a tree, frozen like a statue. He was injured. His whole body ached. It seemed his nerves weren't completely numb, as he could still feel pain. He jerked his head around recklessly, trying to shake off the chains that bound him, but it was futile. The feeling of being consumed was chilling. Yet, even knowing he couldn't resist, he didn't wish to end his enslaved life. Those who gained life through the Seed of Darkness clung desperately to it. Becoming beasts, they lost themselves, slaughtering and destroying everything in sight. Humans dominated by the instincts of dark energy were more savage than demonic beasts. GRR, this time his physical body had taken a hit. While the Seed of Darkness was repairing his flesh, he momentarily regained his senses. He looked around and noticed a torn-up corpse. The blood, still warm, had not long ceased to flow, staining the ground. Knights, he narrowed his eyes. A sword lay on the ground, a trained body. The attire was that of a black knight. He recognized his opponent. I killed. The Black-Winged Knights, he grinned wickedly. A savage feeling welled up. Even as a platinum mercenary, facing such knights recklessly wasn't an option. Images he had seen but not registered came flooding back. He remembered who he had fought. The Grand Duke of Reynosa, a grand noble who ruled the Principality of Reynosa. The sight of him had filled him with a murderous rage. He was originally a mercenary, a commoner. Deep in his heart was resentment towards those of high status who controlled him with money. He had targeted the Grand Duke but only managed to injure him in a surprise attack, failing to kill him. The protection of the Black-Winged Knights was fierce. They had torn his skin to shreds, but he was strong. The Seed of Darkness had granted him incredible power. He had torn apart several Black-Winged Knights. Where did he go? His beast-like eyes scanned the surroundings. He felt an odd thirst. While some knights held him back, the other Black Wing Knights had carried off their bleeding master. Sensing defeat, they scattered to protect their master. In this thick fog, they wouldn't know each other's whereabouts. He would find the Grand Duke. Would drinking his blood and ripping out his heart quench this thirst? The savage, demonic feeling rose. He licked his lips with his tongue. Grrrr, a beastly growl escaped between his teeth, almost like laughter. He began to move slowly, in this fog, to find the master of Renosa. They couldn't have gone far. It was a dark cave. A small cave near a cliff hidden by bushes. The entrance was narrow, but the inside was relatively spacious. It could fit a few people inside. There were 4 people inside, 4 adult men squeezed together, speaking in hushed tones. "What kind of monster is that?" one of the Black Wing Knights muttered. His face showed tension and fear. Memories of fleeing with their master, leaving their comrades fighting desperately, resurfaced. Only after escaping a considerable distance and hiding here could they sigh with relief. "Be quiet, it might follow us," a comrade warned. Sweat beaded on their spines. They had survived because they were closest to the Grand Duke. It wasn't that they were specifically chosen. "Your Highness, the Grand Duke." Chapter 247 Part 2. One of the knights checked on the Grand Duke. His complexion was pale, unconscious. There was a long wound on the Grand Duke's abdomen. As if a giant leopard's paw had clawed through, the bleeding had stopped somewhat, but it wasn't a wound that would heal naturally. The moment something flew towards them like a ball, the Grand Duke became half dead. It was a miracle he didn't die instantly. Protecting the Grand Duke from the next blow was all the Black Wing Knights, standing like scarecrows, could do. One knight assessed calmly. "The bleeding has stopped, but he's lost too much blood. No matter how robust he is, he needs treatment and rest. For the Grand Duke's sake, we need to leave this place as soon as possible. What do you suggest we do?" Silence fell at the question from one near the entrance. They needed to move the Grand Duke for treatment. But out there in the fog was the beast that had slaughtered the Black Wing Knights. The knights had split up instinctively, knowing they couldn't flee together. There was no time to escape to a village. They just needed to get as far away from the beast as possible. Finding this hideout was a miracle. They had erased all traces at the entrance. They could only hope the creature couldn't track the scent of the Grand Duke's blood. Instead of all moving together, it's better to call for help. Bring someone, preferably a mage. They continued their low-voiced conversation. They had to decide their next steps. They weren't of ranks to give commands to each other. "There's no way we 3 can handle that thing. One should stay and the other 2 should move. But we need to know the location of this place to tell where the Grand Duke is. The problem is we don't know where we are either. Can we even determine a direction in this foggy mountain?" "That's a fair point. This fog won't stay thick forever. It's better to move when it clears a bit." News must have reached Ratona. "Support troops will arrive soon and start a search. If the Knight Commander comes," hope showed on their faces. Even among the Black Wing Knights, the commander who guards the system and the knights under him were highly skilled. Those who came here were just escorts accompanying the Grand Duke on a light outing. They hadn't anticipated such danger. "Let's stay as quiet as mice until the fog clears." Fortunately, they had been camping, so each had a bit of dried food on them. They could hold out for a while. When the opportunity arose, they would leave this place. A day or 2, the Grand Duke should be able to hold out until then. They spent the night on high alert, filled with anxiety. The troops that had left the capital moved through a magic circle. 4 Black Wing Knights had returned to the main force. They were the ones who managed to maintain their sense of direction even in the fog. Out of 15, 7 had died and 4 had returned. The whereabouts of the remaining 4 were unknown. They didn't even know how many were with the Grand Duke. It was a devastating outcome. Never had there been an enemy inflicting such damage on the Black Wing Knights. Charlotte's face darkened. "It's a terrifying magical beast. How did such a creature end up in Renosa?" Charlotte frowned, not out of fear. "Rescuing the Grand Duke from that creature in the forest seemed overwhelming. Wouldn't it be better for you to stay here?" Black Wing Knight Commander Alonso suggested. Even he, usually relaxed in front of his student Charlotte, had a slightly stern face. "I don't intend to push myself. I'll stay by the Knight Commander's side. Wouldn't that be the safest? Also, while I may not be as skilled as the Black Wing Knights, I'd be more helpful in combat than regular soldiers. After all, even the soldiers will have to risk danger searching through the mountains." A larger group made searching easier. There would be sacrifices, but if the beast attacked, they would immediately know its location. There's a lot of dark energy around here, making it hard to search with magic. It consumes a lot of magical power. The few mages were hired by Renosa. They were quite skilled graduates from the academy, but they had used a lot of magical power to move the many troops. They had to reserve magical power for recovery magic. If the Grand Duke was injured, they would need to heal him. Helmut, standing on one side, tilted his head. "It would be good if we could contact Aaliyah. Aaliyah would be an enormous force if she came." But unfortunately, the incident occurred when she had cut off contact. It was regrettable, but nothing could be done. Helmut raised his hand lightly. They were a large group that couldn't move easily. Helmut was different. I'd like to move alone. I'll act with signal flares. Senior, it's dangerous. The creature killed many Black Wing Knights. Even you can't face it alone, Charlotte warned, but Helmut shook his head. No, I've fought many beasts. I'm used to fighting in the forest. In the worst case, I can at least save myself. Helmut wanted to go to ensure Charlotte's safety. Rather than dragging her along and fighting while protecting her, it was better to go alone and accomplish his goal. With so many people around, Charlotte wouldn't be in danger. Helmut could venture into the forest, confront the demonic beast, and save the Grand Duke. After all, he was his father. If he was still alive, he had to save him for his mother's sake. There was no time to waste. Chapter 248 Part 1 The Black Wing Knight's commander, who had been quietly listening, stepped forward. Let him do as he wishes. Think of it as scouting ahead. An exceptional swordsman can gauge the skill of their opponent. Although it wasn't overtly expressed, Helmut possessed extraordinary skills. He wouldn't have any intention of harming the Grand Duke if he found him first. Above all, Helmut resembled the Grand Duke so closely, even in the Knight Commander's eyes, to the point of suspecting they were of the same bloodline. Given the circumstances, he couldn't speak of it openly. Charlotte, upon hearing Alonso's words, finally showed an expression of acceptance. Though she had wanted to minimize any risk to their guest, now wasn't the time to worry about such things. All possible means had to be employed. She looked earnestly at Helmut and spoke. I don't want you to get caught up in this and end up in danger. Please be careful. Ultimately, she was the one with the authority here, being of Renosa's bloodline. After a slight hesitation, Charlotte added firmly, and if possible, please save the Grand Duke. It was a heartfelt request. Helmut slowly nodded. All right. Helmut promptly left the scene. Following him, the soldiers dispersed into the now thinning mist. They maintained a close communication network to search for the beasts or the Grand Duke's location. Charlotte also moved along with the Black Wing Knight's commander, hoping they could secure the Grand Duke's safety swiftly. In the mountains, how much time had passed? As the fog thinned and the surroundings became clearer, he who had been hiding in a hollow old tree carefully moved. His heart tightened with tension. By now, support from Renosa should have arrived. Although he was a member of the Black Wing Knights, he wasn't one who fought against demonic beasts, nor did he serve the Grand Duke directly. He was one of those who had fled in different directions to disperse attention. In the process, he had been separated from his comrades. He was the only one among the 5 who had fled but hadn't returned to the main force. Being alone in this dense fog in a mountain infested with beasts that tore his comrades apart was an experience that incited extreme fear. It was like being enveloped in complete darkness, unable to see an inch ahead. It wasn't that he had wanted this or fled to save his own life. It just happened this way. The reason he couldn't escape and return to the main force wasn't because he was particularly cowardly. This was mental strength. Being a Black Wing Knight, he had the strength to endure fear. I just can't gauge the direction at all. It wasn't that the other 4 who returned had an exceptional sense of direction. It wasn't that his was particularly poor. He realized he wouldn't be able to find the right direction in this fog. If a beast tracked him, he might die a meaningless death. So he chose to hide. He couldn't stay like this forever, so now was the time to move. The safety of the Grand Duke or his comrades was now beyond his control. Is it this way? The day had dawned, and the fog had cleared a bit so he could roughly guess the direction based on the sun's position. He moved swiftly. However, unfortunately, his movements were soon detected. Grrrrrr, a low growl came from the darkness. The growl, filled with demonic energy, made his limbs break out in goosebumps. It was a sensation he had never experienced as a member of the Black Wing Knights who had always been in the position of the hunter. Now he was the prey and the enemy was the hunter, a cruel and swift hunter. An overwhelmingly powerful enemy was targeting him. What that meant was inevitable death. Fear that could paralyze his heart surged up. Before fleeing, he had seen the beast's hand piercing his comrade's body. The hand, imbued with demonic energy, had even shattered a sword. To face such a creature alone. Grrrrrrrrr. The sound and presence drew nearer simultaneously, whether from the tree or the ground he couldn't tell. It was just coming like the wind. Damn it, he kicked the ground with his frozen legs. He couldn't just die meekly like this, absolutely not. At that moment what engulfed him was fear, and the hunt began. Chapter 248 Part 2 Around the same time, decisions were being made in the hideout where the Grand Duke had taken refuge. Be careful, we need to move while suppressing our presence as much as possible. If we catch that thing's attention, I hope nothing happens here either. We'll block the entrance to the hideout as we leave. We must inform the main force of the Grand Duke's location. Small but solemn voices exchanged words. The Grand Duke's condition was deteriorating. The Grand Duke was also a swordsman who handled vis. Thanks to his robust body, he was barely holding on, but otherwise he would have been teetering on the brink of life and death. If left unattended, he would become critically ill. He needed treatment. They couldn't just hold out in the cold mountains with meager supplies. They had to move immediately, no matter what. If time passes and we don't return then, I'll either move alone or take His Highness. I'll decide then. The one who was to stay behind answered cautiously. The slowest one was to stay and guard the Grand Duke. The other two would move in different directions towards the main force. One was to stay behind to protect the Grand Duke. Monsters were a problem, but there was also the possibility of other beasts sneaking in and harming the unconscious Grand Duke. Let's go. It was a path of uncertain survival, but a necessary one. The two who stood up left the hideout immediately. In the now silent hideout, the one who stayed behind could only wait. With every step, dense demonic energy could be felt. It approached more densely than the now thinned fog. Helmut frowned. This isn't normal. No wonder 7 Black Wing Knights were killed. It was hard to believe, but it seemed he might encounter a demonic beast capable of claiming its own territory even in the Forest of Roots. It might not be on par with Alaga or Naho, but it was indeed a powerful beast. They said it was close to a human form. Helmut had heard the survivor's testimony before departing about the beast that appeared out of nowhere. It had a shape almost identical to a human, and its size was similar to that of a well-built adult male. It was a puzzling fact. Demonic energy enlarges the body. Strength fundamentally comes from weight and size. Since demonic energy enhances that strength, the body, the source, also develops. Both inside and outside the Forest of Roots, strong beasts were large. It was rare to find one that didn't follow this rule. Well, sometimes there might be small ones. Helmut shook his head. He didn't know about all the demonic beasts in the Forest of Roots, but one thing was certain. I can't guarantee that it's an opponent I can defeat. Helmut had never lost once in the human world. It was easy to think that he would naturally win. Moreover, the opponent was a demonic beast. Slaying beasts was Helmut's specialty, but Helmut didn't underestimate his opponent. Both his reason and instincts told him of the enemy's strength. A sensation as if his skin was freezing, tension rising spontaneously. Even when facing the Palma Knights commander, he hadn't felt like this. It's been so long it's almost unfamiliar. Helmut frowned. Even Helmut himself couldn't guarantee victory if he were to face 15 Black Wing Knights. But that beast had attacked the Grand Duke, killed 7, and driven the rest to flee. According to testimony, its movements were very fast, so when it suddenly appeared and attacked the Grand Duke, they couldn't immediately block it. Strong and fast too, he recalled past memories. When he took on an escort mission with the Pace Mercenary Corps through a beast-infested forest, the leader monster there was quite strong too. The strongest demonic beast Helmut had faced in the human world was the monkey beast he met there. But even there, the demonic energy wasn't this dense, despite the numerous beasts present there. Whatever kind of beast it is, it's leaving traces of demonic energy with every step. A demonic beast that naturally exudes demonic energy should be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Although the Seed of Darkness had shrunk a bit after fighting the priests, Helmut had to avoid demonic energy, especially now having met his mother. His heart twitched somehow. The Seed of Darkness seemed to react to the demonic energy. Helmut was getting closer, he just knew. The smell of blood. Helmut reached for his sword. The sword drawn from his waist emitted a cool light. It was a beast with explosive speed. It could attack at any moment. He couldn't let his guard down. The thick scent of blood wafted from afar. Fresh blood, as if it had just been exposed to the air after piercing flesh. It came almost within reach beyond the fog. Helmut's senses had never been this keen before. Helmut moved following his senses, towards where the demonic energy was thickening. Thanks to that, he found it properly. Something was there. It's the creature. If he couldn't handle it alone, it would be right to mobilize troops. Helmut now understood human combat methods, but at least he had to confirm its appearance. Whether it's the Grand Duke who's dead or a Black Wing Knight, if the smell of blood was this strong, there would be no use in rushing over. Helmut walked at a pace that was neither slow nor fast. The fog was now distinctly thinner, and finally he saw something. The metallic smell of blood was overwhelming. The creature, hunched over with its back turned, was unaware of Helmut. Its back rose and fell continuously. Splat, splat, blood spattered in the air. Helmut soon confirmed a gruesome sight with his own eyes. An ordinary human would have screamed and collapsed at the sight. The creature was devouring a dismembered man's body, bones and all. At its feet lay half of a Black Wing Knight's head. The other half, drenched in blood, still bore a vivid expression of terror. He must have been murdered in utter horror. Unable to resist properly. Chapter 249 Part 1 Hey! At Helmut's brief call, the creature's movements came to an abrupt halt. The sound of it ravenously devouring the corpse ceased completely. Silence. An eerie quietness settled. Helmut silently observed the creature. It slowly turned its body. The moment stretched, feeling as slow as a snail's crawl, and in the next instant, boom, it felt as if his hand had been torn away. A barrier formed by this spread around his sword. Nothing reached Helmut's body, but blood and flesh scattered everywhere from the impact. The creature had thrown the half-eaten corpse. Greta, as if to say, "How dare you interrupt my feast?" Its eyes blazed fiercely with rage. Rough, panting breaths echoed. Helmut frowned. He stood his ground, not dodging to test the creature's strength. But its power was beyond his expectations. No wonder it had been able to break through the Black Wing Knights and harm the Grand Duke. With attacks at this speed, one might only realize after being hit. This is an opponent I must use my full strength against from the start. Tension rose. Helmut sharply observed the creature, dark, cracked skin and swollen muscles, blood-red eyes, something like clothing draped around its waist. The form couldn't be called human, but the creature resembled a human more than expected. Demonic beasts generally take on the form of some animal. An animal infused with demonic energy becomes a demonic beast. So what was this creature's original form? The question naturally arose, chilling his heart. An answer he didn't want to consider surfaced within him. As if confirming his suspicions, the creature shrugged its shoulders and cracked its neck, like a thug intimidating an opponent. That gesture, it can't be. All the blood in his body went cold. Helmut had seen beasts that resembled humans before. The monkey beast he had faced was like that, but this was different. The body size, movements, and the clothing it wore. Everything pointed to its original form. A human. That word pierced his heart like a cold blade. Boom, the creature didn't give him time to think. A rock flew like a meteor and struck Helmut's sword. Even though he had drawn more vis than before, the impact traveled past his grip and made his arm tingle. It was undoubtedly a powerful demonic beast, one that would fit right into the Forest of Roots. But I survived even in the Forest of Roots. There was no need to overthink. Just because it was a powerful beast didn't mean it was unbeatable. If the creature was strong, so was Helmut. Helmut raised his sword towards the creature. The basic stance for unleashing the Sword Saint's swordsmanship. Now he knew the level of its attack power, knowing that he could dodge next time. Blocking the creature's strikes consumed a significant amount of vis. Seeing Helmut's stance, the creature grinned widely. After briefly looking around, it snapped a branch from a nearby tree. As the thick branch passed through the creature's hands, it was shaped into the form of a sword. The creature pointed it at Helmut. That stance looked familiar, continental common swordsmanship. It felt like a nightmare becoming reality. In an instant, the creature vanished from sight. Its movements were so fast they blurred. Bang, crash, bang. It didn't sound like branches and swords clashing. Helmut parried half of the attacks and dodged the other half. He intended to dodge all but couldn't. It was impossible. The creature's attacks were so fast, it was as if they didn't face air resistance. With that much demonic energy in a human-sized body, its speed becomes explosively fast. And one more thing, demonic beasts don't use swordsmanship. But this creature did, and at a very high level, thoroughly ingrained in its body. As I thought, the attacks paused briefly. But Helmut couldn't relax his guard. Flexing his numb grip, Helmut had to admit, this was once a human, not an ordinary human. Judging by its swordsmanship, it was a swordsman of considerable skill. One that wouldn't have been easy to face even when it was human. He couldn't be sure if it had completely lost its sanity. If it retained its intelligence merged with its vicious instincts, it was even more problematic. It would have both the strengths of a human swordsman and a monster. As the creature exuded demonic energy, the seed of darkness in Helmut's heart wriggled. As if responding to the demonic energy. No, it wasn't demonic energy. It was recognizing a similar existence, the beast in front of him. Yes, the creature had something similar to Helmut. The Dark Seed, Chapter 249, Part 2, the realization was both chilling and numbing. A human dominated by a dark seed standing before him as a possible future for Helmut. It was like staring into a terrifying mirror of the future. Veins stood out on his pale hands. This was an opponent that was oppressive both physically and mentally. The creature raised the corner of its mouth in a mocking smile at Helmut. The malicious grin on its face would have terrified most people. It was staring at the ashen vis blooming from Helmut's sword, as if finally realizing what kind of being Helmut was. The creature must have felt the seed of darkness within Helmut too, but fortunately, the seed of darkness didn't seem to recognize each other as comrades. Demonic energy was a cruel and savage force. In the Forest of Roots, beasts constantly fought and devoured each other. Even if peace was established by hierarchy, demonic beasts always sought to tear each other apart. The seed of darkness was the essence of the instinct to kill. Even similar beings would annihilate each other. Helmut's seed of darkness stopped wriggling, as if it had never been uncooperative. This was a relief for Helmut. Good, I don't have to suppress the dark seed while fighting, the seed of darkness knew. If Helmut lost his life, his seed of darkness would also cease to exist. A parasite couldn't survive without its host. After a moment, the attack resumed. The creature lightly tapped the ground and flew like an arrow. It clearly showed Helmut what a human with a bloomed dark seed was like, why the temple regarded them as enemies and tried to kill them as babies. how ferocious and dangerous they were. A powerful body, extensive combat experience, immense regenerative power, and the overwhelming demonic energy emanating from its entire being. It was an opponent Helmut couldn't claim superiority over in any aspect. Had Helmut's swordsmanship not been superior to the creature's, even engaging it would have been impossible. I'm grateful for the harsh training from Darien. Every nerve in his body was on edge. He couldn't afford to let his guard down for a moment. A single lapse could cost Helmut his life. Meanwhile, the creature with its monstrous body had an absolute advantage. Helmut's strikes would hardly affect it. The creature's demonic energy protected its body from Helmut's attacks, and even if it was wounded, it would quickly heal. It needs to be a fatal blow, aiming for the neck, head, or heart. Only targeting those areas could bring the creature down. Since it was originally human, its vital points should be the same. But the issue was piercing through the thick demonic energy enveloping its entire body and overcoming its rapid movements to strike it with his sword. There wasn't even a glimpse of an opening or gap. The creature appeared flawless, and there was one more problem. Helmut's sword was one he had bought in Raitona. Helmut had never used Darien's swordsmanship with that sword, of course. The sword was purchased for disguise, not for wielding the Sword Saint's techniques. The creature saw through this. Helmut's flaw, bang, crack, shatter. The sword in Helmut's hand broke apart. Fragments imbued with vis scattered in all directions. Though he dodged them, one piece grazed Helmut's cheek, drawing a line of blood. The impact from the creature's strike had been too much for the sword. It was a sword purchased in Raitona. It was a decent sword, but not a legendary one. Vis should have been evenly distributed to absorb the shock through the entire sword, but Helmut was too focused on using swordsmanship to pay attention to that. No, it's useless. Helmut soon thought differently. It would have shattered eventually anyway. The sword couldn't withstand Helmut's vis. Grrrr. The creature looked down at Helmut leisurely from a distance, as if to say, what can you fight with now that you don't even have a sword? In the moment the sword shattered, the creature could have delivered a fatal blow to Helmut. He had been completely defenseless, losing his weapon, but the creature didn't. And now it watched Helmut's reaction like a cat playing with a struggling mouse. It was a humiliating moment, but Helmut instead found solace and steadied his mind. It's being arrogant. He had faced stronger foes and survived countless near-death experiences in the Forest of Roots. There would come a time to make the creature pay for its arrogance and complacency, as long as he stayed alive. Nothing was more important than that. Although he didn't have the leisure to change swords, Helmut didn't miss the chance the creature gave him and drew a sword from under his cloak. This time it was Darien's sword. It fit his hand incomparably better than the previous one, as if melting into his grip. He felt he could now take on the creature. With Darien's sword combined with his vis, he could deliver a fatal blow. He was also more accustomed to wielding Darien's swordsmanship with this sword, so his chances had improved, but I might not be able to do it alone. It wasn't the time to let pride get in the way. He pondered whether he should join forces with the other humans, even if they wouldn't be much help. At the very least, they could distract this demonic beast. This was a kind of dilemma Helmut had never faced since entering the human world. The opponent was strong, so strong that he could imagine himself collapsing after exhausting all his vis if he continued to fight like this. That image was surprisingly realistic. Even if he could defeat the creature, there was no guarantee that Helmut himself would remain unscathed.